Lille stood by Zhao Chen's side and asked in a voice only they could hear, "Have you made your decision?" "I have," Zhao Chen nodded. Lille held Zhao Chen's hand from behind tightly. "Since you've decided, we will support you unconditionally. No matter your identity or when. We will support you." "All right," Zhao Chen responded. He looked out the porthole at the lonely interstellar battleship in the midst of a fleet. The other interstellar battleships were close together with standard spacing, but the T6 Goddess of Wrath-class battleship had a large isolated area around it, making it seem solitary and inaccessible. At this moment, the cannons on the ship's hull turned, all aiming towards the Demon City Star System battlefield. With flashes of light emerging, beams shot out towards the enemy battlefield. The brightness of these beams of light, like raindrops, could even rival the radiance of a star, appearing very dazzling. Under this torrential attack of light beams, the Demon Clan interstellar battleships and various defenses and fortresses on the attacking side were bombarded incessantly. The energy of the star shields was quickly depleted. Subsequently, one after another, Demon Clan interstellar battleships under continuous bombardment shattered and became cosmic debris. Lille raised her hand, displaying information about the interstellar battleship before her. She asked, "Is this the Goddess of Wrath mode?" Goddess of Wrath-class interstellar heavy artillery ship. Ship type, interstellar heavy artillery. Technology level, T6. Ship armor strength, 300,000 to 330,000 units. Starshield energy value, 9 million units. Cruising speed, 1100 star knots. Warp engine, level 9 warp engine. Ship length, 65.8 kilometers. Mass, 68.99 million tons. Crew, 30,000. Starship weapons, 10,000 Goddess of Wrath energy cannons, 1,000 fully automatic high-density octuple energy close defense guns. Special status, Goddess of Wrath mode. At this moment, the scene truly resembled a radiant goddess with outstretched wings as countless points of light swept towards the enemy, carrying out sustained attacks. The Goddess of Wrath mode allows all heavy cannons to maintain high-intensity, high-density attacks for a period of time. This mode cannot be sustained for too long because the starship's core energy cannot guarantee such a high frequency and density of attacks with so many cannons. After this attack mode ends, usually 2/3 of the heavy cannons need to pause for a while for recovery, explained Zhao Chen. Even with these limitations, the combat strength displayed by this Goddess of Wrath is quite terrifying. In just a few minutes, even the so-called T5 interstellar battleships of the enemy are easily shredded like paper. If we had 30 such interstellar battleships... No. 10 would suffice. With just 10, no one in this universe could be our match, confidently said Lille. Hearing Lily's words, Zhao Chen instinctively thought of the mechanical clan and the fleets fighting at the Blackwall base. At least in this universe, Lille was not wrong. Charlotte, with the addition of this Goddess of Wrath-class interstellar heavy artillery ship, how soon can we end this battle? Zhao Chen walked up behind Charlotte and asked. Originally, we planned to conquer the Demon City Star System by the end of December. But if you want to expedite, with the assistance of the Goddess of Wrath, we can finish by the end of November. However, it won't be the complete conquest of the Demon City Star System, but just the capture of Demon City. We can use the formidable firepower output of the Goddess of Wrath to tear open a gap in the enemy's defenses and directly assault Demon City. Capture Demon City, Charlotte said. Zhao Chen nodded. That will do. Proceed as you suggest. This Goddess of Wrath-class interstellar heavy artillery ship is now under your full command. Yes, Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen gazed at the Demon City Star System battlefield, but at this moment, there was no smile on his face. Lille watched Zhao Chen from the side. Something was changing within him. Time passed quickly. With the addition of the T6 Goddess of Wrath-class interstellar heavy artillery ship to the battleground at the Demon City Star System, the attack efficiency greatly increased. A gap was torn in one corner of the Demon City Star System. Despite the Demon Clan fleet's attempts to reinforce more interstellar battleships at this location, under the terrifying firepower of the T6 Goddess of Wrath-class interstellar heavy artillery ship, these successive Demon Clan interstellar battleships would all succumb to the barrage. Finally, by the end of November, in the Silver Galaxy calendar 3036, Zhao Chen saw the so-called Demon King City. The Demon King City was large, constructed around a planet. Surrounding the Demon King city were the Demon Clan's strongest Legion fleets, the Demon King Legion. Additionally, there was a flagship, the T6 Dreadlord class heavy interstellar battleship. Specifically, it was a starship converted from the Quasi-T6 Annihilator class heavy interstellar battleship, now the flagship of the Demon King. It was proclaimed as the first T6 starship in this universe, but it had never appeared in battle, and no one knew if this starship possessed genuine T6 level strength. The T6 Dreadlord class heavy interstellar battleship, originally a Quasi-T6 Annihilator prototype. The bowgun was modified into a more powerful bow cannon, its strongest attack method. The ship's length reaches 80 kilometers. No operational records prior to this. Charlotte recited operational data about the opposing flagship. Zhao Chen glanced at it and simply stated, "It is not a match for the goddess of wrath." Just at that moment, Lila, with a strange expression, spoke from the side. "There's an external communication received from the Dreadlord, signed by the Demon King. Patch it through." Chapter 1126. An empty throne measuring 2 meters in height appeared in front of Zhao Chen with a video window. Sitting on the dark and tattered throne opposite was a huge figure with disheveled hair. Clad in black armor, he held an ancient bronze iron sword. His face was obscured by a helmet, revealing only a pair of deep and dark eyes. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He had heard rumors before about the Demon King clan, known for their long lives, spanning hundreds of years and numerous battles where he narrowly avoided death. Those who had seen him survive described a towering figure of 5 meters, exuding a powerful aura like a mighty mountain. The killing intent emanating from him could suffocate those standing before him, especially his eyes, which could send shivers down the spine of anyone meeting his gaze, as if they could tear through one's body. However, this time, for some reason, Zhao Chen, as he looked upon the rumored Demon King, felt a sense of a frail old man nearing his end. "Are you the Lord of the Owl Dragon?" The figure spoke, his voice slightly weathered. "Yes, it is I," Zhao Chen replied. He sensed the figure assessing him. "Indeed," the Demon King spoke. Zhao Chen didn't understand his meaning. "Though your body appears small, I can feel the terrifying power hidden within you. Being defeated by you might be a fitting conclusion," the Demon King said. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, you will face a stronger enemy. One from another world, possessing unimaginable power. I wonder if you are prepared." "Another world?" Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, asking, "Do you mean Order?" The Demon King's eyes showed some color. "You've heard of it too. Well, at this level, one is bound to encounter such matters. Since that's the case, I presume you are prepared as well. How do you know about Order? Are the beings behind you related to Order?" Zhao Chen asked immediately. "The beings behind me?" The Demon King suddenly laughed. "A king never stands with others. I am only seeking every opportunity to strengthen myself. As for when I learned about Order, I've forgotten. I can't recall. My game with them, I lost. In the end, I became one of their pawns. But I have no regrets. Well then, now that we have met, it is time for our final battle. You can take the Demon King's castle, but only after defeating me." With that, the Demon King cut off communication directly. "Report, changes detected at the Demon King's castle," a sergeant suddenly shouted. Charlotte immediately checked the situation, enlarging the image captured by an invisible unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Zhao Chen saw modifications occurring on the surface of the Demon King's castle. Massive cannons emerged, along with various types of weapons. It was undeniably a battle fortress. It appeared that this monarch was embarking on a final frenzy. "Commander," Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Charlotte opened the command channel. "Attention all departments and fleets. Execute the attack according to the original plan. Seize the Demon King's castle with minimal casualties, yes?" The subsequent events unfolded as Zhao Chen observed like a bystander. Interstellar missiles rained down on the Demon Clan's interstellar warships, deteriorating the defenses around the Demon Castle. The Horror Masterclass heavy interstellar battleship also unleashed its might, raining fire on the DRIZZLE-class interstellar warships. Each shot from the giant ship's main cannon could destroy a DRIZZLE T5-class interstellar warship. The terrifying damage caused cracks to appear with each shot on the colossal cannon position. This Horror Masterclass battleship proved to be inadequate. Given another decade or so, the Demon Clan might have developed a true T6 class interstellar battleship of their own. But not now, certainly not with this horror master ship. After the 30th shot from the massive cannon, an explosion occurred. The entire cannon position erupted, leaving only a collapsed pit where it once stood. This event seemingly signaled the inevitable conclusion. A subsequent salvo from the T6 Wrath-class heavy interstellar battleship broke through the shields of the T6 Horror Master heavy interstellar battleship, with follow-up attacks pelting the ship's hull. Despite its immense size of over 80 kilometers, the horror of the attack left it riddled with holes in no time. Additional interstellar missiles followed suit. Soon, the Horror Master ship fell into silence, its hull fragmented and smoke billowing from its various sections. The bridge bore a massive hole caused by the T5 Divine Savior-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, revealing a portion of the throne and the remnants of the king. However, the former king was no longer there. Following the fall of the Horror Master ship was the destruction of the Demon King's castle. As the castle was constructed from a planet, complete annihilation proved difficult. Nevertheless, under the intense assault, all attack modules were destroyed. The once imposing structure seemed on the brink of collapse. Thus ended the nearly 6-month battle over the Demon King's castle galaxy. Though remnants of the Demon King's forces lingered, they posed no major threat. The era of the Demon Clan's reign had come to an end. A celebration ensued to mark the victory, hosted within the Angel Clan's territory. Why haven't Commander Zhao Chen, General Charlotte, and Secretary Lily Liss attended? Telia, an angel, waited in vain as the celebration proceeded without them. She approached the Dragon Owl military officers, inquiring about their absence from the festivities. She witnessed a few women indulging in alcohol, appearing unwilling to leave until drunk. I was the one who. I was the first to. Reserve it. Chujuan slumped on the table, hiccuping from the drinks. What are you saying? Back then. Here he, at the wedding. He stole me. This, bad man, Su Lan, with half-closed eyes, seemed lost in memories. Beside her, Medusa smiled slightly, trying to maintain her elegance while already displaying signs of intoxication. There are some men whose fate involves not only one or two women, she remarked. In fact, as long as you can watch him. That's enough. Shen Bing, after just a few drinks, seemed somewhat in a daze, gazing at her wine glass as if seeing something within. Zhu Zizi looked curiously at the group of women, holding a chicken drumstick in one hand and a pig's head in the other. What are you all talking about? It's so strange. Speaking of which, why hasn't the commander come? I was thinking of asking him when he'll gift me a T6 interstellar battleship. Chapter 11:27, on a small starship on a beach of a small planet visited by the Angel Clan. Chao Chen watched as Charlotte and Lilith, dressed in bridal gowns, stood before him. Charlotte wore a white wedding dress with her tail and a pair of ears exposed, her aura no longer domineering, giving off a cute vibe. In comparison, Lilith wore a red gown with a red veil on her head, her tight-fitting attire highlighting her impressive figure, exuding a mysterious and enticing aura. Are you sure you want to have our wedding here? Chao Chen hesitated as he looked at the two women. He had long planned his wedding with the two women. Originally scheduled for the new year, they had to advance it due to unforeseen circumstances. In Chao Chen's mind, he wanted to give the two women a grand wedding. However, to his surprise, the two women directly overturned his plans. Charlotte smiled and said, "We never wanted a grand wedding. We just wanted some time to be with you. Just the three of us." Lilith softly added, "In the future, you will be watched by all beings among the stars. But for now, you belong to us." Chao Chen embraced the two women. On the entire planet, there were only the three of them. At the same time, Chao Chen had issued an order. From now on, no one except the three of them was allowed to step foot on the planet. The management of the planet was to be handled entirely by artificial intelligence. Therefore, this space truly belonged to Chao Chen and the two women. No matter what my future identity may be, I will always be by your side. Across the stars and seas, Chao Chen embraced the two women, resolutely stating, "One star, three people, sitting on the beach, gazing at the sky, reminiscing about the past and envisioning the future." A wedding concluded in this manner. No one would have expected that the wedding of the man with the highest authority among the stars would take place in such an inconspicuous location. In the following 7 days, the Angel Clan, as well as the Mechanical Clan, were unable to contact Chao Chen. Even Lilith, who usually never took a day off in 365 days, was surprisingly unreachable. The response given by the Owl Dragon High Command was that all affairs were now handled by the Secretary Department. 5 days after the celebratory banquet, the war in the entire Demon King City star system finally came to a complete halt. After the fall of the Demon King City, the demon faction fleets struggling elsewhere in the star system either surrendered or were defeated. Thus, a new chapter in the history of the Demon Clan began. Where is your commander? Why can't we reach him? This is a very important matter. It concerns the management of the future Demon Clan territory. The holographic projection of the War Angel King on the opposite side kept clamoring. During this time, he would contact the Owl Dragon High Command almost every day. Your Highness, we've already mentioned before. The commander has important matters at hand and cannot be reached at the moment. Once our commander returns, I will contact you promptly. A secretary from the Angel Clan explained. Important matters? What could be more important than the conclusion of a war? The War Angel King looked bewildered, holding his head in his hands. At this moment, the Holy Angel King beside him spoke, persuading, all right. They've said they don't have time now, so let's wait. At least, the Demon Clan matter has been settled by us. There's no more threat. Hey. Are you kidding me? Is the Demon Clan's matter just over, and those 2 insect clan nests over there are decorations? Or ornaments? We urgently need to develop resources within the Demon Clan territory, rebuild our military forces in the shortest time possible, and prepare to counter the threat of those 2 insect clan nests. These are all very important matters. The War Angel King appeared anxious and ultimately waved his hand. Forget it. I'll contact you tomorrow. I must reach your commander tomorrow. After that, the War Angel King ended the communication. The Holy Angel King apologetically looked at the secretary on this side. Sorry, he has this temperament, always in a rush. I understand. We will definitely inform you as soon as we contact the commander. The secretary smiled and said, Thank you. The Holy Angel King finished speaking and ended the communication. Helplessly, the Holy Angel King looked at the figure on the opposite side, which was the War Angel King, who just cut off communication abruptly. You should change your temper. Stop being so impatient all the time, especially towards the Owl Dragon. Remember, the Angel Clan today is not what it used to be, and neither is the Owl Dragon. There's no need to be so confrontational. Now there are more pressing issues to address. The Holy Angel King spoke, implying a deeper meaning in her words. The War Angel King folded his arms and scoffed. I know the Owl Dragon is different now. While our Angel Clan's power was also affected after this battle, I can't bow my head to the Owl Dragon due to this. Even if we really become enemies, I can take a bite out of the Owl Dragon. Watching the War Angel King acting like an immature child, the Holy Angel King shook her head helplessly. Longevity does not necessarily mean a person's character will mature, and the War Angel King proved this point. Next, the Angel Clan has 3 development plans. First, deepen cooperation with the Owl Dragon. It's undeniable that the Owl Dragon can now stand on equal footing with the Mechanical Clan, and even has some mysterious connection with them. Therefore, we cannot be enemies with the Owl Dragon. Second, we need to quickly restore our strength. Currently, the combat power of our Angel Clan is only 50% of its peak. Third, we must prepare to address all potential dangers. The sudden appearance of the 2 insect clan nests, especially in the current cosmic environment, I feel that something significant is about to happen. The Holy Angel King earnestly looked at the War Angel King. The War Angel King nodded. I understand. We will follow through with what you've said. Though he grumbled a little, he knew that the Holy Angel King was better in this regard, and listening to her was the right choice. Report. A strange interstellar battleship has suddenly appeared above our temple. A hurried angel ran to the Holy Angel King. An interstellar battleship? The Holy Angel King was stunned. She glanced at the War Angel King, and then walked outside the temple, looking up at the sky. Indeed, she saw a 100-meter-long interstellar battleship hovering there. She even spotted the figure of a female officer in military attire on the battleship. Chapter 11:28. The Golden Dragon Throne. End of December 3036 in the galaxy chronology of the Gold Dragon Galaxy. Within a dim hall on the Dragon Emperor ship, Zhao Chen walked in slowly, looking at the hall converted from a cabin, which was as large as 2 football fields. On both sides of the hall stood giant stone statues holding swords, with 3 stone carvings on each side. Zhao Chen walked up to one of the giant stone statues, lifting his head to gaze at the over 10-meter-high sword, engraved with a segment of history on the blade. These 6 giant stone statues represented the 6-year history of the Owl Dragon Fleet. Each giant statue held a sword representing significant events in the Owl Dragon's history for each year. Zhao Chen walked past the swords under each giant statue. The Northern Star Military Academy, purchasing 3 old interstellar warships, assembling them into the Zero Blizzard, was the initial state of the Owl Dragon Fleet. The first Owl Dragon T3 interstellar warship, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser, made its debut. Later, when both Academy's fleets were under attack by the insectoid race and trapped on a planet, Zhao Chen personally led a T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser to provide support, rescuing the students and teachers. Internal turmoil in the Star Empire, Prince Yan inciting rebellion, the Owl Dragon Legion intervening to support Princess Chen Shaolei's ascension to become the Empress of the Star Empire and thwart Prince Yan's plot. Memories of the past 6 years flashed through Zhao Chen's mind. From the first ship with a few hundred crew to now tens of thousands of interstellar warships and over 100 million crew members. The territory controlled by the Owl Dragon Galactic group was vast. Zhao Chen climbed up the steps, finally laying eyes on the golden dragon pattern throne. Although there was no surrounding lighting, the golden dragon pattern throne was still very eye-catching. Zhao Chen touched the dragon pattern on the throne, chuckling at himself. Zhao Chen. Did you ever think when you first arrived in this world that you would one day sit in such a position? No? Zhao Chen could confirm that his lifelong goal had always been this chair. But now, he had no choice. With so many matters and people to consider, he could no longer act alone or only for himself. At some point, 2 slender figures joined Zhao Chen. Why are you here? Zhao Chen turned to see Charlotte and Lilith. Leopardess couldn't find you, so I guessed you might be here, Charlotte said softly, gazing at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled, shrugging. I didn't think there was anything I needed to do. Just wandering around, and I ended up here. How do you both feel about this throne? Lilith examined the throne, explaining, it's made from the rarest gold gemstones in the universe. It doesn't have much practical value, but due to its rarity and beauty, it has always been a collection piece for kingdoms or families. The production is extremely low. Even though they are produced from crystal mines, these gemstones are rare derivatives. A crystal mine might only produce a fist-sized gold gemstone in a year. It took us half a month to gather the gold gemstones needed to cast this throne by scouring the entire known universe. If valued according to the external market, it would exceed 1 billion star coins. Zhao Chen chuckled at Lilith's words, kicking the stiff thing. This thing is worth 1 billion star coins. Charlotte showed a surprised expression, examining the golden dragon pattern throne. Let me experience what it feels like to sit on a 1 billion star coin chair, Zhao Chen said, turning around and plopping down. After sitting in silence for a few seconds, Zhao Chen shook his head. This chair is not as comfortable as the sofas I've sat on before. It's hard on the buttocks. Lilith chuckled. Charlotte blinked. Really uncomfortable. Many people seem to enjoy sitting on this type of chair. When my father served as the White Tiger tribe chief, he particularly liked his chair. Then come and sit down. Zhao Chen patted the spot next to him. Due to the throne size, using it as a chair or even a bed was no issue. Without hesitation, Charlotte sat down, wriggling and earnestly saying, it's really uncomfortable. Lilith, helplessly covering her face, recognized how crucial such a throne usually was in other places. It was usually impossible for the common folk to sit on, let alone get close to it. Yet here, Zhao Chen treated it as casually as a regular chair, pulling someone to sit on it. Lilith, don't you want to try? Zhao Chen suddenly smiled at Lilith. Though Charlotte continued caressing the throne, Lilith sensed something amiss in Zhao Chen's words. She tried to step back, but Zhao Chen grabbed her hand and pulled her onto his lap. Lilith found herself against Zhao Chen's body, attempting to struggle, stuttering, don't. Not here, back to the captain's quarters, But I want to be here. Don't you want to? Zhao Chen lightly bit her earlobe. In that moment, Lila shivered, completely surrendering, with her will dissipating as a tiny demon seized control. Nearby, Charlotte hadn't realized what was happening until she saw the intimate interaction between the two. Her face instantly turned red, and her tail stood on end. Without a word, she stood up, ready to flee, but her tail was already caught by a hand, which toyed with it as if preparing to tie a bow. She realized she had no chance to escape as her tail was already in the other person's grasp. In the corridor outside the Grand Hall, two female crew members chatted about the upcoming significant event. Suddenly, one of them stopped and looked around suspiciously. "Did you hear something strange around?" Her companion laughed. "You've watched too many horror films. There's nothing strange here." The female crew member frowned, glanced around, then turned to her companion before following after her quickly. Chapter 1129 End of Year Bountiful Harvest. Zhao Chen placed a wool blanket over the throne. Charlotte shrunk her body into a ball. The throne probably never expected that its first use would be for something like this. Zhao Chen walked to a porthole on the side of the Great Hall, leaning against it, staring at the cosmic stars outside. Tomorrow would be the last day of the year 3036. Ding! Accompanied by a system notification sound. Zhao Chen opened his system panel and saw a prominent prompt box. Quarterly mission. Conquest of the Demon Castle Galaxy mission completed. Mission reward available. It seemed that the last remnants of the Demon Castle Galaxy's demon party had been thoroughly eliminated. Zhao Chen thought to himself, claim mission reward. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 mission points. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. Only 5,000 mission points. That was far from enough to exchange for those 3 big treasures. Annual mission. Annihilation of the Demon Tribe mission completed. Claim mission reward. The annual mission was also completed at this moment. Zhao Chen without hesitation claimed the mission reward. Received annual mission reward, 20,000 mission points, flagship Model T6 Demon Emperor Starship Carrier, Demon King Core Module. It was indeed an annual gift package, with these 20,000 mission points, on top of the previous 5,000 mission points, enough to exchange for those for T6 tech products. But the system's rewards were far from over. Another prompt box popped up in front of Zhao Chen. Mission Secrets of the Mechanical Clan. Phase 1 mission. Please locate the coordinates of the Mechanical Prophet completed. Phase 2 mission. Launch an attack on the Mechanical Prophet. Annihilate at least 300,000 interstellar fleets completed. Phase 3 mission. Prevent the invasion of the Mechanical Clan by the Demon Tribe completed. Phase 4 mission. Proceed to the Blackwall base completed. Phase 5 mission. Agree to the arrangement of the Mechanical Clan completed. Mechanical Clan Secret Series mission completed. Claim mission reward. Staring at this suddenly appearing mission box, Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He almost forgot about this series of missions. The Secrets of the Mechanical Clan series had only progressed to the 3rd stage before. But after repelling the invasion of the Demon Tribe and completely capturing the entire Demon Tribe territory, the mission completion was only shown now, along with the refresh of the 4th and 5th stages. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen had already completed these tasks before. It was as if Zhao Chen had instantly completed multiple tasks in the game and received the rewards. So satisfying! Zhao Chen thought and claimed the rewards for this year-long series of missions. Congratulations on obtaining the mission reward. 20,000 mission points. T6 Gluttonous Demon King Starship, Gluttony Module. T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. Zhao Chen looked at the 4 additional mission rewards that suddenly appeared. He didn't even know which one to look at first. With a total of 45,000 mission points, Zhao Chen felt like he had just received his salary. It was that satisfying. As for these series of mission rewards, they were extraordinary. Just looking at the names, one could tell they were special. Flagship Model T6 Demon Emperor Starship Carrier, Demon King Core Module. Flagship Model T6 Gluttonous Demon King Starship, Gluttony Core Module. T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. Among them, the 2 core modules should be the complementary rewards for the former flagship Starship. Therefore, there were actually only 3 mission rewards. Zhao Chen looked at the first flagship Interstellar Warship, T6 Demon Emperor Starship Carrier. While the previous flagship starships were clearly labeled as to what type of interstellar warship they were, such as the Dragon Emperor being a flagship model interstellar command ship and the Dark Monarch being a Dreadnought-class interstellar battleship. That was a fusion of various types of interstellar ships. This one, just based on its name, didn't provide any information. However, its introduction was chilling. The Demon Emperor starship carrier operated by releasing interstellar drones, fighters, or bombers in battle. The accompanying units for this Demon Emperor starship carrier were named Ghoul Dragon, Terror Succubus, and Lich Emperor. Though Zhao Chen wasn't sure what these three were just by their names, after reading their functions, it became clear. The Ghoul Dragon and Terror Succubus were two types of interstellar fighters, with the former emphasizing direct firepower and durability, similar to the insect race, while the latter focused on attacking energy shields with great effect. The Lich Emperor was similar to an interstellar bomber, capable of unleashing a chain energy blast that could continuously jump between targets. These three fighting units were all biological combat units. The T-6 Demon Emperor starship carrier had a specialized nursery room inside, capable of directly cultivating the Ghoul Dragon, Terror Succubus, and Lich Emperor combat units. This feature could be utilized even in a combat state. In other words, as long as this starship remained operational, it could continuously supply these combat units like a Nest mothership, truly a supercarrier starship. Su Lan would suit this well. I wonder if she likes this starship style. Zhao Chen chuckled. The image of Su Lan, the usually aloof female commander, commanding these demon tribe combat units on the interstellar battlefield was unbelievable. Demon Empress? The detailed data could only be understood by Zhao Chen after constructing it. If this flagship class carrier starship was so powerful, then how much better would the other one be? Zhao Chen controlled his excited heart and checked the other flagship class T-6 Gluttonous Demon King starship. This flagship starship was unique because unlike the previous ones, at least their types were mentioned. For example, the Dragon Emperor was an interstellar command ship, the Demon Emperor was a carrier starship, and even the Dark Monarch battleship was a heavily modified T-5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored artillery warship. While these aspects seemed like this starship couldn't be considered a flagship model, its other combat capability was terrifying. Gluttonous Demon King mode. At the vessel's location, establish a folding space where the Gluttonous Demon King starship will hide. At the original location, a black hole will be constructed. Chapter 1130 Can't escape. Can't escape from a black hole at all? Zhao Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhao Chen had seen weapons of the black hole type before. Previously, an interstellar missile equipped on an interstellar missile ship used black hole technology. However, that was just a small black hole for a short period of time. But this Gluttony Demon Lord's black hole, just from the description, was hundreds of times larger in volume than that black hole interstellar missile. It also existed for an extremely long time, with extremely strong gravitational forces. It could suck in any material around the black hole. This could be considered a planetary-scale nuclear weapon of the Star era. Both of these flagship ships are strategic-level entities. Zhao Chen's joy in his heart was indescribable. But he didn't forget there was still one more he hadn't seen. T-6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. Zhao Chen had never seen a bomb presented as a single piece of technology. Since it was listed separately by the system, it indicated its uniqueness. Its description was simple, and also the shortest among these three pieces of technology. T-6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb Introduction. This is an interstellar bomb that simulates a supernova explosion. The explosive power can be set to different levels. At maximum power, it can directly destroy 10 standard galaxies. However, this destruction is from a spatial perspective, where all materials in these 10 standard galaxies will be destroyed, and the original space will be covered by a chaotic space. Chaotic space is one of the most primitive forms in the universe. Remember not to get caught in it. Zhao Chen fell silent. Just this simple description let Zhao Chen understand its terror. An interstellar bomb capable of directly destroying several galaxies and completely destroying them from a spatial perspective. This was different from a nuclear bomb. If you drop a nuclear bomb on a planet, although the life on it is gone, the space still exists, and with the flow of time, those lives can be reborn and multiply. This ultimate bomb couldn't be used lightly. Its use meant that the space available for various life forms in the universe would gradually diminish. However, its existence also gave Zhao Chen more confidence in facing threats to order. This was a double-edged sword that could kill enemies or destroy oneself. After checking these three technologies, Zhao Chen didn't forget about the other three treasures. He opened the system's T6 shop. The three T6 technology items exchange options appeared in front of Zhao Chen. T6 Steel Star City. Technical Blueprint Exchange Conditions, 1 billion system points, and 3,000 mission points. Dragon Emperor Starship, T6 Upgrade Module T6 Sacred Dragon Emperor Starship, and Technical Blueprint Exchange Conditions, 1.5 billion system points, and 5,000 mission points. T6 Archangel Crossbow Class Interstellar Long Range Hunt Ship, Technical Blueprint Exchange Conditions, 100 million system points, and 300 mission points. Due to insufficient mission points before, Zhao Chen had temporarily set aside these 3 T6 items. Conveniently, it was the end of the month now, and Zhao Chen's pocket was also rich. By the next month, these 3 system items would refresh. Zhao Chen couldn't possibly let them slip by. System points, 6.3 billion. Mission points, 45,000 mission points. Zhao Chen checked his account balance. A slight smile appeared on his lips. The feeling of wealth was truly nice. Thoughts kept flashing in Zhao Chen's mind. Beep after beep echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. Successfully exchanged T6 Steel Star City Technical Blueprint by consuming 1 billion system points and 3,000 mission points. Successfully exchanged Dragon Emperor Starship, T6 Upgrade Module T6 Sacred Dragon Emperor Starship, and Technical Blueprint by consuming 1.5 billion system points and 5,000 mission points. Successfully exchanged T6 Archangel Crossbow Class Interstellar Long Range Hunt Ship, Technical Blueprint by consuming 100 million system points and 300 mission points. System points, 3.7 billion. Mission points, 36,700. Looking at the newly acquired 3T6 technology, Zhao Chen was satisfied, and his system points and mission points in his pocket were quite abundant. In a few days, by the next quarter, he could exchange for new sets of 3T6 technologies. By then, he could discuss the next year's new construction plan with Anne's team. Next year would be a leap year for the Owl Dragon Legion in terms of quality, because a large number of T6 technologies would be utilized on the Owl Dragon. A batch of T6 interstellar battleships would be in service. This meant that the Owl Dragon would truly cross over into the era of T6 technology. This also gave Zhao Chen more confidence in facing threats to order. Thinking about all this, Zhao Chen was in a great mood. The previous sense of melancholy due to something was suddenly swept away. On the throne, Charlotte's keen sense of crisis made her feel something. Her ears twitched slightly, hearing footsteps, then she opened her tired eyes. She saw Zhao Chen standing next to the throne with a smile. "Why are you smiling?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen suspiciously, unsure why his smile at this moment made her feel uneasy. "Today is a good day. We should celebrate," Zhao Chen said as he walked towards Charlotte. "Celebrate?" Charlotte immediately thought of something, and her face paled. She prepared to run away, but she couldn't compare to Zhao Chen's agility. In an instant, she became like a little cat in Zhao Chen's hands. The commotion here woke Lily beside them. Feeling the numbness in her body and hearing the sounds, she realized, here again. Lily swallowed, unable to endure it anymore. Who knew how Zhao Chen's body was crafted? Even mechanical beings probably weren't as strong as him. Lily started to carefully move her body, wanting to escape unnoticed. Charlotte. It's not that the younger sister doesn't want to help you. It's just that she's unable to do so too. Don't go. Unexpectedly, Lily's tail was grabbed by a hand. And the one grabbing Lily's tail was none other than Charlotte. Charlotte's mesmerizing eyes stared at Lily, as if saying, "I can't escape, so can you?" At this moment, Lily felt another pair of fiery eyes locked on her. In that instant, she knew she couldn't escape. As Lily was pulled back, she pondered, maybe she should find a few more sisters for herself. At this rate, even a succubus wouldn't be able to handle it. The next day, December 31st, 3036, the last day of the year, the Owl Dragon star system was livelier than any other day, not just because of the New Year celebrations. In various starports, one could see unique interstellar warships from all over. Angel race, demon race, and even mechanical race interstellar warships were present. The interstellar warships of the 3 major empires were also there. Some people without identities, who didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Owl Dragon star system, had to transfer from other star systems by taking interstellar cruises or transport ships. All these signs indicated that something important was about to happen today. Chapter 1131. The big event of the Owl Dragon Galaxy. The office of the Governor of the Owl Dragon Galaxy. Have all the warp interceptors around the Owl Dragon Galaxy been activated? Double check. And get all patrol fleets arranged. Remember, from now until the next 72 hours, no interstellar warships, not even shuttles, are allowed to enter the Owl Dragon Galaxy from the edge of the galaxy. Understood. The 3 stargates of the Owl Dragon Galaxy. Every batch of interstellar warships, star cruisers, and star transports that are sent over must be strictly controlled. Anything not approved is not allowed to enter our Owl Dragon Galaxy. The only way to enter our Owl Dragon Galaxy during this time is through the stargates. Arrange for the foreign personnel. Classify them based on their identity and invitation letters. Guests of different classes should be accommodated in different places promptly, especially those guests who can only be accommodated on the planets of the Owl Dragon Galaxy. Immediately take the star transports to the target planets near Earth orbit and arrange for shuttle delivery to the designated location on the planet. Don't let them enter the spaceport or space stations again. 6 out of the 18 trading spaceports within our galaxy have already exceeded 110% capacity. Also, contact the Eden Grain Trade Group to ensure the supply of food for the next month. Even though this event is only for 3 days, who knows how long these people will stay in our Owl Dragon Galaxy. Notify the hotels on all planets of the Owl Dragon Galaxy regarding accommodation for non-owl residents. All accommodation expenses will be increased tenfold. 10 times too much. Don't worry, everyone invited this time is wealthy. Strike while the iron is hot. The annual bonuses for all our galaxy's staff next year will depend on them. Pay attention to the management of the space lanes. Any interstellar warships must travel on designated space lanes. Deviation will result in heavy penalties. In front of Zhang Hong, communication windows popped up one by one, with her secretaries constantly moving back and forth, handling various matters non-stop. After a while, Zhang Hong, the current governor of the Owl Dragon Galaxy, finally had a chance to catch her breath. The administration of the Owl Dragon Galaxy's territory has always been completely separate from the Owl Dragon Legion. Most matters of the Owl Dragon Galaxy are managed by Zhang Hong herself, with Lily not intervening. As for the military restricted areas, Lily is in charge, and Zhang Hong has no jurisdiction. However, this time is somewhat special. As the governor of the Owl Dragon, she also needs to take care of various matters. Your Excellency, the population of our Owl Dragon Galaxy has exceeded 1 trillion. Excluding starports, space stations, etc., there are more than 5 million people on average on each habitable planet. The population in many cities has passed the limit. A secretary with sweat on his forehead said helplessly. Zhang Hong shook her head, looking at the data of each planet and noticing that some city numbers on top had turned red. Send out orders. Close all city entry channels for cities exceeding 130% of the population limit. Only exits are allowed. No entries. Arrange those who still want to enter cities to other cities. Zhang Hong ordered. Your Excellency, several planets have reported a shortage of shuttles. Another secretary said urgently. Didn't we purchase a batch of shuttles before? They were deployed long ago, but there's still not enough now. The rental prices for shuttles have even exceeded 3 times our set prices. Our prices have already increased by 5 times the original price. The secretary explained in a hushed tone. Zhang Hong glanced at the time and said, there's still time. Immediately contact the Northern Goose Group, Northern Dragon Group, Rose Red Dragon Group, and Earth Dragon Group. Have them send over all surplus shuttles they have. Yes? Zhang Hong let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off her forehead. Just then, a golden dragon emblem notification box popped up in front of her, appearing to be an invitation. The details indicated 15 hours remaining. 6 years. I never thought I'd reach such a height in 6 years. Zhang Hong chuckled self-deprecatingly. The Golden Dragon Space City, Prime Viewing Platform President, many people from various groups want to meet with you. These are Star Group Ladies' business cards and room keys, a male secretary said, carrying a box of items and walking unsteadily to Li Wei's side. Li Wei, dressed in a sharp suit, held a glass of wine with his handsome mechanical arm. He looked at the contents of the box and the clamoring group of people outside. President Li, it's me. Do you remember me? I'm Zhang Xiaohua's sister from the neighboring class in the North Star. We had a meal together in a cafeteria. President Li, I have an excellent investment opportunity. Give me 10 minutes and I'll make sure you're satisfied. President Lee, we're willing to be subcontractors for the Northern Goose Group. Our profit margin is just 3 points. No, 2 points. I also have a granddaughter who really wants to meet President Lee. President Lee, do you remember Xiao Hua, the summer flower from the planet Doming who when you were 7? Li Wei took a sip of wine, shook his head, and proceeded to pull out a paper card from the box, sniffing it to realize it was from a woman. There was even lipstick marks on it, and a room key inside. Sorry, but my charm is just irresistible. Li Wei was about to praise his male secretary when he noticed the tension on the man's face behind him. However, we have no interest in these cosmetics and powders. They don't have the charm of our little sprout. Burn them all. Also, didn't I tell you before? Don't bring these things in front of me again. It's insulting my unwavering love for our little sprout. As Li Wei spoke, he turned around and saw 2 women standing in front of him, one with folded arms smiling while watching him, as if enjoying the scene. It was Li Wei's sister, Li Yaqi, the current president of the Northern Dragon Group. The other woman had a prominent belly and was scrutinizing him. It was Li Wei's wife, Lady Miao. Without saying a word, Lady Miao directly grabbed Li Wei's ear. Charm. Where's this charm of yours? I don't see it. Why didn't I notice it? Show me this charm of yours. Lady Miao glared at Li Wei. I have no charm. How could I dare to show such charm? Little sprout, don't be angry. Be careful not to disturb your pregnancy. You're pregnant with triplets this time. Be careful. Don't you agree, sis? Li Wei immediately signaled to his sister. Chapter 1132. Li Yaqi saw her sister-in-law sad and couldn't help but smile, going forward to comfort her. Mrs. Miao still held much respect for Li Yaqi. It's important to note that now Li Yaqi and another woman were referred to as the gold flowers of the owl-dragon pair. Not because they were the prettiest, but because they were the most profit-making among the owl dragons. Specifically, it was the head of the North Yanj group, Li Yaqi, and the head of the Rose-Red Dragon group, Red Rose. Sister, I will be giving birth in 2 months, and then you will become an aunt. Mrs. Miao ignored Li Wei and lovingly caressed her growing belly. Li Yaqi also looked at Mrs. Miao's belly, the descendant of the Li family. I will accompany you then. Mrs. Miao was surprised and pleased. Sister, this is unnecessary. Having Li Wei by my side is enough. That won't do. You are now the precious one of our Li family. Li Yaqi held her sister-in-law's hand and said. At this moment, Li Yaqi heard noise from the next room, where a group of people were lively swapping drinks. Who's over there? Li Yaqi couldn't see anyone, but she recognized the voices. Li Wei glanced over and said, It's father. Since they couldn't find us, they naturally went to seek a connection with our father. As the saying goes, when one person gains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Now, this pair of sisters in the Li family were the close attendants of the Owl Dragon Legion commander, well-known figures. Naturally, the Li family had also become one of the major clans. It could even be said that besides the royal family, in the Starshine Empire, the Li family and the Chu family were known as the 2 great clans. Remind father that it's fine to drink but not to discuss other matters. Li Yaqi reminded. I already told father about that. Besides, he doesn't hold much actual power, so rest assured. People at his old age care a lot about face. Let him gain some face, and the old man will be happy. Li Wei chuckled. Li Yaqi didn't say anything more. Sister, speaking of which, father mentioned to us before, saying that Li Wei is now married with children, so he's not worried. But you have always been alone. Mrs. Miao hesitated as she looked at Li Wei. It was Dad who asked you to say that, right? Li Yaqi knew without guessing who had said that. Mrs. Miao didn't say anything more. Li Yaqi took a sip from her glass, looked out the French window, and remained silent. Li Wei pulled his wife over and whispered softly, How many times have I told you not to bring this up in front of my sister? But, Dad told me to say this ... His wife said with a hint of grievance, and now your sister has many suitors. Why hasn't she found anyone she likes? Li Wei looked at his sister's lonely figure by the French window. He sighed deeply. Who asked my sister to meet a man as extraordinary as me? It can only be a case of love at first sight lasting a lifetime. Are you talking about that individual? His wife remembered a rumor, and if it was indeed that man, it would be understandable. After all, Could anyone in this universe be more exceptional than that man? Just then, a striking figure walked over. She nodded slightly at Li Wei, who raised his glass in reply. The figure then walked over to Li Yaqi. Drinking alone isn't lonely, is it? Red Rose Dragon looked at Li Yaqi. Li Yaqi glanced at her opponent. Aren't you alone too? What? Still thinking of him? I heard that one of your suitors laid roses on the surface of a planet, just to make you smile. Red Rose teased Li Yaqi. Boring, Li Yaqi commented nonchalantly. What if a man did that? Would it still be boring? Red Rose said provocatively. Li Yaqi remained silent. I hate people like you, who keep things to themselves. I admit he's exceptional, the kind of man a woman meets once in a lifetime, and finds it hard to like anyone else after. Just like you probably won't find another man to like in this lifetime. But, Red Rose finished her drink, her eyes firm. I don't want a title, but I must have a descendant with him. The Rose-Red Dragon Group one founded must have an heir. If it can't be obvious, then in secret. I refuse to believe I can't have a child with him. You. Li Yaqi looked at Red Rose in shock, not expecting her to say such words. I don't want to regret it, Red Rose declared stubbornly. Baoinia Space City. Top observation deck, both of you are here so early. Branji came out, surprised to see the people already seated on the adjacent crescent-shaped sofas. Both of them raised their glasses, indicating Starshine Empire's Empress Jin Shaolei, Sacred Radiant Empire's Empress Saint Karna, and their current ruling officer, Branji. Formerly, it was Charlotte who was the supreme leader of the Hammer, but Charlotte couldn't spare time to manage the Hammer's affairs, so they naturally fell on Branji, the Dragon Lady Princess. She was capable and had the appropriate status to handle these matters. When Branji approached Empress Saint Karna, she paused, looking at Saint Karna curiously. Empress Saint Karna, I didn't expect you to agree to this matter. I guess Starshine Empire would agree. But you guys, don't you have faith? Isn't agreeing to this kind of thing considered a betrayal of your holy light something? Saint Karna looked calmly at Branji. The holy light has always been in our hearts. As for this matter, it was a unanimous decision by the top echelons of our Sacred Radiant Empire. It appears that belief is still very timely. Branji teased with a touch of sarcasm. There was a palpable sense of confrontation. During the time of the Galactic Alliance, the Hammer and the Sacred Radiant Empire had always been at odds. The Sacred Radiant Empire looked down on the Hammer, while the Hammer considered the Sacred Radiant Empire hypocritical. In the private room next door. Oh, you old fart, you came here too. If you can come, can't I? When all is said and done, that adult is a graduate from our academy. All right, stop mentioning that. You've been promoting Zhao Chen across the universe, afraid that others won't know he graduated from your Northern Star Starship Academy. Your Northern Star has now become the largest interstellar academy in the entire Starshine Empire. That can be considered an achievement. Marshal Chu Changhe scratched his ear. Director Chin looked at Marshal Chu Chang's impatient expression, chuckled, and teased. Speaking of that, why hasn't your granddaughter's matter been settled yet? Weren't you boasting to us old guys that you'd be drinking celebratory wine soon? Flowers have withered waiting, yet we haven't even seen any candy, let alone the wine. Upon hearing this, Marshal Chu Chang's face immediately soured, poured himself a drink, blaming his granddaughter for being so uncooperative. Chapter 1133. I walked into the wrong office. Do you believe it? The King of the Sacred Angels watched the two figures opposite her at the top-level viewing platform of the Xiaolong First Star Hong. She never imagined she would meet the other party in such a setting in her lifetime. Your Highness of the Angels, nice to meet you. Yin smiled and bowed with the etiquette of the angel race. Every move was very professional. On the other hand, Jin was much more indifferent, just quietly observing. This wine tastes really good. The War Angel King was already sitting on a chair nearby, praising the special wine produced in the Xiaolong Galaxy non-stop. The senior leaders of the angel and mechanical races appearing in the same place was unheard of before. Furthermore, she also knew that in the next compartment, there were also senior leaders from the demon race. However, because the demon race territory had already been divided into various regions by the Xiaolong commander, even though they were considered senior leaders of the demon race, their status did not match up to hers. The King of the Sacred Angels looked at her own companion, shaking her head helplessly. She had unintentionally approached the senior leader of the mechanical race. How should I address you? The Sacred Angel King took the initiative to greet, surprising Ah Yin. Ah Yin smiled and replied, Ah Yin, have you really made a decision? Haven't you met our master already? Our master should have informed you of our stance. Our master's will is the will of all of us mechanical race. Ah Yin smiled and said, But, are you really ready to give up everything here? The Sacred Angel King asked incredulously. After her conversation with the sudden visitor from the mechanical race, she truly couldn't understand. The senior leader of the mechanical race had come alone to the angel race territory, to her temple mountain. She had been straightforward, saying only one sentence as she opened the discussion, that the mechanical race would leave this world, and that everything pertaining to the mechanical race would belong to the Xiaolong Lord. Simultaneously, a unified government would be established in this universe with only one leader, the Xiaolong Lord Zhao Chen. Do you agree? The tall female military officer coldly asked. At that time, the War Angel King asked directly, What does that mean? Is that kid trying to claim kingship? The Sacred Angel King intervened, frowning, and asked, Agree to what? And what if we don't agree? If you agree, you have the right to live. If you don't agree, the mechanical race will completely eliminate your angel race within this universe. The will of our master is our will, the tall female military officer said, pointing at the Sacred Angel King. At that moment, an invisible pressure weighed heavily on the two Angel Kings. Within their hearts, they had no doubts. If they disagreed, the mechanical race would truly launch a war against the angel race. The power of the mechanical race was well known. With the peculiar individual and the peculiar interstellar battleship present, not to mention the current weakened strength of the angel race, not even the angel race at its prime would necessarily have a chance of winning. Ultimately, they chose to agree. I hope you will keep your promise. Otherwise, no matter where in the world, I will hunt you down and eradicate your angel race. After the tall female military officer spoke, she disappeared. The mysterious interstellar battleship also flew out of the Temple Mountain planet, disappearing into the stellar seas. Reflecting on this memory, recalling that person, that aura, the king of the sacred angels still felt deeply unsettled. I have said it. This is the master's command, and it is the will of all of us mechanical race, Ah Yin said calmly. That thing, the order. That thing, the Black Castle base, are they real? The Sacred Angel King asked again. After the departure of the tall female military officer, the Xiaolong Lord had also contacted her and sent her some information. It included details on a stellar power outside of this universe, known as the Order, as well as the purpose of the mechanical race over the millennia. The Gaia Empire. The Black Castle base, among other astonishing revelations, were written in the document. Surprisingly, many of the details could be found in the angel race's records. You know everything you need to know. If you think all of this is false now, then no amount of explanation from me will change that. Ah Yin smiled and said, Why is it him? The Sacred Angel King posed another question without naming names. Ah Yin knew who she was referring to. Ah Yin looked out at the universe beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. If you had asked me this question a year ago, I might have been confused, just like my companion now. Ah Yin pointed to Ah Jin beside her, whose expression was cold. It was evident that she still found it difficult to accept this matter, but because it was the master's command, she would execute it no matter what. But now, I believe, in this universe, only he can bring hope to this world. Ah Yin smiled. Why? The Sacred Angel King thought that her questions today were almost catching up to her year ago. Because he can bring miracles. In the current situation, only miracles can save our world, Ah Yin said seriously. The king of the sacred angels sighed softly, and in a casual tone, asked, Is the Order really that terrifying? Ah Yin recalled, the Order. Once enemies, but now conversing as if they were friends. T5 Diamond Eden level starship, a viewing area. This was a huge room with several levels. On one side were transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a view of the outside. The room was filled with many kinds of foods. Try this, it tastes good. And this, add some cumin, the taste is really nice. You also like to eat snail noodles. Ha ha ha, you have taste, this thing tastes really good. I often eat this when I'm working, it's energizing. But don't eat it in your own office, go to someone else's office. Like me, I went to Nana's office. Annie, the chief engineer, accompanied by her insect princess, seemed to be surveying her territory. The insect princess continuously stuffed her mouth with various foods, but there was no sign of a protruding belly. "You like to eat snail noodles while working, right?" Suddenly, a sinister voice came from behind Annie. Annie turned around and saw Nana with a dark expression. Nana clenched her fists interchangeably with a scowl. "I knew it. Why did my office have a strange smell before? It was you eating snail noodles in my office. This. I said it was a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? I walked into the wrong office back then." Chapter 1134 The Emperor 3037 is getting closer. In the observation platforms, even on those planets, regardless of whether it's day or night, everyone quiets down, looking up at the stars, because everyone knows that the most important moment is approaching. Swiftly on the planets, in the squares, on the tops of buildings, wherever there are people, projection screens appear. It's a scene of a sea of stars. The backdrop is the Owl Dragon capital. At this moment, the entire Owl Dragon galaxy seems to have fallen silent. Even Anne and her sister, who were still in a commotion, have temporarily set things aside. Nana glared at her sister. "If you dare to eat in my office again, I will create something that will make you unable to eat for the rest of your life." Then she adjusted her clothing and looked very seriously and formally at the starry sky outside, waiting for a certain important moment to arrive. Unstuck her tongue out at her sister from behind, but didn't make any more trouble. Standing there seriously, she gazed out at the starry sky outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. There was still some time, so a chicken leg wouldn't hurt. Anne immediately took out a chicken leg from her pocket, took a quick bite, and after finishing it, carefully glanced at her sister. She was afraid her little action would be noticed by her sister. Suddenly, Anne's chewing stopped. She saw a starship appear out of thin air in front of the Owl Dragon capital. The T6 Dragon Emperor Star Command Ship. Following that, many highlights appeared around the Dragon Emperor. Successive appearances of T5 Owl Dragon Star Command Ships. These Owl Dragon Star Command Ships could all be named by the guests present. T5 Chaos Knight Heavy Assault Interstellar Destroyer, T5 Lightning Soul Heavy Assault Interstellar Cruiser, T5 King of Hills Heavy Interstellar Strategic Escort Ship, T5 Frost Tyrant Heavy Interstellar Missile Battle Cruiser. These starships, with the highest quantity, formed an outer guard formation, while around the Dragon Emperor, there were some main force starships. T5 Firekeer and Heavy Carrier Starship, and T5 Divine Redeemer Heavy Interstellar Armored Artillery Battleship. Not just those, behind the formation were T5 Spear of Sin Heavy Interstellar Artillery Ship and T5 Crimson Death God Heavy Interstellar Strategic Missile Ship. In addition, stealth bomber starships, such as T5 Shadow Volve King Medium Interstellar Stealth Bomber and T5 Phantom Light Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship showed their vessels from hiding. These two starships rarely revealed themselves to the outside world. Despite some records from the battlefield, only vague images were circulating. Up to this point, the models of these two T5 starships in the interstellar community were still disputed. Until today, the mysterious veil of these two starships was finally lifted. This fleet was the Owl Dragon Guard Fleet, all composed of T5 starships. And this was far from over. One after another, light circles appeared like summoned soldiers, lining up neatly on either side of the path that the Owl Dragon Guard Fleet was heading toward. 3,000 starships were arranged here in unison. The starships bore the Owl Legion emblem, and the numbers representing the 1st Legion of the Owl Dragon. This was General Charlotte's Owl Dragon 1st Legion. Following that were the Scarlet Eye's 2nd Legion, Shen Bing's 3rd Legion, all the way to the newest in service, the 20th Legion. Each Owl Dragon Legion now had 30,000 starships in formation. Considering that if all these starships gathered here, it would be very crowded, the decision was made that each legion would send 3,000 starships to participate. This resulted in a fleet of 60,000 starships representing 20 Owl Dragon Legions. Although only 60,000 starships, the lineup of all T5 and T4 starships made everyone envious. At the same time, respect could be seen in their eyes. See, it's all Owl Dragon starships, all T4 and T5. The Owl Dragon Legions are not even interested in T3 starships. In an observation platform located on a satellite of a more remote planet, a fan of the Owl Dragon continuously commented on these starships. It was relatively remote there, and most of them could only see the live broadcast feed. Nevertheless, they were very excited. "Manager, why are you crying? A server asked the restaurant manager, who was now leaning against the wall crying. The restaurant manager was not yet 30, but her face showed signs of weariness. Because she didn't have all-dragon citizenship, she could only work in this interstellar restaurant through some previous personal connections, and her own relentless efforts eventually led her to become the restaurant manager. Everyone admired her and felt sorry for her. It seemed that her former family belonged to an owl-dragon family and had moved away from the owl-dragon galaxy, and due to an investment failure, the family had fallen into decline. Otherwise, this young lady would not have been doing this serving job here. Zhang Xiaoli, why are you idle here? I called you several times earlier. Why didn't you respond? You weren't like this before. A hotel manager scolded her. I'm sorry, I zoned out earlier, she said with a self-deprecating look in her eyes, lowering her head. Zhang Xiaoli. She still wasn't used to this name. But she really hated her previous name. What was it again? She forgot, didn't want to remember. She looked at the portrait hanging next to the restaurant, a handsome man's profile. No one knew that on many nights off, she would stare at this portrait in a daze. If she hadn't made that wrong choice back then, she wouldn't be in her current situation now. Back then, she would have been someone everyone envied. Look, there's someone on the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, someone shouted. The video screen enlarged the Dragon Emperor, and above the bow of the Dragon Emperor, 6 pillars appeared, with steps leading to a golden dragon pattern throne. And at that moment, a person walked toward that throne. It was Zhao Chen, the Lord of the Owl Dragon, walking to the throne under everyone's gaze. Designed by Lilith, there was a transparent shield around him. This made it visually seem like Zhao Chen was walking in space outside the starship. Zhao Chen reached the throne, looking at it. He knew very well that once he sat down, everything would change. Chapter 1134. The man on the throne is more than the Owl Dragon Galaxy. In almost every corner of this universe, every planet, every starport, every satellite, every space station, and even every starship. At this moment, most people are gazing at this man. Angels, mechanical life forms, demons, half-beasts. Human races, countless beings are waiting for this moment, watching the man standing in front of the throne. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, and a series of memories from the past kept playing in his mind like a revolving lantern. Finally, in Zhao Chen's mind, the image of a massive fleet of Black Legion emerged. Behind this enormous fleet of Black Legion, there seemed to be a giant black shadow resembling a deity, looming over his head. Those terrifying giant hands seemed like they could easily crush the minuscule Zhao Chen. At this moment, Zhao Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with determination. He turned around and glanced at the warships of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Legion in front of him. He glanced at the Owl Dragon Galaxy planets in the distance. Protection. There are many reasons for sitting on the throne. Power. Status. Beautiful women. But Zhao Chen's purpose for sitting on this throne is only one. That is protection. Protect everything. Zhao Chen slowly sat down, and in the gaze of the entire universe, he became the man on the throne. Almost at the same time, countless special effects fireworks burst in the Owl Dragon Galaxy. At the same time, a voice resonated in all the places where this scene was seen. I, Zhao Chen, declare the establishment of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire from now on. I am the current Emperor of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. From now on, all known planets in the universe belong to the Owl Dragon Empire. All resources belong to the Owl Dragon Empire. All races must unconditionally pledge allegiance to the Owl Dragon Empire. Any forces that violate the above rules will be considered declaring war on the Owl Empire. The Owl Dragon Empire will send out the Interstellar Legion to launch expeditions against them. Long live the Emperor! On all the warships of the Owl Dragon Legions, all officers and soldiers of the Owl Dragon Legions placed their hands on their chests and shouted loudly. All the staff under the Owl Dragon Group subsidiaries also saluted and exclaimed loudly, "Long live the Emperor!" Every space, every place, at this moment, echoes this voice. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Following that, a video window appeared in the lower right corner of the Emperor's video window. Inside was the Empress Chen Xiaolei of the Starlight Empire. Empress Chen Xiaolei slightly bowed and said, I, Empress of the Starlight Empire, declare that the Starlight Empire will henceforth be renamed as the Starlight Kingdom, belonging to the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Owl Dragon Empire! Then, another video window appeared, showing Empress Kana of the Sacred Radiant Empire. Empress Kana of the Sacred Radiant Empire also made the most respectful gesture and slowly said, "I am Empress Kana of the Sacred Radiant Empire. I declare that from today onwards, the Sacred Radiant Empire will be renamed as the Sacred Radiant Kingdom. The Sacred Radiant Kingdom will permanently pledge allegiance to the Owl Dragon Empire. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Owl Dragon Empire!" Another figure appeared in the scene, this time in Owl Dragon military attire. "I am Charlotte, the highest leader of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. I declare that as of today, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom pledges allegiance to the Owl Dragon Empire and the Owl Dragon Emperor. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Owl Dragon Empire!" The identities of these three individuals were clear, the three empires. Initially, the three interstellar empires under the control of the Owl Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group, but the control was previously in shadows. This time, such control is openly shown. Following this, a scene emerged with hundreds of demons standing. These demons were all lords within the demon tribe's territory, all arranged by the Owl Dragon. We, representing the demon tribe, declare allegiance to the great Owl Dragon Emperor. We will be the Emperor's sword, follow the Emperor's will, and eliminate anyone who dares to defy the Emperor. Long live the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire! Long live the Emperor! The hundreds of demon lords directly knelt down, shouting together. Following that, two angel kings appeared in the scene. The King of Holy Angels and the King of War Angels. The two angel kings showed no trace of their former pride. They placed their hands on their chests, folded their wings on their backs, and slightly bowed, saying, "I, the King of Holy Angels, King of War Angels, represent the Angel Tribe and declare allegiance to the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire and the Owl Dragon Emperor. Long live the Emperor!" At this moment, several stellar giants in the known universe had all submitted under the control of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. This has established the sphere of influence and position of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. But this was far from over. A scene with three figures appeared. Two of these figures were known to many high-ranking officials. The mechanical tribe's high-ranking, Akin and Asin. But today, these two high-ranking mechanical tribesmen were just standing on the sides. A tall, slender female military officer stood in the middle in military attire. The tall female officer bowed and then said, "The mechanical tribe is willing to declare allegiance to the Owl Dragon Emperor. From now on, all interstellar territories within the mechanical tribe belong to the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Akin and Asin behind her echoed in unison. At this moment, the entire known universe was completely subservient under his feet. No stellar race or power dared to disagree with joining the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. After all, even those giants had pledged allegiance. They could only be left with a few star systems. Would the interstellar kingdoms disagree? On this day, the newly established diplomatic department of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire had received loyalty messages from hundreds of small interstellar kingdoms, fearing that the Owl Dragon Interstellar warships would soon appear at their doorsteps. In the following week, the flagship Dragon Emperor began inspecting the entire Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, appearing successively in the three empires, the Angel and Demon Tribes' crucial cities and star systems. Thus began in the Galactic Star Calendar of 3037, an event that shocked the universe and set the stage. Zhao Chen laid himself on the sofa in the command bridge. "I'm tired," he said, rubbing his head. Lily handed him a cup of hot tea tenderly. "You have 3 more agendas ahead," Lily said. This time, Zhao Chen didn't complain. He just sighed and then sat up, finishing the cup of tea in one gulp. Looking at the agendas, he must attend these places. Lily had already trimmed all the unnecessary schedules. "When can we return to the Owl Dragon Galaxy?" Zhao Chen asked. "In a day," Lily replied. "How is the industrial statistics calculation going in the Owl Dragon Galaxy?" Zhao Chen asked again. "It's almost finished, and then we will proceed to plan the construction for the next year," Lily said. Zhao Chen nodded and then instructed, "Arrange 5 days for me. I want to meet with Annie and 3 chief engineers to discuss the construction plan for the next year. This is crucial." Understood. Lily immediately took on the arrangements. Perhaps it was due to his different status, Zhao Chen now took on more responsibilities and tasks proactively. Or perhaps he felt a looming threat approaching. He needed to arrange more things quickly. How is the comprehensive investigation and calculation of our All-Dragon Interstellar Empire's internal resources going? Zhao Chen inquired about another important matter. Now that various powers in the known universe had submitted to the All-Dragon Interstellar Empire, the Empire had the right to inquire about their internal affairs. Among these, the most crucial was the industrial capability and resource output. To ascertain these details, Zhao Chen had arranged for a significant investigation. By doing so, the construction plan for the upcoming year could proceed smoothly. The investigation is nearing completion. We've completed about 70% of it, Lily said joyfully. This was favorable for the All-Dragon Interstellar Empire to mobilize vast resources. Although the current interim policy of the All-Dragon Interstellar Empire resembled a feudal system, Zhao Chen was well aware that each interstellar power had its own resources. At the same, the All-Dragon Interstellar Empire was free to utilize the resources within each power. Of course, this was not without reciprocity. The All-Dragon Interstellar Empire could manage various operations through proper means. Naturally, if a full-scale war erupted, it would be a different scenario. It was understood that even though the Owl Dragon was now the ruler of the Interstellar Empire, they couldn't simply sweep away others' assets without reason. As Zhao Chen viewed the expansive map of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, a vast dashed line enveloped the known universe, marking the territory of the entire empire. Within the empire, different sectors were color-coded. Currently, the main divisions were the 3 kingdoms, 2 lineages, demon communities, the 15 Owl Dragon star zones, and scattered interstellar territories. These interstellar powers were still functioning under their original political systems, although diplomatic and military powers were now at the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Simultaneously, the Empire could summon resources within each interstellar power. This reciprocity was not unilateral. The Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire employed various means to engage in proper and equitable interactions. Naturally, if a widespread war broke out, different considerations would apply. Despite the various challenges and debates, many accepted the new policies. Most notably, the enforcement of resource contributions, which required each power to contribute 30% of their planetary output monthly. This was akin to a form of protection fee. Fortunately, there were no disputes regarding this policy. As many factions were aware, the Mechanical Tribe had aligned itself with the Owl Dragon Empire. Have the Mechanical Tribes truly begun evacuating? Zhao Chen suddenly remembered an important matter. Yes. From the day the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire was established, several industrial facilities within the Mechanical Tribe's territory began withdrawal. Our people have also started taking over critical resource areas, Lily said. When Lily spoke, she displayed some video recordings. Zhao Chen watched a resource system where there had been numerous mechanical industrial facilities. However, many of these facilities had commenced their relocation. Using their own engines, they lifted off from the planetary surface, entering space and drifting towards distant stargates. These were all assets of the Mechanical Tribe. They would transport essential industrial facilities away, across the Gaia Gate. Additionally, the Mechanical Tribe took away significant resources. According to Zhao Chen's interaction with the young mechanical girl, the resources taken by the Mechanical Tribe would be sufficient for them to survive in that area for 10 years. Even if they engaged in a decade-long battle, they would have ample provisions. This included the cumulative knowledge of the Mechanical Tribe over many millennia. Witnessing the departure of the mechanical equipment, Zhao Chen felt a mix of emotions. It wasn't that he did not feel a sense of loss. Rather, it was akin to observing a battalion of soldiers bravely rushing towards a distant battlefield. Though they were mechanical life forms, abandoning their former homeland, they advanced resolutely towards unfamiliar alien battlegrounds. The scene made Zhao Chen feel uneasy. The Mechanical Tribe has already shared all the resource data within their territories with us. This is advantageous for us to manage and utilize the resources within the Mechanical Tribe's territories. Based on our current plan, we will spend 3 months producing a large number of interstellar mining ships, interstellar transport ships, and interstellar factories. This will restore and even surpass the resource capacity within the Mechanical Tribe's territories. It will be a significant undertaking, Lily exclaimed excitedly. The mechanical tribe had left a vast treasure trove for the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Zhao Chen remained silent, observing everything quietly. "What are the upcoming arrangements?" Zhao Chen inquired. "There are no schedules in the next half hour," Lily replied. "Okay, I'll take a break," Zhao Chen said silently as he walked out of the command bridge. "When are you leaving?" Zhao Chen stood by the vast porthole, gazing at the stars outside. Beside him was a lively and innocent little girl. "Don't worry. My family is so vast, I can't move everything in a short while. It will take at least 3 months. This is the time I give you. Some may still dissent your rule deep down, but they restrain themselves due to our mechanical tribe's strength, appearing obedient. Therefore, these 3 months are for you to prove your ability to rule the universe. This transition period is the time I've given you. Do your best, Emperor." The little girl floated up, as if an elder patting a junior on the shoulder. "Will you still come back?" Zhao Chen asked. "In 10 years. We will fight there for 10 years, seeking an opportunity. I believe that after 10 years, you will come for us." "Right, Emperor." The little girl with her teary eyes looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen clenched his fist, hesitated, and then smiled faintly. Chapter 1135 dealt with the completion of some of the busy affairs generated by the newly established Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire's new construction plan. Zhao Chen finally found time to meet with the 3 chief engineers of the Owl Dragon. In the office of the T5 Galaxy-class interstellar industrial base, the chief engineer Nana and Spider Queen Elise had been eagerly waiting for Zhao Chen to arrive. Anna, on the other hand, sat in a chair, swinging her legs, with no expression on her face. Her eyes, devoid of any emotion, seemed to see through life. She knew that at the beginning of this year, the commander, no, she should now address as the Emperor, was coming to see them for a specific reason. It was likely related to organizing the New Year's production plan and introducing a series of new starship technologies. Looking back on every past year, it had been almost the same, painful yet joyful. While enjoying the New Year holiday, they also had to face the nightmare-like beginning of the year. Anna knew it was inevitable. All she could do now was hope that the Emperor would be gentler this time. With a firm footstep sound, Zhao Chen, dressed in magnificent attire, entered the office. Anna was surprised to see the Emperor. Every time she had seen Zhao Chen before, he had been in casual clothing or the Owl Dragon military uniform. It was her first time seeing Zhao Chen in such magnificent attire, and she had to admit, he looked quite impressive. If he could make their New Year's production tasks a bit lighter, that would be even better. "Your Majesty," the 2 chief engineers saluted in unison. Anna then hopped off the ground and followed suit. Zhao Chen nodded. "Please, sit down. We are discussing industrial technology matters, no need for these formalities." In fact, Zhao Chen did not like this very formal attire. But he had to, considering his changed status. In any place, he had to pay attention to the image he presented to others. Previously, he was just a lord, a commander of a legion fleet. Now, he was the most powerful emperor in the universe. Yes, Spider Queen Elise chief engineer sat first on the chair. Anna chief engineer then turned around, grabbed the chair with both hands, leaned her upper body back on the chair, and relied on gravity to get herself onto the chair. The whole process looked quite comical. On the other hand, Nana chief engineer lightly tapped a device on her wrist, causing her body to float up and slowly land on the chair, without the comical demeanor of Anna. Anna looked at her sister's calm expression. "Is it that hard to make levitating shoes?" Nana chief engineer said casually. Anna felt helpless as her focus was always on enjoying food and play, rather than on achievements like her sister. "This year, our main production core will be upgraded from the T5 stage to the T6 technology stage. So, many new T6 technology weapons and equipment need to be constructed." As Zhao Chen spoke, he raised his arm, projecting various images. The first one was a huge interstellar city with a mechanical style. Above the projection were labels showing its identity: T6 Steel Star City, Flagship T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, T6 Archangel Crossbow Star Interstellar Long Range Hunting Ship, Flagship T6 Demon Emperor Carrier Starship, Flagship T6 Gluttonous Demon Starship, T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb, T6 Purple Gold Eden Starship, T6 Thunderlord Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer. Seeing these 8 T6 technologies before them, Nana and Spider Queen Elise sparkled with excitement, as if they had found a treasure. Anna, on the other hand, covered her face with her hands, unable to believe what she was seeing. So many! How can one handle all these tasks? Zhao Chen then proceeded to introduce these new technological buildings. The T6 Steel Star City is a crucial project that needs to be completed early this year, as it significantly accelerates the efficiency of constructing T6-class interstellar battleships. This is crucial. Currently, the King of Hell is already in the upgrading phase. Once the upgrade is successful, we can prepare for the upgrades of Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. There will also be the construction of 2 other flagship ships, T6 Gluttonous Demon Starship and T6 Demon Emperor Carrier Starship. The T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb is an important weapon, despite being disposable. Its effect is excellent, and we need to stock a considerable quantity of them for strategic needs. While the T6 Purple Gold Eden Starship is an auxiliary-type interstellar battleship, our food supply is currently sufficient. However, considering the recent establishment of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire and the sudden expansion of our territory, especially concerning the Demon Clan, food control is crucial for stability. Therefore, to ensure the stability of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, we need to significantly increase food production. This seemingly unimportant T6 Purple Gold Eden Starship will be the top priority for the establishment of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Lastly, these to mass production T6 interstellar battleships, T6 Archangel Crossbow Star Interstellar Long-Range Hunting Ship, and T6 Thunderlord Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer are key to upgrading the combat effectiveness of the Owl Dragon Legion. We need to build a significant number of T6 interstellar battleships. These two particular ships may play a crucial role in the future wars against the interstellar insect race. Zhao Chen explained seriously. Out of the 7 technologies displayed to were recently obtained through exchange, namely T6 Purple Gold Eden Starship and T6 Thunderlord Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer, to be precise, 3. With the ability to exchange 3 permissions every quarter, Zhao Chen used his affluent wallet to directly exchange them. However, only 2 were shown to the 3 chief engineers because the 3rd technology was not suitable for display. With these interstellar technologies, the strength of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire can be rapidly enhanced. Nana, chief engineer, expressed excitement. For her, being able to contribute to construct more starships and interstellar creations for the Empire and the Emperor was a source of joy. Yes, to increase the construction of the Owl Dragon, we must coordinate and arrange efficiently. Because our time is critical, Zhao Chen said earnestly. In 3 months, the mechanical race would completely withdraw from this universe. At that time, everything in this universe's crises would need to be faced by the Owl Dragon Empire themselves. Understood. Do you have any specific requirements? Nana, chief engineer, asked seriously. Seeing Nana, chief engineer's straightforwardness, Zhao Chen directly stated his requirements. First, 2 flagship-class interstellar battleships must be delivered by the middle of the year. Although Anna, chief engineer, had remained silent, she had been listening attentively. Ultimately, these tasks would still fall on her shoulders. Second, I don't care about the expansion of the industrial facilities below the T5 level. However, at least 3 T6 Steel Star cities must be delivered by the middle of the year. By the end of the year, we should have at least 10. Anna, chief engineer, swallowed hard. Third, the production of the Purple Gold Eden Starship cannot be neglected. I know there are numerous construction tasks, but without affecting the essential production tasks, such as building the combat ship and Starship factory expansion. On average every month, at least 10 T6 Purple Gold Eden Starships need to be delivered to the Eden Food Trade Group. By year-end, at least 150 should be delivered. Anna, chief engineer, shuddered, but the thought of it being the T6 Purple Gold Eden Starship comforted her. The sacrifice was worth it for better food ingredients. Fourth, at least 10 mass-produced T6 interstellar battleships need to be constructed and delivered for service by March. Within 6 months, the quantity should reach at least 30 ships. By the end of the year, the entire Owl Dragon Legion must operate 100 T6 combat-type interstellar battleships. If there are other T6 interstellar battleship construction technologies in the future, I will notify you immediately to incorporate them into this production plan. 100 T6 interstellar battleships. Anna instantly felt her year ahead would be endless. For the time being, that's all, Zhao Chen said slowly. For the time being? Do you call this for the time being? Explain to me properly what for the time being means. Anna pointed at Zhao Chen and exclaimed. However, it was just Anna's imagination. She sat there as if petrified. Your Majesty, don't worry. We will coordinate and arrange these construction plans. Ensure everything is completed on time and according to the production tasks. Within 3 days, we will draft a comprehensive production plan for the coming year for your review, Nana confidently assured. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and then remembered something, saying, because we have taken over all the mechanical race's territories, many construction and industrial facilities were removed. So we need a significant number of interstellar transport ships, interstellar mining ships, and some industrial factories unrelated to the mechanical race's territories. This also includes the restart of production in the Demon Clan territories, upgrading industries in the Angel Clan, and the 3 major empires. Anna felt overwhelmed. Are you never going to stop demanding things? Do you want to see me suffer? If you don't stop me, I'll fight you over this. To make matters worse, at that moment, a resolute voice came from beside her. All right, these are not a problem. Anna turned her head in shock and looked at her dear sister. She couldn't believe she was so nonchalant. Are these not an issue? Are you agreeing without thinking? But I have to admit, she excelled in one aspect where she always found ways to integrate the construction tasks assigned by Zhao Chen into the production plan and completed them all. This aspect truly made Anna very, very admiring. Please, then, Zhao Chen said, looking at the 3 chief engineers. After giving some simple instructions, he left. Oh no! This is impossible! I can't handle this! I can't handle this at all! Anna collapsed on the floor, rolling around in disbelief. Nana, chief engineer, watched her, then casually lifted her sister's collar. Let's go. Time to get to work. Nana, I'm breaking up with you. I'm breaking our sister relationship. If you're going to, at least finish this year's construction plan first. Oh no, Nana. In your eyes, what's more important, me, your sister, or this construction plan? Of course, His Majesty's construction plan is crucial. ... Oh, closing parenthesis, oh, ... Back on the Dragon Emperor's bridge, Zhao Chen looked at the throne, walked up to it in silence, and sat down. The Dragon Emperor's bridge had undergone minor modifications, and the throne could now be arranged on the bridge. Zhao Chen's familiar sofa was long gone. Have you discussed the matter with the 3 chief engineers? Lilith approached Zhao Chen, inquiring. Yes, everything has been discussed. They'll draft a construction plan within 3 days. Lilith, calculate our current monthly resource productivity to determine if it meets our industrial construction needs, Zhao Chen reminded. Lilith nodded, promising, I will complete this calculation within 3 days and work closely with the 3 chief engineers. I assure you that this year's construction plan will proceed smoothly. At that moment, Charlotte walked over, followed by several Legion marshals. Your Majesty, the Legion marshals saluted Zhao Chen. At ease, Zhao Chen responded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. We've discussed the construction plan for the military system of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire and have come up with a preliminary plan. Please review it. Charlotte raised her hand, revealing an electronic screen displaying the rough plan the Legion marshals had discussed. As the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire was now different from the previous Owl Dragon, all military and diplomatic powers under the various interstellar territories were now under the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire's jurisdiction. Therefore, the entire universe's military system needed to be re-established. We've decided to establish a 5-tier military system. The 5th tier, Minor Lord Fleet, is the most basic level responsible for maintaining security in each territory. The fleet cannot leave its territory without orders, and fleet numbers must be approved by us. Basically, it's similar to the current numbers of fleet forces held by various interstellar powers, but could undergo adjustments later on. The 4th tier, Great Lord Fleet, builds upon the Minor Lord Fleet. For instance, countries like the 3 great empires have many territories within the kingdom. Those territories operate as minor lords. For Queen Chen Shaolei, she is categorized as a Great Lord, and her military force is renamed as the Great Lord Fleet, primarily responsible for governing her extensive territories. The 3rd tier, Chapter 1136 Zhonglong Military Reforms, Level 3 Zhonglong Empire Imperial Guard Fleet, will consist of some second-line Zhonglong series interstellar warships, such as the retired T3 class interstellar warships. They will be mainly responsible for security patrols and management within the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire. They can be considered as the police force within the Zhonglong Empire. As for the number, it's not certain for now because our own interstellar warships are currently in short supply. In any case, the retired interstellar warships will be prioritized to be assigned to the Imperial Guard Fleet. Zhao Chen heard up to this point, and basically these three levels have already formed the military management system within the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire, specifically for external purposes. If I'm not mistaken, the last two levels should be for external operations. Level 2E Zhonglong Army Fleet is currently our Zhonglong Legion system and can be considered as the conventional operational fleet of our Zhonglong Empire. There is a need to increase the numbers, currently not reaching 1 million ships. Just enough to satisfy the organization needs of 20 Zhonglong legions. But this is far from sufficient. Zhao Chen nodded. An important plan for the new year is to expand and reform the Zhonglong Legion. This is a good opportunity to do so. Level 1. The elite legions within the Zhonglong Legion can also be considered as our regular operational fleet, but they are comparatively stronger than other Zhonglong legions. The interstellar warships they possess may not be the most numerous, but they are definitely the most powerful among the current Zhonglong series interstellar warships. In the past, our Zhonglong Legion followed a path of being small yet elite. Despite having few interstellar warships, they have occupied an advantageous position on the battlefield due to the elite legion formation. However, things are different now. We cannot solely rely on the small and elite approach to develop our military system. We need to have a dual strategy. The previous second level considered fleet size and quantity, so this first level continues with the small yet elite strategy. This way, we have both directions. When facing enemies on the battlefield, we will be even more adept at handling situations. Charlotte explained the 5-level military system to Zhao Chen, who nodded in satisfaction. These arrangements seem to have no issues for now. Are there any specific details among them? Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte nodded and emphasized the first and second levels. Regarding these two levels, we each have our own ideas. Firstly, as you mentioned before, we need to modify the organization system of our Zhonglong Legion once again. As soon as this was mentioned, the several veteran Legion marshals could only shrug helplessly. The modifications to the Zhonglong Legion have been very frequent. Basically, it has been changed every year, out of absolute necessity. Without these modifications, the development of the Zhonglong Legion would not be suitable for rapid progress. Firstly, we will carry out a large-scale expansion of our forces. We will establish a new level above the Zhonglong Legion, the Zhonglong Legion Fleet Group. Each Zhonglong Legion Fleet Group will command 10 Zhonglong Legion fleets, each with 50,000 interstellar warships. In other words, a Zhonglong Legion Fleet Group will have 500,000 interstellar warships. This was a thought Zhao Chen had mentioned to Charlotte before. Since the future battles the Zhonglongs will face are on a large scale, this kind of unified command military system is necessary. Otherwise, as it was before, with 500,000 interstellar warships, it would require nearly 20 Zhonglong legions, each commanded by a different legion commander. Even with the Dragon Emperor class coordinating, there would still be significant efficiency losses. With a larger command system, commands could be issued more quickly and efficiently. In addition, concerning the first level, we are planning to construct several Elite Legion fleets. There are no strict numerical requirements for the Elite Legion fleets, and they can be arranged according to individual needs. The current plan is as follows: a frontline assault-type Elite Legion fleet commanded by me, primarily seeking opportunities on the front lines to create breakthroughs for the Zhonglong fleet group. If the entire Zhonglong is likened to a long spear in a battle, then the Elite Legion fleet I lead is the tip of that spear. The second Elite Fleet will be commanded by Commander Su Lan, focusing on developing a carrier combat system as its core. The third Elite Fleet, commanded by Commander Chi Tong, will consist of interstellar cruisers and battleships, primarily tasked with interception, pursuit, battlefield support, and so on. The fourth Elite Fleet, commanded by Commander Bai Zhu, will be composed of interstellar missile and heavy artillery ships, forming a firepower support system. The fifth Elite Fleet, commanded by Commander Zhao Wanner, will be made up of stealthy interstellar bombers, primarily tasked with assassination, ambush, interception, and attack missions. These are the currently planned 5 Elite Fleets, with the possibility of future additions if necessary. Charlotte looked towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was very pleased with these arrangements, as he didn't need to worry about anything. Charlotte had taken care of all military matters for him. Her ideas about elite fleets were completely in line with Zhao Chen's thinking. Furthermore, the future flagship Model T-6 interstellar warships that would be produced could conveniently serve as the flagships for these elite fleets. We need to act quickly to carry out the reorganization. The two insect hive layers have been quiet all this time, without any actions at the moment. However, we cannot be complacent. Can we complete this fleet military reform within a month? Zhao Chen looked seriously at Charlotte. Charlotte nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Before mid-February, we will complete the reform of the first and second level units. However, these processes will require your cooperation. As there will be changes in positions, different positions for leaders will need to be arranged by your direct command. I understand. Zhao Chen also knew that he is now the emperor of the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire, and many aspects need to be standardized. Many rules need to be re-established. One of the most important among them is the military rank system. Before this, the Zhonglong Legion's rank system was rather simple: Commander, Legion Commander, Fleet Commander. And because the Zhonglong Legion was still technically under the Starlight Empire, some of the officer titles used during that time were still in place. After the end of the Starlight Civil War, Queen Qin Shaolei even awarded titles to Charlotte and others. If memory serves right, Zhao Chen even had a regent's title back then. Times have changed, and many things need to be reformed. Chapter 1138. The 5 Owl Dragon Ace Fleet Group Owl Dragon Empire 3rd Legion Fleet Group Commander Medusa awarded the title of Marshal. Medusa swayed her own snake tail and slowly ascended the platform. Zhao Chen placed the Marshal badge on Medusa. Looking at this Marshal badge, Medusa felt a myriad of emotions in her heart. She used to be just a pirate leader in a pirate gang lurking in the Dark Reef Star region. But now, she could become a Legion Marshal, commanding 500,000 interstellar warships in the interstellar battlefield. Her status even ranked at the top in this universe. Could the past her have ever imagined all of this? Probably not even in her wildest dreams. Long live the Emperor! We will forever be loyal to the Emperor! Medusa shouted loudly, saluted, and then walked down the stage under everyone's gaze. The 3 Owl Dragon Legion fleet groups are currently the regular fleets of the Owl Dragon Empire fleet. Due to the insufficient number of interstellar warships, these 3 Owl Dragon Legion fleet groups should have a total of 1,500,000 interstellar warships. In reality, they did not reach full strength. They could only wait for the replenishment of interstellar warships in the future. Owl Dragon Ace Legion, commander of the Destroyer Angel Fleet Group, White Snow, awarded the title of Marshal. Lily addressed loudly. Wolfgirl White Snow stood up, and her tail kept swaying behind her. Cough cough. Beside her, her younger sister White Moon coughed a few times. Wolfgirl White Snow then realized, trying to control her tail as much as possible, but it still stood high. She walked up the platform, stood in front of Zhao Chen, and unlike the others, she couldn't contain her smile on her face. Her tail was quietly swaying. Watching the Emperor adorn her with the Marshal's badge, she grinned widely and shouted, "I will forever be loyal to the Emperor. Anyone who dares to defy the Emperor will be shattered under my firepower." With that, she proudly walked down the stage, showing off. Unlike the regular Owl Dragon fleet groups, the Ace Legion had the right to apply for their squadron number. And Wolfgirl White Snow chose the name of her favorite interstellar missile ship, Hell Angel. At the same time, that sentence became the motto of the Hell Angel Ace Fleet Group, where the angel's wings flutter, the stars become purgatory, and silence is destruction. Owl Dragon Ace Legion, commander of the Shadow Hunter Fleet Group, Zhao Wanner, awarded the title of Marshal. Zhao Wanner's hands trembled, and when she heard her name, she was overwhelmed with emotion. "Go up!" Zhao Ruyu, sitting next to Zhao Wanner, patted her hand. Zhao Wanner nodded, and then walked up the platform to receive the title from Zhao Chen. As Zhao Ruyu witnessed her sister's proudest moment, she heard Qin Shaolei's voice. Confused, Zhao Ruyu looked at Qin Shaolei. Qin Shaolei smiled bitterly and said, "If instead of staying with me, you had gone back to the Owl Dragon Star system with Wanner, back to your brother, then now you would have also become a marshal of the Owl Dragon Empire." Hearing this, Zhao Ruyu chuckled and pinched Qin Shaolei's cheek, saying, "The decisions I make, Zhao Ruyu, I never regret. Even if I had to choose again now, I would still stay by your side." At that time, My brother Zhao Chen had many others to help him, Charlotte, Lily, Red Eyes. But by your side, there was only me. Chen Xiaolei seemed to have teary eyes, but she held back and smiled. Forget about the past. I believe, were you will definitely become a marshal of the Owl Dragon Empire. You will definitely succeed. Zhao Ruyu patted this person she considered her little sister. In fact, she had some words left unsaid. When she left the Owl Dragon Star system at the lowest point in her life, Chen Xiaolei chose her. So naturally, Zhao Ruyu resolutely chose Chen Xiaolei later on. Choices are mutual. Once you chose me. Now, I will still stand by your side. Until you no longer need me. Zhao Wanner quickly wore the Marshal's badge and descended from the stage. Owl Dragon Ace Legion, commander of the Star Queen Fleet Group, Su Lan, awarded the title of Marshal. Su Lan ascended the platform and received the title. The squadron number Star Queen actually harbored a hidden intention by Su Lan. Zhao Chen is the emperor now. So, if she is the queen, wouldn't she be? Owl Dragon Ace Legion, commander of the Snowstorm Fleet Group, Red Eyes, awarded the title of Marshal. Red Eyes also received the title. The name Snowstorm should ring a bell for those familiar with Owl Dragon history. The first commissioned interstellar warship of the Owl Dragon Fleet was named Zero Snowstorm, and it gave birth to another type of Snowstorm-class light interstellar battleship cruiser. The Snowstorm-class light interstellar battleship cruiser was the first T3 interstellar warship of the Owl Dragon Fleet at that time, representing the fundamental standing of the Owl Dragon Fleet in the universe at that time. Along with Red Eye's Ace Fleet Group, mainly composed of interstellar cruisers and battleships, their battlefield missions involve interwoven attacks, harassment, pursuit, and more. This is exactly like the battlefield missions executed by the Snowstorm-class light interstellar battleship cruiser. After Red Eye stepped down, everyone's gaze shifted to the front row, to the center. Standing there was a woman whom the Owl Dragon Emperor trusted the most and who had always stood before him. Owl Dragon Ace Legion, commander of the Reverse Scales Fleet Group, Charlotte, awarded. Lily deliberately paused here and then exclaimed, 5-star Marshal. A 5-star Marshal. This was entirely different from the previous Marshal title. At this point, everyone realized that the previously awarded Marshal titles had 4 stars. Thus, it followed that they were a 3-star Lieutenant General, 2-star Major General, 1-star Brigadier General, and unstarred Brigadier. Charlotte's face showed astonishment. It seemed she herself had not anticipated this outcome. As the result of prior discussions, it was agreed that only 9 Marshal titles would be awarded in this ceremony. There was no mention of a 5-star Marshal at all. Charlotte approached Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen grinned at Charlotte, took out a very special Marshal badge with 5 shiny dragon motif stars on it, completely different from the previous 4-star badge. Your dedication to the Owl Dragon is evident to all. This is well deserved for you. Zhao Chen whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Charlotte rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen. But looking at this 5-star Marshal badge, she felt a warm sensation in her heart. Chapter 1139. 5-star Marshal. Charlotte walked down the stage slowly, amidst the applause of the crowd, and returned to her position. Next, another Marshal was going to be announced. But Lily stood there with her mouth open, realizing that her voice did not carry. Her face changed abruptly. If there was a malfunction in the equipment at this time, it would be a big joke. However, a male voice sounded at this moment. I confer upon Lily, the highest secretary in the Phantom Dragon Empire, the title of 5-star Marshal. Zhao Chen's voice echoed. Applause erupted once again. Although the award of this title was somewhat unexpected, Lily was a special presence in the Phantom Dragon Legion. Or rather, in the Phantom Dragon Empire now. If Charlotte stood as the woman in front of Zhao Chen, then Lily was the woman standing behind him. Without Charlotte, Zhao Chen would have no fist. Without Lily, Zhao Chen would have no brain. Lily was fully deserving of this rank. It's just that so far, among various interstellar powers, this title had not been bestowed on civilian administrators. Most rewards were different. But based on the fact that the Phantom Dragon Empire originated from a military background, all of this seemed somewhat reasonable. After a brief daze, Lily walked up to Zhao Chen. She looked at the man in front of her jokingly. Her mouth moved, although no sound was heard. Zhao Chen understood her lip reading. You actually didn't tell me. Zhao Chen said nothing but, with a smile, he placed the 5-star Marshal badge on Lily. If someone observed carefully, they would notice that the two 5-star marshal badges were completely different. The stars were the same stars, but the background texture of the badges was different. Charlotte's badge had a background of a sword and shield, while Lily's 5-star marshal badge background was a book. Thus, the appointment of senior military officers within the Phantom Dragon Empire itself came to an end. The remaining military appointments would be carried out in batches, and Zhao Chen wouldn't need to personally confer them. However, there were still some honorary military titles to confer. Qin Shaolei, Saint Kana, Blanqui, Angelia, Wells, please come up on stage. Lily's voice had returned to normal at this point, calling out the names of the 5 individuals. Qin Shaolei and Saint Kana stood up. Everyone was familiar with their identities as the queens of the Starshine Kingdom and the Holy Radiant Kingdom, respectively. As for Blanqui, the outside world might know less about her, but the Starhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom itself was very familiar with her. While Charlotte was the nominal leader of Starhammer, the real manager was Blanqui. This time, Zhao Chen decided to directly confer honor upon Blanqui as a kind of reward for her silent dedication. Angelia and Wells were respectively the Angel of Sacred Purity and the Angel of War. The 5 of them stood in front of Zhao Chen together. These 5 were also conferred with honorary marshal titles, a recognition of their identities, although it didn't have much substantive effect. When Zhao Chen walked up to Blanqui, she whispered, "It's really unnecessary. Charlotte, let me thank you. You managed the Starhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom well." Actually, she was ready to officially announce her resignation as the leader of the Starhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, and I agreed. What you have done in the past few years has proven that you are fully capable of handling this position. However, considering that there may be many factions within the Starhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom that are unwilling, so I'm giving you this status first, and when the time is right, you can manage the Starhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom just like Qin Shaolei and Saint Kana. In the true sense, Zhao Chen said softly as he placed the honorary marshal badge on Blanqui. Blanqui didn't say anything more, but Zhao Chen noticed her body trembling slightly. Perhaps it was a kind of emotion because in these past few years, she had silently worked hard to be truly recognized. Soon, the awarding of titles to these 5 honorary marshals was also completed. After that, Zhao Chen wouldn't need to get involved much in the proceedings. The next awards would be for the Brigadier General, Major General, Lieutenant General, and General. Charlotte and Lily, the 2 5-star marshals, would award these titles, respectively, to military and civilian personnel. For example, those who hadn't been mentioned before, but who had served as the commanders of the Phantom Dragon Legion, such as Zhu Zhaoxiao, Wei Shishi, Qingman, Yi Xiao Tong, Pei Shengnan, Zhao Ruyu, Leora, Miter, and other Legion commanders were also rewarded. They were mostly promoted to 3-star generals and would serve as acting officers for various fleet groups within the Phantom Dragon Legion. Zhu Zhaoxiao looked at her 3-star general badge, sitting in her position, pursing her lips as she said to her neighbor Su Lan, "Sister Su Lan, why do you think Empress didn't agree to my proposal to establish a flagship fleet group composed solely of interstellar battleships? Just imagine, all guns as far as the eye can see. Isn't that cool?" Su Lan, looking at her junior, who loved ship cannons, said helplessly, "Setting up a flagship fleet group solely composed of interstellar battleships is not appropriate. In terms of maneuverability, Admiral Red Eye's Blizzard flagship fleet group is capable. In terms of frontal assault capability, General Charlotte personally, leading the Azure-scale flagship fleet group with interstellar battleships as the core, combined with other types of interstellar ships, would be more effective. At least for now. Your idea is impractical." Zhu Zhaoxiao pursed her lips and didn't speak. But in her heart, she had already started thinking about something. Rumor had it that the Underworld-class ship was about to be refitted. Originally, the Underworld-class ship was a huge gunship, and if she could become the captain of the T6 Rakshasa Underworld-class ship, it wouldn't be a bad choice either. Hey, the whole award ceremony soon ended. Next was the banquet, where Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lily walked into an empty room. This time, our military system reform is considered concluded, Zhao Chen said as he looked at the new list in front of him. Apart from the honorary military titles, the list included to 5-star marshals, 7 for star marshals, 25 3-star generals, 97 to star lieutenant generals, 301 1-star major generals, and more than 1,000 brigadier generals. Not only did this list include military positions, but in Zhao Chen's new system, even some support positions would be granted military ranks, although they wouldn't be publicly disclosed for security reasons. For instance, the 3 chief engineers, in reality, were granted the rank of 3-star generals. They didn't have the authority to command fleets, but they enjoyed the benefits of this rank. Anne, the chief engineer, was overjoyed, seeing that in her eyes, the 3-star general badge was a money tree, representing her wealth and glory within the Phantom Dragon Empire. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, and laughed heartily. Now in this lifetime, riches and luxury wouldn't be a worrying. Chapter 11 Time Limit. Zhao Chen was looking at the current military strength data of the Zhonglong Empire. In the row of 5th-level military units, the combined number of fleets of various local minor lords is approximately 1 million starships, the vast majority of which are still T2 and T3 level starships. Only a very few wealthy minor territories can see old T for starships that have changed hands many times. Next is the 4th-level military unit column. Combining the fleets of various major lords and kings from different regions, there are a total of over 2 million starships. There are no T2 level starships among them, mostly composed of T3 and T4 level starships, with few T5 starships, typically only appearing in the flagships of those major lords and kings' fleets. Next is the 3rd-level military unit column. The Zhonglong Empire's Imperial Guard fleets are mainly composed of T3 and T4 level Zhonglong series starships, some of which are retired T5 starships that have undergone major repairs. The total number is about 1 million starships. The quantity temporarily falls short of the 4th-level military units, but this is only due to the current circumstances. According to the expected goals of Zhao Chen and Charlotte, the number of Imperial Guard fleets of the Zhonglong Empire will be maintained at around 3 million starships in the future. This quantity is enough to maintain military balance in every region of this universe. As for the 2nd-level military units, naturally, they are the main military force of the Zhonglong Empire. The current 3 Zhonglong Legion fleets. Each currently has 300,000 starships, all of which are T3, T4, and T5 level starships. So far, T3 level starships still hold a certain position in the Zhonglong Empire. This is mainly because considering the current scale needed by the Zhonglong Empire and the inability to mass-produce T4 series starships rapidly to replace the current position of T3 starships in the Zhonglong fleets. However, the retirement of T3 series starships has a specific timeline. That is when the T6 level industrial factories are completed. By then, when production capacity further increases, the output of T4 level starships will reach its peak. At that time, T3 level starships would have completed their mission in the Zhonglong Empire and could step back completely. As for the construction plan of the Zhonglong Legion fleets, each fleet size is 50,000 starships with 10 50,000 strong Zhonglong Legion fleets. Although currently, only 3 fleets are not yet fully staffed. But in Zhao Chen's list, there are plans to build 10 fleet groups. That's a total of 5 million starships. However, the completion time for this construction plan has not been determined. Zhao Chen's final gaze fell on the 1st-level row. The 5 elite fleet groups. At the establishment of the elite fleet groups, there were no detailed provisions for the number of establishments. According to their needs, different numbers could be established. Like the elite fleet group, led by White Snow Hell's Angel, currently consisting of 20,000 interstellar missile frigates, 5,000 interstellar escort and destroyer ships, along with 5,000 interstellar transport and supply ships. A total of 30,000 starships. And the largest in number is the Storm Elite Fleet Group, led by Red Eyes, comprising a full 100,000 starships, all T5 and T4 level interstellar cruisers and battleships. Among the current 5 elite fleet groups, it has the most active starships. Following are Zhao Wanner's Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet Group with 20,000 active starships, Sulan's Queen Elite Fleet Group with 10,000 active starships, and Charlotte's Fury Elite Fleet Group with 30,000 active starships. We have completed the first step of military reform. However, it is far from over. Each department needs to conduct simulated military exercises to ensure that combat effectiveness can be effectively utilized under this new military system. Zhao Chen reminded solemnly. If the modification of the military system leads to a decline in combat effectiveness, the losses would be substantial. Charlotte agreed, nodding. I have mentioned these to several generals. They will work hard to integrate their fleet systems under the new system as quickly as possible to bring out their combat effectiveness on the battlefield in the shortest time. All these things must be completed by the end of March. You should understand why, Zhao Chen said seriously. The end of March is the timeline the mechanical race will completely leave. Rest assured, we will ensure that these plans are completed, Charlotte said firmly. Have there been any movements at the 2 insectoid nest locations? Zhao Chen asked. There are still none at the moment. We have built hundreds of observation posts around the 2 insectoid nests. Once there is any change, we will detect it immediately, Charlotte said. We cannot be complacent. These 2 insectoid nests have been silent for so long. There must be something big brewing. And next, the best chance for them to launch an attack on us is already presented. Zhao Chen looked towards Charlotte. Charlotte immediately mentioned a number, the end of March. That's right. It seems that all timelines converge at the end of March. By the end of March, the mechanical race will completely leave this universe. At that time, the Zhonglong Empire will have to rely solely on its own strength to rule everything. And by then, the insectoid nests launching an attack is undoubtedly the best choice. They no longer need to worry about the mechanical race. All they need to do is defeat the newly established Zhonglong Empire. This is why Zhao Chen keeps reminding Charlotte to complete the training and integration of the fleet's combat power as soon as possible after the restructuring. At that moment, Zhao Chen approached Charlotte, placing his hand on Charlotte's slightly bulging abdomen. Charlotte currently wears specially made military uniforms that do not affect pregnant women and are as loose as possible to cover the belly bulge, making it easier for Charlotte to work. It's been for months already, right? Working so much during this time? Don't overdo it. You have to remember, it's not just about you here anymore, Zhao Chen said softly. At this moment, he is not so much an emperor but a father. Charlotte also gently caressed her own abdomen. It's okay. The doctor comes to check on me every day, and it's not a big deal. The expected due date should be around the end of June. Then from May on, you should gradually reduce your workload. By June, you must start resting and only focus on simple tasks. Zhao Chen said seriously. Charlotte wanted to argue, but seeing Zhao Chen's demeanor, she knew that if she opposed now, Zhao Chen would definitely lecture her. So she simply agreed. In her heart, she thought, I'll do it quietly when the time comes. Chapter 1141. The establishment of the Dragonstar Imperial Empire, where the Insect Queen's main base camp is located. Everywhere was flourishing, with the lingering scent of war dissipating completely at this moment. Ordinary people even thought that the long-lost peaceful times were about to arrive. In a military-controlled star system within the Dragon 15-star zone under the Dragonstar Imperial Empire, since a certain day last year, it had been sealed off by the Emperor, who was still the Lord of the Dragons at that time. No unauthorized starships could enter. Along the edges of the star system, a large number of warp interceptors and surveillance outposts were deployed. The only way to enter was through the almost unused Stargate. But today, that Stargate lit up. A fleet slowly crossed through the Stargate and entered. These interstellar warships not only had the dragon emblem, but also golden dragon markings painted on the hulls that could be seen from a distance. In this universe, there was only one fleet with warships painted in golden dragon markings, and that was the Emperor's Royal Guard fleet, which was not among the T5 military grades. The flagship was the Dragon Emperor. Zhao Chen sat on the throne, looking at this somewhat dim star system. A different atmosphere permeated everywhere. The planets were all brown, and no other colors could be seen. Brother! A video window popped up, and a little girl on the other side cheerfully shouted. Seeing this little girl, Zhao Chen showed a helpless expression. Insect Queen. Since she was brought back from the Gaia Gate by Zhao Chen, she had been accustomed to calling him brother. I heard that the construction here is going well, so I came to take a look. Zhao Chen stated his purpose for coming. After learning that the Insect Queen could rebuild an insect fleet, Zhao Chen had the idea of establishing an insect fleet for her. As for the needed insect nest mothership remains, there were more than enough. In addition, there were also two permanent universal insect burrows that could continuously transport insect nest mothership remains here. Every once in a while, the Stargate would light up. That was a transportation fleet, bringing the required insect nest mothership remains here. Zhao Chen looked out at the star system through the porthole. He could see distant drifting insect nest motherships, which were nowhere near as slaughterous as the ones he had seen before. They were leisurely floating around, looking relaxed. Heh, brother, why don't you come to my planet? In the video, the insect queen waved, inviting Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen accepted the invitation. After all, this time his purpose for coming was to inspect the current results of the insect queen. Riding a shuttle, Zhao Chen landed on an insect planet. There was no ocean to be seen on this insect planet. The oceans were covered by a brown algal substance, with even the color of the soil turning black. The whole planet seemed to have a black and gray color scheme. The ground under Zhao Chen's feet was soft, which took some getting used to initially. Brother! The next second, a figure dashed into Zhao Chen's arms. You have lived for so many years and still call me brother. Zhao Chen looked at the insect girl in his arms helplessly. Heh, I'd just like to call you brother. The insect queen stuck out her tongue. Zhao Chen put the insect queen down and noticed two creatures wriggling behind her, resembling snakes with lower bodies like snakes, but upper bodies similar to mantises, with some octopus features on their faces. These are my guards, the insect queen explained. The two insect guard respectfully lowered their heads to Zhao Chen, without any hint of killing intent. What level of insect species do they belong to? Zhao Chen curiously asked. More or less. They are considered level 5, the insect queen explained. Level 5. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. Looking at the two insect creatures, whose heads reached only 3 meters at most, it was hard to believe they were T5 insect units. Brother, don't think that all insect units are large in size. Although in most cases, the bigger the size, the stronger the combat power. But there are exceptional cases. Just like me. The insect queen placed her hands on her hips, looking proud. This attitude completely hid how timid she had been when he first met her. I know you are strong, Zhao Chen chuckled. They are the highest-ranking individuals here, apart from me. Although not as intelligent as I am, they have a bit of command. In the future, if needed, they can develop in 2 directions. Either become an insect-wise or a T6 level insect nest mothership, just like the insect grandmother. Oh, I mentioned it to you before. They are actually insect mothers, the insect queen explained. Insect mothers? Zhao Chen was very surprised. It was hard for him to associate the term insect mother with the two creatures in front of him. You said before that the insect mother can control the insect life on a planet with this appearance. The insect queen guessed the reason for Zhao Chen's confusion and explained, our insect species can change appearance, not fixed in one form. Just like these two, they can change into different appearances as needed. Now they are my guards, maintaining this highest combat-ready form. If they need to manage and control a planet, they will transform into insect mother form. It was really complicated. Later, Zhao Chen followed the insect queen around the planet. During this time, he even rode on a flying insect, circling around the planet and overlooking everything on the ground. He saw small insects working like farmers in brown fields, and large giant insects, and even a group of flying insects that congregated in the sky, forming rain clouds and raining down on the land below. It was incredible. The ecology on this planet had exceeded Zhao Chen's imagination. He also believed what the insect queen had said earlier, that their insect species could completely self-sustain and even allow a planet to operate sustainably. There was no need to invade other planets and civilizations. Little bug, how many insect nest motherships have you controlled now? Zhao Chen asked the main purpose of his visit this time. The insect queen directly said, currently, there are only 1 million insect nest motherships with less than 10 T5 insect nest motherships bred. 1 million ships? Zhao Chen was greatly surprised. In less than half a year, so many had been cultivated? Actually, I am also surprised by this cultivation speed. I remember that neither my mother nor the insect grandmother were as fast in cultivation in the past, the insect queen said in confusion. Zhao Chen squinted. Perhaps this was why they were so protective of the insect queen. While Zhao Chen was contemplating, the insect queen nuzzled into his arms. Although the insect queen had liked Zhao Chen from before, today's clinginess was a bit excessive. Little bug, why are you sticking to me so much today? Zhao Chen said helplessly. The insect queen blinked and said, I don't know, but I smell something really good on brother. Chapter 1142. T6 super battleship appears, something smells good. Zhao Chen was amazed. He wasn't some delicious dish, so why would something smell good? Zhao Chen suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chang, who was almost drooling. Hey, when we were together before, you didn't have this kind of feeling, right? Chang shook her head. That means you only have this feeling now. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Chang nodded. If there were any significant changes between his current self and his past self, there was only one possibility. That is, he injected T6 Super Warrior Serum. At this moment, Zhao Chen also noticed the complex and tangled expression in Chang's eyes. Hey, what are you thinking about, Chang? Zhao Chen asked. Chang, like a child who did something wrong, hesitated to speak. It's okay, Chang. You can say whatever you want to say. Big brother won't blame you, Zhao Chen said. After hesitating for a moment, Chang carefully said, I don't know why. I feel like wanting to take a bite of Big Brother. It's like feeling that Big Brother is very tasty. I'm sorry, Big Brother. This definitely isn't Chang's thought. Chang will never harm Big Brother. Chang seemed like a child reflecting on doing something wrong. Zhao Chen didn't get angry at Chang's terrifying thought. Instead, he thought about how to confirm his speculation. Chang's unusual behavior must be because of something on himself. So, why not do an experiment? Zhao Chen drew a golden dagger from his waist, a weapon he carried with him. He slid it on his forearm, controlling the speed of his body's recovery at the same time. If he didn't control it, the wound would have healed in just a few seconds. Fresh blood flowed out. But Zhao Chen noticed something faintly different in his normally red blood, like tiny golden particles. Gulp! At this moment, the previously composed Chang seemed like a shark smelling blood. She stared at the fresh blood on Zhao Chen's wrist, continuously salivating. However, she was also struggling in her thoughts, even fearing to hit her face, actively trying to get off Zhao Chen. In her mind, she firmly rejected the idea of hurting Big Brother as a chef. It's okay, Chang, you can taste it a bit, Zhao Chen said. No, I can't harm Big Brother. Little Chang is a good Chang, not a bad Chang. Chang shook her head decisively. Zhao Chen smiled and offered his wrist to Chang's mouth. It's okay, I allow it. Because I need to verify something, just consider it Big Brother's command. You are just following one of Big Brother's missions. Mission, command. Little Chang is obedient, since this is Big Brother's command, then Little Chang. Chang couldn't help it, she pounced on Zhao Chen's wrist. But she wasn't overcome by desire in her mind. She feared harming Zhao Chen, so she carefully licked the oozing blood with her tongue. After licking for about 10 minutes, Chang suddenly burped, looking as if drunk, swaying, and drowsy. In the end, Zhao Chen was just in time to support her, preventing her from falling to the ground. Is she drunk? Zhao Chen stared at Chang in puzzlement. With Chang in this state, he didn't know how his experiment had turned out. He had to wait for her to wake up on her own. Zhao Chen held Chang and began to wander around the world. After several hours, Chang finally woke up. She opened her eyes gradually, looking at Zhao Chen in front of her. She then fully woke up, immediately sitting up straight. Why did I fall asleep? How do you feel now? Do you have any special feelings? Zhao Chen asked. Special feelings? Chang was momentarily stunned, then realized she had licked Big Brother's blood earlier. She began to carefully observe her condition. Soon, she exclaimed in surprise, my insectoid factor has strengthened. Insectoid factor? Zhao Chen was puzzled by this term. The insectoid factor is. Chang seemed unsure how to explain, stammering for a while before saying, it's something very important for our insectoid rulers. It relates to the quality of the insectoid nest mothership and insectoid units we control and cultivate. Simply put, lower-level insectoid factors can only cultivate T for insectoid nest motherships, while higher-level insectoid factors can cultivate T5 insectoid nest motherships. And more insectoid factors mean the speed of cultivating insectoid nest motherships can be greatly increased. Zhao Chen realized that this insectoid factor was akin to Chang's productivity. In other words, his fresh blood could enhance Chang's ability to breed insectoid fleets. So, how much do you estimate your abilities have increased compared to before? Zhao Chen asked. Chang counted on her fingers and then raised 3 fingers, at least a 30% increase. 30%. It may seem small, But it was clear to anyone that if a starship factory could increase its productivity by 30%, it could also improve the quality of producing interstellar battleships. "Can you still drink more?" Zhao Chen pointed to the spot on his wrist where the wound had already disappeared, with dried blood remaining. This time, Chang didn't have the intense desire as before. She shook her head and touched her belly, saying, "I'm full, can't fit any more." It seemed that it was not possible to endlessly let Chang drink his blood to enhance her ability to cultivate insectoid fleets. "I'll try to save some for you in the future. When you want to drink, you can have some," Zhao Chen said. "Really?" Chang looked at Zhao Chen in delight, as if she had received an extraordinary gift. Zhao Chen patted Chang's head. "Your strength is also very important to defeat the Order. You'll become very strong. You'll protect Big Brother and the sisters. In the past, you couldn't protect Mom, Mother-in-law, and everyone. But in the future, you absolutely won't allow others to bully you. Especially that big villain, the Order. Chang will crush them." With that, Chang even made a motion of opening her bloodthirsty mouth. After that, Zhao Chen bid farewell to the insectoid planet. Before leaving, he filled several empty bottles with his blood. To prevent spoilage, he stored them in a container and handed it to Chang. This bit of blood was easily restored for Zhao Chen. But Chang at the moment looked as if she had gotten a treasure. Holding the containers, she waved to the shuttle flying away without stopping. Zhao Chen returned to the Dragon Emperor and released Emperor's personal guard fleet, heading towards the Stargate, leaving the star system. Later, Zhao Chen arrived at the Gate of Gaia. The Mechanician Royal Court had been mostly dismantled. Due to the need to transport a large number of items previously, and the opening of the Gate of Gaia only occurring every month, the mechanical leadership simply dismantled the Mechanician Royal Court covering the Gate of Gaia. This allowed more mechanical interstellar battleships to pass through the Gate of Gaia, increasing traffic efficiency. It was now the end of January. "Why are you here?" A figure appeared on the bridge of Zhao Chen's Dragon Emperor. "Not welcome," Zhao Chen teased. "How can I not welcome you? We are old friends by now." "At least that's how I see it." The little girl blinked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen shook his head with a smile. "Old friends? An old friend whose name I don't even know." The little girl pouted, staring at Zhao Chen. "How can carbon-based beings be so concerned about names? It's just a code. But as you said, we might not see each other for several years. When I recall you, I won't even have a name to call you by. How will I mention this old friend to others?" "The immortal grandma of the mechanicians." Zhao Chen chuckled. "You're the immortal grandma." The little girl glared at Zhao Chen. Suddenly, she fell silent. She raised her hand, projecting a photo in front of Zhao Chen. In the photo, there were several people wearing some research attire. In the middle was a little girl, exactly like the one before Zhao Chen's eyes, brimming with a happy smile. The only difference might be in their eyes. The little girl in the photo had bright, clear eyes, innocent and naive, while the little girl in front of Zhao Chen had bright eyes, but they were burdened with too much. Over 10,000 years, even for a mechanical being with consciousness, the memories of this time could contain many emotions. This is the Royal Science Academy of Gaia Imperium. I was developed and built by them. The little princess in the middle is the Gaia Imperium's princess, and at the time, the youngest top scientist in the Gaia Imperium. Especially in artificial intelligence and mechanical life, she was unparalleled. She created me. In your terms, she is my mother. So, I got used to using her appearance. The little girl reached out towards the girl in the projection, but quickly passed through. "If you insist on me having a name, then call me Mina." Zhao Chen frowned, watching the little girl. "Mina. She's her, not you, and you're not her. Mina is her name. You're not her substitute name. She's more like your mother or sister. So I think the name Mina suits you better." Zhao Chen maintained the handshake position, smiling at the little girl. The little girl was startled for a moment, her eyes glistening with tears. She also reached out her hand in a handshake motion, as if shaking hands with Zhao Chen in the void. Simultaneously, she coquettishly said, "Mina. What a strange name. But since you insist on giving it to me, I'll generously use it. I'm Mina, pleased to meet you. 5 years. If you don't return within 5 years, I'll come to get you." Zhao Chen stared at Mina, saying very seriously. Giving him 5 years, he had the confidence to let his Owl Dragon Empire grow to a level where it could stand side by side with the Order. By then, this little girl no longer needed to silently fight in the dark space. Mina's lips trembled slightly. She averted her gaze, seemingly suppressing something. You, I don't want you to come. Stop saying such strange words. You need to go back quickly. Your empire still has many things to handle. You're an emperor, yet you're so unserious, Mina scolded Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. After that, Mina disappeared, and Zhao Chen returned with his fleet to the Owl Dragon star system. Star calendar year 3037, early February. Zhao Chen and various high-ranking officers of the Owl Dragon Empire gathered at the T5 Galaxy 1 industrial base in the Owl Dragon star system. The massive gate, closed for months, slowly opened, revealing a massive vessel inside. If one observed closely, they would notice the outline of the T5 Galaxy 1 industrial base was completely different from when the Pluto class entered port earlier. It had at least quadrupled in size. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. Zhao Chen, though he already knew the data information, was amazed to see the giant starship in person. The T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought was about to make its debut. Chapter 1143, the Lurker Pluto King-class interstellar dreadnought. This supergiant warship began to slowly sail out. During this process, there were still hundreds of auxiliary ships on the side guiding. After all, such a huge ship, a slight mistake could cause huge losses to the Star River No. 1 base. Under this careful arrangement, after half an hour, Zhao Chen and the others finally saw clearly the true appearance of this super-interstellar battleship. The first feeling was that it was really huge. Unprecedentedly huge. I can guarantee that this is at least 300 kilometers long. Marshal Shen Bing swallowed some saliva and said, "A 300-kilometer-long interstellar battleship. If you stand on the surface of the ship, the feeling would be no different from standing on the ground, with an endless ground as far as the eye can see. The entire hull was painted in red and black colors, like a hunting demon." "What is it called?" Zhu Zhaoxiao blinked, looking at Zhao Chen. "Lurker Pluto King," Zhao Chen pronounced its name. At the same time, some simple information about this interstellar battleship appeared in his mind. Lurker Pluto King-class interstellar dreadnought ship type. Interstellar Dreadnought A flagship technology level, T6 ship armor strength, 50 to 60 million units star shield energy value, 1 billion units cruising speed, 1500 knots star warp engine, 9.9 level warp engine ship length, 312 kilometers mass, 35.3 billion tons crew, 1 million people starship weapons, dreadnought cannon, lurker style capable of horizontal attacks in a certain range, energy weapon attribute. Dreadnought Cannon, Demon King style capable of attacking a point in front. Energy weapon attribute, Pluto King Domain, can directly destroy the target area's T5 technology and all electronic equipment below T5 level inside interstellar battleships. Spatial Jump Engine can perform spatial jumps. Lurker Pluto King Matrix Module Energy Core System. 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons, 1,000 squads of Lurker Ghost-style drones are hangar, each squad of 3,000 Dark Bird drones. 3,000 Quasi-T6 Dark Horse-class unmanned interstellar medium-sized interceptors around Zhao Chen were either 5-star marshals or 4-star marshals, including 3-star generals. Therefore, for them, this T6 Lurker Pluto King-class interstellar dreadnought was not a secret. Everyone gathered around. Many of them only knew that there was such a T6 Pluto about to be revealed, but the relevant performance data was still kept confidential. This was their first time to have the privilege to see it. The ship's armor strength, star shield energy value, cruising speed, warp engine, all these basic values had significantly increased, which was reasonable. The length of the ship at 312 kilometers also confirmed Marshal Shen Bing's earlier speculation. Crew count of 1 million people. This was not just an interstellar battleship, but a true interstellar fortress. Everyone's gaze began to focus on its weapon modules. The Dreadnought Cannon, a Lurker style, and Dreadnought Cannon, Demon King style. These two attack methods, most people knew a bit about them from the T5 Pluto ship, basically clear. The former was a horizontal sweeping attack, and the latter was a precise point attack. Each had its own advantages and strengths. Pluto King Domain, which was similar to the previous Pluto Domain, but with a significantly increased power. Previously, It only interfered with the electronic equipment of a starship. But now, it directly destroyed the electronic equipment of these interstellar battleships, meaning that in this battle, before these interstellar battleships even started fighting, they had lost the majority of their electronic equipment, handicapping themselves. How would they fight like this? The spatial jump engine needed no further explanation. It seemed that this was basically a necessary performance for a T6 flagship model. Pluto King Matrix Module. This was the energy core of this T6 Lurker Pluto King class interstellar dreadnought. The Lurker Pluto King mainly relied on energy operations. Whether it was sailing or combat, it relied on a powerful energy core. To drive this giant, a powerful heart was needed. Moving on to its conventional weapon setup, 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons. This allowed the Lurker Demon King to have extremely strong combat capabilities even in conventional warfare. The remaining two weapon setups made the Lurker Pluto King even more comprehensive. 1,000 squads of Lurker Ghost-style drones, hangar each squad of 3,000 Dark Bird drones, a total of 3 million Lurker Ghost-style drones, enough to give the Lurker Pluto King a good interstellar air superiority in battle. The existence of 3,000 Quasi-T6 Dark Horse-class unmanned, interstellar medium-sized interceptors allowed the Lurker Pluto King to even have its exclusive fleet. With these 3,000 Quasi-T6 Dark Horse-class unmanned interstellar interceptors, they could effectively target, disturb, intercept enemies on the battlefield. And being unmanned interstellar interceptors, they excelled in a rapid onslaught within a short period of time. Coupled with the Lurker Pluto King's powerful output, these Quasi-T6 Dark Cores could easily rely on the momentum of their leader to suppress any enemy. Having their super weapons, good conventional weapons, interstellar drones, and interstellar unmanned warships, this T6 Lurker Pluto King class interstellar dreadnought was truly an elite team. Zhao Chen was starting to look forward to its performance on the battlefield. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed Zhao Chen's thigh without warning. "Your Majesty!" Zhu Zhaoxiao, with watery eyes, looked at Zhao Chen. If one didn't know better, it seemed like Zhao Chen had done something worthy of anger from the gods to Zhu Zhaoxiao. "Hey, what are you doing? Get up quickly!" Zhao Chen immediately tried to shake off Zhu Zhaoxiao. But Zhu Zhaoxiao didn't let go. She held onto Zhao Chen's thigh tightly, her face pressed against his thigh. Then, acting spoiled, she said, "Your Majesty, I, Zhu Zhaoxiao, have never asked for anything in my life. This time, I'm really asking you. Let me be the captain of the Lurker Pluto King. I can't be without the Lurker Pluto King. It's like a fish without the sea. My heart is telling me, the Lurker Pluto King is calling me. It needs me too. The Lurker Pluto King and I will be together forever. No one can separate us." Zhao Chen looked at Zhu Zhaoxiao, who was determined not to let go. "Why do I feel like I've heard these words before? Does it matter? I don't care. You promised me." Zhu Zhaoxiao continued to plead, her watery eyes looking at Zhao Chen. This time, Zhao Chen was not polite. He directly lifted Zhu Zhaoxiao by the back of her neck. There is no room for negotiation this time. This Lurker Pluto King will serve as the flagship of the Dragon Guard fleet. You can wait for the next one. In that instant, Zhu Zhaoxiao felt like she had been struck by lightning, and she rushed to the porthole, looking at the Lurker Pluto King class interstellar dreadnought in the distant starry sea. "Lurker Pluto King! Lurker Pluto King! How can I live without you?" After this little episode with Zhu Zhaoxiao, Charlotte officially began to take over this T6 Lurker Pluto King class interstellar dreadnought as her flagship and the flagship of the Dragon Guard fleet. Zhao Chen and Lilith also arrived at Charlotte's flagship bridge. Looking at this bridge, which was completely different from the Pluto-class ship bridge, Zhao Chen walked to Charlotte's side, smiling and asking, "So, are you satisfied with this starship?" "Who wouldn't be satisfied with a T6 flagship?" Charlotte walked to the captain's chair, looking at the chair and then the entire bridge. Currently, there were only the basic crew members and test pilots on the bridge. For those crew members who previously served on the Pluto-class ship, if Sister needs them, they can be recalled. The remaining half of them are currently in leadership positions on other starships and can't come back. However, I have prepared a suitable list of personnel here. Sister just needs to choose from it who you think is suitable. Lilith had everything prepared for Charlotte. Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. With a crew count of 1 million people, it would probably take her a long time to select on her own. But with Lilith, the Empire's chief secretary here to help, many things could be simplified. You have 1 month. By early March, this Lurker Pluto King-class interstellar dreadnought must have sufficient combat capability. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and asked, "Half a month is enough," Charlotte said confidently. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, but this time he changed the subject. Now that the Pluto class has been upgraded and transformed into the T6 Lurker Pluto King-class interstellar dreadnought, the next step is to upgrade the Dragon Emperor class. Lilith nodded and pulled out a construction plan, projecting a hologram in front of them. The Dragon Emperor class can enter the shipyard for upgrades at any time. It is expected to be completed by the middle of the year. At the same time, 2 other T6 flagships will enter production. The T6 Demon Emperor class carrier ship and the T6 Gluttony Demon King class starship. These 2 T6 flagships should also be completed by around the middle of the year if there are no unforeseen circumstances. Lilith had already made arrangements. Zhao Chen nodded in approval. In a few days, the T6 Southern Gate class starship will also be completed. After that, it will undergo trial training and can be put into combat readiness, similar to the same time as the Lurker Pluto King. Lilith mentioned the overwhelming growth of the Owl Empire's fleet at a staggering speed. How are we doing in terms of resources and raw material supply? Can we meet our production and construction tasks? Zhao Chen inquired. Currently, we can meet it. On average, we can supply the production of 1,000 T5 starships, 200,000 T4 starships, and 1,000,000 T3 starships per month. Building these starships requires a monthly supply of 4 trillion star coins worth of raw materials. This does not include the raw materials needed for other construction tasks. Roughly the total monthly construction tasks we have now consumed 9 trillion star coins worth of raw materials. The consumption is huge. But currently, our profits are not small either. According to the decree issued by our Owl Empire, every territory below us needs to pay a fee each month. For example, the Angel Clan's territory currently has a monthly output of nearly 5 trillion star coins. As per the agreement, they need to pay 30% each month, which is 1.5 trillion star coins. Don't look down on these 1.5 trillion star coins. It may seem small compared to tens of trillions, but remember, this is income we generate without any costs. And the income we get from the Angel Clan is far beyond this. We are now fully opening up interstellar trade with the Angel Clan, selling them food, starships, and selling other materials from other star systems to them. In this regard, the interstellar companies under our Owl Empire can also make money. Like the Northern Wild Goose Group. The Northern Wild Goose Group's monthly production value is rising exponentially. Even its production value can rival that of a small interstellar kingdom. In short, after we took over the Machine Clan territory, our directly managed interstellar company's mining industry alone provides us with at least 5 trillion star coins worth of raw material production per month. In addition, the first phase of the 10 Dyson Sphere construction projects has been completed and has been stably providing us with 3 trillion star coins worth of energy output per month. We plan to build more Dyson Spheres in the future to realize the Dyson Sphere Energy Forest plan. This means that solely relying on the Dyson Sphere system, we can provide at least 10 trillion star coins worth of energy each month. Lilith described many things to Zhao Chen, making his head spin. He glanced at the report. The simple income situation was outlined there. Dyson Sphere, 3 trillion star coins per month. Empire territory tax revenue, 50 trillion star coins per month. Eden Trade Consortium, 60 trillion star coins in monthly profit. Northern Wild Goose Group, 30 trillion star coins in monthly profit, totaling a sum of 1 trillion and 30 trillion star coins, barely achieving profitability. This was largely due to Lilith's arrangements in handling everything. If there is no external intervention, we will upgrade and replace various industries within the Owl Empire. It is expected that in the future, our profits will increase by 30% each month. Lilith shared another exciting message, indicating that the Owl Empire was currently on a fast-rising rocket. In any case, you are in charge of the economy. I won't ask questions. I only require that our construction plans not be delayed. Achieve full staffing for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Fleet groups as soon as possible. Then establish the 4th and 5th Fleet groups as soon as possible. Only with enough powerful interstellar battle cruisers can we have a chance to survive in future major wars. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith, stating his stance. Lilith nodded emphatically. Chapter 1144, The Followers of the Insect Race Galactica Star Calendar 3037, mid-April. With the complete departure of the mechanical race, at the beginning of the universe, not much chaos occurred. However, some threats had quietly begun to emerge. In one of the two insect race hives, deep within the core, it was estimated that no one would expect to see the presence of several interstellar battleships in a place full of insects. These interstellar battleships each had their own style and did not appear to be from the same origin. Shuttlecraft landed on a fleshy platform inside the insect race hive. The shuttlecraft doors opened, and individuals wearing exoskeleton combat armor stepped out, with thin helmets on their heads to ensure their breathing. They couldn't see each other's faces. One person wearing exoskeleton combat armor stepped on the soft ground, hesitating as if very disgusted with the sensation under his feet. He looked around at the people coming down from the shuttlecraft above, seemingly speculating on their identities. Although everyone was masked, some people's disguises were practically non-existent, like a giant standing over 3 meters tall with a distinctive body structure, easily revealing his identity as a member of the Cyclops giant race, a star pirate king banished by his own kind for murder and plunder. In the former universe, he was a notorious figure in the border area between the Starshine Empire and the Sacred Radiance Empire, infamous in the stellar territories. But after the 3 major empires were controlled by the Dragon Emperor, this one-eyed giant star pirate king disappeared with his fleet and was never seen again. Rumors outside claimed they were either destroyed by the Dragon Fleet during an operation or perished in some dangerous cosmic zone. Unexpectedly, he now appeared here. Others whose identities could be discerned included the Three-Eyed Demon, the Cannibal Giant, all infamous figures. Soon, the group gathered in a palace-like structure. Dozens of people stood in the middle of the palace, facing a large fleshy wall that began to undulate. Finally, an ugly face appeared on the fleshy wall, resembling a bug with many tentacles surrounding it, giving a chilling feeling. "Welcome, our followers. Let me see which little cutie hasn't arrived." A grating voice resounded. Many shivered, not because the voice was terrifying, but because it seemed to emanate from their own heads. "3 naughty children have not come. The Great Being does not like disobedient children. So, what kind of punishment shall we give these disobedient children?" The hideous face revealed a sinister smile, spitting out 3 meatballs. Inside the meatballs were 3 different-looking hearts. As the onlookers watched, even though they wore masks and helmets, they felt uncomfortable, as they understood what the hearts represented, each one revealing a pulsating creature. This was the price they had paid in their exchange with this being. "Once, at your most critical moment, I helped you. You all expressed willingness to join the Great Being and, as a covenant, you gave your hearts. In return, you were bestowed with starship technology by the Great Being to escape calamities in this universe, surviving to this day. You promise that when the Great Being calls upon you, you will dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly. All of you present are obedient children. As for those naughty children who did not come, they will pay the price for betraying the Great Being," the being continued. Then, a swarm of insects flooded out, seizing the heart-filled meatballs and consuming them entirely, leaving nothing behind. The individuals present remained silent, aware of the implications, as each one would find a hole in their chest upon inspection, containing a pulsating creature, the price they paid in their trade with this entity. The being then shifted the focus to the main business at hand. However, the hideous face surveyed the entire palace, expressing discontent. "You are all children of the Great Being. There is no need to conceal yourselves here. You have the oxygen and environment to survive. Therefore..." Suddenly, the hideous face roared, "Take off those damned masks." The sudden outburst startled everyone, but some complied by removing their masks, realizing they could breathe and survive freely in this environment. Reluctantly, others also took off their masks. Running their fingers over their necks, they retracted the helmets covering their heads, revealing their true appearances. Among them was a female half-beast. If Charlotte and the others were present, they would recognize her as the former princess of the Black Volve tribe, also known as the Black Volve Princess. Since the hammer was later controlled by the dragon, part of the Black Volve tribe chose surrender. Afterward, the Black Volve Princess disappeared with her remnants without a trace. Even Brandy, who subsequently ruled the hammer, failed to find any clues about the Black Volve Princess. Nearly everyone assumed that the once Black Volve Princess had perished during the hammer battle. Unexpectedly, she now appeared here. The Black Valve Princess's expression turned cold as she looked around at the people present. Besides those she had anticipated, she also noticed some unexpected individuals, such as the former Judgment Archangel from the Angel race who had defected and joined the Demon King faction. Previously an Archangel Marshal under the Demon King, stationed under the Demon King. The hideous face, now revealing a smile, though sinister in the eyes of many, soft and its tone. That's good. You are all followers of the Great Being and should not hide your faces. Previously forced by circumstances, now the power of the Great Being is about to truly penetrate this universe. You all will be able to stand in the light once again, wielding the power bestowed upon you by the Great Being, to seek revenge against those who brought you calamity. Upon hearing this, some present were surprised, while others frowned. The Cyclops giant spoke up. So, what should we do? The hideous face responded, that's a good question. I need you to bring something to your familiar homeworld. Once you dispose of this item into the nearest star, your mission is complete, and you will be ready to welcome the arrival of the Great Being. The Great Being will reward you for your efforts. The hideous face's tone started to become a bit frenzied, resembling that of a madman. Throw what into the star? The Black Valve Princess couldn't help but inquire. That is not a question you should ask. Do what you have to do. Your rewards will come in time, the hideous face bellowed. Go forth. So the seeds of faith in various corners of the universe for the arrival of the Great Being. The entire universe will usher in a new era, beautiful era. Eventually, the individuals present began to depart. The Black Valve Princess secretly followed the Archangel of Judgment. In the shadow of the sword held against her neck, she asked, "Why are you following me?" The Archangel of Judgment turned her head, meeting the gaze of the Black Valve Princess. The hideous face, subtly tainted by a corrosive substance, looked repulsive. Had it not been for the unmistakable appearance of an angel, she would never have believed that this person was the beautiful Angel King of the Angel race. What happened to your face? I've always heard that the current Archangel of Judgment was a proud beauty, the Black Valve Princess remarked. In the next moment, a sword lay across her neck. I don't like people discussing my appearance. If it happens again, anywhere, I will make you pay the price. The Archangel of Judgment's voice was cold. The Black Valve Princess sensed a terrifying intent from the angel. Anywhere else, this woman would have mercilessly severed her head. All right, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Let's talk business. How do you view this mission? The Black Valve Princess inquired, without removing her gaze from the Archangel's face. The Archangel of Judgment sheathed her sword, not wishing to stir trouble. She gazed icily. Since I chose to join the Great Being, I am willing to do anything for it. Why? Do you question the Great Being? This was another fervent believer. No, just curious, the Black Valve Princess concluded, surmising she shouldn't engage further. She smiled, exchanged greetings, then departed to her shuttlecraft, returning to her starship. Back on board, she immediately directed the bridge to depart. She retreated to her captain's quarters, removing her outer garments. Looking into the mirror, she observed the ugly pulsating entity resembling a maggot in her chest, a reminder of the price they had paid. Though she abhorred it, accepting the trade was the only choice to survive and seek revenge, reclaiming all that was hers. The Great Being could serve as a stepping stone, offering incredible technologies previously unimaginable. Despite possessing Tier 6 starship technological blueprints, they lacked the industrial planets or facilities for mass production. However, utilizing the advanced technologies obtained, they managed to survive. Yet, the mission tasked by the Great Being left the Black Valve Princess unsettled. After pacing in her quarters, she entered a secure chamber on the starship designed for ammunition storage, where she discovered a massive insect egg, pulsating like a heart. She even heard its rhythmic thumping, which made her very uneasy. She had always known her purpose, revenge, and utilizing the power of the Great Being. However, she was uncertain about following the being's order to cast this thing into the star of her homeworld system. She feared it was something malevolent. Despite her readiness to enslave or conquer other half-beast races, destroying an entire star system was intolerable to her. After much hesitation, she secretly summoned a few loyal followers. Please, Your Highness. These individuals were loyal subjects of the Black Valve Princess. I will appoint you for a mission. I will arrange for small starships for you to tail the vessels that departed with us. Follow them and observe closely when they return to their respective star systems and release something. Report to me immediately, regardless of the outcome." The Black Volf princess instructed with a solemn expression. Yes. These loyal subordinates set out on their assigned task. Nevertheless, the unease still lingered within the Black Volf princess, torn on how to make her choice. As time passed, the Black Volf princess's fleet reappeared back in her homeworld, the Hammer. Concealed within the darkness, she surveyed the familiar surroundings, noting the prosperity that now enveloped the sectors. Contrary to the times when the Black Volf tribe ruled, everything seemed to flourish even more. She even spotted the starship bearing the crest of the Black Volf tribe cruising freely. It was all too incredible. Although she had heard that after the dragon's control of the Hammer, not all the half-beast races once opposed to the dragon were accounted for, she couldn't believe that these races were being employed again. After several moments of contemplation, the Black Volf princess activated a handheld terminal she hadn't used in a while, connecting with someone she had the best relationship with at present. This person was her mother's sister, who, having no children of her own, had practically treated her as her own child since she was young. The Black Volf princess respected her as her mother. As the communication request completed, the anticipated video call finally appeared. Chapter 1145. The Black Volf's past. The Moganda Star domain was once jointly managed by the Black Volf tribe and the Black Tiger tribe. Because it was co-governed by two tribes, the King Star exists here. The former King Star of the Black Volf tribe. It is different from before, but because of its natural geographical location, it is very close to the Star Harbor. The current development far exceeds the past. On the Black Volf King Star, 60% are still Black Volf people, and the rest are other half-beast residents or those who come here to do business. Have you heard? Today, there will be an extraordinary item at the auction house. A T-2 Snow Mastiff class heavy interstellar battleship with a 5-year service age. This is definitely a rare cargo. It's a battleship that used to serve in the Dragon Legion. The starting bid is said to be 30 million star coins. What? Are you tempted? Want to participate? Who wouldn't be tempted? To get a Dragon-class interstellar battleship now, even if you don't use it yourself, it will be no problem to sell it in the future. There are no wars to fight now. Why buy a combat-type interstellar battleship? You're wrong. It is indeed the era of the Dragon Interstellar Empire now, and no one dares to challenge the Dragon Empire. But there are still many interstellar pirates. When those interstellar transport fleets hire battleships for escort, it's all Dragon Series interstellar battleships now. They don't even look at other miscellaneous interstellar battleships. I remember when I finally bought a T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. Its price dropped by 30% in just a year. If I had known this, I should have bought the T-2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyer from the North Goose Group. They are now selling it, and can even raise the price by 10%. So, I'm focusing on the Dragon-class interstellar battleships now, and I don't even look at other interstellar battleships. No matter what the reason, I advise you not to think about it. With the little money you have in your pocket, buying a T-2 Mastiff is one thing. Wanting to buy a T-2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy interstellar battleship? You think the starting bid of 30 million star coins will stay at 30 million? I heard that someone has already bid 40 million star coins to secure this T-2 Snow Mastiff. In the tavern, conversations among the people continued. But the vast majority of the conversations were almost inseparable from the topic of the dragon. If you can't chime in on the dragon topic when mingling now, you're basically a country bumpkin. A figure stood in a square. The sun had covered her face, but judging from her skin color and outline, she should be a woman from the Black Volf tribe. She was currently looking up at a statue in front of her. It was a very ancient statue, depicting a warrior from the Black Volf tribe. "What are you doing here?" A somewhat nervous voice came from behind her. "Aunt Wendy." The Black Volf woman turned her head to see Aunt Wendy, who was more heavily armed than herself, and she almost burst into laughter. "How did you manage to be so careless? Don't forget your identity. What if you were exposed in a place like this?" Aunt Wendy held her back, ready to pull her away. "Aunt Wendy, I like being here. As you know, I grew up here. What I liked to do most as a child was to climb up on Grandpa's statue. Every time my father saw me, he would chase and beat me." The Black Volf woman spoke with a light tone. "You, sigh." Aunt Wendy looked at her with a relaxed demeanor. She sighed, carefully looked around, and said, "Are you sure? You're not worried about your safety?" "To be honest, I've been hiding for about 3 years. During these 3 years, I've been in hiding. But the moment I stood here, I suddenly didn't want to hide anymore. I just wanted to stand here, look at the statue, and feel the sea breeze. Auntie, stay with me for a while." The Black Valve woman looked in the direction the statue was facing, the sea. Aunt Wendy sighed. She could only indulge the Black Valve woman's choice. The two of them chose an outdoor chair and sat down. Passers-by occasionally passed by them, totally unaware that the one sitting here had been missing for many years. She was once the princess of their Black Valve tribe. "Princess, Aunt Wendy, there's no longer a princess here. Just call me Shinya." The Black Valve princess, Shinya, said with a smile. Aunt Wendy opened her mouth, but those 3 words didn't come out. In their Valve tribe, status and hierarchy were vital, almost ingrained in their bloodline. "Aunt Wendy, how have you been these past few years? Have they mistreated you?" Princess Shinya asked with a hint of worrying. Aunt Wendy shook her head and smiled, saying, "They didn't mistreat me. After our defeat, the Black Valve tribe that remained here chose to surrender. And the dragon, who accepted our surrender, did not settle scores with the Black Valve tribe. They only tried some commanders who had fought against the Dragon Legion, and those who had engaged in military actions during the pursuit of the Revolutionary Army. The most severe punishment was for a few Black Valve commanders who had slaughtered captives. They were sentenced to death. The rest were mostly given decades of imprisonment. As for related family properties, they were mostly confiscated. Only a few Black Valve families who had not been very active in militaristic endeavors before emerged through this opportunity. Our family's assets were completely confiscated, leaving us with little wealth. But do you remember the Sari family we once helped? They now have a close collaboration with the dragon and are one of the major families of the Black Valve tribe. He privately helps us and arranges jobs for us. Although not as affluent as before, we can at least survive." Chapter 1146 Shinyi's decision. After hearing this story, Black Valve Princess Shinyu showed a self-deprecating expression, "So everyone is doing fine. During these years of my exile, I've been worried the whole time. I was afraid those people would come after you all. But the outcome is not bad. At least you all are living well." Wendy Ant looked at the Black Valve Princess Shinyi in front of her, hesitated several times before opening her mouth. "Aunt, if there's anything you want to ask, just go ahead. Right now, you are the only person in this world that I trust." Wendy Ant's gaze softened as she looked at Black Valve Princess Shinyi. "Where have you been all these years? I heard that Princess Blanchie, the actual controller of the Warhammer, has been looking for you all along. But there's been no news. I thought you all were already." "I fell into the abyss." Black Valve Princess Shinyi suddenly spoke. Wendy Ant looked at her in shock. Just then, Black Valve Princess Shinyi suddenly opened her top, revealing a gruesome scene on her chest. The sight startled Wendy Ant, making her stand up straight, with the chair beneath her even tipping over. "Is it terrifying?" Black Valve Princess Shinyi quipped. What is this, Shinyi? What's that bug in your heart area?" Wendy Ant asked with great concern. Even though she was initially terrified when she first saw it, she was now more concerned. Her niece must have faced many unknown setbacks during these years. Black Valve Princess Shinyi had already pulled her top back up, looking out towards the distant sea. She said softly, "I've experienced things that I don't want to talk about anymore. All I can say is, I am now trapped in the abyss and can't climb out anymore. Aunt, do you know why I suddenly came back this time? Why? For revenge? But now the owls are powerful. They have established the Owl Interstellar Empire. You can't beat them." Wendy Ant urged anxiously and worriedly, "Let me think of a way. I can gather some money here. You can live on a remote planet. You've been missing for several years. I believe they won't come looking for you again. If you hide for another decade or so, by then, no one will remember you anymore. Maybe they won't come looking for me. But there are some people who won't let me go. I have become a puppet in their hands. I can't escape anymore," Black Valve Princess Shinyi said, lifting her head to gaze at the beautiful sun overhead. "So warm. I remember when I was young, my favorite thing was to climb to the top of that statue, where there was a platform. I would lie there, basking in the sun, feeling the sea breeze. Those were the days I missed the most." Suddenly, Black Valve Princess Shinyi looked coldly at Wendy Ant, her voice trembling. "And now, the reason I came back. Someone wants me to throw something into our sun. I don't know what that thing is, but my intuition tells me that thing will destroy our world. Everything. Xinyi. Wendy Ant stood up suddenly, staring at Princess Xinyi. Are you really going to do this? Just for your revenge? Black Volve Princess Xinyi raised her hand as if caressing the sun. She said, revenge. For the past few years, I thought I was living for revenge. I wanted to avenge the owls, the white wolves, and Charlotte. But when I returned here, at this moment standing here, I realized those thoughts of revenge seem really unimportant. And I really don't know what to do. Wendy Ant stood up, walked up to Xinyi, and hugged her tightly. For the first time in these years, Black Volve Princess Xinyi cried. She cried loudly, sniff, but I really don't know what to do. Father is gone. Brother is gone. Uncles, aunts are all gone. I only have myself left. The Warhammer Interstellar Federal Kingdom headquarters. This place was originally the Dragon Tribe's King Star, but now it has become the place where all matters of the Warhammer Interstellar Federal Kingdom are handled. Here, various interstellar warships came and went in an endless stream. In the office of the president, surrounded by secretary officials and open electronic windows, Princess Blandkey. No, now she should be referred to as President Blandkey. From the moment she started working, her hands and mind hadn't stopped. The entire kingdom, with all the unresolved matters, were piled up in front of her. Compared to the Star Kingdom and the Sacred Bright Kingdom, the Warhammer's handling capacity for political affairs was really lagging behind. All sorts of small and big issues were placed in front of her. Those leaders and lords under her seemed incapable of handling anything. Damn it, all these people should be sent to the mining planet to work. If they can't handle these little things and still bring them to me, asking for my opinion, are they idiots or do they not have brains at all? Princess Blandkey was handling these affairs while constantly complaining. Probably now Zhao Chen and Dragon Princess Leon were here, they wouldn't believe their eyes seeing Princess Blandkey in this state. After all, the former Princess Blandkey was quite gentle and refined. But now, she seemed like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Ding, ding. Just then, a video call came through. How many times do I have to say it? Don't just casually take any communication calls and bring them to me. Are you all incapable of anything? Princess Blandkey roared. The secretary on the other side of the video window swallowed hard and then cautiously said, Your Highness, it's because Black Volve Princess Xinyi wants to speak with you. In an instant, the entire office fell silent. Chapter 1147, the former enemy Rakshasa King of the Abyssal Realm, the Bridge of the Dragon Emperor. The ship's bridge is different from before. In this bridge, besides the captain's chair, there is also a golden dragon pattern chair. What this chair represents, everyone naturally understands. Zhao Chen sat there. In front of him, there was a floating desk. Because the Dragon Emperor has now entered the Stardust-class interstellar large industrial base for upgrades, Zhao Chen's command ship needed to be replaced with this Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought. Everything here was also arranged in advance by Charlotte. Lily quickly walked to Zhao Chen's side at this moment. Lily's quick footsteps attracted Charlotte, who was standing in front of the holographic sand table. She gave some work orders to her subordinates, then left the holographic sand table and walked towards Zhao Chen and Lily's side. The fact that Lily was so anxious meant that something significant must have happened. Charlotte walked over, and by this time, her abdomen already showed signs of swelling. The pregnancy was getting closer. This caused Lily to look at Zhao Chen with some resentment in her eyes during this time. She often consulted with Charlotte because during this time, she basically had Zhao Chen all to herself, but gained nothing. What's going on? Charlotte had walked over, and she inquired. If it was about the insect nest, because it was military-related, the people stationed on the front lines should have informed her first. But now Lily was the first one to receive the news, which meant it was information from the rear. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte with a strange expression and said, Something did happen. It might be related to you. Related to me. Charlotte was surprised. Do you remember that Black Volve Princess? Zhao Chen mentioned a person. Black Volve Princess? Charlotte was stunned for a moment before reacting. Isn't she missing? She asked in confusion. She has appeared, Lily said. Charlotte was a little surprised. Could she be causing trouble again? No? Actually, She contacted us proactively, Lily said with a strange expression. This news caused Charlotte to be puzzled for a longer time. The Black Volf Princess India actively contacted us. Charlotte found it unbelievable. Yes, she contacted Branqui Prime Minister in the former Black Volf tribe's territory in the Moganda star field, and then Branqui Prime Minister informed us about this matter. Lily explained in detail. She's in the Moganda star field? She contacted us voluntarily. What does she want? Charlotte immediately showed a wary expression. Logically speaking, the Black Volf Princess India, who had always been in hiding, shouldn't act like this now. There must be something unusual going on. Regarding the reason, the Black Volf Princess India requested to speak directly with our Emperor. Otherwise, she wouldn't say anything. Also, she advised us not to try to capture her. Even if she dies, she won't give us anything. Lily glanced at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Arrange it. I am willing to contact this Black Volf Princess." This sudden contact from the Black Volf Princess, no matter what her purpose was, needed to be addressed. Understanding the reasons behind it was crucial. "I'll handle it right away." Lily immediately began to take care of this matter. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and asked in a low voice, "How will you handle this?" In comparison to his own attitude towards the Black Volf Princess, Zhao Chen was actually more concerned about how Charlotte would deal with this former Black Volf tribe princess. After all, the Black Volf tribe had been very active in opposing the Revolutionary Army. Now you are the Emperor. You have the right to make decisions on your own. You shouldn't be asking me, Charlotte replied upon hearing the question, reminding Zhao Chen that his identity was different now. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "But most importantly, I am your man." Charlotte shrugged helplessly, knowing full well the temperament of her man. With just a word from her, not to mention the Black Volf Princess, even if it meant dealing with the entire Black Volf tribe, he was capable of it. Charlotte's gaze turned nostalgic. At this moment, she wondered if it was because she was about to become a mother. The fierce aggression she had on the interstellar battlefield seemed to have dissipated considerably. Most of the time, there was a sense of tranquility about her. In the past, I might have wanted to kill her. But now, I find I no longer have that determination. Our enmity in the past was mainly due to standing on opposite sides. Now, she no longer poses a threat to us. Moreover, if I can forgive the Black Volf tribe, then why not this princess who is already homeless? Charlotte explained. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen gently touched her hair and placed a hand on her abdomen. "I understand what you mean. Rest assured, I will handle this matter for you. The Black Volf Princess may be spared from death, but escaping punishment will be impossible." Zhao Chen concluded his thoughts. If they did manage to capture the Black Volf Princess and she surrendered, she would not die, but she would spend the rest of her life on a desolate planet, isolated and lonely. "It's all arranged. Holographic communication is ready," Lily returned, having made all the necessary preparations. Zhao Chen nodded. Lily lifted her hand, and an electronic interface appeared. At the same time, a light screen appeared around Zhao Chen and the others, creating a barrier that prevented the external bridge from seeing or hearing anything that was being communicated. Lily entered all the necessary commands and looked at Zhao Chen and Charlotte. "Let's begin," Zhao Chen said. "All right." Lily pressed the final command. Now, they had to wait for a response. Time passed slowly. Nearly 3 minutes had gone by. A light shadow appeared in front of Zhao Chen and the others. The figure also noticed the 3 people on the other side. She looked around. "I didn't expect that, after 3 years, we would meet again." The voice of the Black Volf Princess India was somewhat hoarse. "We didn't expect to see the former Black Volf Princess again," Zhao Chen spoke. Former Black Volf Princess, India paused and showed a self-deprecating expression. "Indeed, it is in the past. Speak. What do you want to see me for? What is the matter?" Zhao Chen asked directly. "Actually, I've been hesitant about whether to tell you." The Black Volf Princess India suddenly teased the others. "Whether you speak or not, no one is forcing you," Zhao Chen said coldly. The Black Volf Princess India looked at Zhao Chen with interest, perhaps surprised that this man, upon hearing the word order, could still remain composed. "I have to admit, you deserve to be an emperor. Okay, I won't waste your time here anymore. Since I contacted you proactively, it's because I want to tell you. The order has already started to take action, and this action will pose a great threat to you. the Black Valve Princess Cyndia stated. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes at the Black Valve Princess Cyndia. Why should I believe you based on a single sentence? Or how can I be sure this isn't a trap set by you? Believe it or not, I have already told you, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia said, spreading her hands. So what is the threat you're talking about? Lily spoke up. Let her ask me. Maybe, I can mercifully tell you. The Black Valve Princess Cyndia suddenly pointed at Charlotte, who had been quiet the entire time. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. At this moment, Charlotte spoke up. Then let me ask you instead. The Imperial 5-star Marshal of the Dragon Empire, asking questions? That way. The Black Valve Princess Cyndia scoffed, looking at Charlotte mockingly. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but just as she was about to speak, Zhao Chen interrupted her and, with cold eyes, stared at the Black Valve Princess Cyndia across from them. If you're contacting us just to cause trouble here, using what you call intelligence information to threaten us, then you needn't bother. We don't need such information. Even if there is a threat, the Dragon Empire will handle it all. If there isn't anything else, let's end our communication here. Zhao Chen was about to have Lily cut off the communication. Suddenly, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia on the other side removed her top, revealing her menacing chest. Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lily all saw that where her heart should have been, there was a worm. This is my proof of joining the Order. I intended to take this opportunity to seek revenge against you. However, that disgusting fellow recently gave me an order. He instructed me to throw something like a bomb into the star of my familiar star system. I do not know what that thing is, but I have a feeling that once it's thrown into the star, it may likely destroy the entire star system, even affecting multiple systems, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia revealed. Zhao Chen and the others listened to her recounting of these events. Don't think that I am helping you. I am only helping my homeland, my people. I still hate you, and I still want to retaliate against you. But it cannot be done in a way that I cannot condone, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia said firmly. Suddenly, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia coughed, and black blood flowed from her mouth. Her body also trembled for a few moments. It seems, this thing is indeed controlling us like puppets, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia said, looking down at her chest. She could feel the intense pain in her chest as the disgusting worm devoured her flesh and blood, seemingly warning her. It's not just me. There are many followers of the Order. Among them are also many of your enemies. For example, the Angel King, who betrayed the Angel race. I also saw her there. She's probably going back to her Angel race's star system to throw that damn thing into the star. As for other places, I'm not sure. I can only provide a list of star systems. The Black Valve Princess Cyndia continued speaking while black blood kept seeping from her mouth. Cyndia, stop talking. Tell us immediately where you are. I will send people to find you. Charlotte suddenly exclaimed. Find me. You want revenge on me. The Black Valve Princess Cyndia laughed mockingly, and at this point, her mental state was beginning to blur. But I still want to thank you a little. Charlotte, thank you for not destroying my homeland. Thank you for not mistreating and massacring our Black Valve tribe. Thank you. The Black Valve Princess Cyndia looked at Charlotte. Suddenly, she reached into her own chest, pulled out the worm, and threw it on the ground, stomping on it with her military boots repeatedly, as if it were something she loathed. Disgusting worms. Don't think you can control us with this thing. The brave warriors of our great Black Valve tribe will never surrender, she declared. After saying this, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia trembled suddenly, and her body began to crack, with numerous small worms pouring out from all over her body. In fact, her body had long been contaminated by the worms. Lily covered her mouth in shock. She witnessed firsthand how the Black Valve Princess Cyndia was devoured by the worms, and the whole scene was too terrifying to bear. Immediately locate the source of the communication signal, Zhao Chen commanded decisively. Just a moment ago, the Black Valve Princess Cyndia mentioned that she had received an order to throw a certain bomb into the star. It was likely carried on a starship. If they could find it, study it, there would certainly be much to gain. Simultaneously, order the entire Dragon Interstellar Empire to immediately enter level to battle readiness, Zhao Chen added. Lily checked her interstellar inbox and exclaimed, I received a message signed by the Black Valve Princess. Inside is a list. The names on it are practically all notorious criminals or individuals wanted by us. Chapter 1148. While Zhao Chen was studying the list, a strange enemy was being researched. Soon, news came from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. They had found the communication source of the Black Vault Princess Shenxia, a starship drifting in the interstellar border space. Furthermore, Branchy also transmitted the live footage of the starship that had been taken over to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at the scene in front of him. The background was the dark void of the galaxy's border space. But in the distance, a solitary starship was seen hovering there. Lily immediately took a screenshot of the exterior of this starship. Beside her, Charlotte frowned and said, "I have never seen the design of this starship before. In the known universe, there should be no model of this starship." Do not underestimate Charlotte. Since joining the Owl Dragon Legion, in addition to relying on her own talents, she has been continuously learning. In her spare time, she proactively seeks information about various interstellar civilizations, especially military information. Among them, she has a comprehensive understanding of various types of starships. It can be said that since the known universe began recording, she has seen all the information that can be found. Soon, Lily had an answer. According to the search in our database, this type of starship has indeed never appeared before. But based on the comparison, the appearance of this starship has at least 30% similarity with several starships of the previous Demon King faction. The probability is that they come from the same place. Different interstellar powers starships will usually have similarities in design or concept, whether it is in the external structure of the ship or the weapons equipped. For example, the Warhammer starships have a rough style. The Imperial Starlight Empire starships are mainly light and medium-sized, with white paint as the main color. In this regard, they are very similar to the Angel race. The design style of the Starshine Empire's starships is a combination of the strengths of the Warhammer and the Divine Light Empire, and they choose the starship route according to the actual situation. Therefore, based on this judgment, this starship probably has the same bloodline as the starships of the Demon King in the past. Combined with the information obtained now, it is related to the Order. Zhao Chen stared at the live broadcast. This fleet sent out by the governing Branchy. The ship recording the video should be the flagship. Around it, more than 30 interstellar escort ships began to approach the target starship. The rest of the starships maintained their combat status, ready to react at the first sign of any anomaly on the starship. Warning! Warning! High energy response detected. At this moment, the flagship's system sounded an alarm. Just as these people were at a loss, suddenly, a crack appeared on the starship opposite. Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lily frowned. They stared at the screen as cracks appeared on the starship, which was over 30 kilometers long. Together with the cracks, tentacles began to extend from them. There are unidentified life forms inside the starship. Lily immediately thought of a possibility. Immediately notify the starship responsible for reconnaissance to retreat and maintain distance. At the same time, Zhao Chen was about to say when Charlotte spoke up, "Let me send my first fleet group. I can dispatch the 5th Legion immediately. They are currently in training mode and can depart at any time." Charlotte always knew the state of her fleet at all times. "Well, you arrange it then." Zhao Chen was speaking when he heard screams from the other side of the video. "Oh my god, look at what those are. Monsters. Those are definitely monsters. Fire. Fire quickly. Damn it, those monsters are attacking our interstellar escorts. These monsters have energy shields. Retreat. Retreat immediately. It's too late. It's too late." In the video, the once lonely starship, along with the cracks and the appearance of those unknown tentacles, later saw a multitude of strange-shaped creatures. Some looked like insects, and some resembled the skeletons of wild beasts. After their appearance, they immediately swarmed toward the nearest interstellar escort ships. Their numbers were quite large. The interstellar escorts noticed the danger and began to attack continuously. However, when these attacks landed on these creatures, they were blocked by a layer of energy shield, similar to a star shield. Subsequently, these creatures directly rushed into the interstellar escort ships. Yes, they just charged indirectly. Those interstellar escort ships were also of T4 level and had star shields. But their star shields seemed to be as if non-existent. They were completely unable to stop these sudden attacking creatures. The hull armor of those interstellar escort ships soon was full of these creatures, which began to bite and tear everything, including the supposedly very hard armor. Soon, under the attacks of these creatures, cracks appeared in the hull armor, then holes were torn open. These creatures rushed from those torn openings into the interiors of the starships. After a while, explosions occurred inside the starship and billowing black smoke began to rise. In full view, there was eventually a series of detonations. Along with these detonations, more creatures emerged from the black fog and rushed towards the surrounding starships. This scene really scared the reconnaissance fleet. They began to prepare to evacuate, but by then, it was already too late. Soon, the bridge began to sound cries for help and chaotic alarm signals. In the end, even the flagship of this fleet fell prey to these creatures. At this moment, Zhao Chen also saw what those creatures looked like. Just bones. No flesh. Some were as big as T3 level interstellar starships, while others were the size of half a person. There were very few large creatures, but the smaller ones were almost like insect-like creatures, their numbers incalculable. They seemed to have no fear and only the desire to kill, attacking any starship they could reach. Eventually, even the bridge of the flagship breached. After hearing a series of screams, the video signal in front of Zhao Chen and Charlotte and Lily was completely lost. The three of them fell into a brief silence. The next moment, Zhao Chen immediately said solemnly, "Immediately inform the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire of the entire region and enter Level 1 Combat Readiness." Chapter 1149. Full-scale mobilization of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. This is the first time since the establishment of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire that it has entered a Level 1 state of readiness. This also serves as a test of the entire system of the current Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. However, considering the relatively short time since the establishment of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, the results presented are mixed. The positive aspect is that anything related to the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire has immediately entered a Level 1 state of readiness. The North Goose Group has halted all exports of goods and military supplies that were originally planned, awaiting further orders. Meanwhile, the interstellar transport fleets under the North Goose Group and several other interstellar trade groups affiliated with it have immediately entered a state of readiness. Once orders are issued, they must unconditionally follow the Owl Dragon Legion to carry out combat missions. They need to provide logistical support for the Owl Dragon Legion when necessary. It's not that the Owl Empire fleet itself lacks transport fleets, but in the event of a large-scale war, once the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire's military-exclusive interstellar transport fleet is fully operational, these prepared interstellar transport fleets will need to step in to carry out missions. Such situations have occurred in the past during the era of the Owl Dragon Legion. Therefore, interstellar transport ships owned by interstellar trade groups under Owl Dragon control, like the North Goose Group, the Rose-Red Dragon Group, and the North Dragon Group have long had a preparedness system in place, ready to respond to the call of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire at any moment. In addition, all military starports have entered a state of readiness, and all stargates are now under military control. Without permission, no civilian interstellar warships are allowed to use the stargates. At the same time, all industrial strongholds have also entered the highest level of defense readiness. The surrounding Lord fleets, patrol fleets, imperial fleets, etc. must ensure the security of these military strongholds at the first opportunity. Warhammer Interstellar Federal Kingdom. Office of the Regent Report. Our interstellar fleet dispatched to search for the wanted criminal, Princess Black Volf Shinya, has just lost contact. Suspected to be attacked by unidentified organisms. The Empire has issued orders for us. They have marked a target area with a circle, and no interstellar warship is allowed to approach this area. Anything within this circle will be handled by the Empire fleet. At the same time, the Empire has ordered that the entire Empire is now in a Level 1 state of readiness. The Secretary hurriedly conveyed the Empire's orders to Regent Brandy. Regent Brandy rubbed his temples, looking somewhat tired. I knew that when this Black Volf princess returns, trouble is sure to follow. It took considerable effort to calm things down for almost half a year, and it seems the universe is on the brink of chaos again. After complaining for a few moments, Regent Brandy immediately returned to work mode. All right, let's get to work. Immediately issue orders to various star systems. In addition to Warhammer, Starshine, Holy Radiance, Demon Tribe, etc., have all entered a Level 1 state of readiness after receiving the Empire's decree. However, in areas not directly under Owl Dragon jurisdiction, there is a slight lack. The king of the Holy Angel tribe on the Temple Mountain of Angels looked somewhat serious. He observed the shadows appearing on the opposite side. Did you see the message sent by the Emperor? The King of War Angel's expression at the moment was also very serious, with a hint of suppressed anger in his eyes. You mean the wanted order? The King of Holy Angels pointed to a holographic screen on the side. The time of reception displayed on it happened just a few minutes ago. There was a large image displayed, showing one of the former Angel Kings, the Judgment Angel King. I thought Rena, this bitch, had died in the previous battles. But she's alive, and even cooperating with those filthy bugs. She's trying to destroy our home. The King of War Angels raged. From the information they received, there was no sign of order. The given reason was that the nest of the insect race, this time, was not as simple as before. There were advanced intelligent life forms within it. They used unknown means to cooperate with some wanted criminals in our universe. And these criminals are currently on a secret mission. Their mission is to return to their familiar place and throw a bomb towards a star. Although the nature of this bomb is unknown, it is very likely a dangerous entity. Therefore, the Emperor requested that they be extra cautious, find out the whereabouts of these wanted criminals in interstellar warships as soon as possible. He also specifically reminded them that among these interstellar warships where the criminals are, there may have cultivated some unknown evil creatures. These evil creatures are very powerful, aggressive, bloodthirsty, and have their energy shields. No matter what, we must follow the Emperor's orders. There's no reason for him to harm us. If that judgment, Rena, that person, really comes back, we must be careful. Remember, she's always good at working in the shadows. The King of Holy Angels solemnly reminded. The King of War Angels snorted. If that bitch dares to come back, I'll make her pay for her past actions. Remember to execute the Level 1 State of Readiness issued by the Emperor, the King of Holy Angels reminded. The Level 1 State of Readiness set by the Emperor was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples to affect the surroundings. Many civilians started to feel the effects. Since the stargates and starports were restricted, for those who needed to use them to travel to other star systems, this was a significant impact. The losses incurred could even bankrupt some small traders. As a result, there are already complaints arising against the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. In a certain star system of the Warhammer Interstellar Federal Kingdom, outside the only stargate of the star system, a large number of interstellar warships have gathered, most of which are interstellar transport ships. Due to the Stargate being under control, these civilian interstellar transport ships are all stuck here. Damn it! What does the Emperor want to achieve with this? There's no war going on, so why the Level 1 State of Readiness? I bet he just wants to show off his power. A pig-headed man roared in frustration. Although the crew on the bridge were somewhat dissatisfied with the captain's criticism of the Emperor, they dared not speak out. I'm not like him, with a big family business and so many interstellar trading companies. I'm just a transporter. These goods are now piled up here, delaying deliveries, and I'll lose money. Heh, I see now. Those Owl Dragon interstellar trade groups probably won't be affected. They can still use the stargates as usual. It's us who will suffer losses. The pig-headed captain bellowed. At this moment, someone on the bridge suddenly pointed towards the direction of the star. Strange. Why is there a dark patch on the star? Chapter 1150. SSS class wanted criminals. Everyone raised their heads to look at the only star in this galaxy. The star was in its prime, originally shining brightly. But at this moment, a black spot appeared on the star. The black spot continued to expand, as if it wanted to cover the entire star. Could this be some kind of solar eclipse phenomenon? But I've never heard of any solar eclipses here, Captain Pighead said incredulously. At that moment, everyone saw the interstellar battleships responsible for the security of this galaxy swarming towards the direction of the star. There were about 300 of them, mostly T3 class interstellar battleships, with only a few T4 class interstellar battleships visible. Among the many Lord's security fleets in the galaxy, this was already considered quite wealthy. After all, there were still a large number of T2 interstellar battleships in service in a remote galaxy. Returning to the main point, these 300 Lord's security fleets also noticed the strange situation of the star and accelerated towards the target area. Just then, laser beams emerged from an unknown source, targeting and destroying these incoming interstellar battleships one by one. Despite activating their star shields in time, the T3 class interstellar battleships were almost all obliterated by the laser attacks. Warning! 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 Our fleet is under attack, under attack. The enemy's strength far exceeds ours, and it may be a T5 class interstellar battleship, reported the Galaxy fleet captain. To be able to directly destroy dozens of T3 interstellar battleships with full energy shields in such a short time, it was highly likely that it was a T5 class or higher interstellar battleship. At this point, they also detected the enemy's interstellar battleship. It was a solitary interstellar battleship with a strange exterior shape, painted in black. Judging by the shape of the battleship, it was highly likely to be at least a T5 class interstellar battleship, and possibly even a T6 class. Moreover, its presence had gone undetected before, suggesting it had stealth capabilities. Do not engage with the enemy ship, maintain distance, ordered the Galaxy fleet captain. If the enemy truly had a T5 interstellar battleship, their own fleet, even if all 300 ships charged, might not stand a chance. Even their flagship was merely a T4 class Skull King, heavy interstellar armored destroyer. Just then, the communications officer next to him shouted, "Captain, someone is speaking on the Galaxy's public frequency. It seems to be the captain of that attacking interstellar battleship. And the person speaking, it seems to be a traitor from the Pighead tribe, Black-Haired Pig King." Black-Haired Pig King? When they heard this name, many people on the bridge showed a hint of fear in their eyes. They had forgotten about this name for years and never expected it to resurface. "Bring up the video feed," decisively ordered the fleet captain. A video feed was brought up, showing a black-skinned pighead on the other side. His mouth full of fangs, multiple scars on his body, and even a prisoner mark on half of his face. The fleet captain was also from the Pighead tribe, familiar with this black-haired Pig King, having undertaken missions to capture him during the Warhammer tribe era. Black-haired Pig King appeared in the territories of the inner core of the Pighead tribe and the border regions 20 years ago. It was rumored that he was from a small tribal royal family within the Pighead tribe, but he abducted a princess from the neighboring Pighead tribe, leading to her humiliation and ultimately her demise. Investigations later revealed that he had even resorted to cannibalism, with the DNA of the Pighead princess found in his excrement. However, considering his status at the time, the Pighead tribe leader simply revoked his tribal chief title and imprisoned him as a prisoner. He was supposed to spend his life in the dungeon until death, but someone helped him escape. Thereafter, he formed an interstellar pirate group, utilizing his knowledge of the Pighead tribe's territories to operate there for years. He would raid local Pighead tribes or passing interstellar merchant fleets, and even those supplying the military. This led to Black-Haired Pig King becoming one of the SSS-class wanted criminals of the Warhammer Kingdom at the time. Initially, there were plans to dispatch a fleet to capture him, but unfortunately, internal conflicts arose, which led to his suspension. Subsequently, the Warhammer Kingdom fell to the control of the Owl Dragon, establishing the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. According to the Owl Dragon's ideology, for a place to develop, a peaceful environment was necessary. So, the first task given to everyone was to clean up all the troublemakers. For some tricky situations, elite fleets like the Dragon Tiger Legion would handle it first. Dealing with his own tribe's outcasts was a breeze, but facing the Dragon Tiger Legion equipped with all Dragon starships at that time was a different story. Just as the Dragon Tiger Legion fleet was about to destroy him, news came that he had disappeared. Disappeared until now. It was surprising that he chose to resurface at this moment. Dear tribe members, Black-Haired Pig King is back. I wonder if you all missed me. I have been missing you all. Heh. This time I have prepared a big gift for you. I believe you all have seen the black spot on the star. That is the gift I have prepared for you. Heh. Black-Haired Pig King's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Earlier, you all wanted to kill me, right? Here I am now. You are welcome to come and kill me. As long as you are confident and can defeat this T6 interstellar battleship of mine. Heh. T6 interstellar battleship. When this word was mentioned, everyone watching the Galaxy's public frequency was taken aback. T6 interstellar battleship. The Owl Dragon Legion currently did not even have a few top-class interstellar battleships. How could this Black-Haired Pig King possess one? The vast majority of people did not believe it, but the Galaxy fleet captain was somewhat convinced. He had speculated that it was a T-6 interstellar battleship earlier, but couldn't be certain. Now that black-haired Pig King admitted it, it was likely to be true. As for the gift mentioned by black-haired Pig King, the Galaxy Fleet captain's gaze swept over the interstellar battleship and then turned to the star, which had already had a third of its area turned black. His gaze gradually became horrified, as if he had seen an extremely terrifying scene. Chapter 1151. The blackened star sizzled with a series of halos. Spaceships appeared out of thin air. The tense and chaotic crowd, upon seeing these spaceships, suddenly found their backbone, because on the hulls of these spaceships were the symbols of the Scourge Dragon Empire fleet. This meant that these spaceships were not just any Lord's fleet or Galaxy Security fleet. They were the genuine Scourge Dragon Empire fleet. It seems like the first fleet group of the Scourge Dragon Legion. Someone recognized the meaning of the symbols and numbers on the hulls of these spaceships. Hearing this, they were immediately encouraged. In their eyes, even if it was a T-6 spaceship, it didn't stand a chance against the Scourge Dragon Empire fleet. Look, the surface of that star is getting even stranger. It seems like something is pulsating on it. Someone had been watching the changes on that star. By now, half of the star had turned black. At the same time, strange substances could be vaguely seen on it. I am Commander Liu Ziwei, of the 3rd Fleet of the 8th Legion of the 1st Fleet Group of the Scourge Dragon Legion. A video window suddenly appeared in front of the flagship commander of this galaxy. This was the privilege of the Scourge Dragon Empire fleet, being able to directly connect to the command system of any subordinate spaceship and, if needed, remotely shut down any Scourge Dragon Empire spaceship. Why? Because it was the Scourge Dragon's own stuff, and it obeyed. The pig-headed fleet commander stood at attention immediately, reporting to the captain of the MO-11 Galaxy Security Fleet. We have received your request for assistance. Please report the current situation. Commander Liu Ziwei was simultaneously gathering information on site and asking the local security commanders. This could greatly increase efficiency. The pig-headed fleet commander immediately began divulging all the information he knew to the other side. And upon seeing the 3,000 spaceships brought by the other side, he gained more confidence. Even if the opposing spaceship seemed to be a suspected T-6 class spaceship, they had 3,000 Scourge Dragon Empire spaceships. They were not to be underestimated. SSS class wanted criminal Black Pig King, claiming to be a T-6 class spaceship, and the strange situation of the star. Commander Liu Ziwei heard the reports. It roughly matched the information collected by her secretary. Commander, the radar of many of our spaceships is showing that the current state of that star on the other side is extremely unstable. And the star's fluctuations don't seem like those of a normal star. There are a lot of strange things. The secretary added solemnly. Inform the marshal. At the same time, order the entire fleet to enter combat readiness. There are 2 targets. The suspected T-6 class spaceship controlled by the SSS class wanted criminal and the peculiar star. In addition, notify the administrator of this galaxy. Commander Liu Ziwei paused for a moment, her tone serious. Open the Stargate. Find a way to urgently evacuate all the people in this galaxy. Utilize all available interstellar transport ships. If there are not enough, contact nearby galaxies to send over more interstellar transport ships. Yes. The secretary promptly began handling these matters. Commander Liu Ziwei looked solemnly at the situation before her. Before executing this mission, their marshal, Lady Charlotte, had granted them the authority. They could make any necessary arrangements when needed. Evacuating personnel from a galaxy was undoubtedly a very serious matter. If mishandled, it could waste a lot of resources. However, Liu Ziwei issued this order decisively because she felt a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis did not come from the so-called T-6 spaceship, but from the unknown substance turning the star black. Before coming here, she had received a top-secret file containing a video of an attack by unknown creatures. Dispatch interstellar reconnaissance aircraft to approach the star and investigate the current situation. Except for the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th squads, the rest are to prepare for combat to destroy the suspected T-6 class spaceship immediately. Remember to maintain formation and minimize casualties on our side. Commander Liu Ziwei immediately made combat arrangements. Commander, is there anything we ought to do? The pig-headed commander, who had been in constant contact, asked softly. It was only then that Commander Liu Ziwei noticed him and said, "Immediately withdraw from the battlefield, protect the evacuation of the galaxy. During the evacuation process, there will surely be uncooperative individuals. Remember, this galaxy is under war control. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will be considered opposing the will of the Empire. They will be detained or, in severe cases, eliminated on the spot." The pig-headed commander was instantly intimidated by the killing intent emanating from the other side and dared not show any opposition. Yes. After the pig-headed commander agreed, he glanced one last time at the star that was continuously turning black, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. After the galaxy fleet withdrew, it was time for the regular army to step in. Commander Liu Ziwei stared at the interstellar map before her, focusing on the target of the ship claiming to be a T6 spaceship. Among their fleet, there were currently no T6 class spaceships. The highest class among them was the T5 class spaceship. The majority were still T4 and some T3 spaceships that were being phased out. Nonetheless, Commander Liu Ziwei was confident in capturing this T6 spaceship. For them, T6 spaceships were not unfamiliar enemies, they were not untouchable. In some of their training, there were tactics on handling T6 class spaceships. Inform the combat fleet to execute the T6 hunting operation plan. Commander Liu Ziwei didn't need to explain further. The combat plans trained by each ship and small fleet were immediately put into action. The T4 and T3 class ships hid behind the T5 class ships, using them as shields. Additionally, a large number of interstellar drones were launched. Simultaneously, the interstellar missile ships prepared for launch. A group of Scourge Dragon interstellar reconnaissance aircraft were approaching the star that was gradually turning black. Chapter 1152 Ulfate Crimson Reaper K-1019 Attack Ready. Spear of Sin K-7033 Attack Ready. Spear of Sin K-5003 Attack Ready. Captain Liu Ziwei heard the reports from the captains of the 3 interstellar battleships. At the same time, on the interstellar sandbox in front of Captain Liu Ziwei, there appeared dots and attack routes. These were all attack data announced by the 3 interstellar battleships to the flagship. This allowed the fleet commander to clearly see the battle arrangements of each interstellar battleship. Fire! Captain Liu Ziwei decisively gave the order. The 3 T5 class super firepower output interstellar battleships now showcased their power. Missiles whizzed out like raindrops, and laser cannons fired towards the target. The shield of the T6 interstellar battleship also unfolded, with close defense guns and interception weapons activating. At the same time, its frontal cannons, main cannons, and missiles, among other weapons, began to lock onto targets, preparing to strike back. Order all interstellar escort ships to prepare to intercept and defend against enemy attacks. Order the T4 and T3 class interstellar missile ships and interstellar gunships to prepare for the second round of firepower. Order all T5 class interstellar battleships and destroyers to quickly close the distance with the enemy after the second round of firepower attacks. Order all T5 class interstellar cruisers and T5 class interstellar battlecruisers to be ready to provide battlefield support at any time. Other T4 and T3 interstellar battleships to follow the actions of the T5 interstellar battleships. Do not rush in recklessly. The secretary quickly relayed the orders of the fleet commander. At this moment, explosions appeared on the surface of the enemy T6 interstellar battleship shield. Have you started recording? Captain Liu Ziwei looked at a temporary staff department she had set up. 3 technical staff officers were currently conducting statistics. They were calculating the success of their interstellar battleships in attacking the enemy ship's shield to determine the energy level of the enemy's shield. This was a potential rule within the Owl Dragon Empire fleet. Whenever encountering interstellar battleships not recorded in the database, they had to find a way to obtain data on the enemy ships when possible. Shield energy data was one of the crucial pieces of information. After understanding it, they would know how much firepower was needed to break through the shield of the T6 interstellar battleship in battle. This information would help in planning future battles against this type of interstellar battleship. In the smoke of the enemy ship's explosion, laser beams shot out. This was the enemy's counterattack, with one beam being particularly terrifying, likely from the T6 interstellar battleship's frontal cannon. Focus on interception. Captain Liu Ziwei shouted. The T5 Hill King class heavy interstellar strategic escort ships started to play their role. The heavy close defense guns fired continuously, forming an interception barrier. The prepared defensive interstellar missiles were also launched, with speed surpassing even the interstellar missiles fired by the missile ships. Since these defensive interstellar battleships didn't focus on range, they used their fuel for speed, serving as a short-distance accelerant. Once they reached their intended positions, they self-detonated, creating a defensive force field. This force field was specifically designed to counter energy-based starship weapons attacks. If a laser hit them, it would consume a portion of the laser's energy, defending against the enemy's attacks. Interception. 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 Captain Liu's Giwei focused on the most threatening laser beam. Although several defense interstellar missiles successfully intercepted its trajectory against the powerful energy of the enemy's attack, these interceptions were insufficient. In the end, the laser beam fell upon the shield. A dazzling halo appeared on the shield. Captain Liu's Giwei stared at the area hit. She wasn't worried about the shield energy being depleted because the T5 Hill King could establish a shield defense matrix. This meant the shield energy wasn't solely provided by one interstellar battleship, but by all the T5 Hill Kings present. The only flaw was that when faced with a high-intensity single attack, there might be some areas penetrated. That was her current concern. If it was indeed an attack from the T6 interstellar battleship's frontal cannon, it would likely pierce through the shield matrix. However, the shield matrix would repair itself, so the impact wouldn't be significant. If the enemy's laser attack penetrated certain weakly defended starships, they could suffer severe damage, even destruction. But the anticipated scenario didn't occur. The halo on the shield quickly dissipated, with no direct penetration. Report: we've calculated the strength of the enemy's attack. It hasn't reached the level of a T6 starship. The staff officer responsible for calculating the enemy ship's attack weapons shouted out loudly. It hasn't reached T6 level. What level does it belong to? Captain Liu's Giwei inquired immediately. It's stronger than T5. At most it's considered a quasi-T6 class weapon, the staff officer replied. A mere quasi-T6 interstellar battleship acting boastfully here. There was no need for a second round of firepower attacks. Just the first round of firepower output from the 3 T5 interstellar battleships had depleted the shield of the quasi-T6 interstellar battleship across from them. Captain Liu's Giwei immediately modified her orders. The interstellar missile ships remained on standby, the interstellar heavy artillery ships launched a second round of attacks, and the remaining interstellar battleships finished the job. In fact, finishing the job was unnecessary. Once stripped of its shield, the quasi-T6 interstellar battleship, after sustaining a round of attacks from the T for Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, had lost most of its combat power. The remaining T5 interstellar destroyers quickly finished off this quasi-T6 interstellar battleship. The data analysis on the enemy ship is complete. It belongs to a quasi-T6 interstellar battleship. It's slightly more powerful than the T6 Destructor-class heavy interstellar battleship that appeared before, but it's far from T6 level. The staff officer reported. Understood. Send a few interstellar cruisers to salvage the wreckage of the enemy ship. Bringing it back might offer research opportunities, Captain Liu's Giwei ordered. Yes, Captain. The interstellar reconnaissance plane we sent out has sent back visual information. The situation is a bit unusual. Please have a look, the secretary next to her said, with a slightly horrified expression. Captain Liu's Giwei frowned slightly. By now, 2/3 of that star had been blackened. Chapter 1153. They are reproducing with stars. Your Majesty, take a look at this. Lily rushed over to Zhao Chen's side. Zhao Chen raised his head and looked at the hurried Lily. Lily immediately raised her hand and opened several electronic screens. So far, we have destroyed 9 suspicious starships as well as the strange creatures emerging from the starships and captured some samples, which are being sent to relevant research facilities for study. But there are still several suspicious starships that have not been destroyed in time, and they all appear near stars in certain galaxies. We have captured images of these suspicious starships hurling some strange objects towards the stars, she said, as an image was played in front of Zhao Chen. In the image, a suspicious interstellar warship suddenly appeared next to a star, and the scene was coincidentally captured by an artificial satellite closer to the star. It showed a compartment of the suspicious interstellar warship opening, followed by something resembling a giant explosive being thrown towards the star, causing it to dissolve on the star's surface. However, instead of being completely consumed by high temperatures as expected, a black substance appeared on the star's surface. These black objects in the star did not get destroyed, but began to multiply continuously, gradually covering the entire surface of the star, eventually turning the entire star into a black star. There were many more images like this. Regarding those black substances, upon closer examination, we found that they could possibly be some kind of life form. Lily said seriously, "Can there actually be living beings surviving within a star?" Charlotte, who had come over at some point, exclaimed in surprise. She was now also paying attention to the relevant intelligence data. The Shulong fleet dispatched to various regions also had relevant reports. According to known scientific records in the universe, in the study of stars, certain rare materials can persist for a period in a stellar environment, but the ultimate outcome is destruction. It's just a matter of time. So, until now, let alone life, no substance can exist continuously within a star, Lily explained. Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging the situation. Even the current T6-class interstellar warships could only exist within a star for a few minutes, with their star shield energy eventually depleted, and the starship's armor destroyed. How do we explain this then? Charlotte pointed suspiciously at the data Lily had displayed. In the data fragment, traces of some objects moving on the black surface of the star could already be discerned. "This is the clearest image we have captured so far," Lily said, pulling up another photo. In the photo, a completely blackened star was visible due to the angle of observation, and a creature resembling a whale was seen leaping on the surface of the black star, much like a whale breaching the surface of the ocean. Based on our speculation and comparison, this type of creature is very similar to the black unknown organisms that appeared after the self-destruction of the Black Volf Princess Sinhia's interstellar warship, Lily explained. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. Black living beings that can survive in a stellar environment. Stars. Their purpose is the stars. At that moment, Zhao Chen had a bold conjecture. Do you think there's a possibility that the Order has given these puppets something, which we temporarily refer to as seeds? These puppets are bringing these seeds to various stars, hurling them into the stars. And these seeds have a special ability. They can survive in a stellar environment. Zhao Chen paused, his expression serious. Even perhaps they are utilizing the power of the stars to propagate, or rather, expand their own race. Charlotte and Lily looked shocked. Quickly, Lily calmed down to analyze this possibility. This possibility seems high. Because the suspicious interstellar warships intercepted by us before always self-destructed in the end, releasing these strange creatures. Although their combat strength is indeed formidable, their numbers are not large and are within our control. Basically, a Shulong fleet of 3,000 interstellar warships can handle them. But, assuming the blackened surfaces of the stars are filled with this type of creature, then, the scale of this definitely surpasses the numbers emerging from those interstellar warships earlier. The atmosphere on site seemed to cool significantly at that moment. This was undoubtedly a huge crisis. Unimaginable. But considering the connection with the Order behind it, it seemed that everything was possible. Regardless, with this possibility in mind, we must consider the worst-case scenario. Zhao Chen solemnly said, "Send the Imperial Decree. Wherever a black star appears in a star system, immediately initiate an emergency evacuation plan. All personnel must be evacuated within the shortest time possible, without harboring desires for local wealth resources and industrial equipment. Strive to evacuate all personnel in the shortest time. If there is negligence, the governor of that star system will be held accountable. Surrounding neighboring star systems must unconditionally support the affected star system. If there is any lack of support or delay, severe punishment will be imposed. A Shulong fleet will be stationed in each star system where a black star appears, but no attacks are to be initiated without orders. If any anomaly is detected, first protect the fleet's own safety, evacuate the star system, and if possible, leave reconnaissance outposts. Remember, we have limited knowledge of the enemy's intelligence, so we must not be careless, yes?" Lily and Charlotte responded in unison. The Emperor's order was relayed. The star systems with black stars appearing became restless one by one. While hesitant about the order for a complete system evacuation, with the Emperor's decree in place, no one dared to question it. Evacuations were expedited. The alarms rang in these star systems as the ports of various planets were filled with crowds. Transport ships with heavy loads rushed people to the stargates, first sending them to the nearest major star systems, then returning for the next wave of evacuations. After all, each star system had billions at a minimum, and sometimes even trillions of inhabitants. This scale of evacuation required more than just a few dozen or hundred interstellar transport ships. Fortunately, with the Emperor controlling and coordinating everything, it would have been impossible to complete such a vast evacuation task. Time passed slowly. The unknown creatures on the black stars still hadn't shown any threatening behavior. Report, all the research has been done. At that moment, a bridge officer hurriedly shouted, "Speak." After the professors at the Research Institute examined the unknown life captured, they believed it closely resembled a creature from Legends. What? Undead. Chapter 1154. The Undead Spirits. Almost every civilization on each planet has had similar rumors, and creatures referred to by this name have even appeared. They are described differently, such as the existence of resurrected beings without physical bodies, known as undead spirits. Some places have completely different descriptions of their existence. In any case, they are a type of object recorded in the known universe, each with its own unique characteristics. However, after the interstellar era, they basically exist only in legends. Are these undead spirits those ghost-like things from Legends? Lily suddenly shrank behind Zhao Chen, her tail standing straight. Zhao Chen looked surprised at Lily. He hadn't expected this girl to be afraid of ghosts. Wait, aren't you a succubus? According to Legends, aren't you supposed to be related to ghosts in some way? Well, this is the relevant research data we obtained. The bridge officer handed Zhao Chen the data obtained from the Research Institute. Taking a look, Zhao Chen basically understood what kind of beings these undead spirits were. Although Zhao Chen was proficient in starship science, he also had some knowledge in other areas. Charlotte and Lily's gazes fell on Zhao Chen, waiting for his explanation. According to the conclusion of the Research Institute, these undead spirits are creatures that can materialize or dematerialize. However, most of the time, they can only maintain material form. The time of dematerialization varies among individuals, and in a dematerialized state, they can directly pass through the star shields, even the surface of starships. However, during the process of passing through, the individual undead spirit's strength is weakened. So, as we've seen before, those dark monsters, after passing through the starship shields, start attacking on the surface of the starship, breaking through the ship's armor before entering it. Zhao Chen explained. They can dematerialize. So, does that mean they can ignore some attacks? Charlotte frowned. Zhao Chen said, in theory, yes. But as I mentioned, when objects pass through their dematerialized form, it weakens their individual strength. So, what you see as a kind of defense similar to star shields is that they can use this power to form a barrier, similar to star shields. Charlotte recalled the monsters that emerged from the starship of the Dark Wolf Princess, Selene, which indeed had a protective shield similar to star shields. For now, we'll call it spiritual energy. The strength of spiritual energy varies for each undead spirit and the defense it can offer. But from what we've seen so far, this spiritual energy can only be used for defense, not for direct attack, Zhao Chen continued. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, finding this strange spiritual energy not too threatening, as it couldn't be used for direct attacks. The main attack method of these undead spirits is somewhat similar to the ground forces in fighting against the Zerg. They approach enemies and launch close-range attacks directly. However, in our research, we discovered a miraculous phenomenon. That is, undead spirits can infect other life forms, even control starships. Zhao Chen said with a serious expression. Lily exclaimed in shock, control starships. Zhao Chen explained, in our research, we found that every individual undead spirit has this ability. However, for most individual undead spirits, this ability is limited. If they only infect one life form, it doesn't have much effect. But if they want to infect a starship, only when there are many undead spirits or an extremely powerful individual undead spirit can this situation be triggered. Charlotte and Lily still seemed puzzled. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a few virtual shadows appeared in front, simulating this scenario. Suppose, in a battlefield, a single undead spirit kills a soldier, the body of that soldier will be infected and turned into an undead spirit, Zhao Chen explained further. Charlotte and Lily nodded, finding this scenario somewhat similar to the undead spirits in Legends. And suppose a group of undead spirits infiltrate a starship and kill many lives inside. At this point, extremely powerful spiritual energy will emerge. Consequently, they infect the starship, transforming it into what we temporarily call an undead starship. We have conducted experiments on this, confirming this conclusion, Zhao Chen continued. Experiments? Charlotte was somewhat surprised. Zhao Chen nodded, pointing to a part of the research report. The research institute got a T1 class interstellar battleship and placed several dozen death row inmates inside. Some captured undead spirits were then released into the starship. Soon, the inmates were killed, and the appearance of the interstellar battleship began to change, being controlled at the same time. Zhao Chen played a segment of an image from that report. It showed a T1 interstellar spacecraft less than 100 meters long, with signs of decay appearing on its outer surface. Moreover, the intact level of the provided T1 interstellar battleship was only 30%. But after the transformation, researchers were surprised to discover that it had returned to its original combat state. Most weapons could be used normally. However, the energy for these weapons had turned into spiritual energy. We have yet to understand how this phenomenon occurred, but it is indeed the case. At some point, its combat effectiveness has greatly increased. Even if the ship is damaged, with crucial modules destroyed, it still retains combat capabilities, like an indestructible skeleton soldier. According to multiple experiments, an undead starship like this must destroy at least 80% of its structures to completely destroy it. Zhao Chen's expression was grave. Charlotte furrowed her eyebrows. From this information, she could grasp the threat posed by these undead spirits. They were no less menacing than the interstellar Zerg. So, why are they searching for those stars? Lily asked an essential question. So far, I've basically mentioned the advantages of the undead spirits. The only downside is that they reproduce by needing corpses, and the higher the spiritual energy strength of the fresh corpses they convert, the stronger the spiritual energy they obtain. In earlier planetary eras, it was quite a useful ability, to be honest. But in the interstellar era, it's somewhat lacking. Once we know about this characteristic, we just need to keep our distance in battle, ensuring that no infection or transformation occurs. That is to say, their combat capabilities are restricted by their numbers. Zhao Chen's gaze turned dark at this point. However, our research institute has discovered that these undead spirits can rely on stars for self-replication. Chapter 1155. Self-splitting relies on stars for self-splitting. When Charlotte and Lilith heard this, they were even more astonished. Regarding this, the research institute also conducted experiments. They built a disposable artificial star. Then they placed the undead into the room containing the artificial star. In the end, they reached this conclusion. Zhao Chen presented the relevant image data in front of the two women. This was another set of experimental images. In a large experimental chamber, there was an artificial star, but it was about the size of a soccer ball. Soon, several humanoid undead were driven into the chamber. Once these undead entered the chamber, they instinctively moved towards the artificial star in the middle, as if something there was attracting them. After approaching the artificial star, their bodies began to liquefy, and ultimately, in front of everyone, they split into two identical objects. The entire process was quick. It was as if when you first looked at the undead, it was a single entity. But when you looked again, it was as if you saw a faint shadow. By the third look, two identical undead individuals appeared in front of your eyes. The speed of the splitting was extremely fast. So fast. With this speed of splitting, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. Lilith showed a shocked expression. Zhao Chen said, "This kind of splitting is not endless. First, it will consume the star's energy, just like our institute's artificial star, based on observations. When these undead split, they will simultaneously deplete the star's energy, to some extent accelerating the star's aging. In other words, once this star is completely depleted, these undead will no longer be able to split unless they find another star. Also, more powerful undead beings require more time to split and more star energy." Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Charlotte solemnly said, "So, everything the enemy has arranged makes sense. These undead are like viruses arranged within us. And stars are the catalyst for these viruses. They want to continuously split these undead by relying on stars, forming a huge and powerful army of undead. Then through slaughter, they'll transform our lives and starships to further expand their undead army. Even to find more stars. Zhao Chen nodded. That's about the situation. Once these undead spread widely, it will be a tricky problem to handle. At the same time, if our starships are transformed into undead starships, our originally excellent all-Dragon-class starships will instead become a double-edged sword aimed at us, Charlotte said. Zhao Chen nodded. He had never imagined that one day the strength of his fleet would turn into a double-edged sword. This might be the nature of the threat posed by the undead. The stronger the enemies, the higher the chance they have a stronger undead fleet. In this situation, we must contain this undead virus within a certain range. We cannot allow them to further develop. Otherwise, if too many star systems and stars are controlled by them, their threat will increase exponentially. Zhao Chen said seriously. Charlotte nodded. I understand. I will now modify the original battle plan. While ensuring to block these undead-controlled areas, I will clean them up one by one. I leave it to you. Lilith, you are responsible for managing logistics within the Empire, fully cooperating with Charlotte's military deployment. Zhao Chen instructed. Yes. Zhao Chen stared at the galactic sandbox in front of him, where at least 10 stars had turned black or were turning black. When necessary, we can directly destroy stars contaminated by the undead, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Charlotte and Lilith looked somewhat serious. Destroying a star would undoubtedly be a disaster for the residents of a star system. I entrust you with handling the compensation mechanism and resettlement issues for the evacuated star system residents. Now that the Empire has been established, we cannot afford to have unstable morale. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Destroying a star was a last resort, and this action would undoubtedly have a series of negative impacts that needed to be minimized. For those star system residents whose homeworld stars have been destroyed, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire will provide generous settlement arrangements. At least 3 options will be given to them. Stay in their homeland and rebuild it. Although the lack of a star would lead to changes in the ecology of many planets, we can use T5 Creator-class starships to transform these planets into habitable ones suitable for the new environment. Even without a star, these planets can still be habitable. For these residents, we will provide at least 30 years of living subsidies and job placement. The second option is to migrate to other star systems. For those who migrate, we will directly arrange jobs and housing for them in the new star systems, as well as at least 20 years of living subsidies. The third option is for those with aspirations. We can directly assign them to work in key positions in the Owl Dragon 15-star region. Those without the skills or abilities can receive free training from us. During this process, we will also provide at least 30 years of living subsidies. Currently, the development work in the Owl Dragon 15-star region has always been a hot job position within the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Every time a job recruitment program is announced, there are almost millions of people fighting for those positions. Because working in the Owl Dragon 15-star region can directly obtain the status of an Owl Empire-affiliated worker, the treatment is completely different. Carry out as you've said, Zhao Chen nodded. Although there are some costs to bear, this is still within an acceptable range. Zhao Chen reminded, remember to be cautious about those 2 insect nest sites. Do not relax vigilance because of the current undead crisis. Be wary of the possibility of them launching attacks from both sides simultaneously. Charlotte nodded. There is no need to worrying about this. The Owl Legion 3rd Fleet Group is currently specifically responsible for monitoring those 2 insect nest sites. I am not considering deploying the 3rd Fleet Group in this undead crisis for now. The main focus will be on mobilizing the 1st Fleet Group and the 2nd Fleet Group and considering the deployment of the Ace Legion for some particularly bad situations. Zhao Chen nodded. Charlotte, as the 5-star Marshal, still had the authority to deploy and manage all Owl Legion fleets, just as before. Prepare for battle. This is the first battle of the Owl Interstellar Empire. We have to fight beautifully, yes. Chapter 1156, Galaxial Retreat. What? A Galaxial Retreat. A Galaxy manager stood up suddenly, pressing both hands on the office table. He looked incredulously at the Owl Dragon officer on the video window in front of him. This Owl Dragon officer was responsible for conveying the Emperor's decree to various galaxies. Yes, this is the Emperor's command. All galaxies must comply. They can take over all interstellar transport ships directly, and appropriate compensation will be provided for the ownership of interstellar transport ships after the war. The Owl Dragon officer said seriously. The expression of the galaxy manager was very complex as he clenched his fists. For a manager to give up the galaxy he managed was akin to letting go of a lifetime of achievements. The workload of evacuating a galaxy is too large. Can't we? The galaxy manager tried to negotiate, but the Owl Dragon officer bluntly said, "This is the Emperor's command and must be executed. However, we will provide a certain level of compensation for the evacuees of the galaxies. We won't let you sacrifice in vain." The officer looked at the galaxy manager and continued, "I advise you, don't think too much. Even the Emperor considers it an extremely threatening event. Do you think anyone in your galaxy can survive? Or do you want to gamble with all the lives in your galaxy?" Hearing these questions, the galaxy manager took a deep breath and raised his head to face the officer. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, our galaxy will carry out the Emperor's command. As the galaxy manager, I will ensure the evacuation of all planetary residents in the shortest time possible. Minimize casualties." The Owl Dragon officer nodded and then ended the communication window. She checked off a line on an electronic form in front of her. At that moment, she heard the noisy voices of colleagues nearby. "Just because of one order, we have to retreat across the entire galaxy. Do you know how much investment our family has in our galaxy? Just because of your words, we have lost decades or even hundreds of years of everything. Isn't the Owl Dragon Legion supposed to be strong? Aren't you able to defeat the Demon King Legion fleet? Now facing these undead, you want a Galaxio retreat. You won't even fight and see if you can win. Send out your interstellar missile ships, your T-6 interstellar battleships." Although she didn't see the image on the other side, just hearing these words made her know that the other person's expression was definitely not good at the moment. She looked at the colleague with some concern. That colleague had just joined this Owl Dragon position. Unexpectedly, this new Owl Dragon person calmly said, "Excuse me. Perhaps you didn't hear clearly what I said just now. This is not up for negotiation. It is the Emperor's command. According to the agreement you signed with the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, you must unconditionally execute the Emperor's command. Anyone unwilling to comply will be considered a betrayal to the Emperor. Do you understand the consequences? Do you think you and your race can bear the Emperor's wrath?" Perhaps this speech made the other person suddenly come to his senses. He ultimately unwillingly chose to obey the Emperor's command. "Yes, we will evacuate the galaxy." The video window closed. The previously determined expression of the new Owl Dragon person suddenly relaxed, continuously patting his chest. "Scared me. Don't worry. For those who behave improperly towards the Emperor, there will naturally be someone to deal with them." A companion next to him pointed to another report in front of the newcomer. This report was unique, recording the actions of managers who have shown improper attitudes towards the Emperor and the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Like the galaxy manager just now, he unknowingly will be replaced after the end of this war due to his attitude. The Emperor does not tolerate disobedience. The biggest loss undoubtedly fell on the Angel Clan's territory, the Judgment Angel Galaxy. This was originally the domain of the Judgment Angel King, and where her holy temple star was located. This was also one of the most prosperous galaxies of the Angel Clan. However, no one would have thought that the Judgment Angel King would one day attempt to destroy her own home galaxy. Moreover, the Judgment Angel Galaxy belonged to a binary star system. The Judgment Angel King was well aware of this fact, even carrying to seeds and throwing them into the two stars of this galaxy. At this moment, the two stars in the Judgment Angel Galaxy had turned pitch black. The entire galaxy appeared much dimmer at that moment. One after another, interstellar battleships crossed the Stargate and arrived in this galaxy. It was the lordship fleet of the Angel Clan, commanded by Tilia. A fleet of 100,000 interstellar battleships, one after another passing through the Stargate, arrived in this galaxy. "Commander, the situation in this galaxy is a bit bad," a subordinate reported to the Angel Tilia. "What's going on?" Angel Tilia asked with a frown. A few galaxy fleets had attacked the Undead Legion army before. Not only did they not annihilate the Undead Legion army, but there were even cases of interstellar battleships being transformed into undead starships by the Undead Legion army. And now, those converted undead starships are all located within those two stars, continuously dividing. The subordinate reported. Upon hearing this situation, Angel Tilia was enraged. She questioned, "We received shared information from the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire about the Undead Legion. We immediately informed all galaxies about the combat methods required to be careful when dealing with the Undead Legion. What happened? Why would they do something so foolish?" The subordinate hesitated for a moment before saying, "It was reported that the Undead Legion had already begun to attack a star closest to the star. There were a large number of Angel Clan members on that star who couldn't evacuate in time. The galaxy fleets had no choice but to launch an attack, trying to secure an opportunity for the angelic civilians on that star to evacuate. In the end," after a pause, the subordinate continued, "In the end, 80% of the Angel Clan members on that star were successfully evacuated. However, the 300 interstellar battleships that carried out the mission were all transformed." Upon hearing this, Angel Tilia opened her mouth, unsure of what to scold. She could only mutter, "Foolish." Then she continued, "Do we have data on those 300 interstellar battleships? What models and levels of interstellar battleships were they?" Because the transformed interstellar battleships retained some characteristics of the original interstellar battleships, they needed to know what type of interstellar battleships were converted to be prepared. "We have the data. 90% of them were original Angel Clan interstellar battleships, and the remaining 10% were Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships. Almost all T4 and T3 series angelic interstellar battleships were included. In addition, there were Owl Dragon series T3 triangular Dragon-class heavy interstellar assault escorts, T3 Flame Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyers, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruisers." The subordinate listed a series of Owl Dragon series interstellar battleship names, most of which were T3 level. If only T3 level Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships, that would be fine. T for Vermilion Phoenix-class medium interstellar cruiser. Angel Tilia's expression stiffened. Why are there T for Vermilion Phoenix-class medium interstellar cruisers here? She never expected to find T for level Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships at this location, especially in the form of a cruiser. This seems to be a previously decommissioned starship, which happened to be assigned to this galaxy. But only one ship. The subordinate explained. One ship for the undead horde that could continuously produce undead starships within the stars. That one ship would soon become 2, 4, 8, 16. As long as those two stars did not extinguish, there would be a continuous flow of these undead starships. The thought made Angel Tilia's scalp tingle. Alarm! We have detected a large number of undead Legion soldiers attacking surrounding planets from the center of 2 stars. The evacuation progress of this galaxy is only 40% complete. It is estimated that it will take at least 2 days to fully evacuate this galaxy. The secretary hurriedly came to Angel Tilia's side, reporting the current situation. 2 days. That was a period of time neither short nor long. Angel Tilia took a deep breath and said, "Issue my order. Deploy battlefront defenses against the Undead Legion. We must contain their attack. When their assault is contained, we can decide on how to counterattack and eliminate them. Yes." The order was passed down, and the entire Saint Dragon Angel Legion fleet began to operate. Equipped with a complete set of Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships, this was the most elite fleet of the Angel Clan. However, this time, the enemy they faced was beyond their imagination. The undead soldiers, like insects, had spiritual shields to protect them and could penetrate starship shields directly, posing a major threat to almost all interstellar battleships. Moreover, the appearance of undead starships on the battlefield displayed their terrifying combat capabilities for the first time, completely surpassing the previous interstellar battleships. Angel Tilia suffered significant losses because of this. Although the defensive system was well deployed on a prepared defensive line, their part could completely contain the Undead Legion's attack. However, with a sudden attack from a small undead fleet, this balance was completely disrupted. A fleet of 30 T for Vermilion Phoenix-class medium interstellar cruisers now undead exploited the renowned speed of the T for Vermilion Phoenix-class cruisers to break through the Angel Fleet's firepower net and thrust into the Angel Fleet's stronghold. The combat research report on the Undead Clan clearly stated that extreme caution was needed when engaging in close combat with them. Soon, in this area, due to the breakthrough of those T for undead phoenixes, numerous undead beings poured out from the starships and rushed towards the nearby Angel interstellar battleships. The starship shields were helpless against these undead beings. Swarming like a sea of insects, they covered the surface of the target starships. Soon, these starships were transformed. All life inside the starships was converted into undead, and even these starships were transformed into undead starships in an instant. As a result, with the first converted Angel interstellar battleship, there would be a second, a third. Moreover, after a T for fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier was transformed, countless undead drones and undead starships whizzed out, beginning to vie for air supremacy with the Tilia Angel Legion fleet in this defensive zone. At that moment, a very interesting scene emerged on the battlefield. Although the Saint Dragon Angel Legion fleet was willing to clear the undead starships and undead forces at all costs, the reduction in numbers of the undead starships and undead forces was slow. On closer observation, it was noted that after the Saint Dragon Angel Legion fleet eliminated a batch of undead starships and undead forces, a batch of their interstellar battleships would be converted into undead starships. Once allies, now turned enemies. This sudden transformation wasn't just a simple addition and subtraction on the battlefield. Angel Tilia, the commander of the Saint Dragon Angel Legion, quickly realized this. The enemy's combat strategy was extremely frightening. Especially the biggest problem lay in having to continuously producing arsenals, which were the 2 stars, natural sources of inexhaustible undead starships. Currently, the number of undead starships appearing on the battlefield had surpassed 10,000, and they were still increasing slowly. We can't continue like this. If we keep going like this, our interstellar battleships will eventually be depleted by these undead. Angel Tilia promptly changed tactics, adopt a kite-flying strategy. Fight while retreating. Remember not to engage the enemy at close quarters. Also, remember one thing. Angel Tilia paused, her expression complex. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Issue an order to all interstellar battleships of the Saint Dragon Angel Legion. Once there's a risk of being transformed into undead, immediately detonate all ammunition and execute self-destruct procedure." Yes, it was a self-destruct. Before their own interstellar battleships were transformed, they would turn those starships into scrap metal. Once the integrity of the starship was reduced to a certain level, it could not be converted into an undead starship. This decision was ruthless, but it was undoubtedly the best way to deal with this type of enemy. Chapter 1157. The various defensive positions arranged by the Imperial First Battle Saint Dragon Angel Legion. They obediently followed the orders of the Angel Commander, Tilia, even when faced with the situation of the undead starship breaking into their defenses. Instead of waiting for the enemy to break through their starshield defense, they self-destructed their starships. This allowed the other starships in the formation to retreat to the rear for continued combat. Up to this point, at least 300 Angel interstellar warships were destroyed by self-destruction. Report, our interstellar missiles are running out. The interstellar missile ships can no longer provide firepower support to the battlefield, the secretary reported hastily to the Angel Tilia. Angel Tilia's expression darkened. Without interstellar missiles, the situation on the battlefield would deteriorate rapidly. The main reason the current situation could be maintained was due to their reliance on the firepower support from the interstellar missile ships. Losing the firepower support from the interstellar missile ships would cause the battlefield situation to deteriorate rapidly. How many personnel have been evacuated from the star system? Angel Tilia inquired. There are still 50% of the personnel who have not yet evacuated. And before that, we have been forced to abandon 3 planets that were occupied by the undead army. On those 3 planets, there are at least 500 million people who are either unwilling or unable to evacuate in time. Those people have been transformed into undead soldiers, the secretary reported. Angel Tilia's expression turned solemn. The pressure brought by the enemy was too great. At this rate, they would have to make the most painful choice, which was to evacuate and abandon the Angel Judgment Star system. That damn Rena! She actually wants to destroy her own home star system. Angel Tilia couldn't help but curse. At that moment, an officer on the bridge exclaimed, "Report, we have received a message from the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire headquarters. They will dispatch a fleet to support us. Report, abnormal spatial fluctuations detected at ******** sector. At the same time, another officer shouted. Hearing this news, everyone on the bridge felt a glimmer of hope in their hearts. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in the midst of the dark clouds overhead. They're here. Angel Tilia immediately looked towards the unstable spatial region that had been detected. As expected, rings of light soon appeared in that area, accompanied by the appearance of individual interstellar warships. Judging by the insignias on the starship hulls, they were indeed from the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire Fleet, specifically from the Owl Dragon First Legion Fleet. Angel Tilia glanced over and estimated there were about 50,000 ships. According to her knowledge of the Owl Dragon Fleet's organization, this should be the size of a Legion fleet. Soon, a video window popped up. On the other side was a familiar figure. Vice Admiral Zuzi of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, also the Deputy Commander of the Owl Dragon First Legion Fleet and the Commander of the Second Legion Fleet under the First Legion Fleet, saluted Angel Tilia first and then said, "The Owl Dragon First Legion Fleet under the Owl Dragon First Legion Fleet is here to support you in your operations. The command of the battlefield will be handed over to me next. Your Saint Dragon Angel Legion, all the Angel Lord Legion fleets, and the star system will be under my control. Understand?" First there was a self-introduction, followed by an explanation of their tasks and authority. Despite her usual carefree appearance, Zuzi was actually clear about when to act. "Understood," Angel Tilia said seriously. "Share the battlefield situation with us first," Zuzi said. Yes, in the process of sharing the battlefield information, Angel Tilia also detailed the current situation and some key issues. After hearing the battlefield information, Zuzi looked at the two black star markers on the interstellar map. She frowned slightly and murmured, "2 stars. This is indeed tricky. And there are already a significant number of undead fleet. If we don't destroy these 2 stars in time, it will require a significant cost to completely eliminate these undead fleets." After calculating in her mind, Zuzi quickly made a decision. She looked at Angel Tilia through the video window and said, "Let me inform you. Starting now, you will focus on evacuating all the people in the star system. Can the evacuation task be completed within 30 hours? 30 hours should be enough." Angel Tilia nodded, sensing the other's intentions. She replied, "Well, for the next 30 hours, my fleet will assist you in resisting the undead armies. After 30 hours, we will launch an attack on the 2 stars in the star system and destroy them. Understand? Let me remind you, this is not a negotiation, but a notification," Zuzi said sternly. She didn't want to waste words on this matter, hoping that the other party would understand the situation clearly. Angel Tilia took a deep breath and said seriously, "Please rest assured, High Admiral. I understand the situation, and I understand your plan to destroy the 2 stars. Please don't worry, as long as we can end this disaster. Losing 1 star system compared to putting the entire Angel territory in jeopardy, we know what is more important." Satisfied with the response, Zuzi smiled slightly. "Good. I hope we can work together pleasantly." Yes, with the strategic plan decided, Zuzi Zhao's full strategy would be used. Before the evacuation of the residents within the star system, they would first resist the undead army. Because if the 2 stars were destroyed now, the resulting shockwave could pose a threat to the planets in the star system from near and far. The entire process would not be instantaneous, but it would only take a few hours. By that time, the planet's residents who had not evacuated in time would only face one outcome: death. So arrangements needed to be made before that. 30 hours. With 50,000 all-dragon interstellar warships, they would have more than enough to resist the undead army for 30 hours. Inform the General Staff. We are the first fleet to officially engage in full-scale war with the undead race. Record the entire battle process in detail. Perhaps it could help other Legion fleets in the future, Zuzi reminded. The battle began. The Owl Dragon interstellar warships began replacing the Saint Dragon Angel Legion's interstellar warships. T5 Owl Dragon Interstellar Warships, T4. Owl Dragon Interstellar Warships all entered the frontline battlefield. The heavy interstellar guns of the T5 Spear of Sing class heavy interstellar artillery ships were deployed and ready for combat, ready to pour firepower towards the undead fleet. The T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, with each missile launch bay opened, displayed a frightening array of interstellar missiles lined up in the launch bay, resembling a beehive, instilling fear even for those with a fear of crowds. More interstellar warships also prepared for combat, pointing their various gun barrels towards the two black stars. In addition to the characteristics of the Owl Dragon fleet's past battles, the carrier starships, interstellar fighters, and unmanned drones did not actively cross the line to compete for interstellar air superiority with the enemy. This capability might be effective against the interstellar insect race, but it was completely ineffective against the undead army's ability to infect and transform. It might even end up supplying troops to the enemy for nothing. Therefore, in the war against the undead army, the highest command of the Owl Dragon fleet had issued an order not to allow interstellar fighters and unmanned drones to launch active attacks on the undead army. They were allowed to assist in defense or counterattack within their own firepower range. This greatly reduced the risk of these interstellar fighters and unmanned drones being infected and transformed by the enemy. 30 hours passed. The entire avenging Angel star system was immersed in a sea of artillery fire. The entire star system had taken on a battle formation, with the battle lines settling at the border, the exchange of fire, and the undead army's fierce charges. Angel Tilia had been watching this scene all along, observing the vast interstellar battlefield. She saw the incessant flow of undead starships and undead troops. She even saw gigantic skeletal dragons with combat capabilities not inferior to T-3 interstellar warships. If it were her Saint Dragon Angel Legion fleet, she estimated that in these 30 hours, even with a strategy of fighting and retreating, it would be difficult to withstand the relentless and eerie attacks from the enemy. At some point, the Angel Legion, which used to be able to compete with the Owl Dragon Legion, had already been left behind by the Owl Dragon Legion. Report: the final batch of interstellar transport ships carrying the last group of evacuees is prepared to pass through the Stargate one after another. It is estimated that within 30 minutes, the entire evacuation task can be completed. The secretary reported to Angel Tilia. How many people have not evacuated yet? Angel Tilia asked. This strategy was still based on voluntary participation, informing every star system of the current dangers and situation, allowing the residents to voluntarily evacuate. Even though they knew the stars were about to be destroyed, there were still some elders or stubborn people who chose to stay. There are still approximately 500 million people who have chosen to stay on various planets. On average, there are about 50 million people, the secretary said helplessly. Our personnel have been trying to persuade these people for the past 30 hours, but they refuse to listen. 80% of them are elderly people who do not want to leave their homeland. Alas, so be it. This is their own choice. Regardless of the outcome, they can't blame anyone else. Angel Tilia had no excessive mercy. She had given everyone on the planets a fair chance. If they chose not to evacuate, then there was nothing more to be done. According to High Admiral's orders, after completing the evacuation of civilians, it will be our personnel's turn to evacuate. Finally, it will be their evacuation. We need to assign a small team to take over the Stargate and together with the last Owl Dragon fleet, evacuate through the Stargate away from here. I will be the representative for this task. Just arrange a few interstellar warships for me. Angel Tilia chose to retreat last with the Owl Dragon fleet. Commander. The secretary was reluctant, wanting to persuade their commander to leave first. But Angel Tilia directly said, "This is an order. And compared to evacuating that part, this place needs me more. If anything unexpected happens, I can also assist here." Understood. The secretary reluctantly carried out the order, and she herself went to another secondary flagship to undertake the evacuation of the Saint Dragon Angel Legion command. Here, DRIZZLE also received the news that the basic evacuation of the personnel reported by Angel Tilia had been completed. DRIZZLE breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the battlefield stalemate. Outwardly, the situation seemed stable, but as a participant in the battle, she had personally experienced the terror of the undead army over the past 30 hours. No, it shouldn't be called terror. It was the nauseating nature of the battle. Even though she was careful, she still had hundreds of Owl Dragon interstellar warships infected and transformed during this process. Although she immediately ordered the destruction of these infected and transformed Owl Dragon interstellar warships to prevent them from becoming targets for the enemy's continuous replication. Yet, this process still disgusted DRIZZLE for quite a while. It was far more disgusting than the interstellar insect race's tactics she excelled at. Finally, we can end this nauseating battle. Zeus easy contacted the Empire's High Command, informed them of the situation here, and requested support for the destruction of the stars. Destroying a star required immense energy. Currently, only a few super-large weapons might have the ability to destroy a star over a long period of energy output. For example, the Angel Clan had conducted an experiment of building a supermassive weapon on a satellite, which was comparable to amplifying the most powerful energy weapon on a T-5 Angel interstellar warship nearly 100 times. Then, with a large amount of energy provided, after about a day of continuous output, they finally destroyed the star completely. However, this method was definitely not feasible at the moment. Fortunately, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire also had a stronger tool of destruction. Accompanied by a large halo, an interstellar warship suddenly appeared. The moment it appeared, there seemed to be a halo of the protagonist surrounding it. Its black and red hull paint gave off a murderous aura. This was currently the most powerful interstellar warship in the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, the T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought. Angel Tilia looked at this undoubtedly most powerful interstellar warship in the known universe. She had already guessed why it had appeared here. It would be responsible for destroying the two stars. Chapter 1158, Rakshasa Pluto Emperor's First Shot, Star. Rakshasa Pluto Emperor Class Interstellar Dreadnought. Bridge Zhao Chen was sitting on his throne at this moment, looking at the two black stars in the distance, as well as the army of undead. Currently, we have 11 star systems engaged in combat with the undead. The most critical situation is in the Judgment Angel star system. Because there are two stars here, and these two stars are in their prime years, their energy is extremely powerful. This causes the undead to greatly increase their self-splitting efficiency through stellar energy, Lily's secretary said beside him. Have you calculated it? Can the Rakshasa Pluto Emperor's attack destroy a star? Zhao Chen asked again. Charlotte nodded and said, the staff has conducted multiple calculations. The Rakshasa Pluto Emperor can directly destroy a star using the Dreadnought Cannon, Demon King style. After hearing this answer, Zhao Chen finally relaxed slightly. How is the evacuation of personnel in the star system going? All personnel have been successfully evacuated, leaving only the Lord Fleet of the Angel race and the gate control personnel. Basically, we have enough time to ensure the final evacuation of all interstellar warships and personnel, Zhu Zhaoxiao said seriously across the video window. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since everything is ready, let's begin, Zhao Chen said to Charlotte. Charlotte looked towards the department responsible for the main weapon of the Rakshasa Pluto Emperor class interstellar dreadnought. Activate the dreadnought cannon, Charlotte ordered. The head of the department immediately began the arrangements. In the front of the Rakshasa Pluto Emperor class interstellar dreadnought, within that terrifying giant cannon, appeared concentric rings of red light, as if a silent giant beast was being awakened. At the same time, a bright red light appeared at the end of the giant cannon. The dreadnought cannon is charging, and it is expected to be fully charged in 30 seconds, the head of the department shouted. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The entire bow of the Rakshasa Pluto Emperor's warship emitted a dazzling light, as if it could detonate the entire starry sky at any moment. Zhao Chen remained silent, quietly watching this scene. Dreadnought cannon, Demon King style, fire. Charlotte gave the order to fire. Following this, a terrifying black-red dual-color beam of light directly ignited the starry sky. The range was extremely far. It was currently the weapon with the longest effective range among all known starship weapons. Every undead soldier or undead starship touched by it almost immediately turned into nothingness. In the end, this terrifying dark red beam of light penetrated a target, one of the stars. The originally black star developed a red spot. Subsequently, everything seemed to develop in reverse. The red area gradually began to engulf the original black area, and the entire star began to turn red again. But things were far from simple. Report: the core of the target star has collapsed. It is expected to release terrifying energy within 3 hours. Ultimately, within 10 hours, it will affect the entire Judgment Angel star system, and all life on the planets in that star system will vanish in this stellar explosion. The neighboring star systems will also be affected, but there is no lethal threat, Secretary Lily brought up the latest observed data from the star system. The lifespan of that star had reached the final countdown stage. It will take 30 minutes, and the Rakshasa Pluto Emperor can carry out a second shot, Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. There were 2 stars here. For precaution's sake, it was naturally best to be able to destroy both stars simultaneously. But for some reason, as he watched the star gradually turning red, Zhao Chen felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. They seemed to have misunderstood something. Suddenly, at this moment, Secretary Lily's handheld terminal lit up. She glanced at it and saw a communication request from the Owl Dragon Supreme Research Institute. After opening it, a video window appeared. An institute professor was on the other side. She was hurriedly saying, "Secretary, we were wrong. We were wrong before. Stars cannot be destroyed. Under no circumstances should stars be destroyed." The professor's voice was loud, and Zhao Chen and Charlotte naturally heard it. The tensions in the insect nest were quite different from the previous call together. This time there were many interstellar warships gathered here, but only a few returned this time. Among them was the flagship of the Judgment Angel. She disembarked from her flagship, her feet stepping once again on the sticky ground. Suppressing the disgusting feeling in her heart, she looked towards the other interstellar warships. As she expected, very few were able to complete the mission successfully and return alive. Fortunately, she had a deep understanding of her Judgment Angel star system. She entered the Grand Hall, looking at the grotesque face on the flesh wall. Another one has returned. The best completion of the mission. Let us applaud together, the face on the flesh wall exclaimed in surprise. But it quickly realized something. Oh, I almost forgot. I don't have hands. Ha ha. This guy's psyche was definitely abnormal. Many people present thought this way. Sir, there's something I've always been unclear about. I hope you can enlighten us, said a survivor who had returned, the Black Angel Demon. Speak. The guy seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Although the undead bomb you provided us was very effective, we also understand the undead's combat capabilities, which are indeed unique and threatening. However, the ability of undead to self-split relies on stellar energy. The Owl Dragon Empire could easily destroy stars. I believe they possess this ability, the Black Angel Demon said. Other people also cast doubtful glances, indicating that they had also thought of this point. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Destroy stars? The grotesque face laughed loudly, as if hearing something amusing. If you really think so, and if the Owl Dragon Emperor does the same, he will pay for his actions. Indeed, the undead do need stellar energy to continue their self-splitting. But in fact, they have another ability. That is self-evolution. However, self-evolution requires a different, more powerful stellar energy, which only appears when a star is destroyed. So, if the Owl Dragon Emperor truly intends to destroy stars, he will create a far worse situation. Firstly, the stellar explosion will generate extremely powerful stellar energy, which will rapidly accelerate the undead self-splitting in the area. The Owl Dragon could potentially achieve a self-splitting efficiency hundreds of times, or even thousands of times, greater than usual. And within this, there will be some powerful undead individuals who undergo self-evolution. Self-evolution, as the name suggests, enhances one's own strength. For example, an originally infected T5 undead starship could potentially become a T6 undead starship after self-evolution. Tell me, isn't the Emperor digging his own grave, or what? Ha ha ha! Hearing the words of this creature made everyone present feel scalp tingling. The Judgment Angel King couldn't help but ask, doesn't this creature called undead have any weaknesses? Relying on stars, they can continuously reproduce, self-split, and they also have the ability to infect and transform. Stellar energy is vast, and even with accelerated consumption by the undead, it is impossible to deplete it in a short time. But destroying stars will further exacerbate the undead crisis. Ha ha ha, of course. The warriors bred by the Great Being are naturally perfect beings. It is a creation of a great being, a perfect masterpiece. Truly perfect. This creature cheered, as if reveling in its madness, much like a mad apostle. So, what do we do next? The 2 insect nests have now gathered a large number of insect fleet. Launching an attack now will enable the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire to fight on multiple fronts, suggested the Black Angel Demon. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the scene quieted down. The Black Angel Demon's feet lifted from the ground, and a pained expression appeared on his face. He felt as if his body was being squeezed by invisible hands, with a painful sensation throughout his body. He felt as if he could be crushed at any moment. Mind your positions. Don't think that you have achieved anything and can point fingers at me. Here, I can crush you at any moment. The grotesque face emitted a strong aura. No one spoke at this moment, treading lightly. The Black Angel Demon was left on the ground, gasping heavily, not daring to say anything more. In a week, the insect fleet will launch an attack, sweeping from north to south, engulfing the entire all-dragon interstellar empire. By then, this universe will merge with the Great Being. All life in this universe will have a precious opportunity to elevate themselves. This meeting soon ended as well. Before leaving, they were given the task for the next phase. During the forthcoming period of turmoil and war within the Owl-Dragon Interstellar Empire, they were to sow discord. Because by then, with the two major threats of undead and insects, the newly established Owl-Dragon Interstellar Empire would undoubtedly encounter various problems. It was at that time that they could infiltrate, seek opportunities, incite some interstellar forces to resist the Owl-Dragon Interstellar Empire, and exacerbate the Empire's already dire situation. Returning to their own starship, the Judgment Angel King sat on the cold captain's chair, reminiscing about her life. She recalled the moment when she herself had dropped that undead seed towards the two stars in the Judgment Angel star system. Suddenly, the entire bridge was illuminated with red lights. The sound of guns echoed all around. Several beams of light even shot towards the position of the Judgment Angel King on the bridge. However, in the area near the Judgment Angel King's captain's chair, an energy shield appeared, protecting the Judgment Angel King inside without any threats. Dozens of angel soldiers rushed into the bridge. "Don't move, drop your weapons, stand where you are." These angel soldiers held weapons, constantly warning the other soldiers on the bridge, who were still unaware of what was happening. Should anyone make a rash move, they would not hesitate to shoot to kill. The bridge was also stained with blood. But soon, the chaos stopped. There was almost no resistance. Two types of people appeared on the bridge. One group raised their hands, standing upright without knowing what was happening, the officers and soldiers on the bridge. The other group were angel soldiers holding weapons, with a golden scarf tied around their arms, as if it symbolized their identity for this operation. The entire process took only 3 minutes. The bridge was now under the control of these people. Of course, a significant reason for this was that there were several people inside the bridge who were part of this group, and they had willingly opened the door to the bridge. Otherwise, except for bridge personnel, non-bridge personnel did not have permission to enter the bridge. The Judgment Angel King remained motionless, seemingly observing everything as an onlooker, until a person walked up to her. Rainy. The other person's eyes were swollen, glaring at Rainy. "Teacher, it's you." The Judgment Angel King looked at the middle-aged woman before her. She was one of the deputy captains of this interstellar warship, and also had another identity, that of her teacher. She had once led her to join the Angel Fleet. "Rainy, you have made too many mistakes. I originally supported your idea, and thought that the path you chose was correct. But, you should never have destroyed our homeland by throwing that cursed thing into the stars of our homeland." The angel woman glared at Rainy with anger. Rainy looked at her, then at the rebels behind her. "So, are you all betraying me now?" "Teacher, betrayal, no. You betrayed us. We had all believed that the corrupt angel system would destroy the angels. Therefore, we sought a more powerful force. In truth, the Great Being does possess the power we sought. But that doesn't mean we can abandon everything we have. Now, we return to the angels. And the other two angel kings, seeing that we once fought for the angels, are willing to forgive us." The angel old woman spoke solemnly. "Forgive. Ha ha ha." The Judgment Angel King laughed heartily, standing up and pointing at the rebels in front of her. "From our betrayal of the angels to joining the Demon King camp, and then to betraying our homeland, no one will forgive us. Only by joining order, merging with order, and becoming eternal beings, can we find a way out. It's you who made the mistake, teacher. You were not firm enough. You all betrayed your original intentions. Teacher, I'm sad. I gave you a chance." The Judgment Angel King coldly watched the rebels. She silently observed them. The next moment, the heads of these people exploded one by one. Ultimately, only the angel old woman remained. The angel old woman looked in horror at this scene, screaming and shooting at the shield in front of the Judgment Angel King. In the end, amidst a haze of blood, the sound of the gunshots disappeared. Chapter 1159. The ruthless Angel of Judgment, King of the Undead, looked coldly at the bloodstains on the ship's bridge, the air filled with the scent of blood. "Adult, the internal rebels in the starship have all been cleared out," reported an angelic officer walking over at this moment. "Very well. Clean up, throw all the bodies out, and sweep away this blood. Continue with our next mission." "The path we have chosen is not wrong," the King of the Angels of Judgment said lightly. "Yes." As for the rebellion within the starship, the King of the Angels of Judgment had known about it early on. But she had been waiting for these individuals to take the initiative and then be completely cleaned out. Since she had embarked on this path, she would never regret it. That was her character. "Teacher, I am not wrong." The King of the Angels of Judgment looked at the headless body of her teacher on the ground and said once again. It was unclear whether these words were meant for others to hear or for herself. At this moment, on the other side, Zhao Chen was facing a very bad situation. News came from the Owl Dragon's highest research institute. The expressions of the people on the Pluto Hades number were somewhat stiff. "Can we confirm if this argument is true?" Zhao Chen looked at the experimental data, then at the professor on the video window opposite. The professor nodded heavily. "It's all true. After we discovered that the undead, as a life form, could undergo self-division through stellar energy, we began other related experiments. One of them is whether detonating and destroying a star could completely eliminate the undead within that range. However, the ultimate result of the experiment is, within the range of the destroyed star, the undead became stronger, more frenzied, and their numbers increased. Based on this experimental result, we deduce that at the moment of a stellar explosion, the energy produced could also allow the undead to self-divide, while also achieving self-evolution. For example, in the experiment, we arranged a T-2 Griffin-class heavy interstellar destroyer that was infected and transformed. And after the experiment, this converted undead starship, the T-2 Griffin, actually became a T-3 class undead starship. The professor also released a video image. Zhao Chen and the others gazed at the image, recognizing a familiar interstellar warship. The hull had traces of decay, but more importantly, it gave off a sense of desolation, as if a living person had lost vitality. "It does indeed look a lot like the T-2 Griffin." Charlotte recognized some features of the undead starship that were still reminiscent of the T-2 Griffin based on her understanding of starships. "So it really became a T-3 undead starship?" Zhao Chen frowned and asked. The professor nodded. "Yes, in the final stage of the experiment. It caused us some trouble, resulting in damage to T-2 interstellar warships, but fortunately no casualties. At that time, considering the unknown risks of the experiment, we set up combat satellites in the vicinity and a T-4 interstellar warship and several T-3 interstellar warships to control the situation. There is also a video showing the combat situation of this T-3 undead starship. In the course of the battle, this originally T-2 Griffin undead starship exhibited the combat power of a T-3 interstellar warship. However, in terms of combat characteristics, it still retained the characteristics of the original interstellar destroyer. In terms of combat power, it leaned more towards our All-Dragon series T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armor destroyer. Hearing this, Lila's eyes revealed a trace of worrying. She looked at Zhao Chen and Charlotte. "So, what should we do now?" "Thank you for the reminder, Professor. Unfortunately, we have already destroyed a star controlled by the undead," Zhao Chen said with a wry smile. Hearing this, the professor was surprised, then somewhat self-reproachful. "Your Majesty, we were too slow. If we had reached these experimental conclusions earlier, perhaps it's not your fault. I know that you have been conducting research on the undead non-stop recently, and thanks to your timely notice of these issues. Otherwise, we may have taken more wrong paths," Zhao Chen praised them. "So, does that mean there is no way for us to deal with these stars controlled by the undead?" Lily furrowed her brows. Charlotte also frowned but remained silent. Based on the information currently available, it seemed that was the case. These undead were indeed a very difficult trouble. "Actually, there is a way, but we don't have solid certainty yet," the professor said. "Go on," Zhao Chen immediately asked. "Your Majesty, I remember when I used my access rights to access the Owl Dragon weapons arsenal, there was data on an SSS-class top-secret weapon. I couldn't access its detailed information, but I could see a brief introduction. It said that it could directly destroy a galaxy. Is that so? The professor looked at Zhao Chen. T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. Zhao Chen directly pronounced the name. Supernova. When everyone heard this term, they all furrowed their brows. Because everyone knew what a supernova was. It referred to a phase in the evolution of stars and a violent explosion experienced by certain stars close to the end of their evolution. And just now, it was said that the explosion of stars not only wouldn't destroy the undead, but would instead catalyze them. So, wouldn't this T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb also act as a catalyst? The professor also frowned slightly. Zhao Chen guessed everyone's concerns and, as someone familiar with this weapon, spoke up. I know what you are all thinking. This T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb does not completely replicate the process of a supernova explosion. More accurately, it is just an adjective describing its power, along with some characteristics similar to a stellar explosion. But it is not entirely the same. I cannot guarantee the effect of this ultimate bomb, whether it will also have a catalyst effect on the undead. But I think, Professor, you can try to simulate it. After all, it seems to be our only way out at the moment. Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. The professor nodded, saying, simulating research is not a problem. But I need permission, and ideally a sample for our research. Zhao Chen said directly, I will grant you authorization, and from now on, you can access any information about this technological weapon. Also, regarding the sample. As far as I know, it should be in the construction phase. A chief engineer is in charge of this. She has a high level of research on this, so you can contact her directly or have her assist you. That's great. I heard an chief engineer is a very skilled starship engineer and very knowledgeable in starship science. The professor said excitedly. Anne, who was working, suddenly felt her teeth get stuck as she was taking a drink of water. The matter of the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb would take some time for the experiments to be verified, and manufacturing it would also take some time. But the most important thing now was the mess in front of them. Zhao Chen looked at the star that had turned half red. So, what do we do now? Lily asked anxiously beside him. It's a done deal. At the very least, we won't make such mistakes in other star systems. Lily, convey to the various all-dragon legions to evacuate this star system. Do not destroy the star, Zhao Chen said sternly. Yes? Lily responded. Some things were unforeseeable, and since they had happened, there was no room for regret. They had to face what was to come as best as they could. The Research Institute cannot currently calculate how much of a gain the undead will get from this explosion of the star. That is an unknown. And within the range of this exploding star, there is another star. It is highly likely that a dual star explosion will occur. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Charlotte, from now on, the combat mission of this star system is handed over to you. After the star explosion, try to contain the danger within this star system as much as possible. Do not let the crisis spread to other star systems. But at the same time, be prepared for anything. I will issue orders to the Angel Clan. The 6 star systems adjacent to this star system will receive evacuation orders, and the neighboring star systems will activate a red alarm first. The residents willing to leave can do so first. Whether a full-scale evacuation of the star system is necessary will depend on the situation. Zhao Chen detailed the arrangements for the situation. The handling methods for each region were different. Issuing an order to evacuate all star systems might prevent casualties, but it would cause great loss. As a leader, one had to consider more than just the safety of the people, taking into account the bigger picture. Thus, this plan was undoubtedly the best one at the moment, yes. Charlotte nodded, understanding the Emperor's intentions. She began to replan the new strategy for the current situation. Once you have formulated the new strategic plan, inform me, Zhao Chen said seriously. The current battlefield situation in this star system was undoubtedly the worst. Compared to other star systems invaded by the undead, this was a much larger scale problem. The combat experience gained here could be transmitted back to other undead battlefields. Yes, Charlotte responded. Soon, the new orders began to be relayed. Everyone and every starship within the star system began their final evacuation. After the Second Legion fleet of the Owl Dragon had conducted its final suppressive attack, it began to retreat toward the Stargate. The retreat process proceeded smoothly, without any chaos. This approach also prevented the dire situation of being entangled by the massive undead army during the withdrawal. All Owl Dragon interstellar warships completely evacuated. After that, the fleet in charge of managing the Stargate set up automatic and self-destruct programs. Angel Tilly boarded several interstellar transport ships, preparing to cross through the Stargate. She looked at the once brilliant angelic star system with a complex gaze, observing the two stars in the distance, one red and one black, as well as the undead army, like a black army. As one of the highest commanders of the Angel clan, she had received the latest orders from the Emperor. She knew about the failed plan to detonate the star and the negative effects it would bring. Tilia had no complaints about the situation. This was war, and anything could happen in war. Tilia was responsible for issuing the order for full evacuation of the 6 star systems around them and transferring control of these 6 star systems to the Owl Dragon Empire fleet to establish a new defense line. This was to resist how far the undead army would grow under the explosion of the star. Renee, you are truly the greatest sinner of this star system. I swear, wherever you are in the universe, I will catch you. You must pay the price for everything you have done. Tilia gritted her teeth. Following the last interstellar transport ship crossing through the Stargate, after about 10 minutes, the self-destruct program of the Stargate was activated, detonating the explosives placed around the Stargate. Flames of explosion began to fill every corner of the Stargate, destroying the Stargate ranked among the top 5 for transporting within the star system once named the Angel Clan. The explosion flames seemed to attract the undead army, but they quickly went back to their own agenda, invading the planets where some persistent angels still remained. Their fate was already determined. Luckily, some natives on some planets were spared. They would not turn into undead creatures because they saw a star growing bigger and bigger in size. It became hundreds of times larger than the original star. The crimson light ignited the sky, resembling burning clouds. Finally, the Earth cracked, calamity swept the surface of the planets, and everything ended quickly. The entire planet turned into nothingness amid the terrifying explosion of the star. This scenario quickly spread throughout the entire avenging Angel star system, sweeping almost all the surfaces of the planets in this star system. Except for the undead, not a single creature survived. The undead, basking in the halo created by the explosion of the star, began to shine brightly, experiencing astonishing changes. They either underwent rapid self-division or underwent some degree of transformation in appearance. Under the halo, these undead, resembling festive people, began to cheer as if they were receiving rainfall. With bright light emanating from their bodies, astounding transformations occurred. The other star outside the star began to absorb the exploding star's energy, gradually increasing in size. The surface of the star began to show black-red dual-colored spotted textures. The undead on this star, as if celebrating a festival, began to rejoice. This was not how a normal dual-star system would behave when one star exploded, which should have been like to billiards balls being shot away and becoming lonesome wandering stars. But perhaps because this star was covered by the undead. Therefore, the situation was completely different. This star began to absorb the energy of the exploding star, gradually enlarging its volume. The star's surface presented a texture of black and red spots. The undead on this star were overjoyed under the halo created by the exploding star. Then, like plants bathed in rainwater, they emitted a brilliant light and underwent remarkable changes. The other star inevitably came under the influence of the exploding star. Generally, in a binary star system, when one star explodes, the other star, in short, would be shot away like a bullet, becoming a solitary wandering star. However, perhaps due to this star being covered by the undead, the situation was entirely different. This star began to absorb the energy from the exploding star, gradually increasing in size. The star's surface showed a texture of black-red dual-colored spots. And the undead on this star, rejoicing like at a festival, began to cheer. Chapter 1160. The First Crisis of the Empire. The Leviathan-class interstellar dreadnought Raksasha Pluto's captain's bridge. Zhao Chen sat expressionless in the captain's chair. The miscalculation of the star explosion had intensified the threat of the undead. Most importantly, it had turned this undead army into a hot potato. There was no way other than containment. Moreover, they could even hold onto a star, continuously nurturing their undead army. It was a dilemma, to fight or not. If Millie knew about the current situation, she would probably stand before me, hands on hips, and mock me. Her mechanical army had only just left, and the universe was facing a threat. Zhao Chen muttered self-deprecatingly. He didn't know how things were on the side of the mechanical faction. Since the Gaia Gate had closed, neither side could know the other's situation. Your Majesty, regarding the establishment of defenses around the Judgment Angel star system, here is the plan. Charlotte approached Zhao Chen. With a wave of her hand, a star map appeared before them. The central blackened star was the Judgment Angel star system, surrounded by 6 neighboring star systems. Yellow dotted lines indicated the Owl Dragon's planned defense positions. Zhao Chen glanced over them, noting nearly 50 defense lines, divided into primary and secondary lines. Charlotte explained, I've classified the defenses into main and secondary lines. There are 6 main lines directly facing the Judgment Angel star system's closest points, with the Owl Dragon's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets assigned. The 4th fleet is responsible for the remaining 36 secondary lines, prepared to support the main lines. Observing the arrangements, Zhao Chen voiced his worries. The defense is good, but you've allocated the entire Owl Dragon 1st fleet here. Would this leave other areas undermanned? The Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire only had 3 fleet cores, with the 3rd fleet stationed near 2 insect nest borders. Now, only the 2nd fleet was available for deployment, leaving the 1st fleet to defend against the undead army threat within the Judgment Angel star system. The Owl Dragon 2nd Fleet can still control the undead threats in the Empire's other regions due to the recent stellar incidents. I've issued new battle orders for Chujuan's 2nd Fleet to adopt balanced strategies against the undead threats in other star systems, similar to dealing with the permanent cosmic insect nests. We can contain the undead within a safe range. While we are experienced in combat processes, similar to handling interstellar insect tribes within the cosmic insect nests, we must be cautious not to be infected by the undead forces. Although the undead strength in other star systems is not high, our Swift Hawk fleet is capable, but it will greatly challenge our ammunition and supply logistics in the long run, Charlotte explained. She analyzed the issues, presenting both advantages and risks to Zhao Chen. Our current biggest problem is to ensure a smooth supply chain, Zhao Chen stated. Charlotte agreed, foreseeing potential attacks on logistical supply lines by those allied with Order. She emphasized the significant ammunition consumption in potential conflicts with the insect nests, where multiple fronts could create challenges for the new Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Charlotte proposed a strategy, outlining the need to develop T6 supernova ultimate bombs to eliminate the undead threat effectively. With confidence in Zhao Weiner's Shadow Hunter flagship fleet and their intelligence network, they coordinated actions. They planned to use their aces carefully to handle emerging threats effectively. The initial 3 months posed the greatest difficulty, but overcoming them would eradicate the threats. Zhao Chen, aware of the upcoming deployment of a large batch of T6-class interstellar warships in 3 months, saw this as a chance for the Owl Dragon Empire to counter. He entrusted Charlotte with the plan, but reminded her sternly to prioritize their unborn children's well-being, emphasizing her responsibility for their safety. Charlotte reassured him, promising to take care of herself for the sake of their children and their future. They were determined to navigate through the challenges ahead. Chapter 1161. The insect tide strikes the galactic star calendar. May of the year 3037 is destined to be a month engraved in the annals of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Because in this month, the first crisis since the founding of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire has emerged. In the northern border of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, the former territory of the Demon Tribe, the northern border at this moment is dotted with sentinels suspended amidst the stars. These sentinels form a line of defense. Once there is any movement beyond the defense line, they will sound the alarm immediately. In addition, the patrol frequency of the interstellar fleet has tripled to ensure that there are no issues with this defense line. At this time, the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion Fleet Group is responsible for patrolling the defense line, under the command of the 4th Legion Fleet, led by Commander Fox Shiner. Has there been any unusual activity spotted by the patrol fleet over there? Fox Shiner, on the flagship, lifts her head to ask her secretary. The secretary shakes her head and says, "No problems have been found." Fox Shiner lowers her head again to attend to her duties. At that moment, the secretary walks over with an afternoon tea. "Commander, do you really need to inquire every hour? Aren't you too nervous? And if something happens, the patrol fleet and station interstellar sentinels will notify us immediately." The secretary remarks, "I am a bit nervous, but I have a premonition. A war against those bugs is about to break out soon." Fox Shiner says gravely. The secretary replies, "Our staff has analyzed the probability of the 2 bug nests launching an invasion, and it is indeed high now. But with our experience in fighting interstellar bugs, along with the carefully prepared defense line, dealing with those pests should not be a problem." Fox Shiner looks at her subordinate and asks, "How long have you been in service?" Reporting, "Commander, it's been 1 year." The secretary proudly responds. Rising to the position of the highest secretary in a Legion fleet within a year is a testament to her capability. "Have you never experienced defeat?" Fox Shiner inquires. The secretary is taken aback, but then proudly states, "Of course not. Since I joined the Owl Dragon Legion fleet, I have never faced defeat in battle. Our Owl Dragon Legion fleet boasts the finest interstellar warships, including the T-6 interstellar warship, powerful technological weapons, and a well-developed industrial system. In this universe, no enemy is a match for us. Wherever our artillery points, the enemy will be annihilated." Seeing the fiery pride in her secretary's eyes, Fox Shiner opens her mouth but refrains from saying certain words. Pride often leads to downfall, a lesson her mother instilled in her. Hailing from the Black Fox tribe, they always maintain composure at every stage. They do not boast or become complacent. Yet recently, Fox Shiner noticed a sense of arrogance and complacency brewing within the Owl Dragon Legion fleet. This is largely due to the fleet's near-perfect record. Moreover, with the establishment of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, such hubris has seeped into the fleet. Even her secretary harbors such thoughts, not to mention other lower-ranking officers. She chooses to stay silent, knowing her words may not have much impact. She can only pray that this situation won't jeopardize the Owl Dragon Legion fleet. At the same time, she documents the situation and reports it to the fleet's highest commander, Medusa. Medusa agrees with the situation, but finds handling it tricky, necessitating seeking the Emperor's opinion. Let me have a look at the defense line deployment. Fox Shiner suddenly feels her heart pounding faster, a sense of unease creeping in. The defense line deployment was determined by several Legion commanders and Fleet Group Commander Lady Medusa. What could be the problem? The secretary is puzzled but pulls up the electronic blueprint. Numerous markers form the defense line, akin to a great wall spanning the stars. On the opposite side are the 2 bug nests. Fox Shiner scrutinizes the layout and confirms that the defense line appears flawless. Interstellar sentinels, patrol fleets, combat satellites, military starports, and interstellar fortresses all seem in place without any apparent issues. However, a nagging discomfort lurks in her mind. Is the stress getting to her? Fox Shiner questions herself. Suddenly, the entire bridge is bathed in red light. A video window pops up in front of her. Report, emergency situation. All interstellar sentinels in the area designated as Defense Line Y733 have suddenly lost contact. At the same time, a fleet of 30 interstellar warships patrolling that area is missing. Fox Shiner springs to her feet. Inform all defense lines, departments, and fleets. Enemy incursion confirmed, but the extent of the attack remains uncertain. Order the nearest stealth reconnaissance fleet to investigate the situation in that area. It's crucial to ascertain what exactly is happening in the shortest time possible. Yes. The secretary promptly attends to the task. Fox Shiner fixes her gaze on the star map and marks the Y733 area. In the star chart, all defense installations in that region appear gray, indicating lost contact, their fate uncertain. According to the protocols, every interstellar sentinel and combat satellite should establish contact with the rear command center every 10 minutes to ensure smooth operation. But now, these sentinels and satellites haven't followed the procedure. Even the 30 interstellar warships patrolling the area have gone silent. Something significant has occurred. The alarm has sounded now, and various departments of the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion Fleet Group have begun receiving messages. Report, Radar indicates a group of unidentified life forms outside our defense zone. It's estimated they will enter our firepower range in 10 minutes. A bridge officer suddenly reports. Foxshiner's pupils dilate slightly. Already, they have appeared in front of them so quickly. But the distance seems odd. From the area where contact was lost to their current position, even with 9th level warp speed, it would be impossible to arrive so swiftly. Unless, report, there are sightings at our rear as well. We seem to be surrounded. The bridge officer's eyes widen in fear. Chapter 1162, Unable to Contact. Shiner looked at the stellar sand table in front of her. It could be seen that sporadic red signals appeared around the stellar sand table. These red signals were very weak, but their quantity was increasing at an astonishing speed. According to this characteristic, it could basically be determined that these were interstellar insect clans. Shiner was currently in a military starport, responsible for a segment of the insect clan nest defense line. However, theoretically, there was still a distance from the front line of the defense line. Even if the enemy infiltrated, it would not be possible to encircle this military starport in such a short time. Something was definitely amiss. Unless, Shiner thought of a possibility. She furrowed her brow. If it was really the case, then the situation on the frontline defense line would be critical. Have we established contact with the rear yet? Shiner looked at the secretary officer beside her. Communication signals are being disrupted, unable to contact the main headquarters in the rear. Sweat beads had already appeared on the secretary officer's forehead. Shiner remained silent. If this was indeed a premeditated military operation by the enemy, they would surely have considered these factors. At this moment, she felt as though an invisible force had already enveloped the battlefield. Continue to establish contact. At the same time, arrange for several interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to find a way to sneak out. I will give them a document. Once they are out of the communication interference range, they should immediately send this document to the homeland, Shiner said in a deep voice. Understood. Shiner opened the command channel. Fortunately, long-range quantum communication was disrupted, but short-range communication networks were still usable. 4th Legion of the Owl Dragon 3rd Fleet under the 4th Fleet Subordinate Group. Listen up. The Interstellar Insect Clan has attacked our defense line, but we do not know the enemy's numbers. They have also somehow cut off our communication with the homeland. At the same time, they have surrounded our Insect Clan defense line, number 3 military starport. We have very limited intelligence on the enemy. But I know one thing, the enemy is targeting us to be devoured. Shiner clenched her fists, and in her eyes, she seemed to see that figure. The figure she had always been chasing. Shiner said in a deep voice, "This is the first station of our Legion, incorporated into the Owl Dragon 3rd Fleet Armada. It may also be the first battle since the establishment of our All-Dragon Interstellar Empire. No matter what, our final orders are to hold our ground here. We must not let these insects break through this defense line. Get the fleets under the Legion prepared for battle. Prepare to face the enemy. Understood." Various fleet commanders responded over the command channel. Some may feel nervous, some may be anxious, some may even be fearful. But when the real situation is in front of them, their identities, their military uniforms, require them to do what they must. Because it is the responsibility of being a soldier of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Shiner looked at the stellar sand table, where a circular encirclement had formed around the military port. Completely sealed off. It was impossible to know how many insects were present. The strange situation on the insect nest defense line quickly became known to the people at the Owl Dragon base. It was reported to Zhao Chen. Still unable to establish contact? Zhao Chen looked at Lily's secretary officer. Lily shook her head and said gravely, "There is strong signal interference and spatial interference in the target area. Not only can we not conduct long-range quantum communication, but we cannot even perform spatial jumps." Zhao Chen focused on the stellar sand table's northern end, the region of the insect nest defense line. "How many areas have lost contact?" Zhao Chen asked. Lily pointed to several areas on the stellar sand table. "We previously established over 30 T3 Storm Fortress-grade large starports on this side of the insect nest defense line, specifically managed by the Owl Dragon 3rd Fleet Armada. Currently, 5 Storm Fortress starports have lost contact. At the same time, These areas are experiencing communication breakdowns. Lily grayed out several areas on the map, indicating these were the areas with no contact. Along with these 5 lost Storm Fortress starports, nearly 100,000 interstellar battleships have also lost contact. Mainly the 4th Fleet under the Owl Dragon 3rd Fleet Armada, commanded by Hu Shiner, as well as parts of Wei Shishi's 3rd Fleet. Currently, the commander of the 3rd Fleet Armada's Medusa has dispatched the nearest interstellar fleet to investigate the situation around these lost areas. But it will take some time. However, we can roughly deduce that it is indeed the work of the Interstellar Insect Clan, Zhao Chen said in a somber tone. We all know that the Interstellar Insect Clan is behind this. But how they executed this, how many Insect Clan fleets they have, and how they plan to fight, these are all unknown to us. After a pause, Zhao Chen said sharply, moreover, this deployment gives the feeling of a completely different style of warfare from the Interstellar Insect Clan that we are accustomed to. In the past, the Interstellar Insect Clan mostly used the swarm tactics. They would directly apply pressure on the entire defense line, initiating a full-on assault. But now, targeting a few points for surprise attacks while disrupting communication signals and preventing spatial jumps, this is simply not like the Interstellar Insect Clan of the past. It is indeed very strange. But now, we have no choice but to wait for news from the frontline battlefield, Lily said. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, who had been silent beside him. Charlotte, what are your thoughts? Charlotte raised her head and said in a low voice, I think we can't afford to wait. If the target area can't undergo spatial jumps, it means one of the Falcon Dragon Empire's trump cards, the T for Huiguang-class interstellar jump ships, is useless for support. In that case, we must make early preparations. If we wait until everything becomes clear, I believe the insect nest defense line will have already fallen in large part. But we don't have any intelligence right now. The Falcon Dragon has never fought such an uncertain battle, Lilith said with some concern. Charlotte was blunt. In the past, we relied on intelligence advantages and a few trump cards to make early preparations because the enemy and our positions were different. Now, we are the Falcon Dragon Interstellar Empire. We are a target. The enemy is the mysterious and powerful order, which means they can use many subtle tactics against us. In other words, future battle environments that are disadvantageous to us will only increase. To put it another way, future wars will be more difficult. All we can do is get used to it and adapt. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen, her gaze firm. I suggest we don't wait for detailed information from the insect nest defense line. We should send reinforcements right away. The Empire is already unstable due to the undead crisis, and we can't afford any more problems at the northern border. Zhao Chen nodded. I agree with your opinion. What's our next move? Currently, we no longer have any main fleets we can deploy. Since we don't know much about the enemy situation, we can't afford to take too many risks. So, we should use our trump card fleets. Charlotte suggested directly. I propose that I personally lead the Reverse Scales Trump Fleet, along with Sulan's Star Queen Trump Fleet, and by Zeus Hell Angels Trump Fleet, to head for the northern insect nest defense line. As for how to fight, we'll figure that out when we get there. The remaining 2 Trump fleets will stay at home and await further instructions as the situation develops. Charlotte had thought everything through carefully. All right, let's proceed as you suggested, Zhao Chen agreed. I'll arrange for the war supplies to be sent to the northern insect nest defense line. Since we are dealing with the insect race, the battlefield consumption will be significant. We can mobilize some of the regular battlefield supplies from the Demon and Angel clans' industrial factories. I've already made the statistics and developed production plans. We just need to issue the orders to these factories, Lilith added. Although she didn't like this uncertain battlefield situation, once the overall plan was decided, Lilith would provide the best supporting solutions based on the current plan. This is a warning from the Order. It's also our first real major battle as the Falcon Dragon Interstellar Empire. We can't let those extraterrestrials underestimate us. Zhao Chen said solemnly, yes. Soon, the several Trump fleets began to mobilize rapidly. Since they couldn't directly use spatial jumps, they instead used stargates to head for the northern insect nest defense line's largest stargate, from where further arrangements would be made. Zhao Chen, as the Emperor, boarded the temporary flagship T6 Roshacha Mingguang-class interstellar invincible ship and followed Charlotte's Reverse Scales Trump Fleet to the northern insect nest defense line. As for matters back home, Lilith was in charge due to the ongoing undead disaster caused by the stellar explosion from the Judgment Angels. When Zhao Chen arrived at the Northern Insect Nest Defense Line's Stargate after traveling through the Stargate, he received the latest battlefield updates. Medusa, the highest commander of the Third Fleet, personally reported to Zhao Chen, "Your Majesty, the insect race attacked several of our key defensive hubs 10 hours ago. At the same time, they deployed communication and spatial interference, which has made it impossible for us to communicate with our fleet in the battlefield. The spatial interference has also prevented us from using the stargates or spatial jumps in the battlefield area, severely impacting our battlefield command. Currently, 3 out of 5 starports in the battlefield areas have been attacked by a large number of insect creatures. However, they are still holding up well, relying on our military starports and station fleets, as well as prearranged battle supplies. At least for the next 50 battle hours, there shouldn't be any major problems." Medusa also showed several images captured by Starship Invisible reconnaissance vessels. These images weren't battlefield scenes, but rather pictures of insect creatures never seen before. The first image showed a beautiful scene in the starry sky, with glowing dots scattered around like fireflies in the wild at night. "We found this creature, which looks like a firefly. There are many of them. Our Starship Invisible reconnaissance vessels observed them closely and found that they may be the cause of the interference with our long-range quantum communications. However, their numbers are too many, and they are spread across many star systems. It's very difficult to clear them out quickly." Then, Medusa pointed to the second image. If the first image had a certain beauty, the second one could only be described as eerie. The second image was a video. The starry sky, originally empty, suddenly showed a mist-like insect creature that appeared out of nowhere, fading in and out like a fish swimming in the ocean. This creature was also captured by our Starship Invisible reconnaissance vessels. It's a non-physical insect unit. We used some ship weapons to attack it, but the effect was poor. It quickly escaped. We suspect it might be a semi-physical creature capable of traversing both the main space and the dimensional space. Its presence is likely causing the spatial instability, preventing us from using spatial jumps." At this point, Medusa's expression became even more serious as she pointed to the third image. "This third insect unit has the greatest impact on us. It's similar to our warp interceptors. Normally, a starship traveling at regular speed would be unaffected by it. However, if a starship warps into its vicinity, it will explode. The explosion is powerful enough to destroy a T3 starship and heavily damage a T4 starship. If there are many of these insect units in the area, even a T5 starship would suffer. We discovered this after losing an entire fleet in battle." Charlotte seemed particularly interested in the third insect unit, and Zhao Chen glanced at the image. The creature appeared like a green lantern floating in the starry sky. "It's because of this creature's presence that we didn't dare to send support to the starports immediately. A small mistake could cause us huge losses." Medusa frowned. Charlotte nodded, clearly supporting Medusa's actions. "Then, regarding how these insects suddenly surrounded the starports, I've found a clue. I suspect the insect race has a method for remotely deploying their fleets," Medusa said with a serious expression. "Remote deployment of insect fleets?" At that moment, both Zhao Chen and Charlotte's pupils contracted. Compared to the first 3 insect methods, this last one posed the greatest threat. If the insect race had the ability to deploy fleets anywhere within the Falcon Dragon Empire, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 1163, We Can't Give Up This Defensive Line. Could it be the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Nest mothership that appeared before? Wormway Network? Lily suddenly thought of this previous encounter with the insectoid technology. However, Zhao Chen frowned. Our previous research institute has studied this, and it also has requirements for the target space. Since our interstellar battleships cannot enter through space transition, the other party should not be able to as well. Unless they used other means. Is there concrete evidence? Charlotte asked directly. As long as we find out if the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Nest mothership is causing trouble, we just need to find out if there is a wormway transition point. Medusa shook her head, saying, "We have deployed almost all of our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, but so far, no direct evidence has been found. However, it can be generally judged that there is a high possibility." With that, Medusa raised her hand and opened a star map, pointing to several spots on it. According to the data analysis from the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships we sent out, the enemy's ability to interfere with long-range quantum communication has certain range limitations, and communication can still be maintained at closer distances. So, a fleet of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships conducted carpet reconnaissance in a fan-shaped pattern over the target area. This way, while ensuring smooth communication within the fleet, more intelligence information can be collected. And in this process, they also found signs that can verify what I mentioned earlier. They had previously reconnoitered an area and found no signs of insectoid fleets. But after a while, several scattered insectoid fleets appeared behind them. From this, the most likely possibility is that the enemy possesses a means similar to our T for Wisdom class interstellar transition ship. It can directly deliver a portion of the interstellar insectoids to a certain area. As for the limitations and requirements of using this function, we currently do not know. Medusa expressed her thoughts. Based on these signs, Medusa's thoughts were indeed reasonable, and it can be considered mostly confirmed, except for the detailed operational methods we remain unaware of. If that's the case, then the situation at our northern insectoid defensive line will be tricky. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. If it's not the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Nest mothership, but some more powerful technology, the lack of current information is undoubtedly a significant drawback. That's correct. If we have enough forces to deploy, then it's fine. But now, our third fleet group has only over 200,000 interstellar battleships. Currently, almost half of them are embroiled in battle, entangled by insects that popped up from who knows where, Medusa said, frowning. A very tricky situation. In that case, we have only two options. Lily spoke at this moment. Either we find a way to convey the message to each fleet to abandon their current positions and retreat with all their might. We give up the northern insectoid defensive line and retreat a distance. This way, we can preserve the various starships of the third fleet group as much as possible. But the downside is that by doing so, we will abandon a large portion of the northern insectoid defensive line, possibly even exposing some demon race star systems to the insectoid threat. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the other option is to increase our forces, to open up various strategic points. If we intend to hold the line, then we must restore the communication and logistics transport to the nodes of these defensive lines, so they do not become isolated islands. Otherwise, even if our Dragon Legion fleet's combat power is strong, it will still be wiped out by the insects on the opposite side. And to achieve this, we need to increase our forces. But the biggest problem now is where do we get these additional forces? Charlotte and Medusa fell silent. Although Lily is not a commander, she presented the current situation clearly to everyone. This northern insectoid defensive line took us half a year to establish. On this defensive line, there are not only starports, stargates, interstellar forts, but also a series of defense facilities. If we give up this defensive line, it will be extremely challenging to build another defensive line in a short time. Moreover, the layout of this defensive line is meant to give us a positional advantage. It's like a breach in our territory by the insectoid fleet. This defensive line just plugs that breach. But if we retreat and wanted to plug that breach again, we would need a longer defensive line. We don't have the time or capacity to build such a long defensive line now. By then, the insectoid fleet will find a breakthrough point and directly attack star systems with living organisms. Every demon race star system will face the insectoid threat. Suppose we cannot control this threat. Then, it's like telling other interstellar forces joining our Dragon Interstellar Empire that we don't have the ability to protect them. By then, angel race, demon race, half-beast people, even within the three major kingdoms, there may be forces opposing us. This defensive line is not just a line of defense against insectoid fleets. It's also the bottom line of our Dragon Interstellar Empire. Charlotte clenched her fists, saying in a deep voice, this defensive line cannot be withdrawn. Charlotte sees the situation with a long-term perspective, understanding what this battle signifies. If we don't withdraw, then how do we fight? There's an undead threat from within, an insectoid threat externally, and many forces within the country are eyeing us. Our Dragon Interstellar Empire has just started and simply doesn't have that many forces. Lily frowned. We do, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke up. Charlotte, Lily, and Medusa all looked at Zhao Chen. Regarding the issue of forces, I can handle it, Zhao Chen said earnestly. Lily was dumbfounded. Now, besides a few ace fleet groups, there's only the Everguard Legion fleet responsible for maintaining order within the Empire and the various lords' fleets of the major lords. Bringing the latter to deal with the insects would be like handing them over as food. Right now, while you are discussing how to consolidate the northern insectoid defensive line, leave the supportive forces to me. I will contact them now. After saying this, Zhao Chen lightly tapped his communication device on his temple, closing his eyes. Others knew that he was conducting long-distance quantum communication. But now, where can the Dragon Interstellar Empire mobilize large-scale forces? For forces, the Dragon Interstellar Empire has none. However, Zhao Chen knows of a fleet somewhere that might be able to help. In the next moment, Zhao Chen's eyes light up. Brother! A lovely little girl stood in front of Zhao Chen, but when she tried to throw herself at Zhao Chen, she passed through his body, resulting in an awkward stumble. Oh, I forgot this was a holographic projection. The insect princess stood up, rubbing her head and sticking out her tongue. Zhao Chen looked around. This was the bridge of an insectoid mothership. The dome of this bridge was made of a transparent material from the inside looking out, allowing Zhao Chen to see the insectoid planet in near orbit. Here, he could see the surface of the insectoid planet that had been remodeled. Little bug. Here, I might need your help now. Are you willing to help me? I need your insectoid fleet. Zhao Chen earnestly looked at the insect princess. Chapter 1160 for reinforcements. We've got them. Who dares to bully Big Brother? Little bugs, go beat them up. The bug princess said, making a boxing gesture and even demonstrating an uppercut. It's the insect clan, Zhao Chen spoke up. The bug princess paused, looking somewhat surprised at Zhao Chen. More precisely, it's the insect clan controlled by the Order, Zhao Chen explained. Hearing that it was the insect clan controlled by the Order, anger flashed in the bug princess's eyes. Zhao Chen briefly explained to the bug princess about the two insect clan nests, the current situation of the northern insect nest defense line, and the existing dangers, and so on. A nest of the size of a galaxy of the insect clan. The bug princess widened her eyes. You've never seen this type of insect clan architecture before? Zhao Chen asked. The bug princess shook her head. No, never heard of it. Although we would establish a kind of insect clan interstellar passage between closer planets, like a very long elevator, once completed, it's similar to a spider web. But that is limited to closer stars and planets. It's far from reaching a range that blankets an entire galaxy. And our insect clan's purpose is to coexist harmoniously with the planet's nature so that we can sustainably develop and survive on planets. But a nest of the insect clan on a galaxy scale undoubtedly violates this principle. And it makes absolutely no sense. The bug princess finished with a puzzled expression. Now, we don't have time to figure out what's going on. Currently, our top priority is dealing with the troubles at the border. And we must stop the Order from attempting to intervene in this universe, said Zhao Chen seriously. The bug princess nodded heavily. As long as it's to deal with the Order, little bugs will definitely go all out. At the same time, I am also very willing to help those bad bugs that have been deceived by the Order to start anew. Big Brother. Little bugs are willing to help Big Brother. Zhao Chen raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to pat the bug princess's head, but remembered that he was just a hologram now, so he pulled back his hand. Little bug, dispatch your fleet over now. How much time do you need? Zhao Chen inquired. Gathering the insect clan fleet and then passing through the Stargate, it will take about a day or so. Because there are too many bugs, the bug princess counted on her fingers. Oh right, Zhao Chen hadn't asked the bug princess how many insect clan fleets she had now. 3 million. The bug princess held up 3 fingers. 3 million ships? Zhao Chen widened his eyes. Wasn't there just 1 million ships when I was here before? At this moment, it seemed like something was mentioned that excited the bug princess. She joyfully said, "It's all thanks to the drink Big Brother gave little bugs. That thing is too powerful." After drinking it several times, the bug princess's strength has greatly increased. It also led to a significant increase in the speed and quality of reproduction of the insect mothers below. In a short time, we have 3 million insect clan fleets. It's just a pity that we still haven't developed a T6 insect nest mothership. Mentioning the T6 insect nest mothership, the bug princess felt a bit disheartened. So far, She had accumulated a lot of T5 insect nest motherships under her command, reaching over 100. But there wasn't a single T6 insect nest mothership, and there were still more of the T4, T3, and T2 level insect nest motherships remaining. It's fine, having 3 million insect clan starships is enough, Zhao Chen said contentedly. As for top-of-the-line starships, the T6 interstellar battleship area had Outrow's own starships. What Zhao Chen lacked now was a large number of interstellar battleships. In this respect, the 3 million insect clan fleets provided by the Bug Princess were undoubtedly the most appropriate. Then get ready to mobilize the insect clan fleet immediately. I will arrange for Liliacia to assist you, Zhao Chen immediately instructed. Yes. The Bug Princess imitated the military salute she had seen before, saluting Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen couldn't help but hold back a smile. He suddenly remembered the doubts he had before. Perhaps the Bug Princess could answer them for him. Little Bug. Currently, among those order-controlled insect nest motherships, we have encountered some special insect clan combat units. Have you seen them before? Zhao Chen recounted those phenomena that could interfere with communication, control space, and short-distance transport of insect clan fleets to the Bug Princess. The Bug Princess immediately said, "You were talking about the T5 Starfire Fireflies that interfere with communications." T5 Starfire Fireflies. Zhao Chen noted this name. T5 Starfire Fireflies belong to the T5 level of insect clan units, but despite belonging to the T5 level, they don't have any combat abilities and are regarded as support units. Their primary function is to interfere with communication channels in the target area. We have often used these T5 Starfire Fireflies to deal with enemies invading our homeworld. But the lifespan of the T5 Starfire Fireflies is very short. Once awakened, they will self-destruct after a while. And they are difficult to cultivate. Although they can be kept dormant, they need a specialized sleep environment. So, even at our peak, we won't store too many Starfire Fireflies. After explaining this, the Bug Princess began talking about the next one. As for the one that interferes with space, it also belongs to the support-type insect clan units, rarer than the Starfire Fireflies. We call it the T5 dimensional ghost insects. As the name suggests, it's akin to ghosts. Their birth is also very special and often requires a place where there are a large number of dead insect clan creatures, similar to what you call a mass grave. After the dimensional ghost insects are born, they will wander back and forth in a space. They do not possess attack abilities, but are also challenging to destroy. They ignore any physical attacks, and if attacked by energy weapons, they will immediately hide in dimensional space, making it difficult to destroy them. As she said this, the Bug Princess's expression began to furrow. As for the one you mentioned last, it has never appeared in our insect clan's history. But my mother once told me that our insect clan sages once considered developing this type of insect clan combat unit. Because a long time ago, when our insect clan was still in the surface age of the planet, we had a kind of ground-based insect clan called the earthworm insect, which would dig a direct passage that penetrated deep into the enemy's interior and launch an assault with excellent results. However, during the interstellar warfare era, these were rarely seen. Right. Speaking of this, I recently researched the cosmic insect nest that appeared in your world. That cosmic insect nest seems to be a theoretical product of this type. However, it's much larger in size and span. And the one you mentioned earlier sounds like a mini version of the cosmic insect nest. The Bug Princess blinked at Zhao Chen. A mini version of the cosmic insect nest. Zhao Chen suddenly had a realization. These two are indeed very similar. When combined with the function of the T5 Leviathan Somabound insect nest mothership. This is just like a creation on a technological tree, the only difference being the level of technology. So, what incredible insect clan technology have these bugs pulled out this time? Chapter 1165, the third division of the Owl Dragon Insect Clan, the Storm Fortress Glass large-scale star base, has now been engulfed in the ocean of warfare. Every direction is a battlefield. Insect attacks are everywhere. On the star base are the close defense cannons, weapon modules, as well as defense facilities, such as some combat satellites and fortresses deployed around the star base. It has been 24 hours without rest, constantly firing at the swarming insects. Damn these bugs! Will they ever stop? Fox Shiner raged, looking at the war zone in front of her, a sea of red warning signals. She, who used to be known for her calmness and composure, has now become a fleet commander from her previous role as a secretary. At this moment, she can't remain calm at all. These bugs seem endless to defeat. If we continue like this, our combat resources can only last for another 20 battle hours at most, the secretary anxiously said, looking somewhat weary. Not just her, but all the officers and soldiers on the bridge are in the same state right now. They don't know how long it has been since they last rested. Whether it's 20 hours or 10 hours, as long as we can keep firing, continue the fight. Foxshiner gritted her teeth. The secretary opened her mouth but didn't voice her thoughts. What is the situation with the losses of each fleet? Foxshiner inquired. Our 15 fleets under the 4th Legion currently have an average combat loss rate of 30%. Some fleets have suffered heavier losses, such as the 5th Fleet and 8th Fleet, with combat loss rates exceeding 50%. Originally, we had 50,000 interstellar warships in the Legion. Now, only over 30,000 interstellar warships are still capable of fighting, the secretary replied. She paused and added, despite our significant losses, we've also eliminated many insects. As for the insect units, I won't go into details, we've already eliminated countless of them. At least 1 million of the insect nest motherships have been destroyed. Among them, there are 100 recorded T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships, and as for T4 insect nest motherships, there are not less than 50,000. The insects we've killed outside our base could form a meteor belt around our 3rd star base. Ironically, due to these accumulated insect carcasses, it has actually affected the enemy's further attacks and reduced some of our pressure, the secretary chuckled wryly. It's hard to say whether this is good news or bad news. Have we been able to make contact with our homeland yet? Foxshiner asked. No. And given the situation outside that you've seen, even if our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships made contact with our homeland, the news couldn't be transmitted here. This place has truly become a complete island. The secretary sighed. Foxshiner's eyes sparkled as she said, no matter what, unless we receive orders from the Empire allowing us to retreat, our 3rd Fleet of the 4th Legion must fight here until the end. Yes, the secretary echoed, but her tone was noticeably uncertain. In the current situation, few can firmly hold onto this idea. Without any support, this place will fall within 30 hours. But for now, all they can do is wait. Medusa looked at the reinforcements emerging from the Stargate in front of her, her expression somewhat dumbfounded. This turned out to be a fleet of insect nest motherships. If it hadn't been for the warning from the Empress earlier, she might have thought it was an enemy invasion and ordered the fleet to engage in combat sooner. These are our reinforcements. The secretary beside her also looked baffled at their commanding officer. They should be. I guess even Medusa herself couldn't be sure. The existence of the Insect Queen is a highly confidential matter within the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Apart from a few senior Owl Dragon officials and specialized personnel, it is kept secret from the outside world. Even some Owl Dragon generals or marshals are unaware of this matter. However, the appearance of these insect nest motherships is somewhat different. More accurately, it should be described as their paint job. The majority of the observed insect nest motherships or insect combat units are primarily deep red in color. However, these insect nest motherships now are black with golden threads, giving a solemn feeling. And in prominent positions on each insect nest mothership and insect combat unit's bodies, one can see the emblem of the Owl Dragon. This emblem represents the Owl Dragon Fleet. The fact that it is now appearing on these insect nest motherships is truly unbelievable. Just then, a holographic image appeared before Medusa. Empress, Medusa immediately saluted. Zhao Chen looked at Medusa and said, "This time, 3 million insect fleet have arrived. To prevent any disturbances, you should designate a specific area to accommodate these insect fleets. At the same time, inform all the captains of each interstellar warship about the presence of this insect fleet as soon as possible to prevent any unexpected situations." Understood, Medusa replied. Furthermore, we will hold a council meeting shortly to determine the final battle plan. You will also participate, Zhao Chen added. Yes, Medusa nodded. She hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Empress, Just to clarify, these insect fleets are. You'll find out during the meeting later, Zhao Chen interjected. Okay, understood. Medusa finished the tasks given by the Empress and promptly prepared to attend the meeting. Sitting on her captain's chair, she closed her eyes. The next moment, she found herself in a holographic network conference room. The Empress sat at the main seat. Secretaries Lilith and General Charlotte sat on either side. Across from Medusa's seat, there was another empty seat. It seemed that someone else would be coming. Soon, a light shadow appeared. A holographic image of a little girl appeared in front of everyone. Medusa was stunned, looking at the little girl sitting across from her, dressed in owl dragon-style military attire. Judging by her appearance, she couldn't be more than 10 years old, probably not even as tall as the table. But at this moment, this little girl was very serious. Standing on the chair, she looked at the Empress on the main seat, saluted, and solemnly said, "Commander of all Dragon Insect Clan Fleet, Insect Princess, leading 3 million insect fleet, requesting instructions from Empress." Chapter 1166. The First Battle of the Insect Princess, Joa Dragon Insect Clan. Insect Princess? 3 million ships? The amount of information in this paragraph is huge. When did our Emperor come up with such a big thing? Little insect, let me introduce you. You've met Lilith and Charlotte. This is Medusa, the commander of the 4th Legion of the 3rd Fleet Group of Joa Dragon. Chao Chen introduced to the Insect Princess. The Insect Princess saluted Medusa very seriously. It was as if she was a child playing a game, pretending to be an adult. Little insect, do you have any issues commanding the insect fleet in battle? Chao Chen asked directly. Although these 3 million insect nest motherships were cultivated by the little insect, Chao Chen did not know about her abilities in military command. After all, commanding 3 million motherships of insect nests requires very strong tactical command abilities. Some people have speculated that the reason why the insect clan only uses insect swarm tactics is because of a lack of command at the leadership level. So they adopted the most suitable and simplest way of warfare. No issues for the little insect, confidently said the Insect Princess. She continued, and regarding the current situation on the Northern Insect Nest Defense Line battlefield, I have a few suggestions. Oh, this little girl actually has her own ideas. Please go on, said the Insect Princess, holding her head up high. First of all, the biggest problem in the Northern Insect Nest Defense Line battlefield is the interruption of communication networks. Because of the existence of the T5 Stardust Fireflies, quantum communication networks have been disrupted. The trapped Joa Dragon Legion's fleets cannot contact each other, cannot understand the situation, leading to unknown battlefield conditions and difficulty in command, and so on. It is very difficult to completely clear out all the T5 Stardust Fireflies. However, if the T5 Stardust Fireflies only interfere with quantum long-distance communication and not biological long-distance communication, then it will not interfere, said the Insect Princess, accurately pointing out the problem on the defense line. If some insect units can be sent to the positions of the various Joa Dragon Legion fleets, I can use them to transmit and receive information, she said. Charlotte immediately asked, without disturbance. Yes, without disturbance. No distance limitation? Although not as far as your quantum communication technology, covering the entire Northern Insect Nest defense line is not a problem, pointed out Lily at this point, saying, but as far as I know, many insect units cannot communicate with other beings. How will information be passed on? It can be done through some kind of code. Like this one. The Insect Princess began tapping on the table. Lily's eyes lit up. Morse code. This is a kind of ancient human code system I learned about. It's simple, and I can learn it. Then I can make those insects used for communication tap on the table to transmit messages, the Insect Princess responded. Lily said excitedly, exactly. This is indeed a very simple way. Even if those captains don't know Morse code, it is recorded in the database. They just need to refer to it. In this way, basic communication functions can be restored. Very good. We accept your suggestion, Chao Chen spoke. Lily, take care of the little insect. Chao Chen suddenly thought about Lily still dealing with things at her home. Although she was here now, her real body was still in the Joa Dragon Galaxy. Lily guessed what Chao Chen was thinking. She confidently said, no problem. Please leave this task to me. I will assist remotely. Also, I can arrange some senior secretariat officers at the Northern Insect Nest defense line to assist me in completing this mission. Chao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that Lily's work ability is really strong, which is very reassuring. Well, Lily, you are in charge of this matter, Chao Chen said. At this point, the insect princess said, in addition, regarding the T5 Starburst Poison Burst insects arranged by the Order Insect Clan for intercepting and destroying interstellar battleships using warp navigation, I can deal with this kind of thing. This time, even Medusa showed a surprised expression. Because the existence of such insect units that can intercept warp is the reason why they have not been able to arrange reinforcements for various military fortresses in their rear. First, I can arrange a large number of low-level insect nest motherships to be sent out. Look for these T5 Starburst Poison Burst insects, and then detonate them actively. Clean out a safe passage between the key hubs. In addition, in order to prevent the Order Insect Clan from suddenly sending their insect fleet to our rear and disrupting our rear supply lines, I can arrange the insect nest motherships to guard some safe route units, said the insect princess, expressing her ideas. Charlotte and Medusa's eyes lit up at this. It must be said that the insect princess's deployment was really not bad at all. I think the little insect's deployment can be executed. Chao Chen directly expressed his support. Charlotte and others also expressed their support, unanimous approval. Next is to determine the detailed strategic deployment, mainly formulated by Charlotte. The first step is to re-establish airway contact and communication with various important military ports on each defense line. This will be jointly undertaken by the Zhoa Dragon Insect Clan fleets and Zhoa Dragon fleets. This task must be completed within 24 hours, with communication restoration within 10 hours. After that, rescue missions and subsequent counterattack plans will be launched against the most important military ports. Fully restore the entire northern insect nest defense line. The general plan is like this. Time is the most important, meaning the enemy attack has been going on for over 20 hours. Each besieged military port is in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, time is crucial for us. The little insect, as the highest commander of the Zhoa Dragon Insect Clan fleet, will join our command structure. Little insect, Charlotte is the Grand Marshal of the Zhoa Dragon Clan, and her orders on the battlefield also represent mine. Do you understand? Chao Chen looked at the insect princess, who nodded, then looked at Charlotte with a serious expression. General Charlotte, please give the little insect tasks. The little insect and her Zhoa Dragon Insect Clan fleet will not embarrass the Zhoa Dragon Clan. From now on, the battle plan for the entire northern insect nest defense line is determined. One after another, the Zhoa Dragon Legion fleets and the Zhoa Dragon Insect Clan fleets proceed together. The counterattack against the sudden assault of the Order Insect Clan has officially begun. Insect Princess closed her eyes. Through the biological neural network of the insect swarm, she could receive battlefield information seen by the insect nest motherships within a certain range for the first time. She saw a group of Order Insect Clan fleets ahead. She opened her mouth, although she could convey orders directly through the neural network. But she had been following Chao Chen for some time and already got used to speaking. Zhoa Dragon Insect Clan Fleet, prepare for battle. Chapter 1167. Owl Dragon Insect Clan vs. Order Insect Clan. A group of insect nest motherships gathered together, as if waiting for some kind of command. Not far away, there was an area under siege by the insect fleet. The outer perimeter was surrounded by insects, making it impossible to see the enemies trapped within. There were many of these grouped outer insect nest mothership fleets, waiting like a group of flowers for an opportunity. Once they received the command, they would rush into the battlefield, consuming the enemy, defeating them, and tearing them apart. Among this insect fleet, a T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership was present. It seemed to sense something, looking towards a dark expanse of space. Its biological neural network seemed to hear some kind of sound. Through the perspective of its subordinate insect nest motherships, it saw a scene in the distance. As expected, in that space, some kind of creature was approaching. Soon, with these creatures approaching, their forms also appeared before everyone. They turned out to be several insect nest motherships and various insect clan troops. They were of the same kind. This simple brain of the T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership came up with this thought, not considering anything else. However, it soon realized that something was amiss. The suddenly appearing insect fleet had somewhat different appearances. They were not the same dark red color as them, but a black base with golden threads. Additionally, these insect fleet were approaching at an extremely fast pace. This made the T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership realize that something was wrong. It tried to communicate with the other side using its biological neural network. However, the other party did not respond at all. What's happening here? At this time, the insect group in its area had already made contact with this strange insect group. The frontmost insect unit on the other side launched an attack against its insect group like a mad dog. Leading the charge were tens of thousands of T for Leviathans. T for Hunter-class Leviathans and T for Behemoth-class Leviathans, leading countless numbers of lower-level insect units, charged forward. They collided with the opposing insect nest motherships. The biological plasma cannons managed to attack the opponent's biological armors, quickly corroding them with holes. Following that, lower-level units like T3 Corruptor Dragons pounced like hungry tigers that had not feasted in a long time, biting at the body of the insect nest mothership through those wounds. The Insect Clan combat units under this insect nest mothership naturally could not just watch their mothership being attacked and mobilized to counterattack. However, they were met by the opposing Insect Clan combat units, massacring them in an overwhelming manner. It took the T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership a while to realize. They seemed to be under attack. Immediately, it began to transmit information to its insect fleet. Battle! Prepare for battle! At this moment, the resting group of insect nest motherships in the area finally reacted and began to battle against these hostile insect fleets. It has to be said that the scene of Insect Clan fleet battles was truly bloody and spectacular. They utilized biological plasma cannons from the interstellar era, as well as the ancient war tactics of a cavalry charge. Among these unknown insect fleets, both the T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships and T for Leviathan-class insect nest motherships led the charge. This was a significant deviation from the previous Insect Clan tactics. In the past, in interstellar insect clans, the insect nest motherships were in the rear, dispatching a large number of Insect Clan combat units using swarm tactics to launch attacks. Insect nest motherships often only appeared in the mid to late stages of battles. However, this insect fleet employed entirely different combat methods. Soon, more of these black-based, golden-threaded insect fleet started appearing on the battlefield in the dark expanse of space. This group of Order Insect Clan fleets was quickly surrounded and found itself in a chaotic melee, quickly showing signs of being overwhelmed. Don't linger in battle. Arrange an assault insect fleet to directly break through the enemy encirclement. Send the communication team in at least. The Insect Princess commanded her Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet from her command ship. Don't fight alone. Let's attack together. Aim at the weak points and strike. Yes. Attack the rear 3 lines directly. Charge right in. Don't just focus on feeding. Eliminate the enemy's living forces first, then digest this food. The heavily injured insect nest motherships should retreat first, especially the T5 and T for ones. Don't waste themselves pointlessly on the battlefield. The Insect Princess continuously applied strategic tactics she had learned from the Owl Dragon faction to the battle. It significantly increased the battle prowess of the Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet. Though not as tactically strict as the Owl Dragon Legion fleet, it proved to be very effective against the swarm tactics of the opposing Order Insect Clan fleet. Eventually, the Owl Dragon Insect Nest mothership, acting as the assault fleet, launched an attack against the Order Insect Clan fleet currently besieging the Owl Dragon stronghold base. This sudden attack indeed caused considerable chaos among the Order Insect Clan fleet, swiftly opening a gap. The Order Insect Nest motherships in this area quickly fell into a state of confusion. What is happening? Inside the command ship of Storm Fortress Noah 3, on the flagship undergoing repairs, Fox Shiner stared in astonishment at the scene on the video screen. She saw over a dozen T for Leviathan-class insect nest motherships besieging and biting at a T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest mothership. Some of them even used the anal probing tactic, knowing at the opponent from behind. She had never witnessed such a scene. Could there be infighting among the enemy's Insect Clan fleet? Madam, look at the paint job on those insect nest motherships. It seems a bit different. They have a black base with a little bit of gold edges, and it seems there's our Owl Dragon fleet emblem. The sharp-eyed secretary pointed at one side of the chaotic battlefield where insect nest motherships were present. Fox Shiner's eyes lit up as she indeed saw the prominent Owl Dragon emblem on the bodies of those insect nest motherships. Could it be that these are our own insect nest motherships? The inconceivable idea popped up in Foxshiner's mind. Just then, the communications officer beside her reported, "Report, we've received a very strange communication request here. Patch it through." Foxshiner immediately responded. The communication officer brought up a communication window in front of Foxshiner. The voice on the other side was somewhat garbled. "I am the Insect Princess, acting under the Emperor's command, leading the Owl Dragon Insect Clan Fleet to support your side." Chapter 1168. We are not fighting alone. Foxshinger looked at the small beetle in front of her, swallowing nervously, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. According to the Emperor's instructions, we are currently unable to fully restore quantum long-distance communication. However, we can transmit information through our own race's neurobiological network of insects. Using Morse code, only transmit important information. The Insect Queen's voice became clearer at this moment. Understood. When Foxshinger heard these words, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. Although they couldn't contact the main headquarters directly, they could at least establish communication, providing them with some assurance. However, the bad news is that multiple locations along the northern insect nest defense line are facing a situation similar to yours. It may be some time before we can completely eliminate the Order insect fleet in your area, but we will try to dispatch reinforcements and transport some combat supplies. Please hold your position firmly, the Insect Queen said. Please inform His Majesty the Emperor. The 3rd Fleet of the Owl Dragon and the 4th Legion guarantee that as long as we have a starship here, we will hold on until the last moment. Foxshinger stood up straight, speaking seriously. The communication ended. Foxshinger took a deep breath, feeling the fatigue in her eyes dissipate slightly, replaced by a hint of joy. I didn't expect that our Emperor still possesses an insect fleet. This is news we were unaware of, the secretary exclaimed in amazement. She looked at the insect curiously, wanting to touch it, but feeling a bit scared. Was the simulation communication successful? Foxshinger asked. The secretary immediately took out a piece of paper with several Morse code strings written on it, which were completed during the simulation communication just now. After several tests, there were no issues encountered. However, only simple messages can be transmitted. As long as messages can be conveyed, we are no longer an isolated island, Foxshinger said firmly. Communicate this information to all starships. We have established contact with the headquarters. The Emperor and the Grand Marshal have arrived at the northern insect nest defense line, and several elite fleets have been mobilized. We are not fighting alone. Please continue to hold your positions and fight for the Empire. Yes. The excited secretary hurried to convey these words. She knew that at this moment, these words would be like a refreshing drink of water in the scorching heat for each starship in the fleet. It may not completely resolve the problem, but it will provide temporary relief and hope. In such an environment, hope is a crucial factor. Hades' Dark King-class interstellar dreadnought, Bridge Insect Queen has commanded the Owl Dragon Insect Fleet, establishing two routes. However, at the endpoint, there are numerous Order insect fleets surrounding our Stormfort star harbors. Relying solely on the Owl Dragon Insect Fleet can only temporarily break through the encirclement to deliver the message to the defending garrison. The siege can't be completely resolved. Zhao Chen pointed to the 2 lines on the star map. All T5 Starvoid pest burst insects on these 2 routes have been cleared out. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte beside him. Since we have cleared out 2 routes, it's time to launch our counterattack. Charlotte said seriously, I will immediately arrange for the fleet to travel at warp speed to the 2 star harbors and lift the siege. Zhao Chen reminded, so far, according to the intelligence we have, nearly 50 million insect fleets have been deployed in the attacks on each star harbor. We had information about 2 insect nests cultivating over 100 million nest mothers a few months ago. We don't know how many nest mothers there are now. We must remain vigilant for any unaccounted nest mothers that the enemy may still have. Therefore, if our forces encounter any nest mothers not recorded in our database, direct combat is not necessary unless absolutely required. If necessary, extreme caution is advised. Charlotte nodded, I understand. In addition, the enemy seems to have a means of spatial delivery that resembles the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class nest mothers. So far, we haven't figured out what kind of insect technology this is. Insufficient information about the enemy is our most challenging issue at the moment. I have issued instructions to the commanders of each Owl Dragon Legion fleet. Necessary precautions need to be taken when dealing with unidentified nest mothers not listed in our database. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. With Charlotte handling these matters, he could rest assured. Next was the formal support plan. Currently, the passageways that have been opened are Starfort Star Harbor No. 3 and Starfort Star Harbor No. 6. The remaining besieged Stormfort Star Harbors have only restored basic communication, and the T5 Starvoid pest burst insects on the routes have yet to be cleared out. Medusa, deploy 20 Owl Dragon fleets, a total of 60,000 Owl Dragon interstellar battleships to support this operation. I will arrange for 2 elite fleets to support your operations separately. Furthermore, for each battlefield, we will request 500,000 Owl Dragon Nest Mothers from Insect Queen's command to assist in battle. We don't have many troops to mobilize right now. Even with the Owl Dragon Insect Fleet, we are only alleviating the immediate crisis. So once we deploy, we must end the battle within the shortest time possible to lift the siege on the 2 Star Harbors. Charlotte issued the mission to Medusa and spoke sternly. Medusa nodded and pledged, "Please rest assured, Grand Marshal. Half of the 60,000 Owl Dragon interstellar battleships will be deployed from my 3rd Fleet, 1st Legion. Additionally, I will personally lead one of the fleets to support the besieged Star Harbor. I guarantee that upon arriving on the battlefield, the situation will be resolved swiftly. In case of any emergencies, contact us promptly." Yes. Later, under Charlotte's arrangements, Medusa personally led 10 fleets belonging to the 3rd Fleet, 1st Legion of the Owl Dragon to support the besieged Stormfort Star Harbor No. 3. At the same time, the commander of the 2nd Legion of the Owl Dragon, Wei Shishi, would lead 10 fleets to support the besieged Stormfort Star Harbor No. 6. It is worth mentioning that the forces defending Stormfort Star Harbor No. 6 currently included the vice commander of the 2nd Legion, who volunteered for the mission. In her words, it was her responsibility as the 2nd Legion commander to rescue those under siege by the 2nd Legion. If any insects dared to bully the 2nd Legion, then Wei Shishi would have to restore their dignity. It reminded her of the determination she had when she served in the Star Empire Army. Additionally, the Hell Angels Elite Fleet Group and the Star Queen Elite Fleet Group that came to the Northern Insect Nest Defense Line also received missions to head to the 2 battlefields and assist in combat. It was imperative that they end or control the situation within the shortest time possible. Chapter 1169. Reinforcements arrive. T5 Divine Redeemer Starship Intelligence System reminder: the ship has exited warp speed and arrived at the designated location. Currently in automatic pilot mode, Medusa opened her eyes and looked at the scene ahead after completing warp speed travel. In the distance was the target of this aid mission, Fortress No. 3 Storm. However, at the moment, there were no visible interstellar fortress military ports. All that could be seen were swarms of insects covering the target area layer by layer. Report: our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship has completed scanning of the enemy here. A total of 5 million nest motherships were found, of which 3 million have joined the siege of Fortress No. 3 Storm. The remaining 2 million nest motherships are gathering in small fleets around, likely as reserve resources waiting to join the battle, the secretary reported to Medusa. Have all the fleets arrived? Medusa asked. The 10 fleets under the 1st Legion of the 3rd Fleet of our Owl Dragon have all safely arrived here, the secretary replied. At this moment, 2 holographic images appeared in succession. They were Commander White Snow of the Hell Angel Ace Fleet and Commander Insect Princess of the Owl Dragon Insect Fleet. General Medusa, my Hell Angel Ace Fleet has completed warp travel and arrived at the designated location. Do you have any tactical instructions? White Snow looked at Medusa inquiringly. In the current system of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, although the combat power of the Ace Fleet is higher than that of the Imperial Fleet, the command authority on the battlefield is actually balanced. Most of the time, the Ace Fleet cooperates with the Imperial Fleet's tactical strategies unless there are special arrangements. For example, in this battle, White Snow needed to ask Medusa for tactical arrangements. Her Hell Angel Ace Fleet would execute the tactical arrangements of the other side. However, how the Hell Angel Ace Fleet fights, how they strategize, and how they are arranged, Medusa has no right to interfere and can only ask a few questions. You finally arrived. The order of the insect tribe here is too large. The nest motherships under my command are too few to fight, the insect princess said sullenly. The insect princess was not here by chance. According to the strategic guidelines formulated by Marshal Charlotte, the first target for rescue was Fortress No. 3 Storm. Because the position of Fortress No. 3 Storm is crucial in the northern nest line, it must be secured first. No problem. We are here now. Medusa looked at the interstellar sandbox. The enemy is the insect tribe. The orderly insect tribe, Medusa corrected herself. Previously, they referred to the enemy as the insect tribe. But now it's different. They have comrades and the owl dragon insect fleet. So they had to change the name for the insect tribe. Zhao Chen specially arranged that all enemy insect units are to be called the orderly insect tribe. Many lower-ranking all-dragon officers did not know why they were called the orderly insect tribe, but Zhao Chen would not explain it too early. Anyway, that's what they were called. Returning to the main topic, Medusa began to organize her battle formation. Since the enemy is the orderly insect tribe, we should adopt a steady strategy. We must not launch an attack on our own. First, the 6 fleets of my 1st Legion will establish a defensive position here, protecting the Hell Angel Ace fleet in the middle and providing a safe output environment for the Hell Angel Ace fleet. The remaining 4 fleets will not be assigned tasks for now and may launch targeted attacks against any vulnerabilities and weaknesses of the enemy in the future. What about me? What about me? The insect princess asked impatiently. How many nest motherships do you have left here? Medusa asked first. After fighting the insect tribe, there are still 400,000 nest motherships left. The insect princess paused and added, the owl dragon insect fleet of small insects already destroyed 300,000 enemy nest motherships. Saying that, the insect princess looked proud. But Medusa was not Zhao Chen and wouldn't praise the childish insect princess at this moment. 400,000 ships. In that case, your owl dragon insect fleet will split into 5 groups. When fighting the enemy later, we will launch an area covering firepower attack on the orderly insect tribe fleets that attack us. After our firepower attack is completed, you must immediately send one of the owl dragon insect fleet groups to charge forward. Bring back the insect remains that you can use or harvest the enemy nest motherships in the area. Remember, your mission is to be quick and decisive. Time is limited for you. Even if the time is up and you have not completed all the tasks, you are not allowed to retreat. Do not get attached to the battle. Medusa reminded. The insect princess nodded seriously. I understand. Good. We will launch the attack in 10 minutes. At the same time, our formation will move slowly towards Fortress No. 3 Starport. This will also help alleviate the pressure on Fortress No. 3 Starport. Also, Insect Princess, use your communication to inform Commander Foxsong inside the besieged Fortress No. 3 Starport. Tell her that we have arrived. Don't panic, just remember to coordinate with our actions later, understood? Under Medusa's arrangement, the 6 fleets under the 1st Legion of the 3rd Fleet of the Owl Dragon quickly formed a uniform battle formation. They surrounded the Hell Angel Ace fleet in the middle, while the Insect Princess's Owl Dragon Insect fleet was divided into 4 groups, to waiting for orders on the outer rear, and the other to also waiting for orders. At this point, many orderly insect tribe fleets had begun to attack this direction, and had also noticed the presence of enemy forces. Previously, facing the attacks of the Owl Dragon Insect fleet, led by the Insect Princess, many insect tribe fleets were somewhat at a loss. But with the appearance of these Owl Dragon legions, there was no doubt that there were enemies. These orderly insects were like a pack of wolves smelling blood, rushing to bite. Get ready for battle. Once the enemy enters the firing range, use conventional firepower to attack. When the enemy gathers in large numbers, let the Hell Angel Ace fleet strike them heavily, Medusa said sternly. Understood. At this moment, the Insect Princess was also in the midst of the battle formation. She looked at the orderly Owl Dragon Legion starships in an orderly manner, her eyes shining. She hoped that someday, the nest motherships under her command could also be as efficient as this. Chapter 1170. Breaking the siege of the 3rd Storm, Fortress Star Harbor Great. Admiral Medusa personally led reinforcements to support us. And there's the Hell's Angels Ace Fleet. Fox Shinger saw the Morse code pass through the bug on the bridge, receiving the intelligence information. She was overjoyed. After enduring for so long, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Spread the word. Everyone on their battle stations, give it your all. Our allies are right across from us. The Supreme Commander of our fleet is watching. Let's not embarrass the 4th Legion. Controlling her emotions, Fox Shinger shouted, "Yes." After this message was relayed, the entire 3rd Storm Fortress Star Harbor felt like a shot of adrenaline. The morale of the entire fighting force surged in that moment, because they all knew that not far from here, their allied forces had arrived and were fighting alongside them. As time passed, Fox Shinger could gradually receive short-range communication signals from outside. Previously, due to the large number of bugs blocking communications, even with the reinforcements arriving, they couldn't communicate properly with each other. Now, being able to receive some blurry allied communication signals meant that the enemy bug fleet surrounding them was diminishing. Suddenly, Fox Shinger noticed a side of the battlefield outside, where there was an intense burst of fire. Flames splashed, and the shockwaves from the explosions scattered many bug fighting units. More bug nest motherships were ignited, resembling a burning grassland in the deep black sky. Fox Shinger suddenly felt her breathing quicken. She knew what it was. She was too familiar with those explosions and scenes. They were interstellar missiles. It was a barrage from interstellar missile carriers. Fox Shinger immediately issued orders for the interstellar battleships responsible for this area to focus on attacking, to avoid harming friendly forces. "They're finally here!" exclaimed the secretary officer next to her, covering her mouth in excitement, with tears glistening in her eyes. They weren't afraid of death, but fighting in this environment with reinforcements changed the feeling completely. Soon, a gap appeared in the encirclement around the 3rd Storm Fortress, where the neighboring bug nest motherships were trying to fill in the gap. However, it was too late. Instead, the gap only widened. It was as if the gates of the 3rd Storm Fortress were slowly opening like a window. At that moment, Fox Shinger could see the battle outside. The Dragon Owl Legion fleet formed a combat formation and moved slowly. In the middle of the formation were rows of neatly arranged interstellar missile ships. And there were quite a lot of them. A rough estimate revealed nearly 10,000 interstellar missile ships. Just then, the firing from these almost 10,000 interstellar missile ships began. The interstellar missiles rained down on the bug nest motherships of the enemy. It was as if ignited by flames, covering a large area. Within the area of the explosions, there were hardly any intact bug nest motherships remaining. Even the T-5 Leviathan King-class bug nest motherships found it difficult to survive under such intense attacks. This was the terror of the interstellar missile ships. At this point, communication between both sides was fully restored. "This is the flagship of the 1st Legion of the 3rd Fleet Group of the Dragon Owl Fleet. I am Medusa. Requesting acknowledgement. Over." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Fox Shinger was moved. She immediately adjusted her emotions and replied, reporting to the Admiral, "I am Fox Shinger, commander of the 4th Legion of the 3rd Fleet Group. I have been stationed here defending the 3rd Storm Fortress Star Harbor. We have been fighting the enemy bug race for over 30 hours. The 3rd Storm Fortress Star Harbor remains under our control." "Very good. You've done well. The Emperor acknowledges your determination. Allow me to convey Emperor's respect to you. You are the bravest warriors of the Dragon Owl Interstellar Empire," praised Medusa. Fox Shinger's eyes welled up slightly. She immediately played the message she had just received in the public frequency loop within the 4th Legion's internal communication network. The interstellar battleships that continued to hold their positions listened to the message, and even the tired captains on the bridges shed tears of joy. In the Star Harbor berth, a starship still emitting black smoke slowly sailed into the berth, awaiting repair. Subsequently, the starship's hatch opened, and injured crew members were brought down and transported to the medical facilities within the Star Harbor for treatment. Upon hearing the message in the public frequency, some, even those whose arms were severed and whose uniforms were stained with blood, smiled. In a workroom in the Star Harbor, "Zihuan, you've been working continuously for over 48 hours. Go rest now." The head of the department looked at a crew member who seemed on the brink of collapse, advising with concern. The crew member raised her head, revealing a youthful face that seemed barely 20 years old. I'm not tired. This post needs me. I'm a level 6 technician, and currently the most needed technical profession in our Star Harbor. I can repair those combat drones here. The more I repair, the more combat drones we can send back to the battlefield. That will relieve the pressure on our comrades, Zihuan said with an innocent smile. You are the bravest warriors of the Dragon Owl Interstellar Empire. At this moment, a phrase was transmitted through the public frequency. When the people in the workroom heard it, some were surprised, some delighted, some were at a loss, and some found it hard to believe. The Emperor actually knows about us. The Emperor said we are the bravest warriors. We deserve the Empire. We deserve the Emperor. Cheers spread in various places in that moment. Stop goofing around. The reinforcements have arrived, but our battle continues. The fight isn't over. No one is allowed to relax. The department head sternly admonished. Everyone immediately continued their work with smiles. When the department head looked at Zihuan again, she found her standing asleep on the spot, a satisfied smile on her face. Sometimes, what these crew members and soldiers wanted was a simple recognition. A recognition for what they did and sacrificed. This silly kid. The department head looked around and then carried Zihuan to a nearby vacant spot, allowing her to rest briefly there. The head then stood up and addressed everyone in the department. Get back in the game. The reinforcements are here, but it doesn't mean our battle is over. We not only need to defend the Star Harbor Fortress, but we also need to defeat these audacious bug race attackers. Chapter 1171. You will gain eternal life. Under the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the subordinate territory of the Angel race in a certain star region. This is the latest battlefield information we have obtained. First is the situation in the Judgment Angel star system. After the Xiaolong Legion fleet deliberately detonated a star, they also noticed the issue with this method. They did not employ this method on other battlefields against the undead fleet. They used a more restrictive approach. Besides the Judgment Angel star system, the Xiaolong Legion fleet effectively controlled the star system battlefields where other undead fleets appeared. The secretary reported this information to the Judgment Angel King present in front of her. How many undead fleets are currently in the Judgment Angel star system? Are there any T6 level undead starships or undead creatures? The Judgment Angel King inquired. The secretary shook his head. Regarding the situation in the Judgment Angel star system, the Xiaolong Legion fleet and the Angel race fleet have employed full-scale blockade measures. There is currently no information coming out. However, based on the situation surrounding the defensive lines of several star systems around the Judgment Angel star system, it seems that the two sides have not engaged in war again. It is estimated that the undead creatures in the Judgment Angel star system are still fermenting after the star explosion. The specific level of development of this undead army is unknown. The Judgment Angel King frowned. She was very eager to see how effective her efforts were, so she detested this situation. However, she was helpless as she could not bypass the Xiaolong Legion and the Angel fleet deployed there to directly understand the situation in the Judgment Angel star system. Tell me about the situation on the northern insect nest defensive line of the Xiaolong Legion. The Judgment Angel King shifted the topic. The secretary retrieved another set of data. Currently, there has been nearly 50 hours of battle on the northern insect nest defensive line. As of now, according to the information we have, with the arrival of reinforcements, including the Xiaolong Empire's 3rd Fleet Group, the Hell Angel Elite Fleet Group, and the Star Queen Elite Fleet Group, there are at least 400,000 interstellar warships of the Xiaolong Empire here. On the other side, the insect race has dispatched 50 million insect warships and has gained the upper hand on the northern insect nest defensive line by using preemptive measures in some insect species never before encountered in the Xiaolong Empire's database. Upon hearing this, the Judgment Angel King revealed a satisfied smile. Under the combined attack of the disciplined insect race, the interstellar empire of Xiaolong is certain to collapse. No one can resist the great being, not even the mechanical race, let alone the fledgling power of the interstellar empire of Xiaolong. How are the others doing now? Asked the Judgment Angel King. Currently, there have been uprisings in 5 different places within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. 2 are in Demon Territory, 2 are in the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom territory, and 1 is within the Holy Radiance Kingdom. However, the situation of these uprisings is not optimistic. The Xiaolong Empire's elite guard fleet is on guard against this threat, reinforcing patrols and garrisons in several unstable star systems. Those uprisings only caused chaos for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The secretary paused, looking at the distinguished Angel King. Furthermore, a few others are urging us, claiming that we have not been following the original plan and carrying out our tasks in the areas we are responsible for. They even threaten to go to the insect race nest to report our actions. Reporting? Child's play, the Judgment Angel King sneered, displaying a disdainful smile. The secretary stayed silent. However, we do need to stir up some trouble. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain over there. At the same time, we need to increase pressure on the Geolong Interstellar Empire, the Judgment Angel King said solemnly. She looked at the secretary. How are the things I instructed earlier arranged? It's been arranged, but they indicated that they need to see you first before finalizing the plan for the uprising, the secretary said. The Judgment Angel King fell silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I will meet them. At a certain starport, a shuttle entered the berth. Several people wearing masks and cloaks got off the shuttle. Are you distinguished guests from afar? A middle-aged male angel walked over respectfully and asked. We are here to visit an old friend, one of the people, a female, in the group said. Please follow me. The middle-aged male angel began leading the way, with the group following behind as they left the docking bay and boarded a hover lift to a private compartment outside. Please, the middle-aged male angel pushed open the compartment door, indicating the group could enter. The group entered the room. Several people were already waiting inside. After the group entered, the door to the compartment closed. Are you the esteemed Angel King? A male angel with a scar on his face respectfully inquired. I am, the masked female angel replied. However, everyone in the compartment remained silent, just staring at her. Finally, the female angel took off her mask, revealing the face of the Judgment Angel King. Greetings, Your Majesty Angel King. The people in the compartment all saluted. There is no need for formalities. You have promised that as long as I come, you are willing to stand by my side and initiate an uprising within the angel race territory. Now that I am here, it is time to execute our plan, the Judgment Angel King said. May I ask, what kind of being stands behind you? What will we ultimately gain? The scarred male angel asked in a serious tone. The Judgment Angel King smiled lightly. Behind me is a great being, an existence beyond your comprehension. It does not exist in our universe. However, it holds technologies that we can never reach. Even though it cannot descend into our universe, just the races it cultivates can easily purify the original sin of our universe. The future of our universe has already been determined. Our only choice is to stand with this great being. Our choice will allow us to be bathed in the radiance of the great being when it descends upon our universe, granting us supreme glory and opportunity. These words sounded ambiguous and more like a fanatic preaching. Seeing the hesitance and disbelief on the faces of these individuals, the Judgment Angel King directly presented a crucial piece of information. You will gain eternal life. Chapter 1172. This is unfair. Immortality. In the current technology being researched by various interstellar powers, immortality technology is undoubtedly the most desired thing for everyone. Despite the existence of various life-extending technologies, true immortality remains unattainable. Even Zhao Chen's mastery of black technology in the form of cloning and resurrection technology falls short. According to research, this is not true immortality. The cloned beings produced through resurrection and cloning technology can only manifest bodies that correspond to the current age of their life will. It's not like they can create a body in their 20s after you die at over 100 years old. This is unattainable because an aged soul cannot align with a youthful body. But I digress. At this moment, all those who heard these words had dumbfounded expressions. Even the proud angelic race was swayed in their resolve in the face of the immense temptation of immortality. The Archangel of Judgment observed the shock and composure in their eyes, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. No one could resist the temptation of immortality. Especially for long-lived races like the angelic lineage, the fear of death grows with age. The angelic race is no exception to this rule. Just then, applause erupted from the side. Several figures emerged slowly. Invisibility technology. The Archangel of Judgment frowned, her hand resting on her waist. But the next moment, an electromagnetic prison appeared directly around her and her group. I never expected the former Archangel of Judgment to forsake her faith and assist the extradimensional enemies, destroying her own homeland for the sake of so-called immortality. Rena, how could you become like this? A voice tinged with bitterness reached them, and the Archangel of Judgment turned to see her old friend, the Archangel of Sanctity. "Have you betrayed me?" The Archangel of Judgment looked at the people she had just spoken with. At this moment, these people kept their heads down, not daring to speak. "All of you step aside. In light of your cooperation with us, we will suggest to the Empire not to investigate the responsibilities of your families behind you." The Archangel of Sanctity coldly surveyed the controllers of certain factions within the angelic race. Yes, these angels obediently moved to the side. They were indeed willing to cooperate with the Archangel of Judgment. Their families' powers were currently not appreciated within the angelic race, with no rights even to govern a star system. Coupled with the influence of the Dragon Star Empire's establishment on their interests, they understood that their declining families were destined to be eliminated by the era. Their inherent angelic pride made them susceptible when the Archangel of Judgment reached out to them, touching a chord in their hearts. However, the agents of the Dragon Star Empire were not idle. They had long begun monitoring this aspect of affairs. Ultimately, they cooperated with the Archangel of Sanctity, identifying and controlling the internal factions of the angelic race inclined towards betrayal. Under the threat to the fate of the entire race, these individuals naturally chose to cooperate. And that led to the current situation. "Angelia, sister, it seems we meet again." The Archangel of Judgment smiled slightly at her friend, before the Archangel of Sanctity regarded her former friend with an unfamiliar gaze. It was a mix of recognition and strangeness. The Archangel of Sanctity sighed, "Surrender. If you can cooperate with us and provide vital information regarding the order behind you and the nest of the insectoid, perhaps I can plead with the Emperor so that your end isn't too painful." "Not too painful. Ha ha ha. Should I thank you, Angelia, or should I express my gratitude?" One moment, the Archangel of Judgment was laughing, but the next, her voice turned dark. "You've always been so hypocritical. In the eyes of others, you always appear high and mighty. They revere you, view you as the most sacred goddess of the angelic race. In times of war, everyone thinks of Wells, that warrior who only knows battle. But me, I am the Archangel of Judgment, the Archangel of Judgment. But everyone fears me. They see me as a plague. Why? It's not fair." Her final words were chilling, as if suppressing something. The Archangel of Sanctity paused, unable to believe what she was witnessing. "Rena, I never thought this is what you truly felt. The three of us work for the future of the angelic race, for our racial beliefs, each fulfilling their roles. There is no difference in rank among us. If you had any grievances, you could have raised them with me. This series of irreparable actions you've taken, destroying even the archangelic star system. Do you know what that system has become? It's like a hell on earth." The Archangel of Judgment broke into a maniacal laugh, removing the veil she always wore on her face, revealing a terrifying visage that left everyone in shock. While the angelic race was naturally beautiful, and Rena, who had become an archangel, should have been an exquisite being, there was hardly a patch of unblemished skin on her face. One of her eyes was deeply sunken, revealed to be a glass eye upon closer inspection. "See this? Are we the same? We are fundamentally different. I don't even have the courage to remove my veil in front of others. How did you become like this?" The Archangel of Sanctity gazed in astonishment at Rena's disfigured face. "Hey, become like this. As the Archangel of Judgment, my responsibilities extend beyond gathering intelligence on enemies to overseeing interrogations within the angelic race. If any angel or angelic faction has issues, I am tasked with interrogating and purging them immediately. This has caused a lot of discontent within the angelic race toward me. Eventually, they found an opportunity. While I was on a mission, they hired interstellar assassins who splashed a special liquid on my face, leaving me permanently disfigured. It was irreparable. This is the result I'm left with. Since then, I have come to believe the angelic race's faith is misplaced. This world is flawed. I was unfortunate at that time." A crazed glint appeared in the Archangel of Judgment's eyes. "But soon, fortune smiled upon me. I encountered a great being who told me I could cleanse myself of the filth and become an immortal being." Chapter 1173. The Fallen Angel's Rebellion. The King of the Holy Angels watched as her old friend went mad before her eyes, along with those words. A complex expression filled her eyes. In a sense, she also sympathized with the present Rena. But a mistake is a mistake, after all. Rena, you made the most wrong choice, the king of the holy angels said suddenly. Wrong. What is wrong? Is this mistake defined by you all? No? I don't think I'm wrong. My choice is the truly correct one. I will become an eternal existence. I will obtain true faith. And you all are nothing but heretics. The great existence will eventually destroy you. Even the so-called Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire cannot stop the footsteps of the great existence. The king of the judgment angels mocked without mercy. I don't know if we can defeat the great existence you speak of later, but at least you won't be able to see it. The king of the holy angels looked at the scene, her brows furrowed. The electromagnetic prison was immediately released. Several angel soldiers, who were already prepared, went forward to inspect the body of the judgment angel king. Angel king, even though this body looks grown, its material cells have only existed for less than 7 days. This is just a clone. And somehow, the will of the judgment angel king Rena has been infused into it. After examining it, the subordinate reported, I understand, the king of the holy angels didn't pay much attention to this result, because she had already expected it. Even in the original plan, she didn't need to appear here. She just wants you to see this former angel king with her own eyes and try to convince her. The king of the holy angels looked at a few high-level members of the angel clan who stood honestly to the side. Angel king, we were just momentarily confused before, tempted by the rebel faction. We absolutely have not betrayed the angel clan or the Owl Dragon Empire. We know we were wrong. These people knelt down one after another, begging for forgiveness. The king of the holy angels gazed at them coldly, saying, anyone who has had contact with the judgment angel king must be detained. As for the families behind you, we will not investigate their responsibility. Upon hearing this arrangement, although they knew they wouldn't be killed and would probably be detained somewhere for the rest of their lives, at least they wouldn't involve their families. This made these high-ranking angels grateful. The angel soldiers escorted these people away. Sir, are we really not going to deal with the families behind these people? A subordinate walked up to the king of the holy angels and asked softly. In the past, these matters were handled by the judges of the judgment angels. In such cases, the entire clan would probably be judged. For those families involved, direct punishment will not be given. But from now on, there will be no more interstellar trade with these family forces. Anyone related to these families who works within our angel clan or the Owl Dragon Empire will be thoroughly investigated. No one with any issues will be hired unless they possess special skills, the king of the holy angels said. Understood by this, these families would likely decline rapidly in the next few decades. Although no action would be taken against them openly, both the angel clan and the Owl Dragon Empire would treat them with indifference. Other family forces would naturally understand what was happening and smartly distance themselves from these families. The threshold for these families to enter the ranks of the angel clan and the Owl Dragon Empire would be higher, meaning they would be further from the center of power. As a result, these family forces would lose their influence. It was estimated that within 30 years, they would disappear entirely. It's a pity we didn't capture the real judgment angel king, Rena. An underling looked at the clone corpse with some disappointment. Who said we didn't catch her? The king of the holy angels suddenly uttered a somewhat cryptic statement. Meanwhile, in another remote part of the galaxy, the judgment angel king Rena opened her eyes. She had just used a black technology given to her by the Order to remotely control her clone. She couldn't personally attend because of the requests of a few families, nor could she guarantee their sincerity in joining her cause. This method was the most suitable. I didn't expect them to be so cautious. They saw through this little move of mine. Rena, the judgment angel king, said coldly. What do we do next, my lord? The secretary, upon learning of the situation, asked with some concern. I never relied on these small fish. Don't forget, we have our own fleet. I haven't been sitting idly these past few years. Some things require our personal action, the judgment angel king said, looking out at the starships outside the bridge window. There were as many as 3,000 of them, half of which were remnants of her faction that escaped, and the rest were manufactured using resources and technology provided by the Order. Due to resource scarcity and production limitations, it had taken a few years to produce this many starships. However, all of them were of T4 and T5 class. In any star system, they could reign as overlords. Execute our Plan B. Attack the key strategic hubs within the Angel Clan's territory, causing chaos. Rena began strategizing. However, just as the Judgment Angel King, Rena, started making strategic plans, a video window suddenly popped up right in front of her. She looked at the other side of the video window and saw a female angel commander from the Angel Clan, someone familiar. It was one of the Holy Angel King's angel guards, Tilly. Yes, it was her. Rena. I am Tilly, the commander of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, and I am here under the orders of the Holy Angel King to eradicate your rebel faction. Tilly, the angel, glared angrily at Rena. Chapter 1174. It's hard to fly with clipped wings. The Judgment Angel King furrowed his brow as he focused on the person in front of him. At the same time, a warning came from the radar department on the bridge. Report, there are a large number of interstellar warships surrounding us, suspected to be the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion of the Angel race. There are about 30,000 interstellar warships. Angel Tilia gazed at the Judgment Angel King Rain across from her. Rebel Commander Rain, your fleet has been completely surrounded by our Sacred Dragon Angel Legion. Your only choice now is to surrender. Accept the judgment of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Pay the price for what you have done. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Judgment Angel King Rain's voice became mad. Judgment? You want to judge me? In this world, no one is qualified to judge me. Not you. Not even those two Angel Kings. Not even your damn Owl Dragon Emperor. All troops, prepare for battle. Without hesitation, the Judgment Angel King Rain issued the order to engage in combat. Although their fleet only consisted of 3,000 interstellar warships and they were facing an enemy 10 times their size, those who followed the Judgment Angel King to this point were undoubtedly a group of madmen and fanatics. Rain, since you are so obstinate, let me declare your crimes here. Angel Tilia directly broadcast her video on the public channel. She paused and said, Former Judgment Angel King Rain, for betraying the angel race, causing harm to our fellow angels, and putting the Judgment Angel star system in danger, the judgment is death for Rain. After that, she also gave the command to engage in battle. Sacred Dragon Angel Legion, prepare for battle. Annihilate all rebel fleets that resist. The battle erupted at that moment. It was a strategic battle where 30,000 interstellar warships surrounded 3,000 interstellar warships. In terms of the quality of the starships, both sides were evenly matched. The active duty ships of the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion were all Owl Dragon series interstellar warships with only a few T5 class ships and a significant number of T3 interstellar warships. On the other side, despite having only 3,000 interstellar warships, they were all T4 and T5 class interstellar warships. The number of T5 class ships even reached 100. So, although the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion had the numerical advantage in terms of combat power, no one dared to guarantee the outcome. However, the outcome of the battle was already decided, because in the shadows, another military force was lurking. Reporting, the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion has engaged in battle with the rebel fleet of the Judgment Angel King. The secretary reported to Commander Zhao Weiner in front of her. Zhao Weiner yawned and sat in the captain's chair. Keep an eye on it. Although His Majesty the Emperor has agreed to the requests of the two Angel Kings and assigned this operation to the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion, we still need to back them up. Do not let any enemy interstellar warship escape, especially the Judgment Angel King Rain. We already let her slip away once right under our noses. We cannot allow such a thing to happen again. Please rest assured, Commander. We have arranged multiple T5 Shadow of Alf King-class medium-sized interstellar stealth bombers to watch over the enemy commander's flagship. We guarantee that they will have no chance of escape, the secretary stated firmly. Chapter 1175. I surrender. We have already left the battlefield in our current location. Even if we lift the concealment status, the radar of the interstellar warships of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion cannot find us. We can now enter warp speed and leave here. The captain reported to the Angel Queen, then let's go. The voice of the Judgment Angel Queen Renee showed no emotion. As if she didn't care at all, on the battlefield not far away, abandoned by her, the fleet of starships that had followed her for many years. In fact, from the moment the 30,000 Holy Dragon Angel Legion fleet appeared, she knew that this battle was inevitably lost. So she decisively chose to break her own arm. She directly abandoned 3,000 starships, chose her standby stealth function vice flagship, quietly boarded a shuttle, and escaped from the battlefield. The captain nodded, beginning to relay orders. The starship began preparing for warp speed travel. However, the captain's expression still held some sadness, as if she felt guilty. "What? Do you think I made a mistake?" The Judgment Angel Queen sat in the captain's chair. Noticing the captain's expression, she asked lightly, "I dare not." The captain immediately lowered her head and said, The Judgment Angel Queen did not reprimand him, but as if speaking more to herself, she said, "It's not that we abandoned them. It's that the Holy Dragon Angel Legion and the Ouroboros Dragon Empire persecuted them. This blood feud we will remember. When the Great Being descends, we will settle these feuds step by step with them. The blood of our comrades who followed us will not be shed in vain." If Zhao Chen were here now, listening to this woman's words, he would definitely spit in her face. She really could turn black into white. Clearly, she abandoned those 3,000 starships and sought her own safety. Yet she directly passed this responsibility to the Holy Dragon Angel Legion and the Ouroboros Dragon Empire. Zhao Chen thought, "I'm not taking the blame for this." Hiss! At this moment, a blurry video window appeared in front of the Judgment Angel Queen. At the same time, the radar system also sounded an alarm. Report, our radar suddenly detected a large number of Ouroboros-class interstellar warships in the vicinity. According to the Starship Database identification, it should be the newly established Shadow Hunter Ace fleet of the Ouroboros Empire, with several T-5 Spectre of Alpha King-class medium-sized interstellar stealth bombers. Radar shows that the enemy's fire control radar has locked onto us. All weapon launch devices of the enemy ship have locked onto our ship and are ready to fire at any moment. Once these T-5 Spectre of Alpha King-class medium-sized interstellar stealth bombers fire simultaneously, according to our Starship System's calculations, our chance of survival is less than 0.24%. The captain turned pale, but the face of the Judgment Angel Queen remained calm. She looked at the young face on the video screen, whose eyes were serious, a female officer. Zhao Wanner, even the Emperor's own sister, did not expect that I could make the Emperor's own sister of the Empire come to deal with me personally. The Judgment Angel Queen teased. Originally, I was not prepared to take action, but a cunning rat tried to escape again, so I naturally couldn't let him go. No one can escape from under our Shadow Hunter Ace fleet's nose. Zhao Wanner snorted. In terms of starship concealment and counter-concealment, the Ouroboros Interstellar Empire was regarded as an expert in this field. Zhao Wanner was even more familiar with this tactic, knowing its advantages and disadvantages. Previously, due to the vast territory of the Ouroboros Interstellar Empire, it was impossible to arrange counter-concealed devices and interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships in every star system, allowing these concealed enemy starships to shuttle silently within the Empire. If these rats hadn't shown themselves, Zhao Wanner wouldn't have been confident in catching them. But as soon as these rats stuck their heads out, Zhao Wanner would become a hunter, tracking down all the rats hiding in the darkness. Ha ha! It seems that those two wanted to deal with me in person, so they sent the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. Otherwise, if it were Miss Zhao Wanner's Shadow Hunter Ace fleet, my 30,000 starships wouldn't stand a chance against you. The Judgment Angel Queen seemed to be discussing others' matters, showing no connection to the 3,000 starships under siege. Enough talking! If it weren't for the fact that you still hold value, you would have been turned into angel debris by my torpedoes, Zhao Wanner scornfully said. She then stated, "Give up resistance and surrender." At this time, the captain beside the Judgment Angel Queen approached her and whispered, "My queen, we will cover you. Take a shuttle and escape." "I can't escape now. I've been targeted by the Ouroboros Empire's Shadow Hunter Ace fleet. I can't get away." The voice of the Judgment Angel Queen was not quiet, so Zhao Wanner on the opposite side could hear her as well. She raised her hands and said to Zhao Wanner opposite her, "I surrender." At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Whether it was the captain next to the Judgment Angel Queen, the bridge officers, or Zhao Wanner on the other side, they were all amazed. None of them had expected the Judgment Angel Queen to actually surrender. Zhao Wanner was only going through the motions. But this guy really surrendered? You, really surrendering? Zhao Wanner looked at the other person with suspicion and caution. The Judgment Angel Queen held her hands raised, her voice containing a light tone of ridicule, of course. What's wrong? You won't accept my surrender. What is this woman up to? Zhao Wanner frowned. This unexpected situation left her momentarily unsure of how to handle it. Don't be afraid. I just don't want to die. I have no other thoughts. Though I have surrendered, it doesn't mean I accept defeat. In my view, you are no match for the arrival of the great being. Everything you're doing now is just pointless struggling, adding to your sins. Even if my actions fail, it's just a trivial matter. I want to live, to witness you pay for your foolishness. To witness the arrival of the great being in this universe, bringing true cleansing and faith to this universe. Ha ha ha! The Judgment Angel Queen laughed loudly, like a mad woman. Zhao Wanner clenched her fists. Could this lunatic be trusted? Pass my order. Prepare to take over the enemy ship. Note: ensure the entire takeover process is safe and flawless. Do not take the target lightly. During capture, do not make eye contact or unnecessary physical contact with the target. Capture with the highest standard. Escort. Zhao Wanner contacted the Interstellar Marine Corps. One of their tasks was to take over surrendered starships. Chapter 1176, Sin Dragon Prison, Xialong Star System, the highest level interstellar prison. This is a gaseous planet that is not suitable for any living beings. If one comes into direct contact with the external environment without wearing relevant protective equipment, even beings with the strongest physique like angels or dragon people cannot survive outside for more than a minute. This is because there is not only a lack of oxygen outside, but the gas is filled with a deadly substance and dense fog. It can be said to be like a forbidden zone for life. And on this gaseous planet, there is an interstellar prison hovering here like a city in the sky. This is the highest level prison established by Zhao Chen long ago, detaining those with special identities. Up to now, the number of criminals it detains is still in the single digits, and the highest level prison has always been idle. However, now, it has finally welcomed its residents. A shuttle passed through the outer space of the gaseous planet and entered the interior of the interstellar prison successfully. Lilith got off the shuttle. Secretary General. A female officer in a Xialong military uniform, slightly different from the others, stood in front of Lilith. Report: I am the warden of the Sin Dragon Prison, codenamed Sin Dragon. This female officer stood up straight and said, for the sake of confidentiality and security, this warden does not even have a name to work here. Except for her, other soldiers are the same, only having code names. Take me to Cell 0. Lilith said. Yes, please follow me. The Sin Dragon warden led the way. Leaving the area where the shuttle was docked, Lilith felt like she had entered a maze. All around were identical corridors, and even after turning, only more similar corridors could be seen. Apart from occasionally seeing some numbered cells, there was no other scenery visible. This made Lilith completely unaware of her current location. Truly the highest level prison. I heard that the Sin Dragon prison is like a Rubik's Cube. Each area changes position every so often, with no fixed route. To reach a designated cell, one must use internal equipment to apply and get a one-time navigation device to arrive smoothly where they want to go. Lilith said. That's right. The Sin Dragon warden walked ahead, speaking very little. Maybe this is also a rule of this prison. Soon, the Sin Dragon warden stopped in a corridor. We're here. The Sin Dragon warden said solemnly. Here. Lilith looked around in surprise, but did not see a door anywhere nearby. Could it be? The Sin Dragon warden turned to the right wall and raised her right hand. On the back of her right hand was embedded a black gem. This black gem suddenly emitted a purple light, shining it on the wall. The previously airtight wall made a certain sound, and a crack appeared on the wall, slowly opening inwards. The room inside was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Do you need a light? The Cell 0 is always kept without lights to reduce the possibility of escape for prisoners. The Sin Dragon warden asked Lilith. Turn on the light. It's not just me who wants to see her, but others too. Lilith said, yes. The Sin Dragon warden snapped her fingers, triggering something. The space inside the door immediately lit up. Despite no visible light source, the entire room was bright. In the room was a square area, with nothing other than a glass cover in the middle. Inside the glass cover was a woman sitting on the ground. Her wings, which should have been colorful and beautiful, were now messy. The black veil on her face was gone, exposing her appearance completely to others. Lilith furrowed her brows slightly. But the Sin Dragon Warden showed no change in expression, either because she had seen it before or was accustomed to such things. The highest Secretary General of the Xialong Empire, Miss Lilith, Rena, the Angel Queen, looked up and struggled to open her eyes. Because she had been confined in a dark environment for some time, even during transport, she was used to the darkness. Now suddenly in the light, her eyes were not accustomed. Rena's hands and feet were bound with some metal chains. There were also some on her neck, all connected to the ground. "You know me." Lilith scrutinized the once high and mighty Angel Queen. "Of course. In the Xialong Empire, an entity above tens of thousands of people. Who wouldn't know?" Rena, the Angel Queen, said lightly with a smile. At this moment, Lilith noticed that there were several tubes behind Rena, connected to her body. Those provide nutrients for the prisoners. In this way, there's no need to arrange for people to deliver food anymore. Another one inside contains a toxin. Injected continuously, it won't endanger the prisoner's life, but will make them physically weak, unable even to stand up. The Sin Dragon Warden said matter-of-factly. Lilith stared at her and spoke. "Zhao Weiner asked you if you were willing to cooperate with us to provide us with the information we need in exchange for better conditions here. You request to speak with our Emperor." "That's right. If not for your Emperor, I won't say a word about the information you want." Rena, the Angel Queen, said coldly. Lilith did not speak and looked at the Sin Dragon Warden beside her. The Warden had already made some arrangements. She said, "The communication barrier of the whole prison has been closed. You can use your communication device to communicate with the outside world." Lilith raised her hand, and the handheld terminal projected a figure. That figure was Zhao Chen. "I hear you want to see me." Zhao Chen looked at the Angel Queen in front of him. Although he had heard about her disfigurement before, he was still slightly surprised to see it in person. He did not expect the prestigious Angel Queen to have such a face. Just a projection. "Am I not worthy of a personal visit from you?" Rena, the Angel Queen, said with a light smile. "I don't have time to waste with you here. You should know what's happening at the Northern Insect Nest Line now. It's already a big concession for me to be able to see you right now. If you have any other requests, our conversation ends here." Zhao Chen said calmly. "Wait." Rena, the Angel Queen, called out. She gazed at Zhao Chen, sizing him up. "How many times have we met?" Chapter 1177 Mad Angel King, "About 3 to 5 times now," Zhao Chen casually said. The Angel King Lenny stared at Zhao Chen, her eyes showing a complex expression. "I never expected that, in such a short time. The person who still needed to stand before our Angel King throne has now actually established an interstellar empire ruling the entire universe. Truly unbelievable. If you only want to talk nonsense, I don't have time to waste here with you for nothing," Zhao Chen impatiently said. "Fine, I can spare you from meeting me. But I still have some conditions. Otherwise, I will also inform you of some information you want," Angel King Lenny said with a light smile. Zhao Chen gazed at Angel King Lenny and said lightly, "Go on." "My condition is simple. I want to know outside information, such as the state of the war, and so on." Angel King Lenny stared at Zhao Chen, her expression playful. "I want to see how the empire of your emperor is crushed by order. So that's the condition. It's a bit peculiar, but acceptable. You really believe that order will come to this world, and that it can defeat us?" Zhao Chen squinted as he looked at Angel King Lenny across from him. "Ha ha ha." Angel King Lenny laughed maniacally, "Of course. Great beings are invincible. If it weren't for the barrier protecting you in this universe, you would have long ago submitted under the glory of the great being. And that barrier will eventually dissipate, and by that time, all forces that defy and resist the great being will pay the price. And we, the followers, will gain eternal life. This woman is truly completely mad. Fine, I can agree to your condition. So, what can you tell me?" Zhao Chen squinted at Angel King Lenny. "I will only inform you of a portion of the information every month. Trust me, I won't keep dragging you endlessly. After 3 months, I will reveal the great secret hidden in the nests of the 2 insect tribes to you. How about that?" "It's a pretty good deal," Lenny Angel King said with a light smile, her ghastly expression making her look like a demon. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment before answering, "I accept your proposal. All right then, let me tell you the information for the first month. I can inform you of all the hidden figures that have infiltrated the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire this time, and where they might be planning to split the Empire. Lenny Angel King threw out a startling piece of news right away. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, staring at Angel King Lenny. He was finding it difficult to figure out this woman. If she truly believed in order, she shouldn't be revealing such crucial information. But based on her actions now, if forced to explain, she would be a mad woman, a complete lunatic. You shouldn't be revealing this information to us. Aren't you supposed to believe in the great being you mentioned? Is this not a betrayal? Lilith questioned from the side. Perhaps my actions will incur punishment from the great being. But I'd rather see the look of collapse in your eyes. The feeling of thinking you've caught hope, only to fall into hell in an instant. Lenny Angel King laughed manically. This woman has completely lost her mind. Zhao Chen made a conclusion about her. Is there anything else to say? Zhao Chen asked nonchalantly. That's all for now. If you want to know more, come find me next month, Angel King Lenny said with a light smile. Zhao Chen turned to Lilith, gave her a glance, and his holographic image disappeared. In the prison cell, there were now only Lilith, Angel King Lenny, and the warden. Now, you can tell me about the information you just mentioned. 30 minutes later, Zhao Chen aboard the Raksha Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought had Lilith's holographic projection in front of him. How is it? Zhao Chen asked. Based on the clues provided by Angel King Lenny, we quickly verified 3 of the hidden figures. We had gains from all of them. It's basically accurate. It can be determined that the information provided by Angel King Lenny has no issues, Lilith said, her eyes showing a tangled expression. Zhao Chen noticed Lilith's expression and asked directly, "Are you speculating about why Lenny is doing this?" Lilith nodded. From a rational perspective, it doesn't make sense at all. Then perhaps she has truly become a lunatic, Zhao Chen said lightly. Lilith didn't dwell too much on this question and continued, about the news of our confinement of Angel King Lenny. Should we inform the angel tribes? Inform the 2 angel kings first. Let's see their reaction, Zhao Chen said. Yes? How is the situation in the Judgment Angel Galaxy? Zhao Chen inquired. The reason Lilith was left in the Owl Dragon Galaxy was to supervise the situation in the Judgment Angel Galaxy. Due to the explosion of the star, the undead army in the Judgment Angel Galaxy was rapidly splitting and growing at an amazing pace, posing a threat not inferior to the Order Insect tribe. According to the intelligence gathered from the stealth surveillance ships we arranged within the Judgment Angel Galaxy, currently there are at least 1 million undead starships and 3 million undead life forms in the galaxy. Among them, there are at least 10 T6 energy level undead life forms or starships. However, as of now, they have not crossed the galaxy's edge space with intentions to expand toward surrounding galaxies. It might be due to the massive fragmentation and evolution caused by the star explosion, which has plunged them into a dormant state. It's unknown when they will launch an attack again. The undead armies in other areas have been mostly suppressed within a minimal range, posing no significant threat. But to completely eliminate them, we currently can't spare that many troops. Lilith detailed the situation regarding the undead army. All right, take good care of both home affairs and the undead situation. You have my trust, Zhao Chen advised. Emperor and Grand Marshal Charlotte can rest assured. Leave the home affairs to me, and I guarantee there won't be any mishaps in logistics, Lilith said confidently. Zhao Chen nodded and ended the communication. Lilith immediately contacted Zhao Wanner after finishing her conversation with Zhao Chen, handing over a list to her. What is this? Zhao Wanner looked at the detailed information on the list, surprised by what she saw from Lilith. This is the information given to us by Angel King Lenny after our cooperation. It includes people who have infiltrated our empire, and some individuals with rebellious intentions. Currently, the Emperor is engaged in border battles. We must not let these individuals create chaos within the Empire. Wanner, all of these are handed over to your Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet immediately, and you must deal with them in the shortest time and with minimal impact, Lilith said solemnly. I understand. Zhao Wanner looked at the list as if she were staring at a group of prey, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 1178, Imperial Charter, Behead Before Reporting. Father, are you really determined to betray the Empire? The Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire is so powerful, and those Owl Dragon series interstellar warships are even more outrageously strong. The previous Angel Clan, Demon Clan, Even our sacred Radiant Kingdom are not their opponents. A Holy Spirit person from the sacred Radiant Kingdom looked at his father. The father greedily looked at the starship technology in front of him, glanced at his son. What do you understand? This is called balance. Yes, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire is strong now, but can't you see the internal and external problems? And there are no mechanical tribes supporting the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire nearby. As for that emperor, can he really hold his position securely? Who knows? As the saying goes, don't put your eggs in one basket. Moreover, who said we are betraying the empire? I'm just a businessman. Isn't it normal to sell a starship component externally? Furthermore, I am still a noble of the sacred Radiant Kingdom, controlling nearly half of the market share, excluding the Owl Dragon's subordinate interstellar trade group. In our sacred Radiant Kingdom, our family's interstellar trading ability can rank in the top 3. As long as we don't cross the line, no one dares to touch us. This father was still full of confidence at the moment. He pointed to the starship blueprint in front of him and said, "Do you know what this is? The design blueprint of the T5 interstellar battleship. If we don't cooperate with them, how can we get something so valuable? With this, our family still has hope to reach new heights." The young master of the family looked at the starship blueprint with a hint of greed in his eyes. But more than that, he was filled with fear. After all, the current situation of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire was too intimidating. Suddenly, above the mansion on the planet where they were, a starship appeared out of thin air, covering the sky. At the same time, video windows appeared all over this planet. A female officer in an Owl Dragon military uniform was speaking at the other end of the video window. Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group is on a mission. This star system is now under our control. All weapons are to be shut down, and no flying vessels are allowed to take off. Otherwise, consequences will be borne by yourselves. The Owl Dragon Imperial Legion Fleet Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group. When the people on the planet heard this name, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how this Owl Dragon Ace Fleet Group ended up here. The next moment, dozens of shuttles and hundreds of interstellar drones flew out from underneath this Owl Dragon interstellar warship, along with several interstellar fighter mechs being dropped. Behind the interstellar fighter mechs, one could see squads of interstellar marines leaping down. These people and weapons were all heading towards the most prosperous area of this planet, which was controlled by the Yadon family, which possessed 80% of the planet's wealth. They were also one of the top 10 families in the sacred Radiant Kingdom, and one of the top 3 in interstellar trade. Suddenly, the Yadon city became the target, especially the Yadon castle built in the middle of the Yadon city, nestled against the mountain. Several Hellhound-class interstellar fighter mechs landed and surrounded the Yadon castle. Interstellar fighters and drones also controlled the airspace. Subsequently, interstellar marines wearing individual exoskeleton combat armor landed first, taking control of strategically important locations within the Yadon castle. Lay down all your weapons. The Yadon castle is now under our control. The interstellar marine soldiers shouted loudly. We, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Marine Corps, consider any violation of our orders as a declaration of war against the Empire. Under these repeated calls, almost no one in the Yadon castle dared to resist. Of course, a few fools, who were clear collaborators behind the scenes for the Yadon family, tried to escape, but all met their end under the guns. Finally, several shuttles landed smoothly. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. A group of all dragon soldiers walked down from one of the shuttles. "Who is the Duke of Yadon?" asked the female officer leading the group of all dragon female soldiers, scanning the people escorted here, sternly. I am." The Yadon chieftain, who had been proud a moment ago, now nervously raised his hand. Behind him, the young master of the family stared blankly, never expecting that what he feared would happen so quickly. We have evidence to prove that the Yadon family colluded with external enemies, using their sales channels and industrial facilities to provide raw materials, starship components, and even manufacture star warships for wanted criminals and traitors. I didn't know about this. I'm just a businessman. Whoever pays me, I do the work. I really didn't know that those people were wanted criminals. If I had known, I would never have done business with them. The Yadon chieftain pleaded pitifully, continuously proclaiming his innocence. "Whether you are innocent or not, come with us for interrogation," said the Owl Dragon female officer in a stern tone. Upon hearing this, the Yadon chieftain immediately said, "What right do you have to take me away? I am the Duke of the Sacred Radiant Kingdom. Even our Saint Kara Empress, Queen, does not have the authority to do so." "What authority?" The female officer sneered as she took out a dark red dragon pattern token, inside of which the carved dragon did not exude a dignified atmosphere, but rather a ruthless aura. "Al Dragon Interstellar Empire, Royal Jin Yiwei, only follows orders from the Emperor. Imperial Charter, behead before reporting. If you don't come with us now, I can only bring back your body to report." Imperial Charter, Royal Jin Yiwei. These were unfamiliar terms. The Yadon chieftain was puzzled, but he dared not disbelieve it. After all, the starship above his head was the T-5 Dark Wolf King-class medium-sized interstellar stealth bomber, a starship unique to the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. In the end, this chieftain, along with all the senior members of the Yadon family, were taken away. From that day on, no one ever saw these taken members of the Yadon family again, and the Yadon family's assets were soon absorbed and taken over by other families. Such incidents started occurring in other places as well. Imperial Charter, behead before reporting. Zhao Wana recited these words, her eyes shining, playing with the token in her hand. This sentence is really cool. This was a new position given to her by her brother. Establish the Royal Jin Yiwei, selecting elites from the Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group. When there were no missions, they disguised themselves as members of the Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet Group. When needed, they were the Royal Jin Yiwei. And this Imperial Charter, behead before reporting, was the authority given to Zhao Wana by Zhao Chen. Chapter 1179 of the Empire's Great Cleanup. The phrase Imperial Authority Authorization kept echoing within the Zhaolong Interstellar Empire. Some people obediently accepted the orders of the Royal Guards. Naturally, there were also those who did not comply. Such incidents occurred most frequently in the Kingdom of Sacred Radiance. The severity of the situation even reached the ears of Queen Saint Kana. "Your Majesty, the Shadow Hunters Ace Fleet has crossed our people to apprehend individuals within our kingdom. They even launched attacks within our territories on those who refused to cooperate or on interstellar battleships." An elderly man looked at Queen Saint Kana seated on the throne. Queen Saint Kana looked at the man who was reporting to her. His identity was quite unique, as he was once one of her teachers, and after she became the Empress, he willingly took up a crucial position under her rule, which greatly aided her. However, this man was quite traditional and resistant to the Zhaolong Interstellar Empire. "Why don't they cooperate with the Shadow Hunters Ace Fleet?" Queen Saint Kana said coldly. The man was surprised. He never expected Queen Saint Kana to directly say such words. She showed no sympathy and believed that those who refused to cooperate were responsible for everything. "But even if they want to arrest people, they should inform us first," the man said indignantly. "They did inform us," Queen Saint Kana said calmly. The man was dumbfounded, looking at Queen Saint Kana in disbelief. Queen Saint Kana continued, "The Emperor informed me beforehand that Lady Zhao Wana established the Royal Guards and is responsible for them, directly under the command of the Emperor. They were granted the Imperial Authority Authorization to act first and report later. Those who were executed by the Royal Guards were mostly due to their non-cooperation during apprehension. It is entirely their own responsibility." Upon hearing the Queen's words, the man's face turned very unpleasant. The main reason he came to the palace this time was that a few troublemakers were somewhat related to him. Although he had not committed any transgressions, those associated with him were directly dealt with, leaving him feeling ashamed. Before the man could speak again, Queen Saint Kana lifted her head and said to the former teacher, "Teacher, you are getting older. You should retire early. I know of a planet with a good environment where you can spend your retirement days." The man's expression stiffened. He never expected that merely reporting an incident would lead the Empress to retire him. At that moment, he felt fearful. "Your Majesty, He wanted to say something, but Queen Saint Kana interrupted. "Teacher, no need to say more. Let it be arranged this way. Guards, escort the teacher out." Queen Saint Kana issued an order for his expulsion. The man, with lifeless eyes, was escorted out of the hall by the secretary. It was only when the doors of the hall closed behind him that he regained his senses. He realized that he had lost his position because of a few troublemakers. "How was it, Father? What did Her Majesty say?" "That royal guards are too overbearing. They don't even consider our opinions and just arrest and kill people. They are not respecting us at all. A young man approached the elderly man, inquiring. Slap! The sound of a slap echoed as the father struck his son's face directly. Father, why did you hit me? The young man, holding his face in shock. Shut up! It's all because you suggested I come before Her Majesty and bring up those trivial matters. It led Her Majesty to abdicate and let someone more capable to rule, retire me. Now I have to go and retire. I don't want anything to do with you and your friend's mess. The infuriated man left, leaving the son standing dumbfounded. With his father being dismissed, their faction would lose significant support, perhaps even facing decline. The son stood there stunned, not expecting the situation to escalate this far. On the warship of the Rakshasa Dark King-class interstellar dreadnought's bridge, Sister Warner indeed takes the matter of the Royal Guard seriously. Upon receiving Lily's data, she immediately began deploying. In the shortest time possible, she cleared all lurking dangers. With the badge you provided and the Imperial authorization allowing act first and report later, she forcefully suppressed any dissenting voices, Charlotte said to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, recalling the expression on the girl's face when he assigned her the mission and the string of words. It was like a child receiving their favorite toy. He did not expect her to perform so well. Originally, it was just seeing that the Shadowhunters' ace fleet was suitable for the task. And now, only Warner in our family could take on this role. I wanted her to try it out first. Once the situation on our side stabilizes, we can formalize the Royal Guards Department. Now it seems that there will be adjustments needed in the future, which Warner could continue to oversee. Zhao Chen smiled, showing a hint of pride. He was, after all, Warner's brother. Watching his younger sister grow and excel, Zhao Chen was naturally delighted. How are the situations on all our battlefronts? Zhao Chen asked Charlotte. Charlotte pointed to the interstellar sandbox and explained, currently, the situation at Storm Fortress No. 3 has stabilized, and its logistics supply has been restored. Progress in other areas is also proceeding smoothly. If the subsequent parasitic swarm reinforcements don't arrive at the front line, in 5 days at most, we can fully restore the northern insect nest defense line. Satisfied, Zhao Chen nodded. He noticed the weariness in Charlotte's eyes. Stepping forward, he looked at Charlotte's slightly bulging abdomen. Your due date is approaching. Take care of yourself. I will take care of most things for you, or assign them to your staff. Monitor your condition closely. If anything unusual happens, contact me and the physician immediately, Zhao Chen reminded. Yes, the Chief of Staff nodded heavily. Zhao Chen waved, signaling the Chief of Staff to leave. He then found a reason to bring Charlotte's Chief of Staff to the bridge. Your Majesty, the Chief of Staff respectfully inquired as Zhao Chen called the Emperor out of the bridge. You know the current health status of the Grand Marshal. Don't let her get too exhausted. Help her deal with the vast majority of things, ensure she rests, monitor her condition closely, and contact me and the physician immediately if anything is amiss, Zhao Chen said. Understood. The Chief of Staff nodded vigorously. Zhao Chen waved his hand, indicating the Chief of Staff could leave. Chapter 1180 Dream and System. Zhao Chen sat back on the throne, watching the bustling bridge. Due to the upgrade and transformation of the Dragon Emperor in the shipyard, the bridge of the Rakshasa Mingguang basically replaced the Dragon Emperor's battlefield command function. With some free time, Zhao Chen glanced at his system interface. In the T6 Mall interface, the 3 T6 technology slots that were originally refreshed in April are now empty. When these 3 T6 technologies were refreshed in April, Zhao Chen exchanged them immediately and added them to the production plan. They were expected to be launched by the second half of the year. Those 3 T6 technologies are crucial for the current Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Now, it's early June, and in a month when July comes, exchanging 3 more T6 level technologies. By then, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire will truly enter the era of T6 technology. With these T6 technologies, Zhao Chen also has enough confidence to confront the Order. However, there is a strange thing to note. Zhao Chen frowned as he looked at the mission interface. Since the beginning of this year, there have been no annual or quarterly missions. It's as if they disappeared. It has been almost half a year. Normally, by this time of year, the first quarter mission would have been completed, working on the second quarter mission and making efforts for the annual mission. But now, These missions are nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's head started to hurt, and he subconsciously covered his head. Everything went black in front of him. Then, he felt like something was added to his mind. It was fragments. There were scenes of interstellar battleships, interstellar warfare, falling stars, and even an interstellar ship dump made up of countless remnants of ships. It seemed like the entire universe was burning. Cries, screams, resentment, unwillingness, all intertwined. Startled, Zhao Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and he was still in the bright bridge. He looked around in shock. It seemed like he had just had a very long dream. He swallowed, took a deep breath, and adjusted himself. Such things had happened not for the first time in that year. The first time was around January, when he saw some unheard of interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen thought it was just being around interstellar battleships, often in such an environment that led to dreaming day and night. However, with each dream, he started to see more and more, and in more detail. It went from mere pictures without connection to segmented pieces, and now he could even hear voices. And these voices in the past were languages that Zhao Chen could not understand at all. After waking up, Zhao Chen immediately found a group of linguists in the Empire to translate the languages he remembered, but they had no answers. Now, he could understand the languages in these dreams. One or two occurrences might be accidental, but if it continued for half a year, it couldn't be a coincidence. It was as if someone was trying to tell him something. Combined with the current abnormality of the system, Zhao Chen speculated that there might be a connection between the two. However, Zhao Chen himself couldn't figure it out. He could only wait for the next dream to see more, and perhaps reveal the truth. In the Eagle Dragon Galaxy, in the interstellar industrial area, a huge mechanical framework building stood tall in the star system. This was the completed T6 Steel Star City. Under the arrangement of the 3 chief engineers, 3 industrial construction buildings like this were completed and delivered in one go. They met Zhao Chen's construction plan as scheduled. After the 3 T6 Steel Star cities were delivered, they immediately began the corresponding production tasks. Inside these 3 T6 Steel Star cities built on planets, one shipyard after another was constructing interstellar battleships in a terrifying quantity like a beehive. In the control room of T6 Steel Star City No. 1, Anna sat lifelessly on her chair, like a soulless puppet, mechanically carrying out her work. Master Engineer. The first batch of T6 production-type interstellar battleships construction plan for the 37th year has been completed, passed the final test sail, and meets the delivery standards. Please sign it. An excited technician walked up to Anna with an electronic report. Anna stared lifelessly at the electronic report. Contrary to the technician's excited expression and almost teary eyes, she remained unemotional. Glancing at the report, it listed the numbers of T6 interstellar battleships, including 10 T6 Celestial Angel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ships, 30 T6 Thunder Spider and heavy interstellar destroyers, and 10 T6 Goddess of Fury-class interstellar artillery ships, totaling 50 T6 interstellar battleships. Externally, this was undoubtedly an impressive force of starships, which, when added to the Owl Dragon Empire fleet, would significantly boost its power. However, Anna merely signed without any emotional fluctuations, approving entry into the delivery process. Master, you don't seem very happy. The new technician took back the signed electronic report, looking at Anna in confusion. Anna twitched her mouth. Happy. I'm very happy about it now. Anna lifted both her fingers, supporting the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. The new technician looked bewildered. Anna, the master engineer, seems a bit tired lately. At that moment, Nana entered the room. You go about your work, yes? The new technician looked admirably at Nana, the chief engineer, and then left the control room. At least, she holds the title of chief engineer. She should put up a bit of a facade in front of her subordinates. Nana put away her friendly smile and looked at her hopeless sister. Anna rolled her eyes. How could I be happy about this? The original annual construction plan was already burdensome enough. And that guy had the nerve to add more tasks for us. Unbelievable! Anna expressed in frustration. In the next moment, Nana gave Anna a light knock on her head. Do not show disrespect to the Emperor, Nana scolded her sister. Brat, Anna mouthed. Although the construction tasks increased, it's for the Emperor, for the Empire, and for the soldiers on the front lines. We should embrace the spirit of self-sacrifice. Give it our all. Nana's eyes gleamed with determination. Anna sneered. Chapter 1181. The Angel City Fortress. Arrival of the troops. Oh no. A large fleet of Order Worm clan ships has appeared outside the Y11 galaxy range of the Northern Worm Nest defense line. A very important message reached Zhao Chen and Charlotte at this moment. How many have been discovered? Charlotte's most concerned, naturally, was the number of the upcoming wave of Order Worm clan fleet. Prior to this, there were 50 million Worm Nest motherships appearing on the Northern Worm Nest defense line. However, based on the information they had previously obtained, two Worm Nest nests had nurtured at least 100 million Worm Nest motherships. The difference in numbers is huge. Thus, the Order Worm clan had always hidden at least half of its forces. Now, this half of the forces have finally all been brought out. Several staff officers on the side pointed at the stellar map in front of them. Your Majesty, Marshal. Once these 50 million Worm Nest motherships enter the battlefield of the Northern Worm Nest defense line, it will undoubtedly disrupt the current stable situation of our defense line in the north. It may even directly lead to the collapse of our Northern Worm Nest defense line. All our Legion fleets on the defense line are currently under high load due to the battles during this period. If they engage in battle with these 50 million Worm Nest motherships in full force, the chances of winning are very low. Upon hearing the analysis of the staff officers, Zhao Chen understood why the Order Worm clan did not deploy more than half of their forces on the battlefield. It was because the battlefield was not large enough to accommodate such a large number of Worm Nest motherships besieging strategic locations. Therefore, it was better to split them into two waves. If the first wave of attack could take down the Northern Worm Nest defense line, then that would be ideal. If the first wave fails to take down the defense line, then they would arrange for a second wave of attack. Under this double-layered attack, it would put immense pressure on the Dragon Star Empire. Coupled with the looming threat of the undead that had always existed in the Dragon Star Empire, it undoubtedly put the Dragon Star Empire on the edge of a cliff. However, the expressions on Zhao Chen and Charlotte's faces were relatively calm. Because knowing the enemy only deployed less than half of their forces on the battlefield, the Dragon Empire had already prepared themselves mentally for this. Charlotte, it seems like it's time to execute the strategic plan you prepared earlier. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, recalling a suggestion she had made a few days ago. Charlotte nodded, then immediately turned to her subordinates. Execute the backup battle plan Angel Front. Yes, outside the Northern Worm Nest defense line, in a quiet galaxy, situated between the Northern Worm Nest defense line and two Worm Nest nests, the region was deserted and barren. At this moment, in this desolate region of space, a team of T-5 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships that had been lurking here early appeared. Report: no energy readings detected in Sector B. Report: Sector D secured. No energy signals from the Worm Clan detected. Report: the flagship of the reconnaissance fleet. The fleet commander heard these reports and solemnly said, "Enhance surveillance, release all interstellar surveillance aircraft and reconnaissance outposts. Report immediately if any suspicious activity is detected." Yes? The fleet commander looked at the stellar map in front of her solemnly. There were red dots on the map, surrounded by dotted circles indicating the reconnaissance area of each captain. Under the meticulous surveillance of these T-5 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, the absolute security of this area was ensured. She then pressed the communication arrangement. Since this was the rear of the Order Worm Clan battlefield, there was no communication interference. Base. This is Angel Front Sentinel. Angel Front is operating normally, carrying out the plan as scheduled. Roger. Please remain on standby to ensure the smooth execution of the Angel Front plan. Understood. Dragon Star System. Lily's arbitrarily chose a T-5 Frost Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser as her flagship, currently located in a Dragon Star Empire military control zone. Everything is ready ahead. We can execute the subsequent plan. Lily used the commanding channel to issue orders. Yes. Received. Two voices rang out successively. Lily did not give any further instructions, as these planned operations had been simulated countless times in their minds. There would be no mistakes. Lily raised her head and looked in a direction outside the bridge's port window. There, an originally dim stellar structure began to glow gradually, with lines of lights appearing on its outer surface, adorning this stellar structure. It looked like a brilliant interstellar castle. This was the T6 Angel City Fortress, which had already been built and in service for some time. It had not been publicly announced until now because of its colossal size, exceeding almost all Dragon technology structures built to date, second only to the recently completed T6 Steel Star City. The fortress measured more than 6,000 kilometers in length, a mass exceeding a terrifying 60 billion tons, truly a small asteroid. And it was armed to the teeth, using T6 grade technologies that made its combat capabilities comparable to a secondary fleet of 30,000 Dragon Star Empire ships, disregarding its mobility capabilities. Report: T6 Angel City No. 1 Fortress is ready to activate spatial leap. Coordinates for leap have been input. Countdown: 10, 9, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Lily felt as if a sun had suddenly appeared before her eyes. The glaring light forced her to look away. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared, leaving the location where the Angel City Fortress was completely empty, as if nothing had ever been there. But Lily knew it was already heading towards its battlefield. It would become one of the main pillars for the Dragon Star Empire to face the second wave of 50 million worm nest motherships. Simultaneously, another communication came through the command channel. The Southern Gateway Starship is ready. Unfolding in progress. Estimated time 60 minutes. Chapter 1182. A new battlefield on the front line. Captain of the Interstellar Reconnaissance Fleet stationed at the forefront. At this moment, saw chaotic codes on the radar system next to her. With her own eyes, she could see a distortion in space appearing in the distant starry realm. Soon after, a burst of light flashed. A halo of holy light appeared out of nowhere around the interstellar fortress-like structure. There even seemed to be several layers of white halos appearing above this interstellar fortress, perhaps as a result of spatial leaps. It gave off an incredibly sacred feeling. This is the Fortress of the Angels. The fleet captain swallowed her saliva, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Although she had long known about the Angel Frontline project and the existence of this T6 interstellar fortress meant to appear here through spatial leaps, actually seeing the true face of this City of Angels fortress left her in shock. How could such magnificent interstellar fortress technology be crafted with such precision? After a brief moment of shock, the fleet captain did not forget her duty and immediately began communication. This is the Owl Dragon C-61 Interstellar Reconnaissance Fleet. The Angel City No. 1 Fortress has successfully completed the spatial leap and arrived at its target area. The fleet captain transmitted this message separately to the Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought and the Owl Dragon Galaxy. The newly arrived Angel City Fortress did not remain idle. As it was not yet complete, it began to slowly unfold. Its volume continued to expand, and even some concealed weapons were gradually unfolding, revealing rows of heavy cannons stacked there, giving off an incredibly solemn feeling. Originally a sealed fortress wall slowly expanded, an opening similar to a runway. Through this opening, a massive hangar could be seen inside, containing rows of interstellar fighters parked tightly together, resembling a parking lot. Beneath the fortress, black holes also appeared, resembling abysses. Upon closer inspection, one could see unsettling scenes of inverted interstellar drones, shrinking their bodies resembling hanging chrysalises. The sight of countless drones caused a sensation of overwhelming fear. It was impossible to count how many interstellar drones were contained within. And these were just a part of this Angel City Fortress. On the Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, the Angel City Fortress is equipped not only with heavy cannons, main cannons, railguns, point defense guns, interstellar fighters, interstellar drones, but also stores a reserve of 10 billion Quasar IT-6 class conventional interstellar missiles. In addition, I have specially arranged for 30,000 T-5 Celestial Guard class interstellar unmanned patrol guards to be stationed here. These are additional additions made by me. Because there are hangars and berths for parking starships. It's not without reason. And the use of these T-5 Celestial Guard class interstellar unmanned patrol guards is undoubtedly the most cost-effective method. Zhao Chen spoke as an electronic panel appeared in front of him. This panel detailed some basic data about the T6 Angel City Fortress, as well as detailed information about the Angel City No. 1 Fortress executing the mission. T6 Angel City Fortress type. Interstellar Fortress Technology Level. T6 Fortress Armor Strength, 5 billion units. Starshield Energy Value, 300 billion units. Recovers 1 billion units of Starshield energy per hour during combat. Maximum diameter of the fortress, about 6,300 kilometers mass, 63.8 billion tons crew, to billion people fortress weaponry, 10 Super Angel fortress guns, 1,100 fortress railguns, 20,000 fortress energy rapid fire cannons, to 100,000 fortress main guns, 1 million 4-gun laser high-speed point defense cannons, 1 billion interceptor-class interstellar fighters, 300 billion butterfly-class interstellar drones, 5 million interstellar missile launch units, with a reserve of 1 billion conventional interstellar missiles, also includes 30,000 T-5 Celestial Guard-class interstellar unmanned patrol guards, 3,000 berths. Special function, ultra-long-range spatial leap. Angel City No. 1. Fortress. Fortress Commander Hannah Mermaid ranked as a 1-star Major General. A single interstellar fortress with as many as 2 billion personnel. One can imagine how terrifying a number that is, which could be seen as a complete interstellar city. However, it was built as an interstellar city for war. Our first step is ready. We will establish a second front in the enemy territory, relying on this T6 Angel City No. 1 fortress as a bridgehead stronghold to resist the blockade and consume the following waves of the Order Swarm's second offensive. Charlotte looked at the interstellar sandbox map, marked with the position of the T6 Angel City No. 1 fortress. The location was strategic. One must know that the space between the two swarm nests and the Owl-Dragon Interstellar Empire's controlled area was shaped like a funnel. The closer it was to the Owl-Dragon Interstellar Empire's side, the larger the funnel became. Therefore, Marshal Charlotte had been unwilling to give up the Northern Swarm nest defense line. Now, this T6 Angel City No. 1 fortress was positioned even closer to the center of the funnel. Perhaps it appeared as just an interstellar fortress, but could it withstand the momentum from the 50 million swarm motherships heading its way? In fact, Charlotte's reason for arranging the Angel City fortress was not solely to completely intercept the following 50 million swarm motherships. Putting aside whether it could withstand them, the area the Angel City fortress could control did not entirely block this space. 2/3 of the region remained open for the Order Swarm fleet to continue towards the Northern Swarm nest defense line to join the battle. The role of this Angel City fortress was more like erecting a pillar in the forefront before a wave arrived, right at the most turbulent spot of the wave. Not only could it withstand the wave's assault, but it could also indirectly slow down the wave's speed and lessen the pressure on the rear guard. Thus, even if small groups of the Order Swarm continued to head towards the Northern Swarm nest defense line, it would be well within the Owl-Dragon Empire fleet's acceptable range. Moreover, this front line not only included the Angel City fortress. The T6 South Heaven Gate starship has been activated. It will establish 2 interdimensional gate passages. By then, we can dispatch our Legion fleets to support as needed, Charlotte confidently stated. This was the content of the entire Angel Frontline project. By relying on the T6 Angel City Fortress and the T6 South Heaven Gate starship, these 2 aces would resolve the threat posed by the second wave of the Order Swarm fleet. Do not relax your vigilance. At present, we cannot guarantee whether the T5 dimensional ghost insects will interfere with our T6 South Heaven Gate starship Stargate deployments, Zhao Chen reminded. Chapter 1183 Mermaid Commander. At this moment, a video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen. The commander of Angel City Fortress No. 1, the Mermaid Commander Hina, appeared on the other side. Hina, the mermaid, was dressed in a specially made Dragonhawk military uniform. Although she had a human body and a fishtail, she had a unique charm. Because the Dragonhawk army consisted not only of humans, but also of a large number of half-beast people and other races. Therefore, there were many custom-made styles on the uniforms suitable for various races, plus the flexibility of the materials to meet the needs of almost all interstellar races. Your Majesty, Grand Marshal, Fortress No. 1 of Angel City has arrived at the target location according to the original plan. Everything is going smoothly. Currently, Fortress No. 1 of Angel City is in the full deployment phase, and it is expected to take an hour to complete the process, said Commander Hina solemnly. When looking at Commander Hina, one could see a faint shimmer on her skin. This was because although mermaids were amphibious creatures, their bodies needed a watery environment. So, for this special race, there would be corresponding auxiliary technology. For example, Commander Hina wore the water pearl, which condensed water molecules around her body to form a thin film floating on the surface. In this way, Commander Hyna could live in a conventional environment like ordinary Dragonhawk crew members. And to facilitate the movement of her tail, she wore special shoes that could suspend her from the ground. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen looked at the Dragonhawk lieutenant in front of him, who had a more special identity. Very well. Next, the combat mission of the Angel Frontline will be mainly handled by you. After the Southern Gate No.1 starship completes its deployment and establishes the Stargate, there will be follow-up Dragonhawk fleets arriving to assist in the operation. Because the Order Worm clan has means to interfere with space, we cannot guarantee that your current battlefield location will be able to maintain contact with the rear. Perhaps, the Stargate of the Southern Gate No.1 starship may become unusable at any time. You need to be prepared to lose contact with the rear. At that time, all dangers will need to be faced by your team alone. Do you understand, General Hyna? Zhao Chen said sternly. Commander Hyna straightened her body and said solemnly, Your Majesty and Grand Marshal, please rest assured. I understand my responsibilities. In any situation, I will ensure the smooth progress of the combat mission of Fortress No.1 of Angel City. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Recalling how Commander Hyna, the chieftain of the Mermaid tribe, gave up her position as chieftain to join the Dragonhawk army. Because of the uniqueness of this rookie, the person recruiting new soldiers specifically presented her information to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen paid a little attention, and then let the people below follow the normal recruitment and training procedures. Originally, Zhao Chen thought that this chief of the Mermaid tribe might want to show her loyalty in front of the Dragonhawk army. However, he never expected that Chief Hyna showed great diligence in the learning process. Her talent was not high, but she had a heart longing for the stars and the sea. In the end, through her efforts, she embarked on a completely different path. She failed to meet the expected results in several captain exams. In the end, under the suggestion of a mentor, she tried her hand at commanding interstellar fortresses and military starports. It was one such choice that allowed Captain Hyna to display her astonishing talents on a completely unexpected track. She was a commander skilled in defense and positional warfare, especially in coordinating military forces known in the galaxy, such as interstellar fortresses. She excelled in this aspect. This was also the reason why she could become the commander of the first T6 Angel City Fortress in the Dragonhawk Interstellar Empire. It was entirely due to her talents and efforts, with no relation to her background. Miss Mermaid, who seemed delicate, harbored a completely different inner self. If communication is normal, report any incidents immediately, Charlotte reminded on the side. Yes. Communication ended here. Zhao Chen looked at the closed communication window. He turned to Charlotte next to him and asked, Do you think there's a problem with Hyna being in charge of this plan? Haven't you always followed the principle of using suspects and not suspecting those you use? Charlotte smiled at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. I almost forgot about this since assuming this position. I feel like I don't have the same level of enjoyment as before. Yes, the throne beneath him didn't give Zhao Chen that sense of towering above others. Instead, it made him feel like countless chains were binding his whole body, locking him completely in place. Many times, Zhao Chen felt suffocated. Charlotte didn't say much on this issue. She knew that Zhao Chen was under much more pressure now. He was no longer a commander leading a fleet or regiment. He needed to control the entire empire as the emperor. These two completely different positions naturally led to very different changes in him. I believe Commander Hyna can completely handle this mission, Charlotte said firmly. Why? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised that Charlotte had such confidence in Commander Hyna, who had not yet shown remarkable combat performance in the Dragonhawk Empire fleet. It was worth noting that Hyna had been promoted to a one-star lieutenant, mainly due to her achievements in exam scores, personnel selection, and practical training in preparing the T6 Angel City Fortress. She had even been just a junior lieutenant before. But considering the importance of this mission, she was promoted on the spot and appointed as a one-star lieutenant. If Hyna didn't show outstanding performance in this battle, she would undoubtedly face criticism from the outside world as the least accomplished one-star lieutenant. Therefore, this battle was crucial for Hyna. Only winning was allowed. You know, on the planet where Commander Hyna lives, mermaids don't have extremely strong physical qualities, nor strong reproductive abilities among the sea monster clans. However, they can survive in the Great Sea and hold a significant position within the sea monster tribes. Do you know why? Charlotte asked. Zhao Chen shook his head. Whether it's in the sea, on land, or in the sky, wherever there are living beings, there is fighting. The sea monster tribes are no different. The seemingly weak mermaid groups, however, can display their ability to fight as a group when facing other fierce sea creatures, cooperating defensively, and defeating their opponents every time. They seem like conductors in the Great Sea, commanding the fish flock to protect their fortress. I've seen their battle images, which are considered a defensive art. And this chief of the mermaid tribe, Haina, is said to be a genius among the mermaid tribes. When Charlotte finished speaking, she still had a smile on her face. Since Charlotte had such confidence in this commander from the mermaid tribe, Zhao Chen naturally believed in Charlotte unconditionally. Next, let's see if the Angel Frontline can successfully complete its mission, Zhao Chen said, looking at the various battlefields on the interstellar sandbox. At this moment, Commander Haina of Fortress No, one of Angel City, was carrying out the final deployment of the combat mission. She was not a fool and was very aware that she had no actual combat record, yet had been awarded a 1-star lieutenant rank. What did this signify? Many eyes were on her. If there were any problems in her performance during this battle, outsiders would likely criticize her. In fact, not only would there be discussions among outsiders, she herself might not be able to accept it. It would make her feel that she had failed the trust of the Grand Marshal. He had spoken with her before. Due to the current special circumstances and the unique nature of the commander of the Interstellar Fortress, there was no suitable opportunity to arrange the corresponding combat missions to provide her with practical experience and background. Without sufficient rank, it was inappropriate for her to lead such an important combat mission. Therefore, earlier on, the Grand Marshal had informed her of the situation she might face in the future. That was when she learned that this T6 Angel City Fortress was to be completed. It was like a multiple-choice question the Grand Marshal threw at her. The current situation clearly showed the choice she had made at that time. To be honest, she didn't fear failing. She feared failing those who trusted her. So, this battle must not fail. Report, the Southern Gate No, one starship has appeared. Just as Commander Haina was pondering whether there were any oversights in her battle deployment, her adjutant spoke urgently. Commander Haina straightened up, looking outside the porthole, and saw a shining stargate in the 170 stars beyond. That's the Southern Gate No, one starship. It really doesn't look like a typical interstellar warship, exclaimed the adjutant. Not only her, even Commander Haina was seeing the real face of this interstellar warship for the first time. Before this, she had only heard about the capabilities of this warship from the Grand Marshal. After all, in this battle, this interstellar warship needed to cooperate closely with their interstellar fortress. It was a coincidence that at this moment, a video communication request popped up in front of Commander Haina. The note indicated that it was the captain of the T6 Southern Gate No, one starship. Hello, I am Captain Zhang Xiaooni of the Southern Gate No, one starship. On the other side was a young-looking woman. Xiaooni, I didn't expect it to be you. Haina, the commander, looked somewhat surprised at the captain in front of her. It turned out to be her good friend from the same period. Haina, sister. Xiaooni was also surprised and delighted. Because the assignments for these special interstellar warships and war machines were confidential, even former classmates and close friends would not be informed of where they were employed after graduation. These two were people who joined the Dragonhawk Military Academy at the same time. The Dragonhawk Military Academy, now also known as the Dragonhawk Royal Military Academy, was a stellar institution composed of goddess-class starships. It specialized in nurturing talents for the Dragonhawk Interstellar Empire. Both Zhang Xiaooni and Haina were chosen by Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lilith because they were suitable talents for the future of the Dragonhawk Interstellar Empire. However, compared to Haina, Zhang Xiaooni's talents and abilities were slightly inferior, but due to her young age, under 18, she had much room for growth and development. Therefore, she was specifically arranged in a position like the T6 Southern Gate No, one starship, which was not very critical, but could provide frontline battlefield experience, thereby allowing Zhang Xiaooni to accumulate more battlefield experience for her future growth. I didn't expect you to be the captain of the Southern Gate No, one starship now, Sister Haina. Haina commander looked at Xiaooni, who she considered a little sister in the academy, with a smile on her face. Xiaooni, too, said cheerfully, I didn't expect you to be the commander of the Angel City Fortress and the commander of the Angel Frontline Combat Mission this time. Perhaps thinking of something. Zhaoni's smile faded, and she looked very serious at Haina, saluted first, and then said, Zhang Xiaoni, captain of the Southern Gate No. 1 starship, here to assist the commander of the Angel City Fortress with the combat mission of the Angel Frontline. Please command, Commander Haina. Seeing Zhaoni's attitude, Commander Haina naturally understood the implication. She also put away her smile and said seriously, please inform me of the current operation status of your Southern Gate No. 1 starship and the arrangements for the Stargate. The Southern Gate No. 1 starship is running as usual. It has already established a Stargate channel in the Dragon Hawk star system, and the current voyage is normal, Xiaoni replied. Very well. Your next mission is to ensure the normal operation of the Southern Gate. There should be no problems with interstellar transport. Whether the Angel City Fortress can complete the mission assigned by His Majesty rests a lot on you, as the Southern Gate is also crucial. Do you understand? Commander Haina said. Xiaoni shuddered, then said, I understand. Please rest assured, Commander. With me here, the Southern Gate will be running smoothly. I will ensure the logistic supply of the Angel City Fortress and the smooth arrival of reinforcements of the interstellar fleet. Commander Haina looked at Xiaoni with a smile, and Xiaoni across from her also smiled back. It felt like they were in the academy again, conducting simulated combat exercises. Little did they expect that it had now become real. Sister Haina, please rest assured. I will cooperate with your instructions. I also believe in you, and I am certain you can complete the combat mission His Majesty has entrusted you with this time. You have always been the target I strive to catch up with. Xiaoni encouraged. Commander Haina was about to speak when her adjutant urgently said, Report, the interstellar reconnaissance ship we sent out has reported back. A wave of Order Worm Clan fleet is advancing towards our direction and is expected to reach the battlefield range of our fortress within an hour. Commander Haina's face turned serious, and she immediately said, Pass on the command. All combat units of the Angel Frontline, make battle preparations. Chapter 1184. The City of Angels Fortress. The first battle. Outside the Angels' battlefront, you can see the vast Order insect race surging towards the Angels' battlefront. In sheets, the Dark Order insect race pressed heavily towards the Angels' battlefront. Preliminary judgment. Within a range of 6 hours flight from our battlefront, there are approximately 10 million insect nest motherships. Among them are 10 T-5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships. Inside the command room of the Angels' Fortress, the deputy looked nervously at Commander Haina. This is the first real battle for their Angels' Fortress, so even the high-level officials are quite nervous and anxious inside. Now that the enemy is at their doorstep, in this impending crisis, maintaining a calm attitude is almost impossible for most. Yet at this moment, the deputy noticed that their mermaid commander's expression was calm, almost serene, her eyes showing no signs of worrying or tension. It's as if she was facing a routine simulated battle. Transmit the order to all fortress main cannons, fortress railguns, fortress energy rapid fire cannons, and all weapon units. Do not engage without my command. Let some of the bugs come in first. Commander Haina issued the first order. The deputy immediately relayed the command. All departments of interstellar fighters and drones are ready, awaiting my command to take action at first notice. All missile launch units move into launch phase. Starry Guard-class interstellar unmanned patrol ships, each squad, follow my command, take up positions at various battle stations, and enter standby mode. Commander Haina instructed all these, then her eyes turned to another electronic window in front. On that electronic window, there is the current Owl Dragon Empire fleet within the Angels' Fortress range, and the Owl Dragon Empire fleet that will soon arrive within the Angels' Fortress range. Currently, there are no Owl Dragon Empire fleets here at the Interstellar Fortress. However, 3 fleets are already on standby mode. It's just a matter of time. With everything arranged, all that's left is to wait for the enemy to approach. The non-Daygate Starship E Bridge, although called a bridge, it's more like a Stargate control room. The fleet is in transmission, the deputy reported beside. Zhang Xian and I glanced at the control device and continued to focus on the battlefield broadcast screen. Even by her side, there was an electronic notebook that had been opened. It's her habit. She knew she didn't have the talents of others, so she would record every battle and repeatedly deduce step by step to grasp the essence. And this battle is undoubtedly a typical defensive battle. With minimal effort, try to block and consume more of the enemy's main forces to reduce stress on the northern insect nest defense line. As time passed bit by bit, perhaps those in the Owl-Dragon Star Empire would not expect that in this remote part of the interstellar space from the Owl-Dragon Empire, a battle that concerns the fate of the Owl-Dragon Star Empire is unfolding. Commander Hyna stared at the holographic interstellar sand table in front of her, and the Order Insect Fleet has entered the range she anticipated. Due to the weapons used by the Angel's Fortress being large, there is no need to limit the size of the weapons due to the size of the interstellar warship, which affects the range. Therefore, these fortress weapons can be said to have terrifying ranges, far beyond most interstellar warships of the same class. 3 enemy T-5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships have entered our Fortress Giant Cannon range. The Super Angel Fortress Giant Cannon locks onto the target, and it must be annihilated. Fortress Railguns are allowed to attack freely, eliminate all Order Insect units within range. Fortress Energy Rapid Fire Guns focus on attacking some T3 level nest motherships that have attempted to sneak attack our fortress against high mobility speed enemy targets, ensuring safety within the fortress safe zone. Fortress Secondary Artillery allowed to attack freely, eliminate all targets you can attack. Fortress Point Defense Gun System activated. Fully automatic defense, ensuring the safety of the interstellar fortress. The first squadron of Hunting Angel interstellar fighters take off, mainly to protect the Stargate safety, and to clear enemy infiltrating insect units. Fight for 20 minutes, then rotate the second flight squadron. The first squad of Butterfly Angel interstellar unmanned drones took off. When necessary, launch suicide attacks on some high-value targets hiding behind the enemy troops. Other combat units remain in place. Commander Hyna's commands were delivered. The entire Angel's Fortress has now officially started operating, showing its fangs to the enemy. The most noticeable are the 10 Super Angel Fortress giant cannons on the fortress. Located in different directions of the fortress, due to their large size, their attack angles are significantly restricted, which is their only drawback. At this moment, the 3 Super Angel Fortress giant cannons facing the battlefield slowly turned, aiming their huge muzzles at the 3 T-5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships across from them. Fire! The 3 Super Angel Fortress giant cannons almost simultaneously launched their attacks. Massive red light balls shot out like artillery shells. Both low-level nest motherships and insect battle units in their path were all wiped out. Although these low-level nest motherships and insect battle units hindered to some extent the energy intensity of these 3 Fortress Giant Cannon attacks, when they finally hit the 3 T-5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships across from them, the effect was quite apparent. One Leviathan King-class nest mothership was unfortunately hit directly in the head, the entire head caving in, leaving a massive pit from the explosion. This basically means the Leviathan King-class nest mothership has lost its combat capability. The remaining 2 Leviathan King-class nest motherships were relatively lucky, but they too suffered significant damage. From far away, a terrifying arc-shaped wound can be seen, as if a massive whale had bitten a chunk of flesh from its side. The eerie skeleton inside can make one's scalp tingle. The attack on the 3 Leviathan King-class nest motherships clearly enraged the Order Insect Fleet, accelerating their charge. In the electronic wave channels, one could sense the strong fluctuations on the other side. If the Queen of Insects were here, she would probably say, "These Order Insects are very angry, very furious. They want to tear everything they can reach." But today, the Angel's Fortress will be an unreachable moat for them. The opposite nest motherships began to deploy their insect battle units, the vast numbers. Even with the highly calculating All-Dragon Legion, it's challenging to calculate how many insect battle units are in this sector of space. But no matter how many there are, none can cross the terrifying firepower network of the Angel's Fortress. 20,000 Fortress Energy Rapid Fire Cannons, with almost non-stop firing, formed a massive firepower network. Any insect battle unit that entered the firepower network would be destroyed instantly. For some higher-level insect battle units or nest motherships, there were other more powerful weapons targeting them. For example, 1,100 Fortress Railguns and 200,000 Fortress Secondary Guns. Although there were breaks between the attacks of these 2 types of weapons, they were still sufficient to deal with the current insect threat. How are the operations of the fortress's energy piles? Commander Heine looked at an important information panel on the side. On it, there were 100 energy piles. These 100 energy piles were the heart of the entire Angel's Fortress. During peacetime, these energy piles maintained the operation of the Angel's Fortress. During wartime, they provide the combat energy needed for those war machines. Of course, these energy piles are not inexhaustible. They need to consume stored raw materials. Once these raw materials are depleted, the energy piles will dry up. This is similar to adding fuel to a fire. This is why Zhao Chen specially arranged for the T6 non-Tiagate starship in the Angel's battlefront. Not only to dispatch support fleets to assist in the battle at any time, but more importantly, to continuously supply the required energy and materials for the Angel's Fortress. This way, the war fortress can continue to operate. Monitor the operation of these energy piles closely. If the supply rate reaches 80%, alert me immediately. Commander Heine said sternly. Yes. The battle at the Angel's Fortress intensified. On the thousands of flight decks on the wings of the Angel's Fortress, one by one, the already prepared hunting Angel-class interstellar fighters catapulted into the sky at high speed, forming flight formations outside, beginning their combat missions mainly focused on defense. In the belly of the Angel's Fortress, the open hatches revealed the Butterfly Angel-class interstellar unmanned drones, hanging upside down like bats. They were drop-launched, and their numerous figures were as dense as newly spread insects, almost looking like insects themselves. With such density, it was worrying they might collide with each other. However, under the highly advanced brain operation of the interstellar fortress, these unmanned drones could quickly carry out their combat missions. Some focused mainly on air defense, while others waited for commands. For instance, at this moment, a T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership that suffered heavy damage tried to retreat. At this point, a squadron of Butterfly Angel-class interstellar unmanned drones swarmed towards the Nest mothership, launching a deathly attack, eventually destroying the T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership. Additionally, 30,000 Starry Guard-class interstellar unmanned patrol ships were stationed at various battle positions, ready at all times to confront these Nest motherships. Despite finding it difficult to advance much at the outset under the initial attack, the Order Insect Fleet, along with their swarm tactics, continued to slowly advance the front line, adding pressure to the Angel's Fortress. Prepare the interstellar missiles. Commander Heine calmly watched everything, as if everything was under her control. Raksasa King-class interstellar fearless ship bridged the battle at the Angel's Fortress has been going on for 10 hours now, Zhao Chen commented as Charlotte approached. She probably came to update him on the battle status for the last 10 hours, yes. In the 10 hours of combat, the Angel's Fortress's outer defense line is still under control. Because the battle is very intense, it's difficult to calculate how many low-level Nest motherships have been eliminated. What we've destroyed is at least 5 T5 Nest motherships. Although some of the Order Insect fleets have bypassed the Angel's Fortress's defense line and continued towards our northern Nest defense line, their numbers have been greatly disrupted. It is expected that it will significantly reduce the pressure on our northern Nest defense line. Charlotte reported. Hasn't a T6-class Nest mothership appeared from the Order Insect side yet? Zhao Chen asked seriously. Although low-level Nest motherships cannot compare with other interstellar warships of the same level, relying on swarm tactics only. But the experience of long-term battles with the insect race and some insect information obtained from inquiring from the Insect Queen. When the insect race develops to a later stage, their Nest mothership's combat capabilities have also evolved significantly, especially in the case of T6 Nest motherships. According to the Insect Queen's evaluation, they are definitely superior to any known T6-class interstellar warship in this universe. So, Zhao Chen and Charlotte are very concerned about whether the Order Insect race has cultivated a T6 Nest mothership. T6-class Nest motherships from the Order Insect side have not been discovered yet, Charlotte confirmed. Zhao Chen nodded satisfactorily, but then asked, unlike ordinary insects, the Order Insects have their own commanders. They will definitely see through our plans. At that point, their most straightforward means will be to take down our Angel's battlefront directly. Destroy the Angel's Fortress. Commander Heine must be under a lot of pressure. Charlotte smiled, saying, for now, all we can do is trust her. Ding ding ding. Zhao Chen's communication channel opened a window directly. Lily, the secretary of the Owl Dragonstar system, showed up. The latest urgent news. The Judgment Angel system. The Undead Legion has launched an attack. Chapter 1185. The crisis of the undead resurfaces. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, looking at the battle report returned by the Judgment Angel star system. Does the undead fleet have a proactive direction? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith shook her head and said, currently, there is no information on the undead fleet's proactive direction. There are large undead legion fleets in various directions. It is estimated that the total number exceeds 1 million undead interstellar battleships. Moreover, we have discovered multiple level 6 energy fluctuations among them. Charlotte frowned on the side. 1 million undead interstellar battleships might still be within an acceptable range. But what does it mean to have multiple level 6 energy fluctuations? It indicates the appearance of T6 level undead starships or undead life within the undead army. The nature of the undead army means that they are elite and different from the sorry insect race. So, Charlotte dared not take this mere 1 million undead interstellar battleships lightly. If it was just that quantity of the undead interstellar army, it could be entirely resisted by the defense line set up around the Judgment Angel star system by the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire. However, if T6 level combat units appeared within the undead army, it would be an entirely different story. With the presence of these T6 level undead units, it might become a breakthrough for the Zhonglong defense line. The current defensive positions would be unable to stop the current undead legion fleet. It seemed to be a very grim situation. But Zhao Chen and Charlotte did not show any sign of worrying on their faces. Then, stick to the original battle plan. I will take charge of the undead defense line, and you stay here. Zhao Chen took the initiative to speak, looking at Charlotte. Charlotte slightly furrowed her brows and said, you don't need to go personally, you can arrange. In the current situation, every major battlefield needs a backbone here. You are needed here. Therefore, I should appear on the undead battlefield. Under the current circumstances, there should be no room for any issues, whether externally or internally, Zhao Chen said sternly. The reason Charlotte did not want Zhao Chen to go to the undead battlefield personally was mainly due to concern for his safety. After all, compared to the sorry insect race, the current undead army has too many unknowns. Although they had prepared contingency plans for this wave of attacks by the undead army, nobody knew how things would turn out once the war truly began, and accidents were always a possibility. Zhao Chen raised his hand and stroked Charlotte's head, saying, you are pregnant, yet here you are commanding battles on the battlefield. As the Emperor of the Empire, don't I have the courage for this? All right, I leave this place to you, and I will handle the undead side. But what about the Rakshasa King? Charlotte's words were interrupted by Zhao Chen. His finger touched Charlotte's lips. The Rakshasa King is now your flagship, and also the flagship of the Ace Fleet's Nilin. This starship is also a symbol of faith here. Moreover, I cannot be here to protect you, so you can only rely on it. Take care of yourself and our child. Zhao Chen looked affectionately at Charlotte's slightly bulging belly. The due date is getting closer. Remember to take good care of yourself. If anything happens to you, wait and see how I will handle it when I come back. Zhao Chen patted Charlotte's buttocks, causing her cheeks to flush. She whispered, what are you doing? This is the bridge, and there are people watching. It's okay, continue as if I'm not here. Lily on the video window looked at them as if she were a grumpy wife. Then I will depart today. Lily, you continue to supervise the two battlefields and ensure the stability of all logistics and transport routes, Zhao Chen instructed. Afterward, Zhao Chen left the Rakshasa Mingguang Interstellar Dreadnought and boarded a shuttle to head to another battlefield through the Stargate. Since the explosion of the Judgment Angel star system star, the area, including the Judgment Angel star system and the surrounding star systems, has been collectively referred to as the Undead Zone 1. On the flagship bridge of the Zhonglong Second Fleet Group, Admiral Chu Zhuan stared at the front, where the various directions reported back with frontline information about the Undead Legion fleet. Marshal, there is a meeting arranged by the Emperor, the secretary next to her reminded. Chu Zhuan glanced at the notification before entering the holographic network conference room. She sat on the captain's chair, closed her eyes, and upon opening them, found herself in a new meeting room. Emperor Zhao Chen had already taken his seat at the main seat. She, as the fleet admiral, was actually the last to arrive. Besides, there were 3 other Legion commanders. Zhao Ruyu of the Zhonglong 2nd Legion, Yi Xiao Tong of the 3rd Legion, and Meteor of the 4th Legion. There was also someone with a special status, Commander Tilia of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. Your Majesty, the 5 of them saluted Zhao Chen in unison. We are on the battlefield now, no need for formalities. Let's get straight to the point. Which defensive line is the Undead Legion fleet posing the most significant threat to? Zhao Chen asked directly. Admiral Chu Zhuan shook her head and said, based on the frontline information we have collected, the numbers and distances of the Undead Legion fleets outside each defense line are relatively consistent. We can't tell which one they are primarily targeting. Could it be that the Undead Legion is preparing for a comprehensive attack? In fact, all defense lines are being targeted. Commander Meteor tentatively suggested. Zhao Ruyu immediately shook her head, stating sharply, impossible. Based on our battle records against the Undead Legion fleet, although their numbers have increased, they are entirely different from the interstellar Sari insect race, which excels in guerrilla tactics. The forces of the Undead Legion fleet, even though numerous, are entirely insufficient to support a full-scale attack. If they have some strategic thinking, this would be a very low-cost behavior. They have a strong advantage in single-unit types. Some special undead creatures even outperform our similar-level interstellar battleships in individual combat capabilities. Relying on this advantage, their best attack method is to make multiple feint attacks, then choose a target for a primary assault. Destroying the primary defense line in the shortest time possible, they would adopt a concentrated attack to tear down our entire defense line, breaking through our defenses quickly. This is their best attack method. Zhao Ruyu's analysis made sense. Admiral Chu Zhuan agreed, saying, I have analyzed the Undead Legion, and I think Commander Zhao Ruyu's explanation is very plausible. Chapter 1186. Battlefield of the Undead, Defense or Counterattack. The most important issue now is which direction the Undead Legion will launch their main attack. As long as we can contain this wave of attacks from the Undead Legion, we can gain the upper hand, Zhao Ruyu said. After Zhao Ruyu finished speaking, everyone around the conference table fell silent for a few seconds. The only problem right now is that we don't know the main direction of the Undead Legion fleet's attack. In this situation, our best option is to wait and observe. Once the main target of the Undead Legion fleet appears, we can then deploy our subsequent fleet to break their strategic plan. This choice is crucial. If we make a mistake in judgment, our defense line could be breached by the enemy, Yi Xiao Tong said, pausing briefly before continuing. Currently, we have limited fleet resources available to us. Although we are in control of several other undead crisis areas within the Empire, they also require some Phoenix Fleet units to be stationed there. Even though the main forces of the 4 Phoenix Fleet units from our 2nd Fleet Command are deployed here, the total number only amounts to 200,000 Phoenix interstellar battleships. It will be challenging for us to defend against the Undead Legion's attack with 1 million troops and an unknown number of T6 level combat units. Our chances of victory are slim. Mitre stated her thoughts clearly, then looked at Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, we may need reinforcements. You don't need to worry about reinforcements, leave it to me. In addition, I think our strategic objectives should be long-term. Not only do we need to stop the current Undead Legion fleet attacks, but also initiate a counterattack. Re-enter the Judgment Angel Star System's core region, Zhao Chen said. Counterattack. When they heard this term, many commanders showed surprise. The idea of launching a counterattack at this moment was truly unexpected for them. Marshal Chu Zhuan spoke at this moment. I support your Majesty's idea. Since Marshal Chu Zhuan voiced her agreement, the other commanders had nothing more to say. They all indicated their support. However, this did not mean the meeting was over. Zhao Chen only confirmed the general direction. The detailed operational plans would still need to be discussed and confirmed by these fleet commanders. That was their specialty. Zhao Chen merely needed to listen in on the sidelines. For professional matters, leave them to the professionals, which had always been Zhao Chen's philosophy. Your Majesty, our Angel Race Fleet is also willing to contribute our efforts to this battlefield. Both Angel Kings have expressed their willingness. All Angel Race Fleets are prepared to come to support. Angel Tilia looked expectantly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, however, declined Angel Tilia's request on behalf of the Angel Race and stated, it's not yet necessary to send out your fleets now. The Angel Race's starships should continue to stand by in their designated areas. If Zhao Chen paused here, speaking the truth, he did not hope for a situation that would require the participation of the Angel race's starships. Having the relatively weaker Angel race fleet join the battle might alleviate the situation on the front line with the powerful Undead Legion, but it would also lead to heavy losses for the Angel race fleets. If the time comes when we need you, I will issue the order. Although Angel Tilia was somewhat reluctant, she still nodded in silence. The meeting ended, but Zhao Chen received a private video invitation. Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Chen agreed, and the next moment, he appeared on a beach where Zhao Ruyu was already waiting. I hope I didn't disturb your schedule. Zhao Ruyu smiled at Zhao Chen. However, Zhao Chen didn't hold back and gave his older sister a slap on the shoulder. Are you being formal with me in this kind of private setting, older sister? Zhao Ruyu chuckled, gazing at Zhao Chen, her younger brother. If I remember correctly, the end of June is Charlotte's due date. Why aren't you by her side taking care of her? Zhao Ruyu asked with concern. She genuinely cared about her sister-in-law's pregnancy and had even sent some comforting words to Charlotte privately. Charlotte always made time to respond to Zhao Ruyu, regardless of how busy she was. Their relationship in private was quite good. You know what that big white cat is like. Don't even mention the due date being some time away. Even if she were about to give birth in the next second, she'd still be on the bridge commanding the battles. On this issue, even if I commanded her, it wouldn't work. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. Zhao Ruyu immediately pinched Zhao Chen's arm. Giving him a glare, she said, Charlotte is carrying your child now, not to mention twin dragons. It's the bloodline of our Zhao family. You better show some concern. If anything goes wrong, no matter what emperor you are, I'll deal with you. Zhao Chen chuckled. Rest assured, older sister. I have a team of doctors on standby on the Abyssal King ship's bridge to monitor that big white cat. I've also reminded the staff and secretaries. If Charlotte shows any signs of discomfort, they'll take over her duties immediately to ensure her safety at all times. Regardless of the situation, Charlotte's safety is always the top priority. So, when Charlotte insisted on assigning her flagship to me this time, I refused. Hearing this, Zhao Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet she still looked at Zhao Chen warily. I'm warning you. Your current status is not ordinary. On this undead battlefield, your role in publicity is enough. Don't go looking for trouble. If there's a mission, just leave it to us. If necessary, I'll go in your place. Feeling her older sister's care, Zhao Chen behaved like a well-behaved boy. Rest assured, older sister. I am now a person sitting on the throne. I won't do such reckless things anymore. Chapter 1187. Death Angel Zhao Chen arrived at the Death No. 1 battlefield not long ago. News came that the Undead Legion fleet had launched an attack. Is it from all directions? Zhao Chen looked at Chu Zhuan in surprise through the video window in front of her. Chu Zhuan nodded, pointing at the holographic interstellar sandbox in front of her. There are a total of 6 attack routes, each with 200,000 undead combat units. This includes undead starships and other undead creatures, Chu Zhuan explained. Each attack route had 100,000 undead combat units. Zhao Chen knew the arrangements Chizhuan had made on various defensive lines. There were roughly 30,000 Swift Dragon interstellar warships stationed at each defensive line, as well as some recently built defense facilities. Although there was a significant numerical disparity between the two sides, the Swift Dragon Empire Legion fleet consisted solely of T4 and T5 level interstellar warships, with some T6 interstellar warships stationed as well. This should be sufficient to deal with the Undead Legion for the time being. No main attack direction? Zhao Chen asked. We haven't identified the main attack direction yet. Chu Zhuan furrowed her brows. After some thought, Zhao Chen said, in that case, the Undead Legion probably still has reserves to deploy. We need to prepare for the worst. Chu Zhuan, stick to your original plan for battlefield command. Until we have definitive evidence of the Undead Legion's main attack direction, the Reserve Legion fleet will not join the battlefield. If the reserve fleets were deployed now, it might alleviate some of the pressure on the battlefield lines. However, if the Undead Legion still had hidden forces, they would be in a very passive position. Understood. Chu Zhuan grasped Zhao Chen's intentions and began assigning tasks on the various battlefields. In fact, each fleet had capable commanders who only needed her to issue a combat order. Soon, battles erupted on all fronts. Zhao Chen sat on her flagship, a T-6 Archangel Tier 6 interstellar long-range hunting warship. It was among the latest batch of T-6 interstellar warships in service. Due to their recent deployment, they had not integrated into the current battle systems of the various fleets and had been temporarily assigned to the Imperial Guard fleet. The officers and soldiers on the bridge were extremely excited. Even though they weren't currently engaged in battle, their morale was as high as if they were on the battlefield. Behind them, sitting on the temporary Imperial throne, was their idol, the Dream Male God, the Emperor of the Swift Dragon Interstellar Empire. At that moment, a young captain stood beside the throne, occasionally casting glances at the Emperor, her heart pounding. This excitement surpassed any battle she had experienced before. "Your name is Dao Baibai," Zhao Chen spoke to the captain of the T-6 starship. Dao Baibai stood up straight, reporting to Your Majesty, "I am Dao Baibai, the current captain of the T-6 Archangel Tier 6 interstellar long-range hunting warship No. 1. Holding the rank of Major General. I have been with the Swift Dragon Legion for 3 years. I joined as a cadet at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. Later, I served under General Charlotte's original 1st Legion, General Sulin's original 4th Legion, and General Zhao Ryu's original 11th Legion. I have also previously served as the Deputy Commander of a Legion fleet." She chuckled awkwardly. "However, it seems my talent in command is not exceptional. Leading 3,000 interstellar warships is manageable, but commanding tens of thousands is challenging." Despite attending the Goddess Academy, or now the Royal Military Academy of the Swift Dragon Empire, several times, there hasn't been much improvement. Then, I had the opportunity to become the captain of a new Model T-6 interstellar warship. Despite having to temporarily abandon my current senior officer status, I willingly took on the role and training tasks. Captain Dao Baibai appeared visibly nervous. Zhao Chen casually asked a question, and she seemed eager to share her experiences. "Don't be nervous, I'm just borrowing your bridge. You can pretend I'm not here. I won't interfere with your command," Zhao Chen reassured her with a smile. "Not nervous, not nervous," Dao Baibai waved her hands, but the beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed her true feelings. "Is this your first time commanding a T-6 interstellar warship in actual combat?" Zhao Chen inquired. Dao Baibai stood upright and confidently replied, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Although this is my first time commanding a T-6 Archangel Tier 6 interstellar long-range hunting warship in actual combat, my crew and I have been preparing for a long time. We are confident that we can demonstrate our strength at any moment, against any opponent." "Very well. I look forward to seeing your capabilities," Zhao Chen chatted, continuing to monitor the situation on the holographic interstellar sandbox shared by Chu Zhuan. He would occasionally ask Dao Baibai about her understanding of the battlefield. Through their conversation, he observed that Dao Baibai had some shortcomings in battlefield command. Despite not being an expert in that area, having spent time with talented commanders like Charlotte, Chichu, Shenbing, Sulin, Chu Zhuan, and others, Zhao Chen had picked up some knowledge and could discern the differences between the two sides. As time passed, Zhao Chen witnessed the Undead Legion's performances that were different from before. Particularly intriguing were some mysterious T5 creatures, such as the numerous Death Angels. This was a new, more numerous undead species. Resembling angels in appearance, but without flesh, they were skeletal, with bone wings protruding from their backs. Their size dwarfed that of ordinary angels by hundreds of times. For example, an adult angel's height was around 1.90 m to 2 meters, while these death angels stood over 200 meters tall. Though not as significant as the smaller undead starships, measuring in hundreds of meters, or even thousands to tens of thousands of meters. These death angels' unique appearance provoked a completely different feeling, especially the eerie flame hovering within their skull, resembling ghostly flames. Chapter 1188. The glorious moment of the Owl Dragon Mecha Cores. At this moment, Zhao Chen was observing a battlefield where thousands of undead angel creatures were attacking a defensive line. In the database of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, there was already an introduction to these undead angels. Undoubtedly, after the planet where the angels resided had fallen, those original angels were infected and turned into undead creatures. Upon becoming undead, they underwent special changes, with the most noticeable being their increased size. Additionally, they gained the typical undead ability known as psychic energy. According to the rules of undead infection, the stronger the original entity, the greater the strength it would possess after being infected. For example, these undead angels generally had combat abilities at the T4 level, and some even reached T5 level. Those with T5 combat abilities were referred to as T5 undead archangels. These undead angels may be over 200 meters tall, but they possess extremely fast mobility. Compared to other units of the same level, their size is already considered small. Their small size and high mobility make them difficult to hit. Fortunately, these undead angels do not have long-range attack capabilities. Similar to most undead creatures, they only attack at close range. Otherwise, the threat of these undead angels would be too terrifying, muttered Zhao Chen. Yes. Moreover, these undead angels can ignore the shields of our starships, posing a great threat to our fleet, added Dao Baibai, frowning. Fortunately, we now have appropriate countermeasures, Zhao Chen said. He continued to watch the battle scene, where a group of undead angels managed to break through the shield defenses of several Owl Dragon interstellar battleships, attempting to attack the vessels directly. The defensive cannons on the battleships were firing relentlessly. Some undead angels couldn't withstand the attacks and were killed within the final distance. However, more undead angels relied on their psychic shields and mobility to break through the line of defense. In the past, the battleships would have been in dire straits in such situations. But that was the past. Now, the Owl Dragon battleships had gained experience from fighting undead creatures. For instance, at that moment, a T4 undead angel that had just landed was pierced by a sword before being able to launch an attack on the starship armor. A T5 Hellhound-class interstellar battle mecha was seen with the sword in hand, ready for battle. Various T5 Hellhound-class mechas, each differing in form due to their ability to freely combine, now composed the final line of defense on the battleships. The mecha pilots began to engage in battle against the undead creatures. Provide fire support. Don't let these skeleton puppets damage the armor of the starships. Remember to maintain a safe distance in combat. Once there is a risk of infection, activate the self-destruct program. Don't embarrass our mecha squad. Kill them. Zhao Chen kept his eyes fixed on the battle scene. Scenes like the one where interstellar battle mechas were deployed were rare in the current interstellar era. Interstellar battle mechas had become secondary combat units and were rarely used, mainly in planetary landing battles in the later stages of war. Therefore, there were no dazzling performances. However, the T5 Hellhound-class interstellar battle mechas were different. They displayed unprecedented brutality. They are proving themselves, Dao Baibai said. I have a cousin who joined the Owl Dragon. Her talent lies in piloting mechas. As we know, the future prospects of combat mechas are not promising. She used to talk to me about it frequently. It wasn't until the emergence of the Undead Legion that the Marshals decided to overhaul these interstellar battle mechas specifically to combat the close-range threat posed by these undead creatures. When this order was issued, all the mecha squads were as excited as if it were the new year. They had no objections to installing the self-destruct program. They were even more proactive. It was finally an opportunity for them to demonstrate their capabilities on the battlefield. Whether they pilot starships or control mechas, they are the bravest warriors of the Owl Dragon Empire, Zhao Chen said firmly. The battle continued. At that moment, Zhao Chen turned his attention to a screen showing a potential sighting of a T6 undead creature. Chapter 1189. An Ed Dragon of T6? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes to look. It was a bone dragon. This bone dragon with huge wings, the longest distance when its wings were spread out, could reach an amazing hundreds of kilometers. In this universe, there are dragons like this, but most of them are only a few hundred meters or up to a few kilometers in size. This super giant dragon of hundreds of kilometers has never appeared before. It seems that after being infected by this undead, there is a certain chance of the infected body enlarging. Previously, the undead angel seen. Now, this undead bone dragon is seen. As for why it is judged that this undead bone dragon belongs to the T6 level, because on the starship radar, the energy fluctuations of this undead bone dragon are truly of T6 level. The undead bone dragon relied on its powerful spiritual shield and endured the bombardment on this side of the Zhonglong interstellar battleship and charged to a distance very close to the defense line of the Zhonglong interstellar battleship. At this moment, the undead bone dragon opened its bones, and blue and white particles gathered in the skull of the undead bone dragon. Soon, a blue and white energy beam shot out from the mouth of this undead bone dragon. The originally activated star shield was directly ignored by this blue and white energy beam, leading to the direct hit on a T-5 King of the Hill class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship located behind. After the blue and white energy beam hit the T-5 King of the Hill, a miraculous scene appeared. The blue and white energy beam, like blue and white flames, ignited the T-5 King of the Hill. This T-5 King of the Hill began to be visibly burned and corroded by this blue and white flame. The long-range attack of this undead bone dragon can actually ignore the star shield defense, Captain Dao Baibai exclaimed in disbelief. Zhao Chen did not speak, but continued to stare at the scene on the battlefield. The command on this battlefield was with Chuzhuan, and Zhao Chen would not interfere without authorization. The T-5 King of the Hill class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship quickly made the corresponding response. The unaffected ship compartments began to eject escape pods like scattered blossoms. It seemed that this T-5 King of the Hill chose to abandon the ship. By this time, the blue and white flames had already burned nearly 1/3 of the area of the T-5 King of the Hill. Zhao Chen watched as the number of escape pods appearing became fewer and fewer. Eventually, after no more escape pods appeared, the section of the King of the Hill that was not infected exploded. The burning flames completely destroyed part of the area of this King of the Hill. It seems that the crew on the King of the Hill had set the self-destruct program before abandoning the ship. Even if the ship was abandoned, it would not be handed over to the enemy. The threat of this T6 level undead bone dragon is too great. With just this attack, no T5 interstellar battleship can withstand it. If it is not destroyed in time, it may lead to heavy losses of our interstellar battleships on the front line. Dao Baibai worriedly said. Zhao Chen just said lightly, trust Chuzhuan. The best way to deal with T6 level undead creatures is naturally with T6 level interstellar battleships. Eye for an eye. The fleet group commander Chuzhuan had indeed made such arrangements. She dispatched one of their T6 interstellar battleships from the 3rd Fleet Group, the mass-produced T6 interstellar battleship that served in the Zhonglong Empire Fleet, the Goddess of Vengeance class interstellar heavy artillery ship. The 3rd Fleet Group happened to have 4 of these ships. Corresponding to the 4 legions, they also served in important positions as vice flagships. As for why they were not flagships, it was because the special operational capabilities of these interstellar battleships were not suitable for flagship positions. Although flagships are often the strongest interstellar battleships, suitability is also a factor. To cut to the chase, responsible for the defense against this T6 undead bone dragon's attack was Zhao Ruyu's 2nd Legion. Destroy this T6 target in the shortest time possible. During this time, I will arrange for other interstellar battleships to cover you with firepower. Zhao Ruyu gave orders to her Vice Legion commander. Yes, we will complete the mission. The Vice Legion commander, with a ponytail, responded promptly. She immediately relayed the orders on her bridge. Lock on the target. Fire at the fastest speed. Don't give the enemy a chance to threaten us again, yes? With the participation of this T6 Goddess of Vengeance class interstellar heavy artillery ship, every heavy gun on the ship aimed at the T6 and Dead Bone Dragon. Nearly 10,000 Goddess of Vengeance energy heavy cannons at this moment all locked onto this giant target. Report, 2/3 of the energy heavy cannons have locked onto the target. The remaining energy heavy cannons need to adjust their positions to lock onto the target, which will take another minute. The vice captain reported. Don't wait. Send the command to fire. The ponytailed female Vice Legion commander, who was also the captain of this T6 starship, decisively gave the command to fire. At the next moment, each heavy artillery on the ship immediately began to roar. Energy shells flew out at extremely fast speeds and heavily hit the T6 Undead Bone Dragon. However, due to the Undead Bone Dragon's spiritual shield, the attack did not immediately threaten its body. It only created colorful stars on its spiritual shield. According to the data recorded in the final moments of the destroyed T5 King of the Hill class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship, the energy beam attack launched by this T6 Undead Bone Dragon actually used spiritual energy, so it can ignore our star shield energy and directly attack our ship's armor. Chu Zhuan's video window appeared next to Zhao Chen. It seems that she, as the commander of the Zhonglong 2nd Fleet Group, was also paying attention to the battle. After all, Dealing with the enemy's T6 undead creatures can accumulate relevant experience in actual combat, and in future battles, they can be prepared to prevent and respond, reducing their own losses. But for now, it seems that the spiritual energy projectiles used by the undead starship do not have this ability. Only the medium-range spiritual attacks of these spiritual creatures possess this characteristic of ignoring the star shield, Chujuan added. The spiritual energy of the undead, from their appearance until now, has always been a very mysterious and special existence. Even some research institutes within the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire are studying it. However, so far, it has not been thoroughly researched. Undead creatures are very special. Be cautious, Zhao Chen spoke, without inquiring about Chujuan's battle command, just giving a reminder. He continued to stare at the undead bone dragon, covered by the interstellar heavy artillery fire. Chapter 1190 Feigned Attack. Under the relentless bombardment of the T6 undead bone dragon, the energy shield of the T6 Heavenly Fury Goddess-class interstellar dreadnought was clearly showing signs of struggling to hold up. At this moment, the undead bone dragon began to retaliate wildly, spraying blue and white flame beams towards distant targets. However, compared to the first attack, the Ocelot interstellar battleships on the defensive line, especially the T5 King of Hills class heavy interstellar strategic escort ships responsible for defense, had already prepared themselves. Defensive interstellar missiles that were ready in advance were immediately launched upon determining the trajectory of the enemy's attack. They exploded preemptively along the attack route of the blue and white flame beam, creating a whirlwind of explosions. The originally fierce blue and white flame beam attack dissipated completely when it was very close to the target starship. With the first interception successful, subsequent interceptions were not difficult. With the cooperation of over a dozen T5 King of Hills class heavy interstellar strategic escort ships, almost all the defensive interstellar missiles in the warehouse were depleted. Finally, the T6 Undead Bone Dragon on the other side was killed by the firepower of the T6 Heavenly Fury Goddess-class interstellar dreadnought. This relieved the captains of the T5 King of Hills class ships. If the battle had continued, they would have run out of defensive interstellar missiles to intercept the attacks. After all, the cost of protecting friendly ships from attacks by T6 undead creatures was too high. Zhao Chen also received related data. This was an analysis of the T6 Undead Bone Dragon. It came out quite quickly, Zhao Chen said as he looked through the report, which detailed some characteristics of the T6 Undead Bone Dragon, including some new information. This individual's defensive capability was also formidable. Even under continuous bombardment from the T6 Heavenly Fury Goddess-class interstellar dreadnought, it took nearly 10 minutes of shelling before the T6 Undead Bone Dragon was slain, demonstrating its resilience. It's fortunate that there aren't many of these T6 undead creatures. If there were dozens of them, it would be a tremendous pressure for us, Tang Baibai remarked with relief. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to the interstellar war sandbox. Although the undead legions had not shown their main attack direction yet, all they could do was wait silently for this revelation. Hours passed by, and finally, after 20 hours of battle, there was movement on the undead side. Report, near the 3rd undead defensive line, an additional nearly 200,000 undead troops have appeared, directly threatening the 3rd undead defensive line. They are expected to reach the battlefield of the 3rd undead defensive line within an hour. A subordinate reported to Zhao Chen. Tang Baibai immediately exclaimed, "It seems that the 3rd undead defensive line is the main target of the undead legion. Your Majesty, give the orders. We have been waiting here for so long. It's time to initiate the counterattack plan." Tang Baibai had been waiting here all along, and now that the opportunity had arrived, she was eager to command her interstellar warship to join the battle. No, Zhao Chen interrupted Tang Baibai's thoughts. At that moment, the video window from Chujuan's end also conveyed a voice. Zhao Chen saw Chujuan's somewhat hesitant expression. "Chujuan, share your thoughts," Zhao Chen urged. Chujuan earnestly said, "Your Majesty, although we previously agreed that once the Undead Legion showed signs of attacking a particular defensive line, we would deploy the reserve fleet to support. However, I feel that this current troop movement of nearly 200,000 undead may not represent their true intent for combat, but a feigned attack." Zhao Chen nodded, as he had entertained a similar thought before. Continue. Although the number of these 200,000 undead troops equals the initial appearance of undead legions at each defensive line, in terms of strength, Even if these troops join the battle at the 3rd Undead Defensive Line, I believe that just these undead legions alone have little chance of breaking through the 3rd Undead Defensive Line in a short period. I suspect the real offensive is yet to come. Therefore, I suggest we wait a little longer. Let's wait. When Chujuan shared her thoughts, her expression was serious, understanding the weight of the decision. If she was wrong, it would mean that the Ocelot fleet at the 3rd Undead Defensive Line would have to face more undead legions due to the delayed arrival of reinforcements. This would result in losses that were originally not anticipated. As a commander, one must have faith in their instincts, Zhao Chen agreed. Let's wait a little longer. Chujuan nodded decisively. So, the dispatch of the reinforcement fleet to the battlefield was postponed. However, Chujuan did not neglect the current pressure at the 3rd Undead Defensive Line. After assessing the situations at different defensive lines, she made efforts to pull in some interstellar fleets to support the 3rd Undead Defensive Line as much as possible. In this scenario, Zhao Chen and the others continued to wait. 10 more hours passed, during which Zhao Chen began to doubt if they had overthought the situation. Finally, there was a new development. Report, in the direction of the 1st Undead Defensive Line, a massive force of 500,000 undead has emerged, including at least 50 T6 class undead units and 30 T6 undead bone dragons. This undead force is estimated to threaten the 1st Undead Defensive Line within half an hour. An incredibly crucial piece of information reached Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's body shook with realization. They had finally arrived. Tang Baibai looked at His Majesty in astonishment, surprised that the enemy had kept a trump card up their sleeve. The first wave of attacks had all been just feints. The second wave, choosing the 3rd Undead Defensive Line, was the true main target. And all of this came after a 10-hour gap between the combats. If His Majesty had previously ordered the dispatch of reinforcements to the 3rd Undead Defensive Line, supporting the 1st Undead Defensive Line now would be extremely challenging. Even if reinforcements were called in time, the fact remained that the enemy's force of fully equipped 500,000 troops, including 50 T6 class units and 30 T6 undead bone dragons, faced off against a fleet that had experienced battles, likely depleting ammunition stores on some interstellar warships. In such circumstances, the probability of successfully halting the attack of the undead army was minuscule. Chapter 1191 is the real war beginning. Zhao Chen once again looked at the holographic map of the entire undead battlefield. With the Judgment Angel star system at the center, 6 battlefields appeared around it. So far, the undead army has dispatched 1,900,000 troops. It cannot be ruled out that there are undead creatures within the Judgment Angel star system. It is estimated that the total number of undead creatures exceeds 2 million. In contrast, among the 6 defense lines, only around 200,000 all-Dragon Empire Legion starships have been deployed. The numerical gap between the two sides has reached a staggering 10-to-1. At that moment, Chujuan's video window appeared again, most likely due to the emergence of the main attacking direction. Your Majesty, Chujuan just started speaking when Zhao Chen interrupted. I have made arrangements. Rest assured, reinforcements will arrive at the 1st Undead Defense Line within 10 minutes. Coincidentally, the 1st Undead Defense Line is precisely where Chujuan leads the Owl Dragon 2nd Fleet Group, the 1st Legion, stationed there under her direction. Chujuan, what is the current situation on the battlefield? This is the first time Zhao Chen has inquired about the battlefield. Chujuan then reported the various situations in detail to Zhao Chen. Nearly 40 hours have passed. Except for the damage rate reaching 18% at the 3rd defense line, the damage rates at the other lines are only 10%. The total number of lost starships has reached nearly 30,000. The enemy count is around 500,000 undead. Among them are 6 T6 undead battle units and 150 T5 undead battle units. The vast majority are still T4 and T3 undead creatures. Excluding the infected situations on the battlefield, they have not sent out any T1 and T2 undead creatures. Judging from the situation, they are not like the interstellar insect race, which would send out all their forces, even using T1 battle units as cannon fodder. We are able to maintain the current situation in defensive operations largely due to the firepower shock of our interstellar missile ships and interstellar gunships on the defense line. As long as we can maintain this level of firepower intimidation, the defense line will not encounter significant issues. Of course, there is a precondition. The number of undead troops on each defense line should not dramatically increase. The third defense line saw an increase of 200,000 undead troops. Only when I managed to arrange for 30,000 starships to support the third defense line did it prevent significant chaos at the line. After finishing, Chujuan looked at Zhao Chen. It was clear that her explanation was about whether the first defense line could withstand the influx of the 500,000 undead army. It directly affected the development of the entire battlefield situation. Moreover, there are at least 50 T6 undead creatures among them. Wait for me to arrive at the first defense line battlefield, and then we can discuss further, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Yes. At the first defense line battlefield, Chujuan, leading the Owl Dragon 2nd Fleet Group, the 1st Legion, looked at the Interstellar War sand table in front of her with a hint of weariness in her eyes. Marshal, outside our defense line this time, there are 500,000 undead troops, including over 50 T6 undead battle units. If these undead troops directly attack our first defense line, our firepower at the first defense line will not last for more than 3 hours, leading to a collapse of the defense line. A staff officer said softly on her side. There were several other staff officers standing beside her. Now, a staff department is established around each commander to assist in combat deployments and operations planning. After all, commanding operations of tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of starships solely by the commander's mind is insufficient. Currently, we know that His Majesty the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet has 1,000 starships. Over 90% of them are T5 class starships and the rest are T6 class starships. It must be admitted that the combat power of His Majesty the Emperor's Guard fleet is very strong. But if used to face the 50,000 undead army coming aggressively, it will still be somewhat inadequate. A staff officer who focused on data pushed her glasses. The glasses were not for nearsightedness, as there is no nearsightedness in the present age. Through her glasses, she could see many data she wanted. This was a small portable computer system she carried with her. His Majesty the Emperor said he is responsible for the reinforcements. We only need to do what we should. The rest, we can trust His Majesty the Emperor, Chujuan said seriously, with no hint of doubt in her tone. Since that day at the Northern Star Starship Academy when she jumped onto the Storm, Snow-class light interstellar battlecruiser, she had unconditionally believed in this man. Even now, seeing her marshal's attitude, these staff officers naturally did not say anything more. Before long, a small fleet landed on this front line. The starships with their white background and golden dragon pattern appeared in front of everyone on the defense line. The paintwork on these starships was very special, known as the exclusive skin. Only starships belonging to the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet could use this paint scheme. When captains of other starships saw these starships, they all showed envy. Being able to join the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet and have their starships painted like this was something they all longed for. Chujuan glanced around these starships and had a rough estimate in her mind. While the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet is said to have 1,000 starships, in reality, there are only over 800 battle-type starships. The rest are all support-type starships. However, even with just over 800 starships, they were not to be underestimated. Chujuan's primary focus was on the T6 class starships among them. Surprisingly, there were 36 T6 class starships, an incredible number. It is estimated that even when combined with the T6 starships in the other fleets of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, they did not have as many T6 starships as the Emperor's Imperial Guard fleet had. However, there were several of them that she had never seen before, T6 starships newly produced. It is no wonder His Majesty is confident. However, if relying solely on these T6 starships to defend the line, it would not be a problem. But if planning to continue the counterattack, it would be somewhat difficult. Chujuan furrowed her brows slightly. Chapter 1190 to Imperial Guard's Fleet. First Battle Report. The follow-up reinforcements of the undead army will enter the battle range within 10 minutes. It will threaten our defense line at that time, the staff officer reported. Notify the fleets on each defense line to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Remember, no retreat without my order, Chujuan said firmly. At this moment, Zhao Chen led the Imperial Guard's fleet, located in the rear of the defense line, considered in the second-line area. However, all the stellar battleships of the Imperial Guards fleet were ready for battle. All cannons were aimed in one direction. All stellar missile launchers were activated. All stellar fighters and unmanned drones were prepared for launch. Your Majesty, all members of our Imperial Guards fleet are ready for battle. A video window appeared to Zhao Chen's left. It was a female officer wearing the exclusive uniform of the Imperial Guards fleet. However, her identity was quite special. She was a second lieutenant of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, the vice commander of the Owl Dragon Imperial Guards fleet. She was also one of the candidates in the recent Advanced Officer Training Program. Since she was a military officer that Charlotte trusted, she was specially assigned to serve as the vice commander of the Imperial Guards fleet. Some might be curious, who is the commander of this fleet? It's quite special. The commander of the Royal Guards fleet was personally held by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at the half-beast girl with panda eyes in front of him. There was a bit of fate between them. Currently, Shang Xiang, the dean of the Owl Dragon Royal Military Academy, who previously served as the chief commander of the Goddess Academy-level stellar fleet, was staring at the panda girl, her elder sister. Coordinate with the 1st Legion on that defense line. Make sure to cause maximum damage to the enemy under the condition of stopping the advance of that 50,000 undead army. Prepare for our next plan. Zhao Chen commanded the panda girl officer. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. This is considered the first battle of our Imperial Guards fleet. We will surely win the first battle. The panda girl commander vowed earnestly. What she said was indeed true. This was the first battle of the Owl Dragon Imperial Guards fleet after it transformed into the Imperial Guards fleet. As the Emperor's close guards, this first battle was naturally very important. Zhao Chen nodded. The panda girl commander immediately began her preparations. On her flagship, the panda girl commander looked at the interstellar battlefield sandbox in front of her, her eyes burning with determination. She clenched her fists. In this battle, she would not disappoint His Majesty, Marshal Charlotte, and her sister. Imperial Guards fleet, all squads. The panda girl commander's orders were relayed one by one, and instructions were transmitted through the data stream. Although outwardly the Imperial Guards fleet seemed calm and steady, in reality, every stellar battleship had already received its mission orders. Soon, the 50,000 newly added and dead advance forces had joined the battlefield. Suddenly, the offensive of the undead side intensified significantly. Even several T-6 undead combat units could be seen among them. At this moment, each squad within the Imperial Guards fleet joined the frontline battlefield one after another. Although the number of T-5 class stellar battleships was not large, their contribution to the frontline defense line undoubtedly alleviated the pressure on the 1st Legion of the Owl Dragon 2nd Fleet. Moreover, they were the finest warriors of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. The T-5 Spear of Sin heavy interstellar artillery ship provided fire support, while the T-5 Firekill and heavy carrier stellar fighter and drone patrolled the defense line, forming another layer of aerial defense. The T-5 Lightning Phantom heavy assault interstellar cruiser and the T-5 Frost Tyrant heavy interstellar missile battleship were ready to actively engage, crossing the defense line to eliminate high-value targets. The T-5 Hill King heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship would reinforce the defense systems on the defense line. Despite the weakening of the stellar shield defense due to the special nature of the enemy, they remained the strongest shield of the Owl Dragon. The T-5 Chaos Knight heavy assault interstellar destroyer and the T-5 Sacred Redeemer heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship would serve as important single-point firepower positions, eliminating those high-value combat targets to form the main firepower modules on the defense line. The addition of seemingly a few hundred stellar battleships transformed the original No.1 undead defense line, constructed by Chujuan's Owl Dragon 2nd Fleet 1st Legion, giving it an enhancement. In addition, the T-5 Crimson Reaper heavy interstellar strategic missile ship positioned behind the defense line was also ready to provide super firepower support to the battlefield. Soon, the confrontation between the two sides erupted. Both defense and offense were enhanced. At one point, neither side seemed to gain any advantage. The intensity of the firefight increased to an unprecedented level. Suddenly, a red alert appeared at a location on the Stellar Warfare sandbox on Chujuan's side. 10 T-6 undead combat units appeared there at the same time. They are bringing out their trump cards right from the start. It seems that this undead army is preparing to directly capture our defense line in one fell swoop, Chujuan said with a furrowed brow. At this moment, Chujuan's fleet alone could hardly deal with these 10 T6 undead combat units. She could only rely on the Imperial Guard's fleet of the Emperor. And the Emperor did not disappoint her. Almost in an instant, 10 T6 stellar battleships of the Owl Dragon Imperial Guard's fleet supported the alarmed location of the defense line. These 10 T6 Owl-class interstellar warships were somewhat different. They were divided into 3 types. Naturally, 3 of them were the familiar T6 Fury Goddess heavy interstellar artillery ships, while the remaining 7 were clearly interstellar destroyers, of which 5 were in number. The other type had a more unique design, and only 2 were present. However, Chujuan quickly received the updated data from the database. The battle data of these 2 new T6 All-class interstellar warships was within her reach. The T6 Thunderlord Heavy Interstellar Destroyer and the T6 Seraphim Crossbowman-class long-range interstellar hunting ship. This was the debut battle of these 2 new T6 stellar warships. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, calmly appreciating the performance of these 2 protagonists. Chapter 1193. Archangel Crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ship T6 Thunderlord E-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Although they also joined the defensive battlefield, they were not aimed at those T6 undead creatures. The main target is to eliminate other high-level undead creatures. And under the attack of the T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer, even if the number of undead armies on the other side increased several times, they were still firmly suppressed. A large number of undead armies were literally pressed down by the lightning cannon fire of these T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers, their heads held down. Each position held by a T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer on the defensive line seemed to act as a fixed axis. This was completely due to the unique features of this interstellar destroyer. Wow! That's the legendary lightning chain! Captain Taobei, who was beside Zhao Chen, couldn't help but exclaim. Although she was now piloting a new T6 interstellar battleship herself, she had only heard of the extremely strong mid-range area suppression ability of the Comrade T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer so far. It had a magical way of firepower output, but she had never seen it with her own eyes, because she never had much spare time for such encounters. Unexpectedly, the first time she saw it was in the battlefield. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened a window. It displayed various information about this T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer ship type, interstellar destroyer technology level, T6 ship armor strength, 1 to 3 million units star shield energy value, 15 million units cruise speed, 1100 knots star velocity warp engine, level 9.9 warp engine captain, 10.9 kilometers mass, 5.3 million tons crew, 50,000 starship weapons, 30 heavy medium-range pulse cannons, 300 Thunderlord electric arc main cannons, 1,000 electromagnetic high-speed secondary cannons, to 1,000 fully automatic medium-sized electromagnetic close-range defense cannons. When Captain Taobei saw the data window in front of Emperor His Majesty, she immediately averted her gaze. Although she was very curious inside, she knew what she should do. It's okay, soon this won't be a secret anymore. In the future, each starship under the Emperor's Guard fleet will fight alongside T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers. How can we not know about our comrades' information? The kind of attack you just saw is the signature move of the T6 Thunderlord, known as the lightning chain attack, Zhao Chen said lightly. In fact, that kind of attack wasn't called the lightning chain. It belonged more accurately to electric arc projection. It was based on launching electromagnetic energy in a special state as projectiles. After hitting the first target, the arc would absorb some energy and then carry out a second attack, automatically targeting the next target, continuously repeating. Because the trajectory of the attack looked like lightning, people would call it lightning chain. And after each shot, the power would decrease slightly until it completely finished the attack. So, when a T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer fired 300 Thunderlord electric arc main cannons at the same time, a very special scene would appear in the target area. Just like a thundercloud, continuously shooting thunder chains, creating lasting area damage, finally achieving the goal of destroying the enemy's interstellar battleships. The performance in combat was more than sufficient to demonstrate the suppression capability of the T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer in this aspect. Besides this signature move, the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer also had other T-6-level weapon modules, such as 30 heavy medium-range pulse cannons, a standard weapon system, but at the T-6 level. At present, any T-5-level undead creature could hardly withstand the power of this weapon. The only drawback was that its range wasn't very far. The T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer tended to engage in medium-short-range combat situations, with almost no long-range or ultra-long-range attack weapons equipped on its hull. This meant that the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer played a role akin to a general among the legions, rather than directly engaging in combat alone. Otherwise, it was easy to be constrained by the enemy's medium to long-range attack methods. It was understandable, no interstellar battleship would be impeccable. If it excelled in medium-short range and also excelled in long and ultra-long ranges, why would other interstellar battleships be needed? Just producing this one type would be enough, right? Returning to the main topic, after observing the performance of the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chen's gaze fell on another interstellar battleship. He was now like a hunter, targeting the T-6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ship. Perhaps because Zhao Chen was stationed on this T-6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ship as a mainstay, Captain Pandagirl, in the first batch dispatch to the battlefield, her ship wasn't included. This meant that Taobei could only watch as her comrades fired the first shots on the battlefield. In the scene, 10 so-called T-6 undead combat units also appeared. Surprisingly, all of them were T-6 undead bone dragons. It seemed that these undead armies were mostly composed of these T-6 undead combat units. There had been relevant battle data before this. So, when dealing with this target, the T-6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ship was more adept. Zhao Chen gazed at the two T-6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ships. Their crossbow-shaped bowguns at the bow positions had already started to unfold slowly. The weapons of this T-6 interstellar battleship were very different. Its main weapon, the bow located at the bow position, was not the usual huge cannon barrel. It was actually a crossbow. Yes, a huge crossbow filled with high-tech elements. It was called the Archangel crossbow. At this moment, both T-6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ships were ready for battle. Both main weapons were beginning to charge. Zhao Chen could see a red arrow feather in the middle of the crossbow gun in the scene. Looking from a great distance, it indeed resembled a crimson arrow feather. If one wasn't careful, they might think the scene wasn't that of an interstellar battleship, but of a crossbow. Behind this crossbow, the bowstring location also lit up with a golden light. At this moment, Zhao Chen heard a voice in his ear. Fire! Chapter 1194 Crimson Arrow Feathers, A Strike to the Soul. Carrying a dazzling tail feather's glow, the two crimson-colored arrow feathers streaked across the night sky like meteors, heading straight for the two T-6 undead bone dragons that had already been targeted. Sensing the imminent threat, the two T-6 undead bone dragons flapped their wings to slow down their speed, trying to evade the attack while simultaneously spewing blue and white flames in an attempt to counter it. The two crimson-colored meteors were incredibly fast, exceeding the speed of any known weapon in the universe and boasting an extremely long range. One of the crimson meteors pierced through the head of one of the T-6 undead bone dragons, causing it to instantly disintegrate along with the flames it had yet to release. The decapitated dragon floated silently in the airspace, motionless. The other T-6 undead bone dragon, slightly luckier, managed to collide its blue and white flames with the incoming crimson meteor, resulting in a massive explosion that shattered its body into pieces, leaving no intact bones. Amidst the excitement, the captain of the T-6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunt ship, watching the scene unfold, celebrated the swift kill. Zhao Chen, observing nearby, smiled at the sight. This was the power of the T-6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunt ship, a unique and specialized interstellar battleship tailored around its powerful weapon system, the Seraphim crossbow. The Seraphim crossbow was a super bow weapon that utilized electromagnetic railgun technology to accelerate its projectile to extreme speeds while compressing a vast amount of energy into a crimson arrow feather. This level of speed and compressed energy made it nearly impossible for a targeted entity to escape and rendered most T-5 class interstellar battleships defenseless against the arrow. The ship was designed with a focus on this one weapon system, complemented only by 500 small close defense cannons. Despite its formidable offensive capabilities, the ship had a drawback. After each attack, it required a significant cooldown and recharging period, typically taking about 10 minutes. While this time frame could be shortened during intense combat scenarios, doing so would put a strain on the ship's components. Nonetheless, the ship's terrifying single-shot firepower made it a dominant force on the battlefield, making it the ultimate hunter in long-range interstellar combat. As the battle unfolded, it became increasingly clear that the T-6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunt ship posed a formidable threat to the undead forces, swiftly eliminating targets and solidifying its superiority on the battlefield. With the coordinated efforts of the Imperial Guard fleet and the deployment of multiple Seraphim crossbow-class ships, the undead units found themselves outmatched and unable to pose a significant threat to the defensive line. Amidst the excitement of victories and successful defenses, a sense of relief washed over Chujuan, the marshal of the defense line, as she observed the evolving situation on the battlefield. However, the tide of battle took an unexpected turn, as a massive fleet of newly deployed interstellar warships emerged through the Stargate behind the front line. Led by the 4th Fleet Group of the Dragon Owl Fleet, commanded by General Zhu Zizi, a sense of pride and mischief resonated through the communication channels, marking the beginning of a new phase in the battle as the fresh reinforcements boosted the morale and firepower of the defenders, preparing for a decisive counterattack under the Emperor's directive. Chapter 1195 Commander of the 4th Fleet Squadron, Zhu Zhaoxiao stood with hands on her hips, one foot resting on the captain's chair, displaying a domineering demeanor. I am, after all, a commander of a fleet squadron. I should at least look the part. Zhao Chen's voice came from the nearby video window. Zhu Zhaoxiao put her foot down and pouted, saying, "But being a commander of a fleet squadron isn't something I aspired to be." A T-6 class interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen interjected. Zhu Zhaoxiao immediately stood straight, focused her gaze, exuding a resolute air. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will surely manage the 4th Fleet Squadron well, and not betray your trust." Zhao Chen didn't pay much attention to Zhu Zhaoxiao's words. Her character was unchangeable, but her abilities were outstanding. Although she might not be as skilled in commanding battles under the fleet system as Charlotte, Shenbing, or Chujuan, she was close enough. In such a time, she was the most suitable candidate to be the commander of the 4th Fleet Squadron. "How is the situation of your 4th Fleet Squadron?" Zhao Chen inquired. Zhu Zhaoxiao elaborated. The 4th Fleet Squadron currently consists of 100,000 interstellar warships, forming the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion, each possessing 50,000 interstellar warships. I lead the 1st Legion, and I appointed Admiral Zhang Xiaxia to lead the 2nd Legion. Despite the short training time, her previous combat experience in the 2nd Legion of the 1st Fleet Squadron has prepared the 4th Fleet Squadron adequately to face the current battles. What about your previous duties as commander of the 2nd Legion of the 1st Fleet Squadron? Zhao Chen asked. I have handed over the command of the 2nd Legion of the 1st Fleet Squadron to Vice Admiral Huang Zhaoting, who was my deputy commander. She now serves as the commander of the 2nd Legion. I have witnessed her capability and believe she is more than capable of leading the Legion, Zhu Zhaoxiao replied. Zhao Chen nodded satisfied. The handover of Legion fleet duties was crucial, as any issues could significantly impact the combat effectiveness of the Legion fleet, especially in the current stage of battle. About the operation mission in the Judgment Angel Star system, you understand it, right? Zhao Chen stared at Zhu Zhaoxiao. Zhu Zhaoxiao nodded. I understand very well. Zhao Chen glanced at the time, saying, wait a little longer for the express to arrive soon. Zhu Zhaoxiao tentatively asked, Your Majesty, that thing. Its power is really that great? If it is so powerful, can we evacuate in time after placing the item? We shouldn't end up harming ourselves. Seeing Zhu Zhaoxiao's slightly apprehensive look, Zhao Chen assured, rest assured. We have arranged evacuation plans for you. As long as you do not make mistakes, evacuating will be completely fine. That's good to know. I'm not afraid of death, Your Majesty. After all, I am now an Imperial Marshal. If I were to die on the battlefield, even though I can be resurrected, it will set a precedent for generals of our Phoenix Interstellar Empire dying in battle. It's ominous, very ominous, Zhu Zhaoxiao chuckled. Zhao Chen didn't bother with the girl's chatter. Zhu Zhaoxiao, in her spare time, asked, Your Majesty, I recently heard about the construction plans for two new types of T6 interstellar warships in our Phoenix star system. Is one of them a T6 class interstellar battleship? Zhao Chen glanced at Zhu Zhaoxiao, asking in a calm tone, seeking industrial secrets as an active Phoenix officer. How many years can this be punished? Zhu Zhaoxiao immediately closed her mouth, her eyes watery as she stared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't pursue further with Zhu Zhaoxiao. He knew she was simply curious about giant cannons and ships and had no ill intentions. Within 3 months if fast, within half a year if slow. However, at that time, the quantity of such interstellar battleships will still be quite lacking. Not just anyone can handle it, Zhao Chen hinted. Zhu Zhaoxiao promptly remarked, but as a fleet squadron commander, wouldn't it be excessive for us to have a T6 interstellar battleship as our flagship? After saying this, she glanced hopefully at Zhao Chen. Show your performance, Zhao Chen dropped a comment and then ignored the girl. He was well aware of the girl's temper and interests. Handling it. With the addition of 10,000 interstellar warships from the 2 legions of the 4th Fleet Squadron, the entire battlefront of the No. 1. and deadline underwent significant changes in an instant. Zhu Zhaoxiao, perhaps aiming to accumulate points for her own interstellar battleship before His Majesty, played remarkably well. They forcefully suppressed the large undead army there. Furthermore, the coordination between the Imperial Guard fleet and the T-7 interstellar battleships gradually tilted the balance of power this way towards the Phoenix side in the No. 1. and deadline battlefield. Victory was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was still awaiting an express delivery. Soon enough, a T-5 Star Koi-class super heavy interstellar transport ship arrived at the battlefield through the Stargate. Gazing at this enormous interstellar transport ship, what it transported here was no ordinary material. A video window popped up, and Zhao Chen clicked to accept. A female captain appeared before Zhao Chen. Though she remained calm, the female captain could not hide her excitement at seeing the Emperor. Were it not for the ongoing mission, she would have desired a photo with His Majesty. After adjusting her emotions, the female captain solemnly reporting to His Majesty, "We are ordered to deliver the number 1 express. Please receive." "I understand." Zhao Chen nodded, and he contacted his fleet commander, Panda Girl. "The goods have arrived. Make arrangements," Zhao Chen reminded, watching as the Panda Girl, still excited from the battlefield, responded promptly, "Yes." Subsequently, a T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer slowly approached a spot on the T-5 Star Koi-class super heavy interstellar transport ship. A corridor extended from the cabin in that position, connecting with the cabin of the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer. No one knew what was happening in that interface. However, the captain of the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer was extremely tense at that moment. She ordered the entire ship to go into the highest combat readiness, with no crew member from any department allowed to leave their battle stations. Meanwhile, she used the ship's monitoring screen to keep an eye on the connecting bridge. A transport car moved along the bridge carrying something inside a black box. Accompanying it were fully armed interstellar marines. Chapter 1196 Top Secret Escort. Hello, I am the Vice Captain of the Thunderlord B011 ship. Ordered to meet you here, the Vice Captain said respectfully to the team of interstellar marines approaching. The Vice Captain noticed that the team's leader, a female officer, held the rank of Colonel. To become a colonel in the interstellar marines was much more difficult than for a ship's captain to become a vice admiral. She also noticed that the marines were all armed with laser guns in combat mode, with their fingers on the trigger, and maintaining a vigilant stance towards anyone except their own team. This indicated that these marines had received some orders to remain highly alert towards anyone outside their team. "Hello. This starship will now enter a special restricted status. Please contact your captain," the interstellar marine colonel said solemnly. "Understood." The vice captain immediately opened the ship's internal communication channel, and a hologram appeared in front of everyone. "Hello, I am the captain of this starship," the captain greeted the interstellar marine colonel. The interstellar marine colonel continued, "From now on, Captain, you and your starship will directly follow the orders of the Emperor. All external communication from this starship will be shut off, and only accept communication commands from the Emperor's flagship. We also request for adjacent standard cabins. Besides me and my team, no one else is allowed near these for cabins. Consequences will be on their own. And the permissions for these for cabins will only be granted to me." Do you understand my meaning? The interstellar marine colonel said sternly. Understood. The captain nodded, feeling somewhat invaded, but knowing this was the Emperor's order. It was clear from needing a colonel to personally escort that the cargo behind the transport vehicle was of utmost importance. The captain then arranged for adjacent standard cabins as requested by the colonel. The captain on the bridge was now unable to see inside these cabins through the ship's internal video system. It could be said that whatever happened inside these four cabins, the captain wouldn't know. All external communication devices were also disabled. The only communication allowed was with the colonel. Captain, from now on, I will update your navigation route every minute. You just need to follow the route I specify. You'll have starships escorting you. No need to communicate with them. A voice came from the dark communication window. Understood. The captain nodded. In reality, 3 of those for secure cabins were empty. The transport vehicle and the interstellar marines were all in one cabin, done for security reasons. The colonel gazed at the huge black cube on the transport vehicle, not knowing what was inside. From construction to handing over to her, everything was kept secret. The black cube container could only be opened with a secret key from the Emperor. Until then, it needed to be guarded for 24 hours. Your Majesty, Vice Colonel Kaoyun of the Emperor's Guard's 2nd Marine Division, is on standby. The delivery has been completed. The leopard woman reported to Zhao Chen quietly. Good. Let Zhu Zhaoxiao begin as planned next, Zhao Chen said calmly. Yes. The leopard woman stood silently beside Zhao Chen. Leopard woman, you have done well with the guards, Zhao Chen suddenly said. For the Emperor, it's my duty, the leopard woman responded calmly. After Zhao Chen ascended to Emperor, the position of the leopard woman naturally changed. Zhao Chen had secretly established a special interstellar marine force known as the Emperor's Guards. The Emperor's Guards, like the Emperor's Guard Fleet and the Imperial Guards, directly served Zhao Chen. The Emperor's Guards stayed by Zhao Chen's side, carrying out missions assigned by him. Important missions, like the current one, were specifically entrusted to the Emperor's Guards. Now that the delivery was completed, it was time to proceed. Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar war sand table. Zhu Zhaoxiao launched an attack according to the plan, leading the 4th Dragon Fleet Group and the Emperor's Guard Fleet. The undead army, already weakened, had no capacity to resist Zhu Zhaoxiao's attack. They quickly tore a gap and eliminated a large number of undead troops. Finally, with the undead forces reduced to a certain number, Zhu Zhaoxiao contacted Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan, it's your turn now. Zhu Zhaoxiao addressed her friend with a cheerful smile. Chu Zhuan nodded. At this point, with less than 25,000 undead creatures left in the undead defense line, Chu Zhuan's forces were more than capable of handling the situation. Protect the Emperor. Safety first. Chu Zhuan reminded sternly. I understand. Zhu Zhaoxiao nodded heavily. Chu Zhuan sighed quietly as she watched the closed video feed. When informed of the mission, she had been surprised and had strongly opposed the Emperor personally going on the mission, deeming it too risky. The mission could be carried out, but the Emperor should not go. However, the Emperor's decision was final. Chu Zhuan could only emphasize ensuring the Emperor's safety to Zhu Zhaoxiao. She watched as over 100,000 starships slowly sailed out of the radar's edge, disappearing into the radar range, heading towards the fallen Judgment Angel star system. Chu Zhuan took a deep breath and then focused on the interstellar war sand table, issue orders on all fronts. Within 60 hours, apart from the undead number 3 defense line, all other defense lines must eliminate 80% of the undead forces in front of them. End the battle within 100 hours. It was time to end the undead crisis in the Judgment Angel star system. Chapter 1197 T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. First explosion. Zhao Chen looked at Captain Dao Baibai and asked, "Where are we right now?" Captain Dao Baibai immediately brought up the interstellar map and pointed to their current location, saying, "We have entered the Judgment Angel Galaxy region. It should be right here." Captain Dao Baibai pointed to a position on the interstellar map. Zhao Chen looked at this location and compared it with the original map of the Judgment Angel Galaxy. Originally, at this position, one should be able to see a shining star. There should also be dozens of celestial bodies, such as planets, moons, comets, and so on. But now, apart from the owls, dragons, interstellar battleships, and those undead creatures, there was nothing else around. And because there was no star, the entire galaxy appeared dark and chaotic. In that position should be the main star of the Judgment Angel Galaxy, as well as the Judgment Temple Mountain, one of the 3 sacred mountains of the Angel Clan. One of the once glorious 3 major galaxies of the Angel Clan has now turned into this scene. Zhao Chen sighed as he looked at the scene. No matter how brilliant a civilization was, in the vast universe, it could vanish in an instant. This touched Zhao Chen's heart. For the current Owl's Dragon civilization, it could already be called the Owl's Dragon civilization. It seemed very vast. But once it encountered a more powerful entity, like the Order, if they were unable to resist, the Owl's Dragon civilization could end up like the current Judgment Angel Galaxy. Take a picture of this scene. Send it to that woman to have a good look at her masterpiece, Zhao Chen suddenly ordered, pointing to the leopard woman beside him. Yes, the leopard woman responded. Zhao Chen then asked, "How far are we from the target area?" He looked at the 2 large and 1 small video windows next to him. The 2 large video windows showed Zhu Xiao and the fleet commander of the Panda Girls, while the small video window showed the deputy general of the Marine Division. "We are about half an hour away from the target area," Zhu Xiao reported. Zhao Chen looked at the information on the interstellar radar. "There are more and more undead creatures appearing around us. Currently, there are already 300,000 undead creatures. Setting up the delivery and preparing for our evacuation will take about an hour. Is it difficult?" Zhao Chen asked Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao smirked confidently and said, "If the goal is to eliminate these undead creatures, it might be challenging. But if it's just holding out for half an hour plus another hour, it will be more than enough." Seeing Zhu Xiao's confident attitude, Zhao Chen felt reassured. The upcoming developments were mostly in the plan. Regardless of how the undead creatures outside attacked, they couldn't stop their progress. Ultimately, on the interstellar sandbox, they had entered the expected area range. "Sona, you can begin," Zhao Chen said to the deputy general standing opposite the small window. The deputy general Sona nodded and immediately started the next steps. First, she contacted the bridge, saying, "Captain, please seal the cabin doors of the cabins I requested. And without my command, no one is allowed to leave their cabins." Understood. Although the captain didn't know what the deputy general was going to do, he followed the order truthfully. Soon, Sona could hear the sound of the gates of several cabins next door being closed. This meant that without the captain's authorization, no one could open the doors of these cabins. "Head to cabin 3, Sona ordered her subordinates. The driver of the transport vehicle immediately began the operation, slowly carrying the black cuboid cargo towards cabin 3. Soon, the transport vehicle arrived at the location of cabin 3. Sona walked to one end of the black cuboid, lifting her arm. It was possible to see a bracelet-like object on her arm. She brought the bracelet close to the black cuboid. Subsequently, a control panel appeared towards Sona's direction from the black cuboid. This was the first key. Only Sona had it. "Your Majesty, I need your key now," Sona asked. "Activate the holographic communication," Zhao Chen said. "Yes." Sona adjusted the communication terminal to holographic communication. Instantly, Zhao Chen's figure appeared in front of the black cuboid. Zhao Chen placed his hand on the control panel. The next moment, a black cover that perfectly blocked Zhao Chen's hand emerged on the control panel. Nobody knew what Zhao Chen keyed in under the black cover. Half a minute later, cracks appeared on the black cuboid, emitting light from within. Subsequently, these cracks blossomed like petals, revealing the true cargo inside. It was a red-golden elliptical object, red in the middle surrounded by gold stripes. From a distance, it looked like a giant egg of some interstellar race. Behind the black cuboid was an electromagnetic launching device. Zhao Chen's holographic image disappeared by this time. Sona returned to her position, entering a string of data into the control panel. This was the firing data required by the electromagnetic launching device, which would allow the red-golden giant egg to be launched to the precise coordinates and start a countdown of 1 hour. "Reporting to Your Majesty, all data has been input." After the electromagnetic launch, as long as there are no other disruptions on the flight trajectory, it should successfully reach the target location and start a 1-hour countdown, Sona reported to Zhao Chen once again. "Very well. Continue with the final stage of your mission," Zhao Chen said. "Yes," Sona replied. She kept her eyes on the red-golden giant egg in front of her from that moment on. Among all the officers and soldiers present, perhaps only she knew what kind of gift this really was. Others were still in the dark, but as professional members of the Imperial Guard, they executed this escort mission with unwavering determination, even though they had no idea what it entailed. Sona took a deep breath. Calculating how she explained the function of this thing to her subordinates, they might not believe it in such a short time. To be honest, even she herself found it a bit unbelievable at this moment. Such a small object, not even as large as some physical shells fired by interstellar main guns, possessed the power to destroy a galaxy. It was truly incredible. Yes, it was the ultimate weapon Zhao Chen had been preparing, the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. Chapter 1198. The blooming supernova is everything arranged as planned. Zhao Chen looked towards the leopard woman beside him. The leopard woman replied, "According to your Majesty's instructions, the accompanying interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship has dropped recording devices along the way. After the explosion of the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb, relevant data can be recorded." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Due to the uniqueness of the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb, up to now, there has only been theoretical data about this weapon, with no actual data. After all, this is not something that can be tested casually. Therefore, the only way to record its effects is through this first actual use. As time passed, the launch time approached quickly. The black cubic base activated, using its electromagnetic ejection capability to directly throw out the red and gold giant egg. The speed was so fast, resembling a comet. "It's been launched." The leopard woman presented a video captured by an interstellar unmanned reconnaissance ship following the scene to His Majesty. Zhao Chen stared at this object that looked like a piece of art. Just by looking at its appearance, it was hard to believe that this was a terrifying weapon capable of destroying a galaxy. The red and gold giant egg that was thrown out quickly slowed down. Eventually, it hovered in place. "Report, the courier has reached the designated area," came the voice of Admiral Sona. "Very good. Your mission is completed," Zhao Chen praised. "Yes." After Admiral Sona finished speaking, her communication was cut. She took a deep breath, feeling the suppression in her chest completely lifted. Now she had no more missions to carry out. In this situation, it was more troublesome to leave the interstellar battleship, so she decided to stay until the end. Admiral Sona contacted the captain, lifted all restrictions, and handed over full control of the interstellar battleship back to the captain. Admiral Sona led her team to the bridge. "Find a place to rest. Don't disturb the work on the bridge," Admiral Sona instructed her entourage. Yes, the Emperor's guards found a corner, sitting on the floor without any airs. "Have you completed your mission? Just throwing that thing out?" The captain unconsciously inquired, suddenly remembering something and hurriedly added, "I didn't disobey orders. I just happened to see something being thrown out through the bridge window, and its trajectory was like that of a comet." Admiral Sona didn't argue with the captain and simply smiled, saying, "Yes, my mission was to send that thing out." "Admiral, what exactly is that thing? It's so mysterious that it required you, an admiral, to personally escort it, and even needed a T6 interstellar battleship for protection." "Ahem. If this violates the confidentiality agreement, you can pretend I didn't ask," the captain added. "I can't say what it is, but I think you will know soon." Unfortunately, none of us have the chance to witness that scene with our own eyes. Admiral Sona dropped a cryptic remark, leaving the captain puzzled. Over the next hour, the 4th Fleet of the Pandas led by Zhu Zhaoxiao began arranging and deploying in the area, fending off the surrounding undead creatures and strategically placing interstellar mines. Meanwhile, thousands of T for Luminance-class interstellar leap ships that had accompanied them began preparing for spatial leaps with the interstellar battleships. The time passed quickly, and though more undead armies were emerging in the vicinity, with over 30 T6 undead creatures among them, the defense line was still strong. "It's almost time," Zhao Chen said casually. "Report, all Luminance-class interstellar leap ships are ready. We can initiate spatial leaps with all interstellar battleships whenever necessary," reported the fleet captain responsible for the interstellar leap ships to Zhao Chen and the other commanders. "Then let's go. Prepare for evacuation. 5-minute countdown," decisively ordered Zhu Zhaoxiao. Subsequently, one by one, the T for Luminance-class interstellar leap ships arrived amid the interstellar battleships, ready to take them back. The 3-minute countdown quickly reached its final moments. After consultation with each fleet of interstellar battleships, those T4 Luminance-class interstellar leap ships, accompanied by a halo of light, disappeared with the interstellar battleships following them in that star field, one after another, and another. In the area where the 4th Fleet of Pandas and the Emperor's Guards had arranged their defensive line and battlefield, which appeared crowded, now appeared much emptier. Nearly 100,000 L-class interstellar battleships gradually diminished to tens of thousands, then to thousands. Zhao Chen's flagship was part of the second-to-last group to evacuate. Initially, Zhao Chen considered being in the last group to leave. However, this suggestion met strong opposition from Zhu Zhaoxiao and the Panda Girl fleet commander. Eventually, Zhao Chen agreed to the arrangement of evacuating with the second group. Zhu Zhaoxiao's part was the last to evacuate. Zhao Chen gazed one last time at the galaxy, at the undead army, at the red and gold giant egg in the middle of the vacant area in the defense line. By now, cracks were appearing on the giant egg, as if something was about to burst out from within. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen couldn't witness the moment the mysterious entity blossomed. However, the electronic sentinel's setup would transmit recorded images back, at least before being destroyed. Following a sudden bright light before Zhao Chen's eyes, the scene before him returned to the number 1 undead defense line. Chu Zhuan immediately requested communication. Everything went smoothly. Now we just need to wait, Zhao Chen said casually. Chu Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the smooth progress of the plan, Zhao Chen's safe return was what she valued most. Subsequently, the final segment of Zhu Zhaoxiao's fleet also appeared. At this point, the situation in the Judgment Angel Galaxy could only be understood through transmitted video images. Zhao Chen watched several video feeds. It showed the undead armies attempting to launch attacks after the L-class interstellar battleships evacuated. Perhaps they also noticed the glowing sphere in the middle. However, the interstellar mines placed there exploded sequentially, obstructing the advance of the undead forces. In that short time, the T6 supernova ultimate bomb burst into full bloom. Chapter 1199. Burning Galaxy. At this moment, many people are watching the video screen where the scene unfolds. Zhao Chen, Chu Zhuan, Panda Girl Commander, Leopard Girl. Under the siege of a group of undead army, a blooming red-gold flower is blossoming. In the next second, its light bursts out, gradually spreading, including Archangel Crossbow Class Interstellar Long-Range Huntress Ship Type, Interstellar Long-Range Huntress Ship Technology Level, T6 Ship Body Armor Strength, 260,000 units Star Shield Energy Value, 6 million units Cruise Speed, 1500 knots Stellar Speed Warp Engine, 9.9 level Warp Engine Captain, 36 kilometers mass, 36 million tons crew, 15,000 Starship Weapons, 1 Archangel Crossbow, 500 automatic medium-range defense cannons. Lord of Thunder Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer Ship Type, Interstellar Destroyer Ship Technology Level, T6 Ship Body Armor Strength, 1.3 million units Star Shield Energy Value, 15 million units Cruise Speed, 1100 knots Stellar Speed Warp Engine, 9.9 level Warp Engine Captain, 10.9 kilometers mass, 53 million tons crew, 50,000 Starship Weapons, 30 heavy medium-range pulse cannons, 300 Thunderlord arc main cannons, 1,000 electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, 2,000 automatic medium electromagnetic defense cannons, T6. Angel City Fortress Type, Interstellar Fortress Technology Level, T6 Fortress Armor Strength, 5 billion units Star Shield Energy Value, 300 billion units, recovers 10 billion units of shield energy per hour during wartime, fortress longest diameter. Approximately 6,300 kilometers mass, 63.8 billion tons crew, to billion fortress weapons, 10 Super Angel fortress cannons, 1,100 fortress orbital cannons, 20,000 fortress energy rapid fire cannons, to 100,000 fortress secondary cannons, 100 million for linked laser high-speed defense cannons, 1 billion Huntress-class interstellar fighters, 30 billion Butterfly Angel-class interstellar drones, 5 million interstellar missile launch units, 1 billion conventional reserve interstellar missiles. Additional, 30,000 T5 Star Dome Guard-class interstellar unmanned guard ships, 3,000 shipyards. Special function, ultra-long-range spatial warp. Rakshasa Demon King-class interstellar dreadnought ship type, interstellar dreadnought flagship technology level. T6 Ship Body Armor Strength, 50 to 60 million units star shield energy value, 1 billion units cruise speed, 1500 knots stellar speed warp engine. 9.9 level warp engine captain, 300 kilometers mass, 353 million tons crew, 1 million starship weapons, dreadnought cannon. Rakshasa-style horizontal attack within a certain distance, energy weapon. Demon King-style dreadnought cannon attacks a point in front, energy weapon. Rakshasa Demon King region can directly destroy electronic equipment inside T5 technology and below T5 level interstellar warships in the target area. Space warp engine can perform space warping. Rakshasa Demon King Matrix Module Energy Core System, 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons, 1,000 squadrons of Rakshasa Ghost drones, hangar 3,000 Muck Birds drones per squadron, 3,000 Quasar IT-6 Dark Horse class unmanned interstellar medium-sized interceptor ships, Antares Starship type, flagship technology level, T6 ship body armor strength, 5 to 5.1 million units star shield energy value, 300 million units cruise speed, 3,000 knots stellar speed warp engine. Level 9 warp engine captain, 36.8 kilometers mass, 68.88 million tons crew, 50,000 starship weapons, no special capabilities, special equipment, space warp engine can perform space warping, Antares strategic mode. Wrath of the Goddess class interstellar heavy artillery ship type, interstellar heavy artillery ship technology level, T6 ship body armor strength, 300,000 to 330,000 units star shield energy value, 9 million units cruise speed, 1,100 knots stellar speed warp engine, 9-level warp engine captain, 65.8 kilometers. Mass, 68.99 million tons crew, 30,000 starship weapons, 10,000 Wrath energy cannons, 1,000 automatic high-density 8-barrel energy point defense cannons. Spear of Sin class heavy interstellar heavy artillery ship type, interstellar heavy artillery ship technology level, T5 ship body armor strength, 36,000 units star shield energy value, 3 million units cruise speed, 600 knots stellar speed warp engine, 9-level warp engine captain, 15.3 kilometers mass, 21 million tons crew, 7,000 starship weapons, 6,000 Sin Spear type particle energy heavy cannons, 600 automatic high-density 6-barrel energy point defense cannons. Chapter 1200 Northern Insect Nest Defense Line. Gathering. At the moment when a former Angel King was roaring hysterically, the other two Angel Kings naturally also learned about what happened in the Judgment Angel star system. After all, it fell within their jurisdiction. They were also aware of what happened in the Judgment Angel star system. They were well aware of the threat posed by the undead. Furthermore, there was also the Holy Dragon Angel Legion following behind the Owl Dragon Legion fleet, although they did not have the opportunity to show themselves in battle. However, Commander Tilia of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion could inform them of what was happening here. This naturally included that major incident. Really, in just a brief moment, all the undead creatures in the entire Judgment Angel star system were completely wiped out. The Angel King of War said in disbelief. The Angel King of Holiness, on the other hand, noticed some information and asked with a furrowed brow, "This special weapon, it destroyed everything in this area. Completely." Tilia the Angel nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, according to the information I received." Subsequent Owl Dragon Legion stealth reconnaissance ships entering the area did not find any traces of objects. It can be said that the area has been reset to its most original form, devoid of any substance. Everything is chaos. The final impact after the explosion of that weapon even reached several Owl Dragon fleets on the defense lines outside the Judgment Angel star system. Fortunately, the Owl Dragon fleets were well prepared and managed to block the final impact with their star shields and interstellar escort ships. Such a powerful force. It can directly destroy the enemies within a star system. The Angel King of War's eyes shone with admiration and longing. But the Angel King of Holiness had a somewhat dim look in her eyes and said quietly, "Because of a war, a star system was completely destroyed. Sigh. All these are the sins committed by Renee." Angel Tilia clearly sensed the completely different attitudes of the two Angel Kings towards this matter. The Angel King of War admired and longed for the power of the weapon, while the Angel King of Holiness saw all that was lost behind it. Those angels who evacuated the Judgment Angel star system would completely lose their homes. They had nowhere to go back to. They even lost the opportunity to return and rebuild. I didn't expect that the Owl Dragon Empire has reached such a level of technology. It's hard to imagine. If there is any interstellar power within the Empire that goes against the will of the Empire, what kind of punishment will they face? The Angel King of Holiness spoke softly. The Angel King of War nodded heavily. He was well aware of the deterrent power of this weapon. It was akin to the nuclear weapons of the early planetary era. Even without use, it was enough to deter many enemies. Next, the plan of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire should be to deal with those order insects outside the northern insect nest defense line, said the Angel King of Holiness. Angel Tilia nodded. Yes, after the Owl Dragon 2nd Fleet Group and the Owl Dragon 4th Fleet Group finished replenishing, they will both head to the northern insect nest defense line to completely eliminate the threat of the insect races at the Empire's borders. After listening, the Angel King of Holiness suddenly spoke. Wells, I have an idea. Let our Angel Clan provide 50% of the surplus resources produced each month to support the Empire's border battlefields free of charge. The Angel King of War was momentarily stunned, but did not oppose. It seemed that he also understood the purpose behind the arrangement made by the Angel King of Holiness at this moment. If, when the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire was just established, they dared to have some ulterior motives. As the power displayed by the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire grew stronger, they would become more loyal. Several days later, at the Angel City Fortress Command Room, the entire command room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Shouts could be heard from various departments everywhere. B3 Combat Zone requires support. Requesting fire support. Fire support. C1 Combat Zone. Large numbers of undead creatures pouring in. Warning. Warning. 300 interstellar warships need berths to dock. Moderate damage. Fleet requesting supplies. Fleet requesting supplies. We currently do not have any extra interstellar warships to dispatch. Stop urging us. The strategic resources of our fortress are running out. We can only hold on for about 10 more hours of battle. All repair docks are full. Stop coming in. Quickly tell them not to come in anymore. It will block the passage. Commander Mermaid Hyena looked at the battlefield below, furrowing her brow slightly. But she knew that the T6 Angel City Fortress was already at its limit, and the psychological endurance of all departmental officers and sailors was also at its limit. In the hundreds of hours of battle before, they had tried everything. However, the number of order insect races, like an endless stream, was overwhelming. If these order insect races poured towards the northern insect nest defense line under these circumstances, the outcome could be imagined. Therefore, the defense line must not fail under any circumstances. Commander, we have calculated all combat resources. This is the final time we can hold out. The deputy walked up to Commander Mermaid Hyena. A countdown appeared in front of her. 12 hours. This number is not very accurate, because we don't know how many strategic resources will be sent later, and we don't know how many interstellar fleets will support us. The deputy said seriously. Pausing, she continued, Commander, why don't we report our situation here to His Majesty the Emperor, as well as the Grand Marshal, and request some support? Even if they send us 100,000, no, 50,000 interstellar warships, it would greatly alleviate our battle pressure. No. Commander Mermaid Hyena directly rejected the idea. She said coldly, we are constantly reporting our battle situation here to His Majesty and the Grand Marshal in real time. They are well aware of our situation here. If they are unable to send us support, it means they really have no spare capacity. If we request at this moment, it will only add pressure to His Majesty and the Grand Marshal. Why are we fighting here? Isn't it to relieve the pressure on the battlefields behind us? The deputy opened her mouth but didn't say anything more. In any case, ensure that this defense line is in our hands. Even if we shrink a part of the defense line area, the fortress must not be lost. Commander Mermaid Hyena said, yes. Afterwards, under Commander Mermaid Hyena's arrangement, a third of the length of the defense line was reduced in consideration of the overall situation. Although this would increase the number of order insect races breaking through the defense line towards the northern insect nest, it was the best option at present. Otherwise, the pressure on the fortress would be immense. And the outer regions of the fortress were already full of holes, and the defense strength of the fortress could no longer maintain these outer regions. Instead of wasting manpower, it was better to shrink the defense area to ensure that the core area remained under the control of the fortress. Subsequently, there were 5 more hours of arduous defense battles. Each hour was extremely painful for the fortress. The resources that were once piled up like mountains in the warehouses of the fortress were now nearly empty. Although there were constant shipments of resources coming through the South Gate starship Stargate, it could be said that each hour's worth of supplies delivered could not keep up with the consumption of the fortress and the interstellar warships defending here in that hour. Running on fumes. Fortunately, just as the fortress was on the verge of collapse, Commander Mermaid Hyna received a message. Reinforcements are about to arrive. Finally, reinforcements were coming. At that moment, almost everyone's eyes turned towards the Stargate, established by the South Gate. However, as time passed, there was no movement at the Stargate. Warning! 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 Zone DO3, extreme spatial readings detected. Warning! Warning! At this time, an abrupt alarm sounded. Commander Mermaid Hyna furrowed her brow. At this point, the sudden appearance of spatial anomalies. And this kind of reaction, could it be a T for Wisdom-class interstellar leapship? But the anticipated halo did not appear. Instead, a black rift, like a black hole, emerged, suddenly appearing in that space. Subsequently, countless nest motherships of the insect races emerged from this rift. Seeing the nest motherships, the battlers in the fortress were shaken. Could this be reinforcements from the Order Insect race? If, in the current situation, the Order Insect races still had such reinforcement means, it would undoubtedly accelerate the countdown of the fortress. Yet, they soon realized the difference in these nest motherships. They all bore the emblem of the Owl Dragon. They were Owl Dragon insect races. Although there had been rumors before, the vast majority of the people were seeing them for the first time, and so they didn't react immediately. It's our own insect races. Commander Hyna exclaimed excitedly after realizing. Unexpectedly, the reinforcement information she received referred to these Owl Dragon insect races. From the black hole, a dense number of nest motherships and insect combat units emerged. Upon entering the battlefield, they entered directly into combat, rushing towards the combat units of the Order Insect races. At the beginning, these Owl Dragon insect races appeared to be at a disadvantage due to their numbers, giving the impression of beating the grass to scare the snake. But with more and more Owl Dragon insect races emerging, the tide began to change. The deputy excitedly shouted in Commander Mermaid Hyna's ear, "Commander, our Owl Dragon insect race numbers have reached at least 500,000. And they are still increasing. 500,000. Though still outnumbered by the opposing Order Insect races, such a significant reinforcement was enough to greatly alleviate the pressure on the fortress. However, these reinforcements were far from over. Warning! 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 Zone D11, extreme spatial readings detected. Warning! 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 Zone A07, extreme spatial readings detected. Warning! 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 Zone B01, extreme spatial readings detected. At this moment, alarms sounded one after another. But the people present were no longer in a panic, but rather in disbelief and excitement. As expected, under their excited gazes, one black cave after another appeared in those areas. From those black caves, even more Owl Dragon insect races emerged. It's 1 million now. It has already exceeded 1 million. The deputy was so excited that she was almost jumping up. Looking at the holographic display of the interstellar sand table, displaying the number of Owl Dragon insect races, the numbers were increasing rapidly. In just a minute, that 1 million Owl Dragon insect races had doubled to 2 million. And this upward trend showed no signs of stopping. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Not to mention that the number of those black caves had exceeded 10. At that moment, everyone in the fortress was completely reassured. With such reinforcements present, who would fear those on the opposing side? Commander, I didn't expect our insect races to have such a large number. The deputy exclaimed in excitement. Commander Mermaid Hyna, with a slight frown, had a rough idea of the news about these Owl Dragon insect races before. She had heard that their total number was around 3 million. Being able to grow to the current numbers in such a short time likely had much to do with this war. It was well known that insect races multiplied based on food. The more food they had, the faster they reproduced.